Chapter 1: A romantic encounter immediately after being abandoned. We agreed on a fake divorce. I'd transfer the house to you, and once we got a spot in a good school district, we'd remarry. Lu Ruyan, why did you lie to me? Lin Fan stared intently at the woman in front of him and questioned her loudly. Lu Ruyan chuckled and said, Lin Fan, to tell you the truth, Zhao Ming will be back from abroad next month. He is my first love and the eldest son of the Zhao group. Look at yourself in the mirror. You only earn a meager salary a month. How can you compare to Zhao Ming? The house, the car, the savings consider it compensation for all the years I've slept with you. Don't bother me again, or you'll regret it. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's mind went completely blank. Back then, Zhao Ming abandoned Lu Ruyan to study abroad. At that time, Lu Ruyan was so depressed that she attempted suicide. He disregarded everything to stay by her side, and eventually the two became a couple. The two got married after graduation, and Lin Fan worked even harder to earn money. In the end, this is all that's been achieved? Lin Fan walked out of his former home, looking utterly dejected. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright, and he felt lost about the future. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Host's life has been plunged into a major crisis. The ultimate life alert system is activating. Activation successful. Lin Fan paused, looking around blankly. There is no one. Is it a hallucination? Congratulations, host, on obtaining this system. The system will provide important prompts at crucial moments. As long as the host follows the instructions, a mysterious reward will be awarded. First reminder, head to Shanghai Bar at 9 p.m. tonight. The sound rang out again. Lin Fan was stunned. System? Do I really own this thing? He never used to go to places like bars. The money earned should either be given to Lu Ruyan or saved. The future is gone now. The money is gone too. Since I've already lost everything, I might as well go to a bar to relax. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and hailed a taxi. Master, to Shanghai Bar. Starry Sea Bar. Deafening music, flashing neon lights, and the air thick with the smell of alcohol and hormones. Lin Fan found a corner booth and ordered 2 of the cheapest whiskeys. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, burning his esophagus and stomach. It also numbed his nerves. Bite. Host detected has arrived at the designated location. A random red envelope has been issued. The voice in my mind rang out again. A semi-transparent red envelope pattern appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Fan. He subconsciously reached out his finger and tapped it. The red envelope exploded, turning into a shower of golden light. Congratulations, host, you have received 880,000 yuan. The money has been automatically deposited into the host's bank card ending in 6688. The next second, his phone vibrated. It was a text message from the bank. Your savings card account ending in 6688 received a deposit of 880,000 renminbi at 2117, with a current balance of 881,000 renminbi and 15 cents. Lin Fan's eyes widened instantly. He read the text message several times to make sure he hadn't misread any of the numbers. 880,000. He's worked for so many years and still hasn't saved this much money. Overwhelming joy instantly washed away all sorrow. It's true. It's all true. Just as he was immersed in ecstasy, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. A soft body suddenly crashed into his arms. Help me. The woman's voice carried a hint of urgency. Lin Fan was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He instinctively wanted to push the other person away. Fraud? Honey trap? That was his first reaction. Ding. New notification triggered. Mission instructions: escort Shin Jiqiu to the hotel to rest. Mission reward: God-level hacking skills. The system notification sounded again. Lin Fan then turned his gaze to the woman in his arms. The woman was wearing a moon-white long dress. It outlines a perfect body curve. Her face was small, and her features were as exquisite as a top work of art. Fair skin. Her long, slightly wavy, jet-black hair fell over her shoulders. She possessed an innate air of nobility that seemed out of place in the noisy bar. At this moment, her stunningly beautiful face was filled with panic and fear. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red. His eyes were glazed over, and he seemed disoriented. Lin Fan immediately understood. She was drugged. Help me, it's so hot. Shinjichio murmured unconsciously, her hands gripping Lin Fan's clothes tightly. Lin Fan no longer hesitated. Even for the reward of god-level hacking skills, he still had to take the girl to the hotel. He quickly helped Shinjichi out of the bar. There was a 5-star hotel recently, and since Lin Fan wasn't short of money, he immediately booked a room using his ID card. I entered the room and just closed the door. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The reward, God-level hacking skills, has been issued. Instantly, an unimaginably vast torrent of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Code, programs, firewalls, data. Countless pieces of knowledge about computers and networks seemed to be innate, deeply imprinted in his memory. He felt like he had become a god in the online world. With the internet, he is capable of anything. Lin Fan hadn't even had time to process this huge surprise. Shinjichio suddenly hugged Lin Fan. Her eyes were hazy, and her gaze was filled with primal desire. The next moment, she pounced on him. Her soft lips pressed firmly against Lin Fan's lips. The movements were clumsy, yet full of irresistible force. Lin Fan's brain went blank. He intended to push the other person away. Reason told him that this was wrong. It's a bit unethical to do this on the very first meeting with a woman. But the woman in his arms was just too beautiful. The scent of her body, the warmth of her skin, her spontaneous kisses. Everything was destroying Lin Fan's defenses. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. That's enough. He's not a saint. Since it was your sister's idea, then just accept it. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the floor. Lin Fan opened his eyes and subconsciously reached for his side. Empty. He sat up abruptly. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. This proves that everything last night was not a dream. His gaze swept across the room and he noticed something on the bedside table. A black business card. Exquisite materials and simple design. It only has a name and phone number printed on it. As expected, her name is Shinjichio. There was also a sticky note under the business card. The handwriting on the paper was neat and strong. I will take responsibility for what happened last night. Lin Fan picked up the note and remained silent for a long time. Responsible? He suddenly realized that this woman named Shinjichio was quite interesting. A girl had a wild night with me and then said she wanted to take responsibility for me? Lin Fan smiled, took out his phone, and dialed the number on the business card. He wanted to see how the other party would take responsibility for him. Chapter 2. If you don't mind, how about we get married? The call was connected. A woman's voice rang out. Hello. There is only one word. Cold, calm, devoid of any emotion. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He cleared his throat. Hello, I am. He didn't know how to introduce himself, so he could only say, I saw the sticky note on the bedside table. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. About 3 seconds. The female voice rang out again. I see. Let's set a time to meet. 1 hour later, at Time Cafe. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone immediately. At the same time, the headquarters building of Shin's Group in the city center of Shanghai. Top floor, CEO's office. Shinjichio put down his phone and pressed the internal call button on the table. Assistant Qin, come in for a moment. Yes, Mr. Shen. A moment later, the office door was gently pushed open. A woman walked in. She was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She wore a well-tailored business suit that accentuated her stunning figure. She is Qinyu, Shinjichio's top assistant. Mr. Shin, you wanted to see me? Qinyu walked to the desk and bowed slightly. Shinjichio raised his eyes, his gaze falling on her, and asked, How's the investigation going? Qinyu immediately pulled out a document from the folder she was carrying. President Shin, this is all of Lin Fan's information. Shinjichio took the document and began to read it carefully. Name, Lin Fan. Age, 26. Blood type, O. Education, Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, Deep Sea University. Occupation, Programmer at Fenghua Technology Company. The information is very detailed. Everything from where he attended elementary school to his grades in every subject in college was meticulously recorded. They even know how many times they've been to the hospital and whether they have any infectious diseases. The office was eerily quiet. Xinyu stood to the side, even her breathing became soft. She had been by President Shinsai for 3 years and knew the temperament of this icy female CEO well. The other person never smiles and never reveals any personal emotions. It's always like a precision calculating machine. However, the next second, Xinyu noticed that the corners of Shin Jiqiu's mouth were slightly upturned. Mr. Shin smiled? The woman known as Shin Group's strongest AI and moving iceberg actually smiled? Is it because of that man named Lin Fan? Time Cafe. Lin Fan found a seat by the window and sat down. He ordered the cheapest Americano. It's not that he can't afford it, but rather that he's already developed a habit, and it might take some time to change it. He sipped his coffee and looked around. The coffee shop was mostly filled with well-dressed professionals. Lin Fan seemed somewhat out of place. I waited for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the coffee shop. Everyone's eyes turned in the same direction. Lin Fan also raised his head. A woman was walking gracefully towards them. She was wearing a pure white women's suit, with a clean cut and smooth lines. It accentuated her tall and graceful figure and outstanding temperament. Her face was very small, and her features were so delicate that they seemed unreal. Her skin was pale and almost flawless. He exudes a powerful aura that keeps strangers at bay. Noble, aloof, like a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. It was Shin Jiqiu. Even though we had already had the most intimate contact last night. Upon seeing her again, Lin Fan's heart still skipped a beat uncontrollably. Shin Jiqiu looked straight ahead and walked directly to sit down opposite Lin Fan. Her arrival seemed to freeze the air in the entire coffee shop. The surrounding chatter subsided. Hello, my name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a little dry in his throat and broke the silence by speaking first. Shin Jiqiu, she introduced herself. Then, the two fell silent again. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Lin Fan picked up his coffee and took a sip, trying to hide his unease. He had absolutely no idea what this woman was thinking. You say you'll take responsibility, but how exactly will you take responsibility? Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, Shin Jiqiu suddenly spoke up. Lin Fan, if you don't mind, let's get married. Puff. Lin Fan almost spat out the mouthful of coffee he had just taken a sip of. He coughed violently, his face turning bright red. Cough, cough. What did you say? He suspected he was hallucinating. Shin Jiqiu looked at him, her eyes showing no emotion, and repeated herself. I said, if you don't mind, we can get married. Lin Fan was stunned for a full half-minute before he came to his senses. Although the girl in front of him was very beautiful and had a great presence, Lin Fan had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. He still felt it was necessary to introduce himself. Miss Shin, you may not be very familiar with my situation. I'm just an ordinary office worker, and my monthly salary is only a little over 10,000. Moreover, I just got divorced not long ago. I don't own a house or a car. Lin Fan told everyone except that he didn't mention he had a system and that he had just gained 880,000 more last night. He believed that after hearing this, the girl opposite him would definitely give up that absurd idea. However, Shin Jiqiu's expression remained unchanged after hearing his words. I said I would take responsibility for you. If you don't mind, let's get married. She paused, then added the last sentence. Right now. Hiss. Lin Fan's brain went blank again. What's going on? He'd already stated his conditions, so why did this girl still want to marry him? Could it be that he's got something wrong with his head? Of course, he was too embarrassed to ask these questions directly. Shin Jiqiu seemed to have guessed Lin Fan's thoughts and immediately took out a document from her bag. This is my medical examination report. Everything is normal. Lin Feng was speechless, feeling like his brain wasn't working properly. How could there be such a woman in the world? How about, we go get our marriage certificate now? Shin Jiqiu asked in a questioning tone. Ding, system notification, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Shin Jiqiu to get your marriage certificate. A random red envelope will be awarded to the host. A system notification sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan thought to himself, I didn't get married to the girl because of her beauty, it was just for the red envelope. Lin Fan left the Civil Affairs Bureau still feeling dazed. Aside from being somewhat handsome, I'm nothing special. I just got dumped by my ex-wife, and now I'm getting married? And to a girl who's unbelievably beautiful? This is something I never even dared to dream of before. Just then, Shinjichio's phone rang. Hello? Mr. Shin, our website has been hacked again. Okay, I'll be right there. Shinjichio hung up the phone and said to Lin Fan. I have something to do, that's all for today, I'll contact you another day? Oh. Lin Fan replied mechanically. Then, Shinjichio said goodbye to Lin Fan and got into a taxi and left. Ding. Congratulations, host, and Shinjichio on obtaining your marriage certificate. You have received a random red envelope. Another red envelope interface appeared in front of Lin Fan. He raised his hand and gently tapped it. Congratulations, host. You have received 8.88 million yuan. Chapter 3 Lin Fan buys a car, Lu Ruyan breaks down. 8.88 million plus the 880,000 from last night. Nearly 10 million. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. We have the money. They got married. What should we do next? Buy a house. Right. He had to give Shinjichio a home. Such a nice girl, I can't possibly let her rent a place with me, can I? But then he realized that he didn't even know where Shinjichio worked. What if the house is too far away and it's inconvenient for her to commute to get off work? Lin Fan shook his head, feeling that he had been too hasty. I'll wait a few days and then ask Shinjichio to go see a house together before making a decision. So the most urgent thing is to buy a car. With a car, it will be more convenient to pick up and drop off Shinjichio in the future. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan hailed a taxi on the roadside. Driver, go to the nearest Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Half an hour later. The taxi stopped in front of a 4S store. Mercedes-Benz Center. The large characters gleamed in the sunlight. Lin Fan paid the fare and got out of the car. As soon as I stepped through the gate, two figures blocked his way. Lin Fan? A sharp female voice rang out, filled with undisguised disgust. Lin Fan looked up. The speaker was a young girl, dressed fashionably with exquisite makeup. Lu Huiyun. Lu Ruyan's younger sister. Standing next to Lu Huiyun was a tall woman wearing a business suit. It was Lu Ruyan. She looked at Lin Fan, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with disdain. Lin Fan suddenly slapped his forehead. This world is so damn small. With so many 4S stores in Shanghai City, why did they choose to come here? What bad luck! He doesn't want to see the sisters at all right now. Without saying a word, Lin Fan turned around and prepared to leave. Stop! Lu Huiyun took a step forward and blocked his way. She crossed her arms and held her chin high, like a proud peacock. What? You're feeling guilty now that we've caught you, trying to run away? Lin Fan frowned. What do I have to be guilty of? If you have nothing to hide, why are you running away? Lu Huiyun sneered. Lin Fan, I really underestimated you. You're shameless enough. You've already divorced my sister, yet you still come here to harass me. Have you no shame? Lu Ruyan also walked over, her face frosty. Lin Fan, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Please don't show up at my workplace again. I don't want to be laughed at by my colleagues, and I don't want Zhao Ming to misunderstand me. Lin Fan felt a surge of anger rush from the bottom of his heart to his head. There's a limit to being delusional. He looked coldly at the two sisters and said, Lu Ruyan, aren't you taking yourself too seriously? Who said I came here to see you? I'm telling you, I'm here to buy a car. The moment those words were spoken, the Lu sisters were both stunned. Immediately, Lu Huiyun burst into exaggerated laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Buying a car? Lin Fan, are you still asleep? You think you can take me on? She looked Lin Fan up and down. A faded t-shirt, a pair of jeans costing a few dozen yuan, and a pair of canvas shoes bought from a street stall. The total cost of his entire outfit was no more than 200 yuan. You're a loser who only makes a little over 10,000 a month, and you give it all to my sister. How are you going to buy a car? Want to buy a model? Lu Ruyan smiled dismissively and echoed. Lin Fan, lying is not a good habit. Trying to get my attention this way will only make me look down on you even more. Let's go, don't embarrass ourselves here. Ding, system notification, successfully purchased a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, slapping the Lu Ruyan sisters in the face. Reward, God-level culinary skills. Holy crap. Is this okay? Since that's the case, let's just buy the car here and slap you two sisters in the face in public. Let's see how arrogant you'll be then. Lin Fan made up his mind and scanned the sales hall with his eyes. They quickly identified a target. A young female salesperson who looks like she just started working there. Lin Fan walked straight toward her. Hello. The saleswoman was startled and quickly stood up straight. Hello sir, how can I help you? She clearly knew Lin Fan, and knew he was Lu Ruyan's ex-husband. It's rumored that Lin Fan is a good-for-nothing who was kicked out of his home with nothing. Lin Fan got straight to the point. Take me to see the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The saleswoman was stunned. Mercedes-Benz G-Class? The final price is at least 2 million. She glanced subconsciously at the Lu Ruyan sisters not far away. Lu Huiyun stood with her arms crossed, looking on with amusement. Lu Ruyan's face was full of contempt. The female saleswoman had some doubts. Can this person really afford it? Could it be that he's deliberately picking a fight with his ex-wife to amuse himself? But as a salesperson, she still maintained a smile. Okay, sir, please follow me. Lin Fan nodded, thinking that the girl's attitude was not bad, at least she didn't look at him with prejudice. We soon arrived at the center of the exhibition hall. A black beast was parked silently. Its imposing and robust box shape exudes a sense of power. It was a Mercedes-Benz G63. Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun also followed. The two of them buzzed around Lin Fan's ear like two flies. Oh, you've got your eye on a G-Wagon? Lin Fan, do you know how much this car costs? With your meager salary, you couldn't afford even a single tire if you didn't eat or drink. Xiao Chen, don't waste your time on him, he's just here to cause trouble. The saleswoman named Xiao Chen looked somewhat embarrassed. She also felt that Lin Fan might be there to cause trouble. But we've already brought them here, we can't just send them away now. Lin Fan completely ignored their mockery. He walked around the car once. Good. It's tough and domineering. He was very satisfied. This is the one, Lin Fan said to Xiao Chen. Top trim, black. Do you have one in stock? Xiao Chen's smile had become somewhat stiff. Sir, this is the top of the line G63, with a list price of 2.8 million and a final price of a little over 3 million. She hadn't finished speaking. Lu Huiyun then burst into laughter again. Did you hear that, Lin Fan? It costs over 3 million yuan to buy. Can you afford it? Lin Fan ignored him and instead said to Xiao Chen. Pay by card, full amount. The entire exhibition hall fell silent instantly. All eyes were on Lin Fan. Xiao Chen opened his mouth wide, thinking he had misheard. Sir, what did you say? I said, swipe the card. Lin Fan handed over the bank card and added a word of advice. Please hurry, I'm in a rush. Xiao Chen's mind went blank. She stared blankly at the bank card, then looked at Lin Fan. The other person doesn't seem to be joking. But this is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, can he really afford it? The Lu sisters were completely dumbfounded. Swipe card? Full payment? Buying this Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million? How is that possible? Lu Ruyan was the first to react, and she shouted sternly. Lin Fan, stop acting. Don't I know how much money you have in your account? Don't try to make a scene. If I can't get the money to be credited, I'll lose face. Lin Fan ignored her and just looked at Xiao Chen, urging him. What are you still standing there for? Startled by his shout, Xiao Chen finally came to his senses. Okay, sir, please follow me. Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun refused to believe it and immediately followed. They wanted to see what tricks Lin Fan, this good-for-nothing, could pull. Soon, the finance person came over. Mr. Lin wants to pay by card, G63, full payment. Xiao Chen's voice was trembling. The finance person also took the card with a suspicious look and swiped it on the POS machine. Then, enter the amount. Drop. The POS machine made a soft sound. The next second. Shua shua shua. A long receipt was printed out from the POS machine. Transaction successful. Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Their faces were filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. How could this be? Lin Fan's monthly salary, except for a few hundred yuan for living expenses, is all in Lu Ruyan's card. Where did he get millions? Lu Huiyun suddenly grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm. Sis, hasn't his salary always been kept with you? How could he have so much money? A single word awakened me from my dream. Lu Ruyan seemed to understand. That bastard Lin Fan actually hid some money from her. If someone can casually buy a car worth 3 million, then they must have at least tens of millions hidden away. This is marital property. Lu Ruyan rushed to Lin Fan like a madwoman and loudly questioned him. Lin Fan, you liar. I knew it. You were so quick to agree to the divorce back then. Turns out you were hiding money from me. This is our joint property acquired during our marriage. I want half of it, so you need to return the money to me. Lin Fan looked at the seemingly insane woman in front of him with nothing but disgust in his eyes. He said, "Idiot." Then he turned around and got into the car. Buzz. The beast let out a deep roar. Lin Fan stepped on the gas. The black Mercedes-Benz G63 sped out of the dealership and merged into the traffic. Only the Lu Ruyan sisters were left jumping up and down in a frenzy. Chapter 4, Transfer 100,000 to Mom. This is outrageous. Lin Fan, you bastard, I will not let you get away with this. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she shouted. Lu Huiyun advised, Sister, don't worry, we'll go find a lawyer right now and make sure we get that scumbag Lin Fan's money back. The two sisters immediately stopped going to work and took leave to see a lawyer. On the other side, Shen's group. The CEO's office on the top floor. Shinji Qiu stood by the window, her face covered with a layer of frost. The office door was gently pushed open. Special Assistant Qin Yu strode in, her expression grave. President Shen. Shinji Qiu did not turn around, her voice was cold and clear. How is the situation? Qin Yu took a deep breath and reported. The enemy's attack has temporarily ceased. Our technical team is working hard to fix the firewall vulnerability, but... She paused, her voice tinged with helplessness. The other side's technical level is too high, our people simply cannot trace the source. This cyber attack is more like a cat playing with a mouse, they're toying with us. If this continues, the consequences would be unimaginable if the group's core data were leaked. A deathly silence fell over the office. A long time. Shinji Qiu slowly turned around and said, You should immediately issue tenders to all the top cybersecurity companies in the country on behalf of the group. Tell them that as long as they can build a high-quality cybersecurity system for the Shin Group, I will contribute 200 million. 200 million. Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. This number is enough to drive any cybersecurity company crazy. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Yes, Mr. Shin, I'll take care of it right away. The news, once released, was like a bombshell, detonating throughout China's cybersecurity community. An order worth 200 million. This is not just a matter of money. It is also a symbol of honor and status. Securing the order from Shin's group would be tantamount to proving one's strength to the entire industry. Moreover, this is by no means a one-off transaction. The annual system maintenance and operation costs will generate tens of millions of dollars in continuous revenue. Suddenly, a storm was brewing. Cybersecurity companies of all sizes across the country were in an uproar. Local businesses in Shenzhen, in particular, have a significant advantage due to their proximity to the source. Numerous company technicians were recalled. A war without gunfire has begun. Everyone has only one goal. We will spare no expense to secure the order from the Shin Group. On the highway in Xinhai City, a black Mercedes-Benz G63 weaves nimbly through the traffic. The V8 engine emitted a deep and captivating roar. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, a contented smile playing on his lips. He rarely had the chance to touch the BYD car his family used to own. The car was Lu Ruyan's means of transportation. He was just a driver who was occasionally allowed to drive. And now, this Mercedes-Benz G-Class belongs entirely to him. Lin Fan stepped on the gas. A powerful sense of acceleration suddenly surged through me. The car shot off like an arrow, leaving the other vehicles far behind. Speeding like lightning. Having had his fill, Lin Fan slowly reduced his speed and parked the car on a quiet side of the road. He leaned back in his seat, feeling incredibly relaxed. He has money, a car, and a beautiful new wife. At this point in life, what more could one ask for? He calmed himself down a bit. Now that I have money, I should do something for my family. His parents worked hard for him their whole lives. It's time for them to enjoy their retirement. Lin Fan opened his mobile banking app and found his mother's bank account. He hesitated when entering the amount. Don't turn it too much. Given her personality, if she transfers too much money at once, she might think she's gone astray. After thinking it over, he entered a number. 100,000. It's just the right amount, which can be explained by the name of Project Bonus. Click to confirm the transfer. Operation complete. Lin Fan opened WeChat again and sent a voice message to his mother. Mom, I recently got a project and received a bonus. I transferred 100,000 yuan to you. You and Dad can use it, so don't be stingy. The voice message was just sent successfully. Then my mother called. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Xiao Fan, you and Ru Yan are both young and need money right now. Why are you transferring so much money to me? Your father and I are in good health and don't need the money. Mom will transfer the money back to you now, so you can keep it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a lump in his throat. His throat tightened, and he almost blurted out the news of his divorce from Lu Ruyan. But in the end, he held back. Now is not the time. It's not too late to talk about it when his relationship with Shen Jiqiu has stabilized. He forced a smile and tried to make his voice sound as relaxed as possible. Mom, please accept it without worry. I received hundreds of thousands in bonuses for this project, so this amount is nothing. You two have worked hard all your lives, it's time for you to enjoy your retirement. Money is just paper. If you don't spend it, it only becomes money when you spend it. Please don't try to save it for me. Lin Fan pleaded and begged, saying nice things for a long time. Only then did the mother on the other end of the phone finally soften her stance. You child. Alright then, I'll accept it this time, but don't do it again. You need to take good care of yourself too, don't overwork yourself, okay? Okay, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. The phone rang again. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID. This is the company's landline number. He had taken a few days off from work because of his divorce. Why are you calling before the holiday is even over? Lin Fan had some doubts, but he still answered the phone. Hello. On the other end of the phone, however, came an urgent male voice. It was his department manager, Wang Hao. Lin Fan? It's me, Wang Hao. Where are you now? Get back to the company right now. Lin Fan frowned. Manager Wang, I'm still on vacation. Stop talking nonsense, I have something important to announce. It's about a major company project that affects the future of everyone in our department. In short, you, right now, immediately, get back here. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone before Lin Fan could ask any more questions. I heard the busy tone on my phone. Lin Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. He has a system now, and you're still trying to act tough in front of me. Why don't you just quit your job? Lin Fan made up his mind and drove to Fenghua Technology. Boss, I heard you're going to be promoted to supervisor. As soon as Lin Fan entered the company, his colleague Han Tao pulled him aside and whispered something to him. What's going on? Lin Fan was taken aback. He has been with Fenghua Technology for several years now, and he believes that his business skills are definitely top-notch. But he was always just a team leader. It's because the manager wanted to groom his brother-in-law to be the department head. How come I only heard these kinds of rumors after I took a few days off? Out of curiosity, Lin Fan decided to check things out first. Chapter 5, Promoting You as Acting Supervisor. At that moment, the door to the manager's office opened. Wang Hao poked his greasy head out. Lin Fan, come in for a moment. Lin Fan gave Han Tao a we'll talk later look, straightened his collar, and walked into the office. Wang Hao, contrary to his usual self, had a big smile on his face and pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Sit down, please sit down. Xiao Lin, how was your vacation? Lin Fan replied casually, it's all right. Wang Hao personally picked up the kettle and poured Lin Fan a glass of water. Little Lin, you have the strongest business skills in our department. Especially that project last time, if it weren't for your amazing efforts, our department would have lost all face. Wang Hao began to shower Lin Fan with praise, leaving him completely bewildered. He remembered that in the last project, the credit was clearly taken by Wang Hao's brother-in-law, Zhang Yi. I worked myself to the bone, but didn't see a single penny of the bonus. Did the sun rise in the west today? Seeing that Lin Fan remained silent, Wang Hao continued. Your hard work is seen by the company and remembered by me. I have already applied to the higher-ups to promote you to acting head of the department, making an exception for the usual procedures. How are you? Are you happy? In the past, Lin Fan would definitely have been excited. But now that there's a system in place, I'm just a junior manager, so I don't really have much interest in it. Besides, he knew Wang Hao's character well. He won't get up early for nothing, he's selfish and mean. Would such a person kindly promote me? Lin Fan didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He asked directly. Manager Wang, please just say what you want to say. Such a great thing has fallen into my lap, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Wang Hao's smile froze for a moment. He didn't expect that Lin Fan, this honest man, seemed to have changed after just a few days. So be it. Since the other party isn't buying it, let's get straight to the point. Wang Hao chuckled, took a document from the drawer, and pushed it in front of Lin Fan. Take a look at this first. Lin Fan picked up the document. Tender document for Shin's Group Network Security System project. He quickly flipped it open. Tender content, technical requirements, project budget. When Lin Fan saw the numbers in the budget column, even though he was mentally prepared, his pupils still contracted sharply. 200 million. That's an astronomical figure. Fenghua Technology's annual profit is probably less than 1/10 of this figure. No wonder Wang Hao has turned out this way. If they can secure this order, not only will Fenghua Technology rise to the top, but Wang Hao himself will also achieve great success. Lin Fan understood instantly. This is like asking someone to work like a slave and gnaw on this tough nut. Success. Wang Hao reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. If they lose, they'll take all the blame. He immediately wanted to refuse. But then I remembered that I had acquired God-level hacking skills before, but I hadn't used them yet. Why not take this opportunity to test it out? Right now, he's like a martial arts master who's learned unparalleled skills, itching to put them to use. Lin Fan made up his mind and said, I'll take this project. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was overjoyed. Good. I knew you'd take responsibility. Lin Fan, go ahead and do it with confidence. Everyone in the department is at your beck and call. If you need any resources, just ask. The future of the company, the future of everyone in our department, rests on your shoulders. As long as you secure this project, I'll immediately remove the word agent from your name, and you'll still receive your bonus. Wang Hao spoke with great enthusiasm, his words flowing like a torrent of flowery language. He used a set of workplace PUA tactics with unparalleled skill. Lin Fan sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Thank you for your trust, Manager Wang. I will do my best. Lin Fan, holding the documents, had just stepped out of the office. A figure couldn't wait and slipped inside. It was Zhang Yi, Wang Hao's brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are you really planning to make that good-for-nothing Lin Fan the manager? Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling expression. He took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. Director? He's not worthy? Although Lin Fan is a bit of a coward, his programming skills are top-notch in the entire company. You know how difficult this Shin Group project is. It's perfect for him to tackle the toughest challenges. Zhang Yi was completely confused. Brother-in-law, you mean? Wang Hao exhaled a smoke ring. Once he has built the whole system, I'll find a reason to kick him out. You'll be in charge of this project. Make it public that the entire project was completed under your leadership. If you secure this position, you'll be the company's top contributor, and the managerial position will be yours for the taking. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Brother-in-law, you're so clever. On the other side, Lin Fan returned to his workstation and immediately gathered all the team members. Everyone, put down what you're doing, there's an urgent task. The group members all gathered around. Lin Fan placed the tender document in the center of the table. The company is preparing to bid for the Shin's Group's cybersecurity system project. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group erupted in chaos. What? The Shin Group? An order worth 200 million? I'm not seeing things, am I? Boss, can we do this? The Shin Group is a behemoth. The top companies in the country are eyeing their orders. In Shenzhen, Fenghua Technology can only be considered a second-rate internet company. Trying to compete with the giants across the country is like throwing an egg against a rock. Lin Fan looked at everyone and said calmly, I know what everyone is worried about. But what I want to say is, why didn't we have a chance? This tender is based on technology, not company reputation. Whoever can come up with the most perfect solution will be the winner. This is a challenge for us, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone, perk up. Now, I'll assign tasks. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. As his colleagues in the office gradually left, Lin Fan was left alone in the technical department. He sat in front of the computer, his hands flying across the keyboard, so fast that they were just after images. Lines of code appeared on the screen like flowing water. With the help of god-level hacking skills, Lin Fan found that his work efficiency had increased by more than 100 times. Problems that used to require racking your brains to solve can now be solved with just a thought, and the perfect solution will automatically appear in your mind. It feels like standing in God's view, overlooking the entire world of code. Everything is under control. Just when he was fully immersed in it, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan was interrupted from his thoughts and picked up his phone with some displeasure. A smile appeared on his lips when he saw the name flashing on the screen. Hey, Jicho. Lin Fan, where are you? I'm at the company, and I haven't left work yet. Aren't you on vacation? The company has an important project coming up unexpectedly. What time do you get off work? I'm leaving get off work now. Lin Fan blurted it out almost without thinking. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were somewhat surprised by his answer. I'll send you the address, let's have dinner together. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to look out the window. The city's neon lights have already illuminated the night sky. Lin Fan's thoughts drifted back to the past. He was married to Lu Ruyan for several years. He has worked countless overtime nights. The other party has never made a single phone call, nor even sent a text message of greeting. And now, this is a wife he's only known for 2 days. She actually called him to ask if he had gotten off work and asked him to have dinner together. It turns out that being cared for feels so wonderful. Chapter 6, Are you sure this is your home? A dozen minutes later, Lin Fan drove to a restaurant called Xianzhula. As soon as he parked the car, Lin Fan discovered a thorny problem. How should I explain the origin of this car to Shinji Chiu? A man who had just been kicked out of his home by his ex-wife and had no house, car, or savings suddenly started driving a Mercedes worth more than 3 million yuan. This doesn't make any sense. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan could only come up with a lame excuse. He opened the car door, took a deep breath, and walked towards the restaurant. The restaurant is decorated in a classic style. Lin Fan spotted Shinji Chiu sitting in the booth by the window at a glance. She was still wearing her daytime business suit, looking slightly tired, with a hint of worry between her brows. Seeing Lin Fan enter, the weariness in her eyes lessened slightly, and a faint smile appeared on her face as she waved to him. Lin Fan walked over quickly and sat down opposite her. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived too. The waiter handed them the menu, and the two ordered several signature dishes. Spicy fish head, stir-fried pork with farm-style sauce, hand-torn cabbage. After everything was served, Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The taste is indeed quite good. But Shinji Chiu, sitting opposite him, only used his chopsticks to stir the rice in his bowl, without touching any of the vegetables. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong and asked, Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Shinji Chiu put down his chopsticks, rubbed his temples, and his voice was filled with helplessness. I don't know why, but I suddenly lost my appetite again. I ran into some trouble at work and didn't even have time for lunch. I was thinking of having a nice dinner with you. As a result, once I sat down, I couldn't eat anything. Lin Fan's heart stirred. The system rewarded him with god-level cooking skills. Why not show off a bit in front of your wife? He immediately said. The food outside is too oily and salty, so it's normal not to be able to eat it. How about I cook you some home-style dishes? Shinji Chiu became interested upon hearing this and asked. You can cook? I know a little. Seeing Lin Fan's confident gaze, Shen Jiqiu's interest was piqued. She suddenly had a strong urge to try Lin Fan's cooking. Then let's go to your house. Lin Fan's smile froze instantly. Want to come to my house? After being kicked out by Lu Ruyan, he rented a room for 300 yuan a month to save money and didn't buy any kitchenware. I was planning to go somewhere else today. As a result, Wang Hao called him back to the company, and he completely forgot about the matter. Lin Fan said somewhat awkwardly. My place is a bit small, and there's no place to cook. Shen Jiqiu's smile remained unchanged. It's okay, I have a house nearby where I can cook. Why don't you move in with us? Lin Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. Living together? So, they're living together? From the time they met to when they got their marriage certificate, it only took them 2 days. Isn't this speed a bit too fast? But then I thought about it again. They are already legally married. Isn't it natural for couples to live together? Lin Fan's heart inexplicably quickened. He nodded. Good. The two walked out of the restaurant, and Lin Fan habitually pressed the car key. The headlights of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, not far away, flashed twice. Shen Jiqiu's steps suddenly stopped. She stared wide-eyed at the Mercedes G-Class in disbelief. Xin Yu's investigation report was written very clearly. Lin Fan owns no car, no house, and has almost no savings. Where did this Mercedes-Benz G63, worth millions, come from? Lin Fan thought to himself, oh no. He realized what was happening and quickly explained. This car belongs to a friend of mine. He was away on a business trip, so I borrowed it to drive for a few days. That reason is a bit far-fetched. Fortunately, Shen Jiqiu didn't say anything, and even comforted him. If we work together, we'll soon have our own car. Lin Fan immediately felt a warm current flowing through his heart. If it were Lu Ruyan, she would only complain that she was incompetent. This woman is not only beautiful and elegant, but also so understanding. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? The two first went to the supermarket and bought some fresh vegetables and meat. Then, Lin Fan drove into a residential community called Hanhai Tianxi following Shen Jiqiu's instructions. When Lin Fan saw the large, gilded characters at the entrance of the residential complex, his grip on the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. Hanhai Tianxi. One of the top-tier luxury residential areas in Shanghai City. He had seen on a real estate website that the lowest price here was 80,000 yuan per square meter. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. My cheap wife is actually living here? Shen Jiqiu noticed his unusual behavior and asked. What's wrong? Lin Fan said. I heard that the housing prices here are not cheap. Shen Jiqiu's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed Xin Yu 100 times in his heart. I repeatedly told her to find a more ordinary neighborhood. As a result, she directly arranged for this top-tier luxury mansion. She forced an unnatural smile. Well, it's all right. My family helped me scrape together a down payment to buy a small apartment. We did some simple renovations and moved in. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, picked up the shopping bags and got out of the car. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Shen Jiqiu stepped forward and unlocked the device with her fingerprint. The heavy solid wood door opened with a click. Lin Fan followed her inside. The next second, he froze completely. What comes into view is a living room comparable to the lobby of a 5-star hotel. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city of Shanghai shines with dazzling night views. Underfoot is a gleaming marble floor, and above is an elaborately designed crystal chandelier. All the furniture exudes an understated luxury. This is hardly a small apartment. It is clearly a large 3-bedroom apartment with an area of at least 140 square meters. Lin Fan turned his head and looked directly at Shen Jiqiu. This is what you meant by a small apartment? He then pointed around. This is what you meant by simple renovation. Shen Jiqiu's face instantly turned bright red. Awkward. She wished she could grab Xin Yu right now and beat her up, so she quickly changed the subject. I'm hungry. Let's go cook. Lin Fan responded and carried the things into the kitchen. The kitchen is very spacious. All kinds of kitchen utensils and appliances are available. They're all brand new, clearly no one has used them before. Lin Fan opened a cabinet, it was empty. I opened another one, and it was still empty. Lin Fan turned around and asked, "Don't you have any salt at home?" "Huh?" Shin Jiqiu was taken aback. "There should be some. Take a look." She remembered instructing Qinyu to prepare all the necessary daily necessities. "Where is the salt?" Lin Fan asked. Shin Jiqiu's gaze began to wander. Maybe in that cabinet?" She pointed uncertainly to the overhead cabinet. "How about that drawer?" Seeing her stammering, a strong thought arose in Lin Fan's mind. Does this house actually belong to her? How come you don't even know where you keep your own salt? Chapter 7 God-level culinary skills conquer Shin Jiqiu. Shin Jiqiu quickly explained. "I'm usually too busy with work. I almost never cook at home, I always order takeout or eat out. So I don't quite remember where the things in the kitchen are." Hearing these words, Lin Fan's doubts dissipated somewhat. The two began rummaging through the kitchen cabinets. Finally, in a corner cabinet, I found the spice box. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, 13 spice powder, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, everything is available. The packaging hasn't even been opened yet. Shin Jiqiu breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and tried to hide his guilty conscience. "See, I told you there was." Lin Fan smiled and didn't ask any further questions. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Okay, go watch TV in the living room for a while, dinner will be ready soon." Shin Jiqiu nodded and walked out of the kitchen. But she didn't go to the living room. Instead, she leaned against the kitchen doorframe, curiously watching Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan picked up a piece of pork tenderloin and placed it on the cutting board. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Knock, knock, knock. His wrist was as steady as a precision machine. The flashes of the blades created a continuous blur. In the blink of an eye, a whole piece of tenderloin was transformed into strips of meat of uniform thickness. Shin Jiqiu's eyes slowly widened. This knife skill is even better than that of a chef in a 5-star hotel. Lin Fan did not stop. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, preparing vegetables. All the movements were performed in one smooth, fluid motion. That doesn't look like cooking. It was more like a delightful art performance. Shin Jiqiu was completely stunned. She couldn't reconcile the man before her, whose knife skills were superb and who exuded confidence, with the ordinary image described in the files. Lin Fan was completely immersed in his own world at this moment. God-level culinary skills bring not only techniques, but also a state of being. The characteristics of the ingredients, the control of cooking time and temperature, the proportions of seasonings. Countless pieces of information flowed through his mind, as if it were an innate instinct. He felt himself entering a mysterious state of self-forgetfulness. Every movement was perfectly timed. Heat the pan and add oil. The moment the oil heats up, the scallions, ginger, and garlic release a strong aroma. Add the meat to the pan and quickly stir to separate the pieces. Flames rose from the bottom of the pot, enveloping the entire wok. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan sent the food in the pot flying through the air in a perfect parabola before landing steadily. Toss the wok. And it's professional level wok tossing. Shin Jiqiu's red lips parted slightly, she was utterly shocked. Soon, the first dish was ready. Stir-fried green peppers with pork. It has a bright green color and a fragrant aroma. Immediately afterwards, the second dish was eggplant with garlic sauce. The third dish is mapo tofu. The fourth dish is dry fried green beans. The fifth dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Finally, there was a pot of seaweed and egg drop soup. In less than half an hour, all 5 dishes in one soup were ready. When all the dishes were served, the rich aroma instantly filled the entire restaurant. Shin Jiqiu swallowed hard. As the president of the Shin Group, what delicacies hasn't she eaten? She was used to Michelin 3-star restaurants and being a chef for state banquets. But never before has it been like today. The aroma of the food alone was enough to whet her appetite. She even forgot to wash her hands. As if possessed, I reached out and picked up a piece of stir-fried green pepper and pork, then put it in my mouth. The moment of entering the entrance. An indescribable, wonderful flavor exploded on her taste buds. The meat is tender and the green peppers are crisp and refreshing. Salty, fragrant, savory, and spicy flavors blend together perfectly, creating distinct yet harmonious layers. Tasty. It's so delicious. Shin Jiqiu's eyes widened instantly. Your cooking is so delicious. Lin Fan took off his apron and handed her a pair of chopsticks with a smile. Eat more if you like. Shin Ji-chyo no longer cared about maintaining a CEO image. She picked up her chopsticks and began devouring the food on the table like a whirlwind. She couldn't resist every dish. She never imagined that the simplest home-cooked dishes could taste this good. A bowl of rice was quickly emptied. She served herself a second bowl. Looking at her satisfied expression, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. Shin Ji-chi's mouth was full of food, and he nodded vigorously but indistinctly. The meal was thoroughly enjoyed. The food on the table was completely devoured. Shin Ji-chyo leaned back in her chair, patting her lower abdomen with satisfaction. She felt she had never eaten such delicious food before. Lin Fan began to quietly clear the dishes. Let me do it, you've worked hard cooking, Shin Ji-chyo said, standing up. Although she had never done housework before, she was willing to learn. Lin Fan pressed down on her hand. Washing dishes is hard on your hands, let me do it, you can sit and rest. Shin Ji-chyo stared blankly at Lin Fan's busy figure in the kitchen. My parents died in a car accident when I was young. She lives with her grandmother. Grandma had to manage the huge Shin group and had no time to pay attention to her. Her childhood was spent with nannies and tutors. She had the most luxurious material life, but never experienced the warmth of a real family. At that moment, the man's broad back gave her an unprecedented sense of security. She suddenly realized that marrying him might be the best decision she had ever made in her life. When Lin Fan finished washing the dishes, he came out and saw Shin Ji-chyo sitting on the sofa in a daze. He walked over and sat down next to her. The two turned on the TV and casually watched a variety show. No one spoke, yet the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. As he watched, Shin Ji-chyo's head began to nod, like a chick pecking at rice. A strong sense of drowsiness washed over me. She yawned. Lin Fan said softly. Go take a shower and go to bed if you're tired. You have to go to work tomorrow. Shin Ji-chyo rubbed her eyes, stood up, and went into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Lin Fan sat in the living room, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the frosted glass door of the bathroom. A graceful and delicate silhouette appeared and disappeared in the misty air. The undulating curves inspired the imagination. Lin Fan felt the blood in his body begin to flow faster. A surge of heat rose from my lower abdomen and instantly spread throughout my limbs and bones. He quickly looked away, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the pounding in his heart. Just then, a slightly embarrassed voice came from the bathroom. Lin Fan. I forgot my bath towel, could you go to the bedroom and get it for me? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Okay. As you step into the master bedroom, a faint, sweet fragrance wafts towards you. It was the scent of Shin Ji-chyo. He opened the wardrobe and immediately saw the neatly folded white bath towels. The bath towel is here. Squeak. The bathroom door was pulled open a crack from the inside. Shin Ji-chyo poked her little head out. Her long, wet hair clung to her cheeks, and her delicate features appeared even more beautiful and charming under the steam. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes darted away, and she dared not meet his gaze. Lin Fan's heart started beating even faster. He handed him a bath towel. My fingertips accidentally touched her hand. Like being electrocuted. Both of them quickly withdrew their hands. The door was closed again. Lin Fan was panting heavily. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again. Shin Ji-chyo, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out from inside. Lin Fan's breath caught in his throat. Shin Ji-chyo's long, black hair was still dripping with water, the droplets sliding down her graceful swan neck and disappearing into her delicate collarbone. The heat gave her fair skin a charming pink hue. The bath towel barely covered her private parts, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. Under the light, her skin seemed to radiate a luminous glow. Lin Fan's eyes were glued to the screen. The whole world seemed to consist only of this exquisite painting before my eyes. Shin Ji-chyo felt a little shy under his gaze and asked in a low voice, Aren't you going to take a shower? Chapter 8 Husband, you're so good. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed. What does it mean to tell someone to go take a shower? Could it be? He stared straight at Shin Ji-chyo. The other person turned around shyly and went into the bedroom. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. He took a deep breath to calm his wildly beating heart. Then I walked to the door of the master bedroom. The door was ajar. He gently pushed it away. Only a dim bedside lamp was on in the room. Shinji-chio had changed into a silk nightgown and was lying on her side on the bed, with the blanket covering her chest. Under the light, her profile was soft and breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Fan stood at the door, feeling somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat, his voice very soft. Where will I sleep tonight? Although the two are legally married. They even had the most intimate contact. But that time, she was not in her right mind, and he only went along with it half-heartedly. Both of them were perfectly sober now, but Lin Fan felt a little restrained. Shinji-chio turned around upon hearing the sound. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes held a hint of shyness, and she rolled her eyes at me. You can sleep on the sofa if you want. Lin Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He chuckled and scratched his head. Sleeping on the sofa is not good for your back. As he spoke, he walked straight to the other side of the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. Shinji-chio's body tensed instantly. She subconsciously pulled the blanket up a little higher. Actually, she was more nervous than Lin Fan. I've never even held a boy's hand in my entire life, let alone had a boyfriend. That night at the bar, I was completely framed. At that moment, she could clearly feel the body temperature and breathing of the man beside her, and she felt her whole body begin to burn. The room was so quiet that you could hear each other's heartbeats. Lin Fan turned to the side, looked at Shinji-chio's stunning face, and said, "Knowing autumn. I still feel like I'm dreaming. I never imagined I would marry such a wonderful girl like you." Shinji-chio's heart felt as if it had been gently touched by something, and she said, "Actually, I'm just an ordinary person." Lin Fan smiled. "In my heart, you are the best." He slowly and deliberately approached Shinji-chio. The two were getting closer and closer. Their breaths mingled together. The air was thick with a palpable tension, reaching its peak in an instant. Lin Fan looked at her luscious red lips and could no longer restrain himself. He bent down. He gently kissed her. Shinji-chio's body stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed. She closed her eyes and responded awkwardly. Lin Fan was, after all, a man who had been married once. He guided her gently and patiently. From inexperience to ruin. The bedside lamp had been turned off some time earlier. Night was falling. The next morning, Shinji-chio slowly opened her eyes and found that no one was by the bedside. She sat up, the blanket slipping off her shoulders. It's another absolutely stunning scene. Just as she was about to get out of bed, a rich aroma of food wafted in from outside the door. It smells like millet porridge. It also had the smell of fried eggs and toast. Shinji-chio put on a bathrobe, went barefoot, and walked out of the bedroom. In the restaurant, Lin Fan was wearing an apron and bringing the last breakfast to the table. Such focus, such home life. Shinji-chio's heart was instantly filled. She stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Fan's waist from behind. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then relaxed and said with a smile, "Wife's awake? Go wash up quickly." Shinji-chio remained silent. She tiptoed, leaned close to Lin Fan's cheek, and planted a tender kiss on it. "Honey, you're so good to me." After last night, the two of them were noticeably closer. Lin Fan turned around and pinched her nose. "You're my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Go wash up quickly." Shinji-chio nodded vigorously, then turned and ran into the restroom. At the dining table, a refined Western-style breakfast paired with warm and comforting Chinese millet porridge. It blends Chinese and Western elements, yet it is remarkably harmonious. Shinji-chio ate to her heart's content. "After you finish eating, I'll take you to work," Lin Fan said. Shinji-chio paused for a moment. She works at the headquarters building of the Shin Group. She hadn't figured out how to tell Lin Fan her true identity yet. If he finds out, will he feel pressured? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She immediately shook her head. "No need, I can just take a taxi myself, it's very convenient." Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. "All right then, be careful on the road." After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan drove away from Hanhai Tianchi. Not long after he left, a red Bentley slowly pulled up at the entrance of the residential complex. Xinyu rolled down the car window and saw Shin Jiqiu standing by the roadside. Her eyes lit up instantly. Mr. Shin is acting differently today than usual. Her complexion was rosy, and her eyes and brows were filled with a captivating springtime charm. She looked radiant. Could this be the effect of being nourished by love? Good morning, Mr. Shin, Xinyu greeted him with a smile. Shin Jiqiu opened the car door and got in. Morning. As Xinyu drove, she glanced at her in the rearview mirror and asked curiously. Mr. Shin, you look radiant today. Is there some good news? Shin Jiqiu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave her a reproachful look. Drive your car carefully. Xinyu stuck out her tongue, not daring to ask any more questions. But she knew exactly what was going on. Who else but that man named Lin Fan could melt a 10,000-year-old iceberg? Shin's group. The CEO's office. Shin Jiqi sat behind his desk, holding a financial statement in his hand. But her mind was not on it at all. Data symbols floated past my eyes, but I couldn't get them into my brain. Her mind was uncontrollably filled with the passionate memories of the previous night. Lin Fan's breathing, his body temperature, every word he spoke. They all played on repeat, like scenes from a movie. Shin Jiqiu's face unconsciously turned red again. She tossed the report aside, picked up her coffee, and took a sip. No. I am completely unable to concentrate. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 11:30. It's almost lunchtime. She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Fan's number. The call was answered quickly. Hey, Jiqiu? Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Shin Jiqiu's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. Honey, have you eaten? Not yet, I'm about to order takeout. Let's not order takeout, Shin Jiqiu blurted out. Let's eat together. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Okay, where should we eat? Shin Jiqiu thought for a moment. Are there any good restaurants near your company? I'll come over and find you. Half an hour later. Yunshuwei Pavilion Restaurant. This is an elegant Chinese restaurant, only a few hundred meters away from Lin Fan's company. Lin Fan arrived ahead of schedule. He stood at the door waiting for Shin Jiqiu. Sudden. Two people walked towards us. It was her ex-wife Lu Ruoyan and her former sister-in-law Lu Huiyun. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold, and he wondered to himself, why did these two come here? She didn't want to get entangled with the two of them. He turned and left. Lu Ruoyan spotted Lin Fan immediately and chased after him, saying, Lin Fan, you stop right there. Chapter 9, Putting aside the facts, are you without fault? The Lu sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Huiyun, came specifically to find Lin Fan. The purpose, of course, was to ensure that Lin Fan could afford a G-class worth over 3 million yuan. They planned to have a meal first, and then go to Lin Fan's company to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, I ran into Lin Fan at the restaurant entrance. Lin Fan, you've really gotten some skills. You bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million yuan. Tell me honestly, where did you get the money? Lu Ruoyan asked confidently. Lin Fan was speechless and said coldly. What, do I have to report to you about spending money? Who are you? Lu Huiyun immediately chimed in. Lin Fan, you'd better tell me honestly how much secret money you hid from my sister when you were with her? Lin Fan scoffed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Hiding money in secret? Lu Ruoyan, ask yourself honestly. In all the years we've been married, which month haven't I handed over my entire salary? Lu Ruoyan choked for a moment, and her face turned somewhat pale. What Lin Fan said is true. But she didn't care about any of that and questioned. Stop talking nonsense. If you weren't hiding money, where did the Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million come from? I'm warning you, this behavior of yours is deliberately concealing marital assets. If you know what's good for you, you'll honestly give me half, otherwise I'll sue you. Half? Lin Fan was so angry he laughed. Back then, Lu Ruoyan deceived me, taking away my car, house, and savings, and then she went to find her white moonlight. How dare he now demand half of the property? Where does she get the nerve? Lin Fan said coldly. I'm so lucky, I just got divorced from you and I won the lottery right after I left home, is that not allowed? Lu Huiyun screamed. Win the lottery? You're kidding me. What a coincidence. Lu Ruoyan stared intently at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with malice. Okay, you say you won the lottery, where's the proof? Show us your winning lottery ticket and your prize redemption record. If you can't produce it, then you're concealing marital property. Lin Fan had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as this. He stood with his hands in his pockets, watching them with an air of nonchalance. Sue me? Go ahead, I'll be waiting. His tone was full of contempt and disdain. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to lash out, Lu Huiyun, who was standing next to her, suddenly gave her a wink. The next second, Lu Huiyun's expression changed completely. A fawning smile spread across her face, her tone became sweet and coquettish, and she reached out to pull Lin Fan's arm. Oh dear, brother-in-law. We're just curious. You said you won the lottery, so how much money did you win? Tell me. This clumsy acting only deepened Lin Fan's disgust. He said coldly, what business is it of yours how many big prizes I win? Just then, the long-lost system notification sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! System notification. In front of his ex-wife Lu Ruyan, he flaunted his affection for his current wife Shinjichi and verbally humiliated her, delivering a textbook-level slap in the face. Mission reward, 1 power pill. Permanently enhances physical fitness, strength, speed, and endurance upon consumption. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. This reward is interesting. It seems I have to slap myself in the face today. Lu Ruyan said. Lin Fan, don't think you can get away with this. You're not going anywhere until we get the money sorted out today. Lin Fan raised his wrist, glanced at his watch, and became somewhat impatient. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, if my wife sees this later, it won't look good. Wife? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan instantly bristled and roared. Lin Fan, have you no shame? We've only been divorced for a few days? And you're already seeing another woman? How could you do this to me? You still call her wife? Aren't you disgusting? Lu Ruyan thought it was impossible for Lin Fan to marry another woman so quickly. Her ability to distort the truth was simply astounding to Lin Fan. He immediately retorted coldly. Lu Ruyan, have you forgotten? Who told me to my face that the person they love is Zhao Ming? What right do you have to tell me what to do? If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to refute it, but Lu Ruyan was no ordinary person. She shouted. So what if I like Zhao Ming? Putting aside the facts, aren't you also right? If you were as rich as Zhao Ming, why would I possibly like her? Lu Huiyun chimed in, my sister is right. You're incompetent, yet you blame my sister for pursuing happiness. What a pathetic man. Damn it. The two sisters' words once again shattered Lin Fan's worldview. Just then, a taxi came to a smooth stop on the side of the road. The car door opened. A beautiful figure stepped out of the car. It was Shinjichi. She was dressed in a well-fitting Chanel business suit, exuding a cool and aloof air, and possessed stunning beauty. The moment she stepped out of the car, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Husband. Shinjichi greeted Lin Fan immediately upon seeing him. The sound was crisp and pleasant. The coldness on Lin Fan's face melted instantly, replaced by tenderness. He smiled at Shinjichi, then turned to look at the dumbfounded Lu Ruyan and her sister, and said, my wife is here. You can get out now. Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun's gazes were fixed on Shinjichi. Shocked, bewildered. This woman is so beautiful. Whether it's looks, figure, or temperament, they completely outshine them. Lu Ruyan always thought highly of herself, believing that Lin Fan was incredibly lucky to marry her, and that he would never find anyone better than her after leaving her. But the woman in front of her made her feel a sense of unprecedented frustration. How come this good-for-nothing can find such a beautiful woman right after leaving me? This must be fake. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan realized what was happening. She looked at Lin Fan with disdain and said, I really didn't expect that you would spend money to find a woman just to save face in front of me. You're crazy. Lin Fan ignored her and went straight over to grab Shinjichi's hand, heading towards the restaurant. Lu Ruyan still wouldn't give up, rushed over, and threatened Shinjichi. Little vixen, how much did Lin Fan pay you to act in this? I'm warning you, seducing someone else's husband will come at a price. Lu Huiyun followed closely behind, shouting and cursing. That's right. You shameless mistress. Lin Fan's face darkened, and he immediately stepped forward to protect Shinjichi behind him. Shinjichi remained calm. She made Qinyu investigate Lin Fan's past thoroughly. This naturally includes Lin Fan's eccentric ex-wife and sister-in-law. Shin Jiqiu said coldly. First of all, Lin Fan is no longer your husband. Secondly, Lin Fan is now my legal husband. Please don't cause trouble, or I can call the police at any time. What? Lu Huiyun and Lu Ruyan were both taken aback. This woman actually claimed that Lin Fan was her legal husband. Did these two really get married? How is that possible? Lu Huiyun shouted, her neck stiff. Even if you get divorced, it won't work. I'm warning you, stay away from Lin Fan, or I won't be polite to you. Lu Ruyan said, you damned woman, tell me honestly, are you after Lin Fan's money? I'm warning you, half of his money is mine, and you can forget about getting a single cent. Lin Fan couldn't listen anymore. He reached out and pulled Shin Jiqiu into his arms, saying in a provocative tone. Lu Ruyan, listen carefully. Jixia is my wife, and we have already registered our marriage. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament. In what way do you compare to my wife? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. If you have even a little self-awareness, then don't bother us again. These words were piercing to the heart. Lu Ruyan was so angry she wanted to kill someone. Lin Fan didn't even bother to look at her anymore. He embraced Shin Jiqiu and said gently, let's go inside, don't let these two lunatics ruin our appetite. Shin Jiqiu gave a soft and let him lead her into the Yunshui pavilion. Lu Ruyan was not about to let them get away so easily and immediately gave chase. Lu Huiyun suddenly grabbed her sister and whispered, Sis, don't you think that woman next to Lin Fan looks a little familiar? Lu Ruyan was still angry and snapped. What's so familiar about her? She's just a vixen. No, Lu Huiyun tried hard to recall, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. On TV? Or in a financial magazine? Reminded by her, Lu Ruyan calmed down a bit and realized that she did seem to have seen it somewhere before. Chapter 10, Leaving Get Off Work at 5:30? Who gave you the courage? Inside Yunshui Pavilion. Lin Fan and Shin Jiqiu found seats and sat down. Sorry, I didn't expect to run into them here. Lin Fan apologized for what had just happened. Shin Jiqiu smiled. It's okay. She is your past. And I am your present and future. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt as if his heart had been struck hard. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded in my mind again. Ding! You have been awarded 1 power pill. Please use it promptly. Lin Fan felt as if something had appeared out of nowhere in his right trouser pocket. He reached into his pocket, his fingertips touching a hard, round object. Is this the power pill? Permanently enhance physical fitness. Lin Fan really wanted to take it out and study it right now, but considering that Shin Jiqiu was nearby, he could only hold back for the time being. Lunch was served quickly. The two began their meal, but Shin Jiqiu complained after only 2 bites, my husband's cooking is still the best. I have no appetite for food from outside. Lin Fan smiled and said, then I'll buy a lunchbox later and cook some food for you to take to the company tomorrow morning. Shin Jiqiu nodded, husband, you're so good to me. After finishing her meal and putting down her chopsticks, Shin Jiqiu asked, honey, what time do you get off work? I'm already starting to miss your cooking. I'll go grocery shopping after get off work at 5:30, and then I'll cook for you when I get home. What do you want to eat? Lin Fan asked. Shin Jiqiu smiled and named a few dishes. Lin Fan remembered them all. Time flies, and it was 5:30 in the afternoon in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan shut down his computer and prepared to leave work. The entire department is still working diligently. Everyone was working like a wound-up toy for that 200 million project. Lin Fan had only taken a few steps. Zhang Yi stood up from her workstation, walked up to Lin Fan, put her hands on her hips, and questioned him. It's only a few o'clock, and you're already leaving? With such a tight schedule, how can you, as the person in charge, have no sense of responsibility at all? The surrounding colleagues all looked up and their eyes converged on him. Back in the day, Lin Fan was the most hardworking and conscientious person in the office. Let alone leaving get off work on time, he wouldn't dare utter a single complaint even if asked to work overtime until late at night for free. Lin Fan left so early today, that's definitely different. Lin Fan gave Zhang Yi a cold look and said, it's 5:30, time to leave work. Is there a problem with me going home? Zhang Yi was so angry at his matter-of-fact attitude that she laughed. A problem? A huge problem. Everyone is working overtime, and you've just become the acting supervisor. How can you be the first to slip away? What kind of work attitude is this? A cold smile curved at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. He took a step forward, getting closer to Zhang Yi. The company doesn't pay overtime, so why should I work overtime? Besides, who do you think you are? I leave work on time, what's it to you? Hiss. The office was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. Is this still the same timid and submissive Lin Fan from before? He can be so ruthless when he criticizes people. The other party is the manager's brother-in-law. Zhang Yi's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He was used to being arrogant at the company because his brother-in-law was a manager. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan dared to talk back to his face. Unable to win an argument with Lin Fan, Zhang Yi could only utter a few harsh words. You just wait. I'll go find Manager Wang right now. Lin Fan scoffed, feeling it was a waste of time to even glance at him. Casual. He uttered those two words, turned around, and left with a flourish. Manager's office. Zhang Yi pushed open the door and rushed to Wang Hao's desk. Brother-in-law. That Lin Fan is absolutely lawless. He embellished the story and recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Wang Hao frowned deeply. Lin Fan's change was indeed beyond his expectations. How did that spineless coward who used to be bossed around suddenly grow fangs? He pondered for a moment, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. This guy must think the project can't do without him, that's why he dares to be so arrogant. He patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't rush. Let him be smug for a couple of days. Once he finishes the project, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. At that time, the project will be ours, and the credit will also be ours. And he can only get lost. Let's see if he's still so arrogant then. Zhang Yi finally felt relieved and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Brother-in-law, you're so clever. Lin Fan drove to the supermarket near his home. Select ingredients according to the menu ordered by Shinji Qiu. Carrying 2 bags full of spoils, I returned to Hanhai Tianqi. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the residential area, I saw a familiar figure. Shinji Qiu was looking down at her phone. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed her in a gentle golden glow. She seemed to sense something and looked up. The moment she saw Lin Fan, a captivating smile bloomed on her usually cool face. She quickly came to meet her. She naturally reached out and took Lin Fan's arm. Honey, you're home from get off work. Lin Fan looked at her and said softly. Look at the groceries I bought for you. The two walked into the residential area together, attracting the envy and jealousy of countless people along the way. Back home. Go to the living room and rest, watch some TV. Dinner will be ready soon, Lin Fan said, carrying the groceries into the kitchen. Shinji Qiu nodded obediently. She sat on the sofa, but her gaze drifted involuntarily towards the kitchen. Watching that figure wearing an apron, busy at the stove, she felt a peace she had never known before. I increasingly feel that being with Lin Fan really makes me feel at home. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were served, and the aroma filled the whole house. The sweet and sour pork tenderloin has an enticing color. Steamed sea bass is incredibly tender. There were also 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables and a pot of mushroom soup. The two sat facing each other, with warm light shining on the dining table. Shinji Qiu picked up a piece of pork tenderloin and put it in his mouth. The sweet and sour flavors burst on the taste buds, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, cooked to perfection. She nodded repeatedly in praise. It's delicious. My husband's cooking is even better than that of a chef at a 5-star hotel. I love my husband so much. Lin Fan smiled and served her a bowl of soup. Eat more if you like. Husband. I want to eat your cooking for the rest of my life. Lin Fan's heart was touched once again. He put down his chopsticks, reached out, and covered Shinji Qiu's hand on the table. Looking into her eyes, he said, word by word. Okay. I'll cook for you for the rest of my life. My husband is so good. Who would have thought that the icy female CEO of the Shin Group would also have such a girlish side? If the senior executives of the Shin Group saw this scene, they would probably be completely astonished. Dinner is over. Lin Fan took the initiative to clear the dishes and headed to the kitchen. Shinji Qiu wanted to help, but he was laughed at and pressed down into a chair. You rest, I'll take care of it. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, Shen Jiqiu's eyes were filled with tenderness. Chapter 11 Power Pill, Cow. In the kitchen, Lin Fan skillfully washed the dishes, a genuine smile on his face. This feeling was something I had never experienced when I was with Lu Ruyan. That wasn't just getting by, it was pure torture. And now, he feels happy every single moment. Sometimes men are actually quite simple. If you treat them a little better, they'll give you their life. In reality, many women read too much toxic motivational quotes and feel they need to be superior to men in the family, so they don't even want to give them a kind look. Over time, men either become numb or shift their focus away from the relationship. Go fishing, or have a few cigarettes downstairs after get off work. Shen Jiqiu was also busy. She got up to wash the fruit. I packed some grapes, strawberries, and cantaloupe. Lin Fan finished washing the last dish and dried his hands. Turning around, I saw Shen Jiqiu holding a strawberry. Honey, open your mouth. Lin Fan obediently opened his mouth. Shen Jiqiu fed him a strawberry. The sweet and sour juice bursts in your mouth. Is it sweet? She asked with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Sweet. Lin Fan nodded. My wife fed me, so it has to be sweet. A blush rose on Shen Jiqiu's cheeks, and she picked up a piece of cantaloupe and offered it to his lips. The two were like lovers in the throes of passion, sharing simple sweetness. At first, Shen Jiqiu only fed him by hand. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea and fed Lin Fan a grape with her mouth. Lin Fan was incredibly excited. He had never received such treatment before. After feeding her a grape, Shen Jiqiu asked in a charming voice, "How does it feel?" My wife's grapes are really delicious. Lin Fan said earnestly. You're so mean. Shen Jiqiu rolled her eyes. I've definitely married the right person. Even eating fruit can bring me happiness. Soon, the two went from eating fruit to passionately kissing. Shen Jiqiu's breath quickened from the kiss, and her body went limp. She pushed Lin Fan away and said in a seductive voice, I'm going to take a shower first. Yeah, wife, get all clean. Lin Fan teased. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The voice seemed to possess a magical power, penetrating Lin Fan's ears and igniting a burning passion within him. The beautiful scenes from last night kept replaying in my mind. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, he thought of the power pills that the system had rewarded him with. Lin Fan immediately reached into his pocket. My fingertips touched that hard sphere. He quickly took the item out. It was a pill, about the size of a longan, sealed in white wax. He pinched open a corner of the wax seal. A faint, indescribable medicinal fragrance wafted into my nostrils, instantly invigorating me. I wonder if this thing has any other amazing effects? Lin Fan looked at the hazy, graceful figure reflected on the frosted glass door of the bathroom. Without further hesitation, he popped the entire pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted instantly in the mouth, turning into a warm current that slid down the throat and into the stomach. The next second, the warm current suddenly exploded, instantly surging into every part of the body. Every cell, every inch of bone, seemed to be soaked in warm water, stretching out. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout my body. Lin Fan could even feel that his muscles were undergoing some subtle yet powerful changes. He clenched his fist and felt his whole body fill with power. In the past, after a day's work, I would feel sore back and aching waist when I got home. After taking this powerful pill, all discomfort disappeared. Just then, the bathroom door opened. Shen Jiqiu came out wrapped in a bath towel, her snow-white skin still covered with water droplets. In the misty air, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were unfocused. She winked at Lin Fan and said, Honey, I'll be waiting for you. These words made Lin Fan feel like his blood was boiling. He rushed to the bathroom. Lin Fan stood under the showerhead, letting the warm water wash over his body. He glanced at the mirror on the wall unintentionally. The sight in the mirror startled him slightly. My figure seems to have gotten better? He leaned closer to the mirror and looked at himself carefully. The abdominal muscles, which were originally only somewhat defined, now have incredibly clear and deep lines. Each piece is sharply defined and exudes a sense of power. His chest muscles are also fuller, and the muscle lines in his arms are smooth and firm. He looks much more fit and muscular than before. The effects of this miracle drug are so immediate? Lin Fan was overjoyed. He quickly finished showering, wrapped a towel around his neck, and strode out of the bathroom. Only a dim bedside lamp was on in the bedroom. The lighting was ambiguous. Shinjichio was lying on her side on the bed, propping her head up with one hand, her long black hair cascading down onto the pillow like a waterfall. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. Their gazes fell on Lin Fan and froze instantly. A hint of obvious surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Honey, your figure." She couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. Lin Fan walked to the bedside, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "What? Are you captivated by your husband's charm?" He deliberately puffed out his chest, showing off his perfect muscle definition. Shinjichio's face turned even redder. She sat up and poked Lin Fan's abs with her slender fingers. The hard texture made her fingertips tremble slightly. It wasn't this obvious last night, was it?" Lin Fan chuckled mischievously. "Didn't you exercise last night? Your muscles are naturally more defined. Maybe if you exercise again today, your muscles will be even more defined tomorrow." Shinjichio rolled her eyes at her. "Bad husband, I'm ignoring you." As the saying goes, women don't love men who aren't a little bad, so Lin Fan kissed him directly. Shinjichio began to respond. That night, Lin Fan experienced the benefits of the power pill. "If I had to describe it in one word, it would be doing whatever I want." The next morning, Shinjichio slowly opened her eyes. She felt weak all over, as if her bones were falling apart. Last night, Lin Fan seemed like a tireless machine. Just thinking about it made her blush. She turned her head, and the seat next to her was already empty. However, an enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Shinjichio put on a bathrobe and got out of bed. She followed the scent to the kitchen doorway. Lin Fan was seen wearing an apron and busy at the stove. Several exquisite Chinese breakfast dishes were already laid out on the stove. Millet porridge, steamed buns, and a few refreshing side dishes. Lin Fan was putting something into an elegant insulated lunchbox. These are several home-style dishes that are delicious and visually appealing. Shinjichio's heart was instantly filled with a huge warm current. She quietly stepped forward, stretched out her arms from behind, and hugged Lin Fan tightly around the waist. Her cheek pressed against his broad, warm back. "Honey, it's so nice of you to get up so early to cook for me." Lin Fan paused. He turned off the stove, turned around, and pulled her into his arms. Looking down at her sleepy face, his eyes were full of doting affection. "Silly girl, you're my wife, of course I'm going to treat you well." He reached out and gently stroked her nose. "And I want to be good to you for the rest of my life." Chapter 12. The female CEO actually smiled at the meeting? "Go wash up and then have breakfast," Lin Fan said gently. Shinjichio nodded obediently, then tiptoed and quickly pecked Lin Fan on the cheek. Then he turned and headed to the restroom. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then packed the last dish into the lunchbox and closed the lid. Breakfast was quickly served. The two sat facing each other, sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the dining table, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan changed his clothes and prepared to go out. He picked up the keys to the G63 and said to Shinjichi, "Honey, I'll take you to the company first, and then I'll go to work." Shinjichio shook his head. "No need, honey, you go ahead. It's easy for me to get a taxi." "Oh well." Lin Fan didn't think much of it. He assumed it was his wife being considerate and not wanting him to take a detour. He walked to the entrance and changed his shoes. Shinjichio followed over and helped him straighten the collar of his shirt. "Drive carefully on the road." "No." Lin Fan lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll cook when I get back. I like everything you make." Shinjichio's answer warmed Lin Fan's heart. He opened the door and went out. Not long after, a red Bentley was parked in front of the villa. Chinyu got out of the driver's seat, walked quickly to the door, and rang the doorbell. The door opened. Chinyu was stunned when she saw Shinjichio. Mr. Shin was actually carrying a thermal lunchbox in his hand? My goodness, Mr. Shin actually brought his own lunch? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe me? Chinyu subconsciously took the lunchbox. "Mr. Shin, this is. My husband made this bento box with love," Shinjichio said casually. Chinyu couldn't understand what kind of magic that man named Lin Fan possessed. It's incredible that this iceberg could be melted so completely. She didn't dare ask any more questions and respectfully opened the car door. "Mr. Shin, please." Shin's group, top floor conference room. More than a dozen senior executives of the group sat on either side of the long conference table. Everyone sat upright, their expressions focused. The chief financial officer is reporting on the financial data for the previous quarter, with charts and numbers constantly changing on the PowerPoint presentation. In summary, the group's total revenue increased by 15.3% year-on-year in the last quarter, and net profit. Shinjichio sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed on the projection screen. But my thoughts had already drifted far away. The images from last night kept replaying in her mind. Lin Fan's powerful body, his tireless demands, and his tenderness that made her fall for him. Scene after scene, frame after frame. As she thought about it, her cheeks began to burn. She couldn't help herself. He burst out laughing. Moment. The entire conference room fell completely silent. The CFO's voice abruptly stopped during the report. All the senior executives turned to look at the head of the table in a flash. Shock and disbelief were written on everyone's face. Mr. Shin smiled? And at such a serious financial meeting? Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Shinjichio finally realized what was happening. She immediately suppressed her smile, her beautiful face regaining its usual cool and aloof expression. She cleared her throat. Continue. The CFO quickly continued his report. But everyone's mind was clearly no longer on the data. Everyone was exchanging glances frantically. What happened? Did President Shin just laugh? Am I seeing things? The icy female CEO smiled? What was she thinking about just now? Why is she so happy? The meeting ended in an eerie atmosphere. As soon as the executives left the conference room, they immediately gathered in twos and threes, discussing the matter animatedly. What's wrong with President Shin today? This is so unusual. I've been with President Shin for 5 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen her smile at a meeting. Women only react this way under one condition. I'm in love. My God. Really? Who can win over our CEO Shin, this eternal iceberg? Whoever it is, they are all gods. No wonder President Shin's aura hasn't been so cold lately. It turns out he's been nourished by love. Brothers, let's pray. Let's pray that Ms. Shin's boyfriend lives to be 100 years old. That's right, that's right. As long as President Shin is in a good mood, our good days are coming. The news that the icy female president of the Shin Group had fallen in love spread quickly among the senior management. Noon. The CEO's office. After finishing processing a document, Shinjichio felt a slight hunger pang in her stomach. She pressed the internal phone. Assistant Shin, come in for a moment. Soon, Shin-yu pushed open the door and entered. President Shin. Shinjichio pointed to the insulated lunchbox on the coffee table. Go heat it up for me. Yes, Mr. Shin. Shin-yu picked up the lunchbox and turned to walk towards the tea room. She knew that President Shin had a discerning palate, and this was the first time she had ever seen him eat a bento box. I couldn't help but feel curious. Is Lin Fan's cooking really that delicious? Could it really make President Shin give up a Michelin-starred restaurant and choose to bring his own lunch? Upon arriving at the tea room, Shin-yu opened her lunchbox. A rich aroma of food wafted over instantly. The lunchbox has 3 layers. The top layer is sweet and sour pork and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, the middle layer is rice, and the bottom layer is mushroom soup. The dishes were perfectly matched, with red, yellow, and green colors that looked incredibly appetizing. Shin-yu's throat bobbed involuntarily. As if possessed, she quickly picked up a small piece of sweet and sour pork with her fingers and stuffed it into her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. The sweet and sour sauce coats the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside pork tenderloin. The flavor exploded on the tip of the tongue. Tasty. It's so delicious. The taste was better than anything she had ever eaten at a 5-star hotel, prepared by a chef. Shin-yu was completely shocked. She put the food in the microwave, still savoring the taste in her mind. A few minutes later, she carried the reheated food back to her office. Mr. Shin, your lunch is ready. Shinjichio put down his pen and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. She opened her lunchbox, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat gracefully. Shin-yu stood aside and did not leave. Seeing the satisfied expression on President Shin's face, she finally couldn't resist. Mr. Shin, this dish smells so good. In the past, Shin Jiqiu would never have talked to his subordinates about anything outside of work. But today, hearing Qingyu praise Lin Fan's cooking skills, she felt an indescribable sense of pride and joy. She raised her head and looked at Qingyu, her clear, cold eyes seeming to sparkle with stars. Really? I think so too. Every dish Lin Fan makes is delicious. When Lin Fan was mentioned, Shin Jiqiu seemed to have a lot to say. She is no longer the aloof and icy CEO. Instead, she is a little woman immersed in happiness, willing to share her lover with others. Qingyu stared blankly. She had never seen President Shin like this before. Gentle, vibrant, radiating a glow called happiness. 5:30 p.m. Lin Fan turned off the computer screen. He stretched and stood up to leave work. The entire project team was still a busy scene of typing away at their keyboards. Just as he reached the door, a figure blocked his way. It's manager Wang Hao. Wang Hao's expression was not good. Lin Fan, the Shin Group is pressing hard for this order. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously. As the project manager, you need to pay close attention. Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly. Don't worry, Manager Wang, I won't let it interfere with my work. Wang Hao frowned even more, feeling that Lin Fan was giving him no face at all. He lowered his voice and said earnestly. I know you are capable, but attitude is also very important. Everyone is working overtime, and it's not good for you to leave so early. Young people should think more about the future and not be too concerned about temporary gains and losses. Wang Hao was still rambling on, making empty promises. Lin Fan's patience had completely run out. He just wanted to hurry up and buy groceries to make dinner for Shin Jiqiu, so he immediately interrupted her. Manager Wang. If you are not confident in my work efficiency and project progress, you can hand over the project manager position to someone else. For example, your brother-in-law, Zhang Yi. After saying that, Lin Fan stopped looking at Wang Hao's face, which had turned ashen in an instant. He then sidestepped him and strode out. The entire office was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Fan's confrontation with the manager. Wang Hao stood there, trembling with anger. Zhang Yi's colleagues, including Zhang Yi, were all stunned on the spot. Has Lin Fan taken the wrong medicine? How dare you speak to Manager Wang like that? What surprised everyone even more was that Manager Wang didn't utter a single word. Isn't that strange? Chapter 13, Bringing a Lawyer to Block the Door, Giving Away 6.66 million for free. Lin Fan had just stepped out of the office building. 3 figures blocked his path. It was Lu Ruyan and her younger sister, Lu Huiyun. Behind them stood a strange woman. The woman was in her 30s, dressed in a well-tailored business suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His eyes were sharp, revealing a shrewdness and calculation. What is it? Lin Fan asked coldly. Seeing his calm demeanor, Lu Ruyan felt displeased. She raised her chin and introduced. This is Attorney Feng. They specialize in handling marital property disputes and are very well known in Yunhai City. So? Lin Fan asked calmly. Attorney Feng pushed up his glasses and said coldly. Mr. Lin, we have reason to suspect that you concealed a huge amount of marital property during your marriage with Ms. Lu Ruyan. According to the marriage law, if one party conceals, transfers, sells, or damages jointly owned marital property during a divorce, if a party fabricates debts in an attempt to seize the other party's property, that party may receive a smaller share or no share at all when dividing marital property. If Mr. Lin is now willing to confess and divide the concealed assets, we can consider not prosecuting him. Otherwise, once we have the evidence, you will not only have to return all your property, but you may also face legal sanctions. Attorney Feng's voice was calm and composed, and his points were clear and logical. Ordinary people would probably be terrified and at a loss in the face of such professional legal terminology and serious warnings. A smug smile had already appeared on Lu Ruyan's and Lu Huiyun's faces. However, Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He even found it somewhat amusing. Ding, host is being provoked. Task issued, retaliate against Attorney Feng. Reward, random red envelope, directly deposited into host's Alipay account. Lin Fan was already planning to criticize this lawyer, and now he even got a reward. It couldn't be more satisfying. He smiled faintly, looked at Attorney Feng, and asked, where's the evidence? Attorney Feng was taken aback. The smiles of Lu Ruyan and her sister froze on their faces. What evidence? Attorney Feng asked instinctively. Miss Lawyer, are you new to this job? Don't you even know such a simple legal principle as whoever asserts must prove? If you have evidence, produce it now. If not. Lin Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. Then get lost. Don't waste my time here. You. Attorney Feng's face instantly turned bright red. In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had encountered such an arrogant person. The key issue is that she currently has no substantial evidence. Everything was just Lu Ruyan's speculation. Lu Ruyan became anxious when she saw that even the lawyer was being rebuffed. Lin Fan. Don't be so arrogant. How do you explain that Mercedes G63 worth millions? Where did you get the money to buy it? These are all evidence you must be hiding money on the side. Lin Fan looked at her as if she were an idiot. If you don't understand what evidence is, ask the lawyer next to you. Don't waste my time. Arrogant. That's incredibly arrogant. Lu Ruyan was furious. Just then, Lin Fan heard a sound from his phone. Alipay account received 6.66 million yuan. Hiss. Lu Ruyan and the other two were stunned on the spot. Lin Fan, you actually received 6.66 million? Lu Ruyan questioned. Idiot, is it any wonder you're surprised by such a small amount of money? Lin Fan said, pushing Lu Ruyan aside and striding away. Just fill the bar with pretentiousness. Lu Ruyan realized what was happening and stomped her feet in anger. Lu Huiyun quickly comforted her. Sis, don't be angry. I bet Lin Fan just set a ringtone to show off in front of us. It's not that easy for him to earn 6.66 million. Lu Ruyan thought about it and realized it made some sense. She turned to Attorney Feng. Attorney Feng, what do we do now? Attorney Feng took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Ms. Lu, don't worry. I will apply to the court for a property investigation order to investigate all of Lin Fan's bank statements, securities accounts, and real estate information. If he really is hiding his assets, we will definitely be able to find out. However, applying for an investigation order and the subsequent evidence collection work will require a fee. Money is not a problem. Without even thinking, Lu Ruyan said directly. It's worth any amount of money as long as we can dig out all the money he's hidden. Han Hai Tianxi. Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu sat facing each other, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. As long as he returns to this home and sees Shen Jiqiu, all his troubles will disappear. Not to mention that he got another 6.66 million for free today. After dinner, Lin Fan cleared away the dishes. Shen Jiqiu's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Qinyu. It must be urgent for Qinyu to call so late. Shen Jiqiu sat up straight and answered the phone. Hello. Mr. Shen. Something terrible has happened. The company website has been hacked. It is now completely paralyzed. Shen Jiqiu's expression changed instantly. What? She suddenly stood up from the sofa. What's going on? Where are the people from the technical department? The technical department is working hard to repair the damage, but the attack was too intense, and our firewall simply couldn't handle it. The official website is now inaccessible, and many online services have been forced to a standstill. As a large multinational corporation, Shen's Group's official website is not only the face of the company, but also carries many important online businesses and data interactions. A website outage means huge economic losses and reputational damage every minute and every second. I understand. Tell them to handle it as soon as possible. Shen Jiqiu hung up the phone, his expression extremely grave. She walked quickly to the study and took out her laptop. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong and followed over to ask. Honey, what happened? There's a problem with the company website, Shen Jiqiu said as she quickly turned on her computer. Sure enough, the official website only displayed an error code, 404 not found. Lin Fan looked at her furrowed brows and said. How about I give it a try? Shen Jiqiu raised her head and looked at Lin Fan, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You? Yes, I know a little bit, Lin Fan said calmly. Shen Jiqiu hesitated. This is no ordinary website malfunction, it's a malicious attack by top-tier hackers. Even the company's entire technical department is at a loss. Can Lin Fan do it? But given the current situation, there is no better solution. She had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Good. Shen Jiqiu pushed the laptop in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat down. In that instant, his entire demeanor seemed to change. He is no longer that gentle, domestic man. He is not a king, but a king about to step onto the battlefield. His gaze became focused and sharp, as if he could see through the screen and see the enemy on the other side of the online world. The next second, his fingers moved. 10 fingers flew across the keyboard, so fast they almost left after images. On the screen, a black code window opened instantly. Countless lines of code scrolled by like a waterfall. The green characters leap against the black background, exuding mystery and power. Shinji Cho stood aside, completely stunned. Although she doesn't have a technical background, she knows that this kind of control over code is definitely not something that can be achieved with just a little bit of knowledge. That's absolutely incredible. Lin Fan's expression remained calm throughout. His brain was working at high speed. The attacker's attack path, code vulnerabilities, IP addresses. No information could be hidden from his eyes. He was like a master swordsman, using only 3 moves. The first move is to cut off the fuel supply from under the cauldron. They accurately located the backdoor program implanted by the other party, reverse-engineered a piece of code, and instantly seized control. The second tactic is to follow the clues. By using a backdoor, they directly compromise the other party's server and obtain all of the attacker's information. The third move, a net that can trap you from heaven to earth. An unbreakable data trap was set up to lock the target's IP address and simultaneously send it to the cybersecurity department. After doing all this, Lin Fan's finger lightly tapped the enter key. The whole process was smooth and seamless. It took less than 3 minutes. The rapidly scrolling code on the screen suddenly stopped. Lin Fan moved the mouse and refreshed the browser page. The next second, the homepage of Shin's Group's official website is clearly displayed on the screen. Everything is back to normal. Shinji Cho stood there, completely petrified. Her mouth was agape, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, the hacker attack that had the entire group's technical department in a complete mess was resolved? How is that possible? This is beyond her comprehension. How many secrets is this man hiding that she doesn't know about? Just as she was utterly shocked, Lin Fan pointed to the company logo on the screen and casually asked, "Shin Group? Honey, do you work at this company?" Shinji Cho's heart skipped a beat, and her thoughts were instantly pulled back. She then realized that she had almost exposed her identity. She composed herself and answered, forcing herself to remain calm. Yes. I work there, as a junior employee." Oh. Lin Fan didn't think much of it. In his view, the Shin Group has tens of thousands of employees, so it is normal for Shinji Cho to work there. Looking at the website that had returned to normal, he said again. The attackers this time were fairly skilled, but your company's network security architecture is too outdated and full of vulnerabilities. But don't worry. Our company, Fenghuo Technology, recently received an order from the Shin Group to build a brand new security system for them. This project is one that I'm in charge of. Once my architecture goes live, this situation will no longer occur. Lin Fan spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. But his words reached Shinji Cho's ears. But it was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. My husband is so amazing, he even got involved in a 200 million yuan project? Chapter 14. Investigate my husband thoroughly. The next day, Shin Yu drove her Bentley to pick up Shinji Cho. "Mr. Shin, how exactly was the company's official website restored last night?" As the president's special assistant, she was well aware of the seriousness of this attack. If it hadn't recovered inexplicably, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shinji Cho leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice. Lin Fan did it, and he only took 3 minutes. Ah? Shin Yu was almost speechless with shock. "Mr. Shin, what did you say? Lin Fan? Your new husband?" Shinji Cho responded indifferently. Shin Yu was completely dumbfounded. She felt that her worldview had been shaken. How is that possible? He was just an ordinary undergraduate graduate. According to the information, he was just an ordinary programmer at Fenghuo Technology. Our group's technology department employs so many cybersecurity experts, including many top talents poached with high salaries. They were all helpless, but Lin Fan solved it in 3 minutes by himself? Shinji Cho gave a wry smile and said, Don't tell me you don't believe me. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday and I still can't believe it, so. You should investigate my husband more thoroughly. Shin Yu nodded, realizing that Lin Fan was definitely not as simple as he appeared. 10 a.m. The president's office of Shin's group. Shin Yu walked in quickly, carrying a file folder. Her expression was somewhat serious. Mr. Shin, we've found it. Shin Jiqiu put down the documents in her hand and looked up. Explain. Shin Yu placed the file folder on the table, her voice slightly hoarse. Lin Fan's resume is basically consistent with the information he submitted before. From an ordinary family to an ordinary university, after graduation I worked at Fengming Technology, which was the predecessor of Fenghuo Technology. After 5 years of work, my position is that of a regular programmer team leader. Until the day he helped you with your paperwork. A sum of 880,000 yuan suddenly appeared in his bank account. Then came another sum of 8.88 million and another sum of 6.66 million. Shin Jiqiu suddenly stood up. How could an ordinary programmer suddenly have so much money? Where did this money come from? Shen Shiqi pressed. Shin Yu shook her head. Cannot be found. I used some connections and was able to find out that the inflow of these funds was completely compliant and legal. But the specific source cannot be found. It's like it appeared out of thin air. A deathly silence fell over the office. Shin Jiqiu slowly sat back down in the chair. In her mind, the scene of Lu Ruyan and her sister questioning Lin Fan at the entrance of Yunshui Pavilion flashed through her mind. So it turns out, they weren't just being unreasonable. Lin Fan is really rich. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Shin Jiqiu's lips. She finally understood why Lu Ruyan was so unwilling to accept it. An ex-husband who was considered a good-for-nothing by his ex-wife has transformed into a multi-millionaire. No one could accept that. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Shin Jiqiu's fingers tapped lightly on the table. It seems that her cheap husband is hiding many secrets. Such excellent cooking skills and incredible hacking abilities. A huge sum of money of dubious origin. He is like a mystery. Shin Yu. Keep a close eye on Fenghuo Technology. Especially the security project they were in charge of. I need to know everything Lin Fan does. On the other side. Fenghuo Technology. Lin Fan sat at his workstation, looking completely at ease. He didn't take the incident of publicly arguing with manager Wang Hao yesterday to heart at all. Colleague Han Tao leaned over and whispered. Boss, manager Wang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot yesterday. Find an opportunity later to apologize to him and say a few kind words. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to your position as manager. Also, don't leave work so early today. At least make an appearance. Han Tao was genuinely worried about Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew he meant well and smiled. Thanks, I understand. Apologize? Just putting on a show? Lin Fan didn't care at all. The position of project manager was dispensable to him. If it weren't for testing his hacking skills, he could have easily walked away. 5:30 p.m. No one in the office moved. For working people, the time to leave work is never determined by the system, but by the boss's mood. Only Lin Fan turned off his computer and prepared to leave. All eyes were fixed on him. Wang Hao blocked Lin Fan's way again. Lin Fan. What do you mean? Do you think the company is your personal vegetable market? Come and go as you please? Do you even respect this project, or me as the manager? Lin Fan raised his eyelids and looked at him calmly. It's time to leave work now, I didn't leave early. The project schedule has not been delayed. Manager Wang, is there a problem? Wang Hao was so angry at his neither humble nor arrogant attitude that he laughed. Zhang Yi immediately jumped out from behind him. Did it interfere with your work? You arrive and leave right on time every day, more punctual than anyone else. A 200 million yuan project, and this is your work attitude? You say there was no delay? Who would believe that? A murmur rippled through the office. Everyone thought that Lin Fan was doomed this time. However, Lin Fan's next words silenced the entire office instantly. I have completed the construction of the project's core security architecture. The remaining finishing and debugging work will be completed in a few more days. Excuse me, what work have I missed? Hiss. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Is the setup complete? It's only been a few days? Build a large-scale network security architecture with a capacity of 200 million units from scratch. Even the top teams in the industry, working day and night, would need at least 1 or 2 months. Lin Fan finished it all in just a few days? Please, you can't brag like that. Zhang Yi was the first to react, pointing at Lin Fan's nose and yelling. You're definitely bragging. Manager Wang, he's just fooling us. Wang Hao's face was also terribly gloomy. He absolutely refused to believe it was true. This completely defies common sense in the industry. Lin Fan. Turn on your computer. I want to see it for myself. A mocking sneer curled at the corner of Lin Fan's lips as he said. What if the check finds no problems? Before Wang Hao could speak, Zhang Yi interrupted. If there's really no problem, I'll call you Grandpa. But if you're lying, you'll have to kneel down and bark like a dog, dare you? Lin Fan smiled and said calmly, remember what you just said. He turned and walked back to his workstation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I turned the computer back on. Proficient in retrieving project files. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi immediately surrounded them. The moment their eyes fell on the screen, both of their bodies froze simultaneously. On the screen is an incredibly complex architecture diagram. Countless code modules, like intricate gears, are interconnected. This has created an impregnable defense system. The rigor of the logic, the forward-thinking design. It was completely beyond their comprehension. This is code that no human could possibly write. This is a work of art. Wang Hao's breathing became rapid. Zhang Yi's mouth could fit an egg if it were opened wide. The other colleagues around him were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 15. What kind of amazing husband did she find? The entire office was deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's computer screen. A long time. Wang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, making a gulp sound. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Zhang Yi's face went from flushed to deathly pale. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. It turns out Lin Fan wasn't just bragging, he really is amazing. Time passed, second by second. Someone gasped in surprise. Oh my god. This was done by the boss all by himself? Am I seeing things? This level of architecture. I've only ever seen concept diagrams like this at the world's top technology forums. That's too exaggerated. Everyone looked at Lin Fan's back as if they were looking at a stranger. Is this the usually taciturn boss? Just how much of his true strength is he hiding? Finally, Wang Hao realized what was happening. Manager Lin. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I didn't doubt your abilities at all. Zhang Yi, standing behind him, seemed to snap out of a daze, her face plastered with a stiff smile. Yes, brother Fan, oh no, Manager Lin. We were all blind to the great man. You are the pillar of strength for our Fenghuo technology. This sycophantic praise sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding colleagues. Lin Fan turned off the computer. Then he said casually, I remember someone was about to call me Grandpa just now, right? Hiss. Zhang Yi froze. I felt like slapping myself. Lin Fan, don't push your luck, Zhang Yi said coldly. I'm going too far? Lin Feng laughed in anger. You said it yourself, I didn't force you, what? You can't handle this. Unable to argue further, Zhang Yi could only look to her brother-in-law, Wang Hao, for help. Wang Hao coughed lightly, Lin Fan, we're all colleagues, how about giving me some face and letting what happened earlier go? No way. A real man keeps his word, Lin Fan said coldly. Wang Hao never expected that even though he was the manager, the other party wouldn't give him any face. If it were in the past, he would have immediately lost his temper. But having just witnessed Lin Fan's network architecture, he had to hold back. He could only turn and glare at Zhang Yi, saying, your own problems are your own to solve. Zhang Yi glared at Lin Fan with a bitter expression, wishing he could kill him. With so many people watching, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Grandfather. He shouted it out very reluctantly. Lin Fan sneered, if I really had a useless grandson like you, I'd rather play dead. Zhang Yi was so angry he wanted to jump up and down. Lin Fan, don't you fucking go too far. Lin Fan completely disregarded his threat and looked at Wang Hao, asking, "Can I leave work now?" Wang Hao's lips twitched. "Sure. Of course. Manager Lin can come to work whenever he wants. You can leave whenever you want after get off work. If anyone dares to utter a single dissent, I, Wang Hao, will be the first to get angry with them." These words caused an uproar in the audience. This isn't just a privilege, it's practically treating Lin Fan like an ancestor. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He said nothing, turned around, and walked out of the office. Until Lin Fan's figure completely disappeared through the doorway. The smile on Wang Hao's face gradually faded. He abruptly flung his hand away and turned back to his manager's office. Zhang Yi followed him inside with a livid face. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't help but burst into a tirade of curses. "Damn it, what is that? So what if you can write a few lines of crappy code? What's so great about that? You didn't give your brother-in-law any face at all." Wang Hao sat in his boss's chair, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He took a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. "I never expected this kid to be so well hidden. This kind of technology, let alone our company, even if it were spread all over the country, there probably wouldn't be many like it." Zhang Yi said indignantly. "So what? Does being technically skilled mean you can disrespect your superiors? Brother-in-law, I don't mind suffering a little grievance, but I'm angry for you." Wang Hao exhaled a smoke ring, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "It seems that the Shen Group's 200 million yuan order is secure this time. Once I secure the order, I have a million ways to get Lin Fan kicked out of Fenghuo Technology. The credit will be ours then." On the other side. In a coffee shop. Lu Ruyan stirred the coffee in her cup, looking somewhat anxious. Sitting opposite her was Attorney Feng. "Attorney Feng, 2 days have passed. What are the results of the investigation into Lin Fan's assets?" Lu Ruyan's tone carried a hint of urgency. Attorney Feng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly took a document out of his briefcase. "Ms. Lu, don't worry. I used internal channels to find out all of Lin Fan's assets." Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun perked up. "What was the result?" Attorney Feng pushed the documents in front of them. Lin Fan's current personal assets do indeed exceed 10 million, and the information about the 6.66 million that was deposited into his Alipay account that day is also true. "What?" Lu Huiyun exclaimed in surprise. "Attorney Feng, since we have evidence, let's sue Lin Fan immediately and make him get back every penny of my sister's money." However, Attorney Feng said calmly. "Ms. Lu, please calm down. According to the bank statements, the huge sum of money under Lin Fan's name was only put into his account after the divorce proceedings with you were completed. From a legal perspective, this belongs to his personal marital property and has nothing to do with your joint marital property." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was completely dumbfounded. "No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He used to be a loser, how could he possibly earn tens of millions within days of his divorce? He must have used some shady methods to transfer the money before the divorce, yes. That must be it." She was like a madwoman, unable to accept this fact. Lu Huiyun also became anxious and quickly looked at Attorney Feng. "Attorney Feng, is that possible?" "It's what my sister said. Lin Fan used some special methods to deliberately hide his assets and trick my sister into getting a divorce." Attorney Feng took a sip of his coffee and said slowly. "Theoretically, this possibility cannot be ruled out. For example, through overseas accounts, or nominee agreements, etc. But these methods are very secretive, and it is difficult to detect the shady dealings through normal channels. Unless..." She paused deliberately. "Unless what?" Lu Ruyan pressed. A businessman-like smile appeared on Attorney Feng's lips. "Unless you pay more. I can use some special channels to conduct deeper research. Of course, I can't guarantee 100% results, and the cost is not low." Without a second thought, Lu Ruyan took a bank card out of her bag and slammed it on the table. "Money is not a problem. I'll add another 50,000. No. 100,000. We must find out the true source of his funds." Attorney Feng put the bank card away with satisfaction. "Okay, Ms. Lu, I will do my best." After Attorney Feng left, satisfied. Looking at her distraught sister, Lu Huiyun said, "Sis, relying solely on investigation is too slow. In my opinion, it would be better to use a more direct approach. Lu Ruyan looked at her blankly. What method? Lu Huiyon lowered her voice and leaned close to her ear. Have my brother come over here. Stop that kid Lin Fan and give him a good beating. I refuse to believe he would dare not tell the truth. Even if Lin Fan doesn't say anything, we'll have our brother deal with Lin Fan's wife. Night fell. Inside the home of Han Hai Tianxi, the kitchen was brightly lit. Lin Fan, wearing an apron, was preparing a fresh sea bass. His movements were skillful and elegant, and his knife skills were superb. Soon, a steamed sea bass, along with 2 light vegetable dishes and a pot of mushroom soup, were placed on the table. The aroma is wonderful. Shinji Qiu looked at the table full of delicacies, a hint of struggle flashing in her beautiful eyes. Honey, you're in charge of that 200 million yuan project for the Shin Group now. You must be very busy, right? How about, you don't have to come back and cook for me every day for a while. I can eat at the company cafeteria. She did feel sorry for Lin Fan. With such a huge project workload, and having to rush back every day to cook, it's too tiring. However, Lin Fan smiled easily. He ladled out a bowl of mushroom soup and placed it in front of Shinji Qiu. Need not. I've already set up the core security architecture for that project, so it won't interfere with my work. Upon hearing this, Shinji Qiu was stunned. What did you say? Is it all set up? That's the core architecture of a 200 million yuan project? As the president of the Shin Group, she knew all too well how difficult a project of this caliber was. It's only been a few days? Seeing her shocked expression, Lin Fan said casually. Yes, it's all taken care of. The rest is just finishing touches and debugging, which will be completed in a few days. So our department manager gave me special permission to come to work and leave whenever I want from now on. Hiss. Shinji Qiu was dumbfounded. In just a few days, I single-handedly completed the core architecture of a 200 million renminbi project. He even got his boss to grant him the privilege of leaving and arriving at get-off work whenever he wanted. What kind of amazing husband did I find? Chapter 16 Shinji Qiu's Reward. After the initial shock, an indescribable sense of pride and sweetness welled up inside me. Shinji Qiu put down the soup spoon, looked at Lin Fan, and her eyes sparkled. Honey, you're amazing. I'm going to reward you properly. These past few days of shameless living have allowed this icy female CEO to completely let loose. She increasingly enjoyed this submissive, feminine demeanor in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing this. No need for the reward, hurry up and drink the soup, or it will get cold. He didn't take that seriously. Shinji Qiu, however, persisted, leaning forward slightly and getting closer. No, you must get a reward. Go ahead and say anything is fine. Warm breath, mixed with a faint fragrance, wafted onto Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's heart suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Looking at Shinji Qiu's stunningly beautiful face, a daring idea flashed through his mind. Really, anything is possible? Of course. Shinji Qiu nodded without hesitation. Lin Fan's gaze became somewhat amused, and he lowered his voice. Well, after you take a shower, could you wear your work uniform? Huh? Shinji Qiu was taken aback. Lin Fan continued, it's a white shirt, and... His gaze unconsciously drifted to Shinji Qiu's straight and slender legs. And black stockings. Boom! Shinji Qiu's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Like a ripe apple, it is beautiful and juicy. Why, do you like seeing me wear that? She was a little shy, but also a little curious. Lin Fan said in a serious tone. Because when you wear that outfit, you have the feel of a domineering female CEO from TV shows. Aloof and abstinent, which makes one very eager to conquer. Shinji Qiu blushed and her heart pounded. She cursed inwardly. You really have good taste. Your wife is a female CEO. But she said coquettishly, you're being indecent. After dinner, Shinji Qiu went into the bathroom. The water was splashing loudly. Lin Fan sat on the sofa in the living room, but his heart felt like it was crawling with a million ants. I'm excited, but also nervous. After an unknown amount of time, the bathroom door clicked open. Lin Fan's breath caught in his throat. Shinji Qiu slowly walked out. He was wearing the battle robe that he had specified. Her long, smooth, jet black hair, still slightly damp, was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was without makeup, yet she was more beautiful than ever. The white silk shirt was stretched perfectly by her full chest, and the top two buttons were undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a touch of snow-white skin. She wore a black bodycon mini skirt that hugged her curves, showcasing her amazing waist-to-hip ratio to the fullest. What made Lin Fan's mouth dry was those incredibly long legs encased in black stockings. Straight, well-proportioned, without an ounce of excess fat. Under the light, it gleamed with an alluring sheen. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of black stiletto high heels. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the ground felt like each step was pounding on Lin Fan's heart. She walked step by step until she stood in front of Lin Fan, looking down at him. A mocking smile played on his lips. "Honey, do I look pretty?" Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded with difficulty. "So beautiful." His eyes were completely glazed over. A seductive smile curved Shinji Chio's lips. Lin Fan felt the blood in his body boiling at that moment. He suddenly stood up and picked Shinji Chio up in his arms. Shinji Chio gasped in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck. That night, Lin Fan experienced unprecedented satisfaction. The body modified by the power pill, combined with extreme mental stimulation, transformed him into a tireless war god. Shinyu drove her Bentley and stopped right on time in front of the Hanhai Tianchi building. Soon, Shinji Chio appeared at the door. Shinyu got out of the car as usual and opened the back door for her. "Good morning, Mr. Shin." "Good morning." Shinji Chio's voice was slightly hoarse. Shinyu's gaze inadvertently swept over Shinji Chio's business attire. Then, she frowned slightly. "Mr. Shin is a little different today than usual. The clothes seem a bit wrinkled. In particular, there are obvious wrinkles at the hem of the shirt and the back of the skirt. For President Shen, who always pays great attention to his appearance and is even somewhat obsessive about cleanliness, this is an absolutely impossible thing to happen." Shinji Chio noticed Shinyu's gaze. A sudden, inexplicable sense of unease washed over me. Cough. Shinji Chio coughed lightly. "Let's drive." "Yes, Mr. Shen." Shinyu didn't dare to ask any more questions. On the other side, Lin Fan drove his Mercedes-Benz G63 to the underground parking lot of Fenghua Technology. I just parked the car. I was immediately surrounded by several people. There were 4 people in total. They all looked like thugs, with unfriendly expressions. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the blonde-haired youth who was in the lead. He recognized the man. Lu Wei. Lu Ruyan's younger brother, and his former brother-in-law. A good-for-nothing scoundrel who idles away his time and does nothing of substance. Lu Wei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, tilted his head and looked at Lin Fan with an arrogant expression. "Hey, isn't this my good-for-nothing brother-in-law? You got a G-Wagon? You've struck it rich. Wow, Lin Fan, you've kept it well hidden." Lin Fan looked at him expressionlessly. "What's up?" "Nonsense." Lu Wei slammed the cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out. "I'm asking you, did you lie to my sister about getting a divorce and then keep all the marital property for yourself? My sister said she'll give you a chance, considering our past relationship. Hand over the money now, immediately, right now. Otherwise." He cracked his knuckles, which made a crackling sound. "Today I'll make sure you end up in the hospital lying down." The 3 thugs behind him also stepped forward at the same time, their faces showing sinister smiles. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He lifted his foot, ready to walk around them and leave. "Damn it, you dared to leave?" Lu Wei was completely enraged by Lin Fan's dismissive attitude. "Charge them. Break his legs." Add a command. The thug closest to Lin Fan slammed his fist, as big as a clay pot, toward Lin Fan's cheek. Lin Fan's body moved. After taking the power pill, his reaction speed and strength were completely different from before. To others, the thug's punches were fast and ruthless. But in Lin Fan's eyes, it was as slow as a snail. He simply turned slightly to the side. He easily dodged the punch. At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the other person's wrist. Then, twisted hard. Snap. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. "Ah!" The thug let out a pig-like scream as his entire arm twisted at a bizarre angle. The other 2 were both shocked and furious upon seeing this. "Damn it! You dared to lay a hand on me." The 2 men pounced on him simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. He kicked out with his left foot. The lower abdomen of the person directly to the left. The man groaned, as if he had been hit by a speeding car, and flew 3 or 4 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground, where he immediately lost consciousness. At the same time, Lin Fan sidestepped and delivered a whip kick, sweeping towards the knee of the person on his right. Bang! There was another dull thud as bones shattered. The man on the right screamed and fell to his knees, clutching his leg and writhing in pain. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. In just 3 seconds. The 3 menacing thugs were all rendered incapable of fighting. Lu Wei was completely dumbfounded. Is this still the same useless Lin Fan? Lin Fan turned around and walked step by step toward Lu Wei. His face was expressionless. But those eyes were as cold as ice. Lu Wei was so frightened that his legs went weak and he sat down on the ground with a thud. You stay away. Otherwise, my sister won't let you off the hook. Lin Fan sneered. He raised his foot and stomped hard on Lu Wei's arm. Snap. Lu Wei's screams were more piercing than all the previous screams combined. After arriving at the company, Lu Ruyan waited for good news from her younger brother. In her opinion, Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, would be so scared by Lu Wei that he'd be running away with his tail between his legs and obediently reveal the source of his money. Just then, her phone rang. It was Lu Wei calling. Lu Ruyan answered the phone triumphantly. Hey, Xiaowei, how's it going? On the other end of the phone, however, came Lu Wei's weak and painful cries. Sister, come to the hospital quickly. My hand is broken. What? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. What exactly happened? Aren't there 4 of you? How did you end up in the hospital? We were all beaten by Lin Fan. He is not human, he is a monster. Chapter 17, Paying Compensation? Do you even know what self-defense is? When Lu Ruyan arrived at the hospital, Lu Wei was lying on the hospital bed with his arm in a cast and a bandage hanging across his chest. The other 3 thugs weren't much better off. One had a broken wrist, one had a shattered knee, and the other was unconscious. Xiaowei. Lu Ruyan rushed over and looked at her brother's miserable state, feeling both heartache and anger. What happened? How could that good-for-nothing Lin Fan beat you up like this? When Lu Wei saw his sister, tears and snot immediately streamed down his face. Sister, he's not human, he's a monster. He began to describe the scene. Lu Ruyan was completely exhausted from listening to it. She'd known Lin Fan since college, so how come she never knew he was such a good fighter? Lu Wei gritted his teeth and said, Sister, you must avenge me. He beat me up like this is intentional assault. I want to sue him and have him go to jail. He also needs to pay compensation, including medical expenses and damages for emotional distress. This matter won't be over until he pays millions. A single word awakened me from my dream. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, sue him. Even if Lin Fan is a great fighter, can he defy the law? So many people's bones were broken. This is irrefutable evidence. And a brilliant plan took shape in her mind. Come with me. Where to? Lu Wei asked, puzzled. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Ruyan's lips. Go to his company. I want to expose his violent assault in front of all his colleagues. We must ruin his reputation. Fenghuo Technology Department. Lin Fan was sitting in front of the computer, working diligently. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the door. The sounds of arguing, shouting, and a woman's cries grew louder as they approached. What happened? It seems like someone is causing trouble at the company. The office colleagues stopped what they were doing and looked curiously toward the door. Han Tao rushed in from outside, looking anxious. Boss, something bad has happened. Your wife and brother-in-law are causing trouble. The wife Han Tao was referring to was naturally Lu Ruyan. The office erupted in chaos. Lin Fan's wife? Didn't they say they were getting a divorce? My God, they've come knocking on our door. All eyes turned to Lin Fan. There was sympathy, there was curiosity, but there was mostly schadenfreude. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He slowly closed his laptop and stood up. I'll go take a look. Company reception area. Lu Ruyan and Lu Wei have successfully attracted everyone's attention. Dozens of employees stood in a circle, pointing and gesturing at them. Lu Wei's performance was worthy of an award-winning actor. He held up his arm in a cast, his face contorted in pain. Everyone come quick. An employee of Fenghua Technology has attacked me in the street and seriously injured me. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Lu Ruyan stood by, cooperating with the situation, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. Lin Fan, come out here. You cheated on your spouse, transferred assets, and now you're even assaulting someone. Are you even human? The siblings, working in unison, instantly portrayed Lin Fan as an ungrateful, ruthless scumbag. The onlookers quickly split into two factions. Most men knew that Lin Fan had been swindled out of all his money by this woman, and they loathed Lu Ruyan. Women are different. They say that women who pursue happiness and ask for divorce are wrong. Putting aside the facts, even if they are divorced, it's unacceptable to beat one's brother-in-law like this. Just then, the crowd parted to make way. Lin Fan came out. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Lu Wei became even more agitated and pointed at him, cursing loudly. Lin Fan! You beast, you've finally come out. If you don't give me an explanation today, and don't pay me millions, I'll call the police and have you arrested. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. Lu Ruyan echoed, her tone aggressive. Lin Fan, apologize immediately and compensate my brother for his medical expenses, or we'll see you in court. Looking at their smug faces, Lin Fan simply smiled faintly. He took out his phone and tapped the screen a few times. Then, say to the receptionist at the front desk. Could you please project my phone screen onto the company's large screen? The receptionist didn't understand, but she did as instructed. The next second, the huge LCD screen in the center of the hall lit up. A high-definition video begins to play. The scene shows the underground parking lot of Fenghua Technology. In the video, Lu Wei, accompanied by three thugs, aggressively surrounded Lin Fan. Lu Wei arrogantly pointed his finger at Lin Fan's face. Immediately afterwards, one of the thugs swung his fist and slammed it hard at Lin Fan. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed. It is clear who the provocateur and who the perpetrator are. Lin Fan was not the perpetrator at all. He acted in self-defense, and in a textbook example, he single-handedly defeated 4 opponents. The hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ruyan and Lu Wei as if they were idiots. The siblings, who had been so arrogant just moments before, were now deathly pale and stiff-chested. Lin Fan put away his phone and coldly swept his gaze over them. According to the law, if 4 or more people actively surround and attack one person, it is considered a gang fight. I was simply exercising my right to unlimited self-defense. Now, should I call the police, or should you all get out of here? Roll. Get out of here. The onlookers realized what was happening and began to angrily rebuke the situation. Lu Ruyan and Lu Wei's faces instantly turned a deep purplish red. Under the scrutiny of dozens of disdainful gazes, they could no longer stay and practically fled in panic. A gasp of surprise erupted in the hall. Holy crap! Boss is amazing. With that kind of skill, are you making a movie? 1 against 4, and so easily? He must be a retired Special Forces soldier, right? Several young male colleagues even rushed up to Lin Fan, their eyes filled with admiration. Brother Fan, do you take on apprentices? Teach us a couple of self-defense moves. Lin Fan simply smiled and turned to go back to his office. On the other side, Lu Ruyan and her brother returned to the car. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Lu Wei clutched his arm, his face filled with resentment and malice. Sis, you're just going to let it go like this? I'm not reconciled, I can't swallow this. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said. Forget it? How could I? It seems that Lin Fan's approach is not working. He's a tough nut to crack now, and he won't listen to either soft or hard tactics. What should we do then? Are we just going to be beaten for nothing? Lu Wei asked anxiously. Lu Ruyan remained silent for a moment, a sinister glint flashing in her eyes. We can't touch him. But we can touch his wife. Lu Wei was stunned for a moment, then he understood. That good-for-nothing actually has a wife? That's right, Lu Ruyan said with a cold laugh. I don't know where Lin Fan got this woman from, she's quite good-looking. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes lit up immediately. Really? That woman is prettier than my sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt an urge to slap her younger brother. How should she answer? She would rather die than admit that the woman was prettier than her. Chapter 18. What? Lin Fan is a rich young master from Beijing? The next day. At the entrance of Hanhai Tianqi residential community, a Wuling Hongguan was parked across the street. Inside the car, two men were smoking. One was tall and thin, the other was short and fat. Damn it, Viagra thinks too highly of that good for nothing. They actually made us stake out this early in the morning? Get paid to do your job, stop talking nonsense. The tall, thin man exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes fixed on the exit of the residential area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove out, and a woman was waving goodbye from behind. Damn, this girl is gorgeous. No wonder Viagra told us to deal with this woman. If we were to take this chance, we'd be willing to lose 10 years of our lives. The two immediately took out their cameras, snapped a few photos, and sent them to Lu Wei. Suddenly, a red Bentley pulled up at the door, and the woman got into it. Holy crap! No way! That good-for-nothing's wife, could she be having an affair with someone else? That's normal. Otherwise, why would someone as beautiful as her marry that good-for-nothing Lin Feng? I bet she's just looking for Lin Feng to take over her life. That's interesting. Maybe if we just put the photos in front of that woman, she'll let us have our way with her? On the other side, Lu Wei was lying in his hospital bed, groaning softly. Suddenly someone sent me a message. He clicked on the photo and was immediately stunned. The woman in the photo is stunning, a million times prettier than his sister, Lu Ruyan. No, Lu Ruyan is not qualified to compare with her at all. One was an ordinary woman, the other a celestial maiden. Lu Wei's heart was instantly filled with jealousy and possessiveness. On what grounds? Why does that good-for-nothing Lin Fan deserve to have a woman like that? This kind of gem should belong to me, Lu Wei. Xin Yu glanced at the Wuling Hongguang behind her through the rearview mirror. The car kept following. The technique was clumsy and made no attempt to conceal it. President Shen, we're being followed, Xin Yu reported softly. Shen Jiqi in the back seat was resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Xin Yu's words, she didn't even open her eyes. Have someone check it out. Yes. Xin Yu nodded, took out her phone, and sent a voice message. The two had only been at the company for a short time. Xin Yu walked into Shen Jiqiu's CEO office. Mr. Shen, we've found it. The car owner's name is Wang Wu, and he's a hoodlum. According to our investigation, it was Lu Wei who sent them. Lu Wei? Lin Fan's good-for-nothing former brother-in-law? They just lost face at Fenghua Technology yesterday, and today they dare to have someone follow them. Those ignorant fools. What does he want to do? Shen Jiqiu asked calmly. Their purpose is still unclear, but it's highly likely they're after you, Xin Yu analyzed. Find a few people and handle this, Shen Jiqi said. Night fell. An open-air barbecue stall on the outskirts of the city. Lu Wei, with his arm in a sling, was drinking beer with the two thugs who had been following him during the day. The table was covered with grilled skewers, peanuts, and edamame. Brother Wei, that girl is absolutely gorgeous, the tall, thin man said with a lewd grin. If I could do it just once, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Lu Wei, his face flushed from drinking, slurred. Rest assured. Keep an eye on it for a few more days, and we'll make our move when the time is right. When the time comes, I'll go first, and then you two can have a taste. The short, fat man said somewhat displeased. Brother Wei, what are you saying? We're all brothers, why do you go first? Can't the three of us stir-fry together? The three men immediately let out a lewd laugh. They didn't notice at all. Not far away, a white van had quietly stopped. Just as Lu Wei was shouting, "Boss, another case of beer!" The van door was pulled open with a whoosh. 6 burly, expressionless men dressed in black jumped out of the car. They went straight to Lu Wei's table. The surrounding diners all sensed that something was wrong. What are you doing? Sensing danger, Lu Wei asked in a fierce but cowardly tone. His answer was a large, iron-like hand. A burly man grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off his seat. The other two were also subdued instantly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Lu Wei and the other two were crammed into a van. The van roared to life and quickly disappeared into the night. The barbecue stall owner and the customers were all dumbfounded. Inside the van, Lu Wei and the other two were blindfolded and their hands and feet were tightly bound. They could only feel that the car was traveling at high speed and becoming increasingly bumpy. Fear, like an invisible hand, gripped their hearts tightly. Although they were thugs, their usual activities consisted of collecting protection money and engaging in fights. They had never seen a kidnapping scene like this before, the kind you only see in movies. Big brother, spare me. We're just small-time thugs, we're broke. Lu Wei begged for mercy with a sob in his voice. No one answered them. There was only deathly silence inside the car. After what seemed like an eternity, the car finally came to a stop. The car door opened. They were dragged out of the car and thrown on the ground. The hood was ripped off. The blinding beam of the flashlight made it impossible for them to open their eyes. It took them a moment to adjust before they could see their surroundings clearly. This is an unfinished building. Exposed steel bars and concrete pillars are everywhere. A damp, musty smell filled the air. 6 burly men in black, like 6 iron towers, surrounded them expressionlessly. Lu Wei and his 2 companions were terrified. My lords, who have we offended? You want money? We'll give it to you. We'll give you all of it. Lu Wei knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Just then, a burly figure slowly walked over. He was carrying a gleaming machete in his hand. There seemed to be traces of dark red blood remaining on the blade. The man walked up to Lu Wei, squatted down, and said coldly, You dare to follow our young mistress? Are you tired of living? Young madam? Lu Wei looked bewildered. The burly man patted Lu Wei's face with the back of his machete. Originally, young Master Lin's idea was to chop you up and throw you into the river to feed the fish. However, I am a kind person. I can let you die knowing why. If you have any questions, you can ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei and the other 2 almost fainted on the spot. They were shaking like leaves. Big brother, we were wrong, we were really wrong. We were blind to your greatness, please spare our lives. Which deity have we offended? The burly man sneered. You've offended someone you can't afford to mess with. Lin Fan is the eldest son of the Lin family in the capital. You actually dared to have someone follow young Master Lin's woman. Now you know you didn't die unjustly, right? Going to Beijing, the Lin family? The eldest son? Lin Fan? How is that possible? If Lin Fan is a super-rich second-generation heir, how could Lu Wei's sister possibly get divorced? The tall, thin man and the short, fat man both looked at Lu Wei with puzzled expressions. Lu Wei was completely bewildered. His sister actually divorced a top-tier wealthy heir? Regret, fear, despair. Let's do it. Having achieved his goal, the burly man coldly uttered 2 words. 4 burly men in black slowly approached from behind. Lu Wei's vision went black, and he fainted from fright. Chapter 19 Zhao Ming returns home. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Wei suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down and saw that his pants were soaked. He was so scared he wet himself. Beside them, the tall, thin man and the short, fat man also slowly woke up, looking equally disheveled. We're not dead? The short, fat man trembled as he touched his neck. Lu Wei subconsciously checked his body. My arms are still there, and my legs are still there. Not a single finger is missing. Those men in black actually let them go? The eldest son of the Lin family in the capital. Lin Fan. Lu Wei realized what was happening and quickly took out his phone to call his sister, Lu Ruyan. Sister, don't cause trouble for Lin Fan anymore. Never provoke him again. He's a young master from the Lin family in the capital. We can't afford to mess with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan frowned. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? What Lin family of the capital? Have you been drinking again? Lu Wei said urgently, I didn't drink, everything I said is true. He recounted his recent kidnapping experience. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. Is Lin Fan the eldest son of the Lin family in the capital? She simply couldn't associate Lin Fan with this kind of identity. The two have known each other since college. At that time, she had just been dumped by Zhao Ming. Lin Fan recklessly entered her world, showering her with tender care. Everything from the past flashed through my mind like a movie. Lin Fan seems quite ordinary aside from being a bit handsome, he has virtually no redeeming qualities. But if he wasn't a rich young master from Beijing, Where would he get the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? How could someone accumulate tens of millions in assets in such a short period of time? And then there's Lin Fan finding that amazing woman. Is he really not a good-for-nothing? He has been hiding his true identity, wanting to live a normal life. In television dramas, wealthy young masters often deliberately conceal their identities and spend time with the girls they admire in order to find true love. Lin Fan must be the same way. Thinking about all this, Lu Ruyan was filled with deep regret. Why? Why didn't you tell me the truth sooner, Lin Fan? If I had known you were the eldest son of the Lin family in Beijing, I would have loved you dearly for the rest of my life. Remorse. Endless regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She missed out on a real super rich man. A golden opportunity that could elevate her to the top and make her a person of high status. Just as she was feeling lost and disoriented, her phone rang again. Caller ID, Zhao Ming. Her heart skipped a beat, and she answered the phone. Honey, I've landed, Zhao Ming's voice came through the phone. Let's grab some late-night snacks tonight. Lu Ruyan knew very well that the so-called late-night snack was just a euphemism for booking a hotel room. In the past, she would have agreed without hesitation, and would even have dressed up carefully to cater to him. But now, once you think about how Lin Fan is a rich young master from Beijing, Zhao Ming doesn't seem so appealing anymore. She hesitated for a moment. What's wrong, baby? Don't you miss me? Zhao Ming noticed her hesitation. No. No, Lu Ruyan quickly tried to cover it up. See you tonight. Good. Night fell. In the upscale Western restaurant, candlelight flickers. As Zhao Ming cut his steak, he looked at Lu Ruyan with intense admiration and praised her. Ruyan, it's been so many years, you've become more and more charming. Lu Ruyan smiled absent-mindedly. The meal was utterly unappetizing. After the meal, Zhao Ming naturally put his arm around her waist. Let's go to the hotel and have a seat. I have so much to say to you alone. His hands started to become unruly. Lu Ruyan's body instantly stiffened. The image that flashed through her mind was actually Lin Fan's face. She pushed Zhao Ming's hand away. I'm not feeling well today. Next time. She came up with a lame excuse. The smile on Zhao Ming's face vanished instantly. His eyes turned cold. He immediately retorted angrily, What the hell do you mean? We've eaten steak and drunk red wine, and now you're saying you have something to do? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt extremely wronged. In the past, when she was with Lin Fan, he would never force her to be intimate, only when she was unhappy. Zhao Ming, that guy, had only just treated her to a meal, and he already wanted to sleep with her. If you don't let them sleep, they'll immediately turn hostile. He's such a scumbag. Whether you're going in or not, I'll ask you one more time, Zhao Ming said coldly. After much deliberation, Lu Ruyan decided she couldn't just break up with Zhao Ming like that. If Lin Fan refused to forgive her, she would at least have to find someone else to take over. Okay, I'll go with you, Lu Ruyan said, sounding a little aggrieved. Lin Fan was unaware that Shin Jiqiu had secretly arranged for him to be given the identity of the eldest son of the Lin family in the capital. He still goes to work on time every day. I leave work on time. Back home, she put on her apron and started making dinner for Shin Jiqiu. That night, the two lingered and made love again. After taking the stamina pill, Lin Fan felt like he had inexhaustible energy. Shin Jiqiu's complexion became rosy from his care, making her even more charming and alluring. These days are so wonderful. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The security architecture for the Shin Group, which was developed under the leadership of Lin Fan, has officially entered its final stage. The entire architecture is massive and sophisticated. From the outermost network boundary protection to the internal identity and access management. From core data security encryption and desensitization to terminal EDR detection and response. Then there's the macro-level security monitoring and operations center and the micro-level emergency response process. Interlocking links, impregnable. When Wan Hao saw the final architecture diagram and the perfect test report, he was so excited that his face lit up. He felt that with this framework, the 200 million yuan order would definitely be secured. He immediately waved his hand and announced it to everyone in the project team. It's my treat tonight. Royal Dynasty KTV, drink until you drop. Let's also celebrate with our great contributor, Manager Lin. The office erupted in cheers. Great, I can finally relax. Manager Wang is awesome. Everyone was thrilled. Only Lin Fan silently packed his things, preparing to leave work. I'm not going, he said calmly. The office fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him. Wang Hao's smile froze on his face. Lin Fan, this won't do. You're the biggest contributor. What's the point of the celebration if you don't go? Colleagues in the group also offered advice. Yeah, brother Fan, let's all go and have some fun together. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I need to go home and cook for my wife. Puff. Some people couldn't help but laugh. Wife. Everyone knows that Lin Fan had just gotten divorced not long ago, and his ex-wife's family even came to his company to cause trouble. He's already got a new wife after only a few days. Still going home to cook? You're kidding me. A hint of mockery flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he deliberately said, Oh, that's perfect. Bring your wife along too, so we can all get to know her. We're all colleagues, don't be so formal. Lin Fan frowned slightly. She doesn't like crowds. Wang Hao's brother-in-law, Zhang Yi, immediately spoke up in a sarcastic tone. Pfft, I think he's just bragging. Or he doesn't have a wife at all. Or maybe he found an ugly woman and is too ashamed to show her to people. This is no longer a joke, but a blatant insult. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Bite. System notification, Shen Jiqiu is invited to a karaoke session to publicly humiliate Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Reward, God-level singing skills. Wow, the system is really generous with its perks. Lin Fan used to love singing when he was in school, but he was tone deaf. If we could get a God-level performance, that would be pretty good, right? Chapter 20 Shocking. Lin Fan really has a wife. A slight smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. Okay, I'll make a call and ask. He's actually going to fight? Wang Hao was also taken aback, and then the sarcasm on his face deepened. Keep performing. I'd like to see how long you can keep this up. Zhang Yi even burst out laughing. Oh, you're really going to fight? That's a good excuse. First, pretend to ask, then say that your wife is not available and can't come. I know this trick. Others around them joined in the laughter. Lin Fan ignored him and walked to the side to dial Shen Jiqiu's number. It was answered almost instantly. Hey, honey, are you done with your work? Just finished work and was about to leave, but... What's wrong? Lin Fan recounted how, after the project was completed, the manager treated everyone to a karaoke session. He wasn't sure if Shen Jiqiu would agree. If his wife didn't want to come, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't force her. He'd rather not have the system reward. Unexpectedly, Shen Jiqiu on the other end of the phone sounded excited. Okay. Send me the address, I'll be there right away. By the way, honey, should I change my clothes? It's the first time I'm meeting your colleague, I can't embarrass you. Lin Fan was overjoyed and quickly said. No need to change, my wife looks good in anything. Okay, wait for me, honey. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan walked back to the office area. All eyes were once again focused on him. Zhang Yi spoke first, his tone flippant. How's it going, Lin Fan? Did your wife say she wasn't feeling well and couldn't come? Lin Fan glanced at him indifferently, as if he were looking at a clown. She'll be there soon. What? Zhang Yi's smile froze on her face. Wang Hao also frowned. This guy, does he really have a wife? Or is it that they just paid someone to play an actor to save face? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Yi's mind in an instant. Yes, that must be it. How could a newly divorced loser find a new wife so quickly? Thinking of this, Zhang Yi's eyes became playful again. Okay, Lin Fan. I'd like to see what kind of scoundrel you've managed to bring today. Night falls and the city lights come on. Neon lights flashed and luxury cars lined the entrance of Royal Dynasty KTV. Wang Hao led his project team in a grand procession. Let's go in first, we've booked the biggest emperor suite. Wang Hao waved his hand triumphantly. However, no one moved. They all wanted to see for themselves what Lin Fan's mysterious new wife looked like. Lin Fan saw through everyone's thoughts and said, You guys go in first, I'll wait for someone here. Oh no, that won't do. Wang Hao said immediately. It's my sister-in-law's first time visiting, so we definitely have to greet her together. Otherwise, it would be very impolite. He spoke politely, but he had other ideas in mind. He wanted everyone to see it. When the actor's Lin Fan called arrive, they will expose his lies in front of everyone. He was completely humiliated. Zhang Yi couldn't wait any longer, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin on his face. That's right, brother Fan, we'll wait with you. I'm also very curious, how beautiful must his sister-in-law be to be hidden away by brother Fan so well? He deliberately emphasized the word beautiful. The implication was clear to everyone. A few minutes later, a taxi slowly came to a stop in front of everyone. The car door opened. A long, straight leg stepped out first. The shape of her legs, encased in light blue jeans, was simply perfect. Immediately afterwards, a figure stepped out of the car. She just stood there casually. The lights of the entire world seemed to dim instantly. A plain white t-shirt with no extra decorations. A pair of ordinary light blue jeans outlines a breathtaking curve. A pair of pristine white sneakers. It was an ordinary casual outfit, but on her, it was more dazzling than any glamorous evening gown. Her features were so exquisite they were beyond reproach. She was beautiful even without makeup, surpassing countless others in the world. Her skin was as white as jade, gleaming with a lustrous glow in the night. Especially her eyes, clear and bright, like a pool of autumn water. Her aloof and noble demeanor was enough to make everyone feel inferior. The entrance to the Royal Dynasty KTV fell into complete silence. Wang Hao was stunned. The male colleagues in the project team stared wide-eyed, their Adam's apples bobbing uncontrollably. The female colleagues were filled with jealousy and disbelief. Zhang Yi's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg, and drool was practically dripping from it. Holy crap! He murmured to himself unconsciously. Is this a fairy descending to Earth? If I could marry a woman of that caliber, I'd be willing to give up 10, no, 20 years of my life. His voice was filled with undisguised greed and desire. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock brought by this ultimate beauty, that fairy-like woman moved. She jogged over there. To everyone's stunned silence, she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Then, a sickeningly sweet voice asked, "Honey, how long have you been waiting?" Hiss. Everyone felt as if their jaws had been dislocated from the shock. Husband. This stunningly beautiful woman calls Lin Fan husband? How the hell is that possible? Lin Fan naturally embraced the soft, fragrant woman in his arms, a doting smile on his face. Shenji Qiu lifted her head from his embrace, tilted her pretty face up, and whispered, "Honey, is my outfit okay? Is it too casual?" Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. "My wife looks beautiful no matter what she wears." Lin Fan released Shenji Qiu, took her hand, and turned to face his colleagues who were all frozen in shock. He introduced. "Let me introduce you all, this is my wife." The scene remained deathly silent. It took Zhang Yi a long time to recover from the huge shock. He couldn't accept this fact. How come Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, can find such a fairy-like woman? This woman is definitely a shill that Lin Fan paid to hire. Cut. Zhang Yi let out a harsh, cold laugh and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Lin Fan, where did you find these actors? They're quite professional. Calling someone husband right off the bat must have cost a lot of money, right?" Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. He can tolerate being humiliated by others. But no one should be allowed to humiliate Shenji Qiu. Just as he was about to speak, Shenji Qiu, who was beside him, suddenly stood on tiptoe. She wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck and offered him her red lips. After the kiss, she turned her head and looked coldly at Zhang Yi, whose face was flushed. "If you're so capable, why don't you invite someone over here to show everyone?" Zhang Yi's face instantly turned liver-colored. He's never seen such a stunning girl before. Where is he going to find one? He felt as if he had been slapped 100 times across the face. It hurts like fire. He was especially envious when he saw Lin Fan kissing the goddess in public. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have publicly humiliated Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Reward, God-level singing skills. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. The group finally entered the emperor's private room. The atmosphere, however, was extremely eerie. Everyone was secretly glancing at Shenji Qiu, who was sitting next to Lin Fan. Shenji Qiu, on the other hand, was like a well-behaved little wife, leaning affectionately against Lin Fan, peeling fruit for him from time to time and feeding it to him. Their loving display was so adorable it was blinding to everyone. Wang Hao sat awkwardly in the main seat, trying several times to speak and ease the atmosphere, but he didn't know what to say. Zhang Yi sat alone in a corner, drinking alone and staring at Lin Fan with resentment in her eyes. Finally, someone couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere any longer, so they requested a song and started wailing and howling. The atmosphere in the private room then became a little more lively. After a few songs, Zhang Yi, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. He grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Quiet down, everyone, please quiet down." The music stopped, and everyone looked at him. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed on Lin Fan. "The biggest contributor to the successful completion of our project is our supervisor, Mr. Lin. To celebrate and to thank Manager Lin for his hard work, I propose that our Manager Lin sing a song for everyone. What do you all think? Is it a good idea?" "Good." The clueless colleagues immediately started to make a fuss. A glint of light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. He knew that his brother-in-law was going to get his revenge. During a previous company dinner, everyone had witnessed Lin Fan's singing voice. That was like a car crash. Zhang Yi's move was clearly intended to make Lin Fan look foolish in front of his beautiful wife. Chapter 21. Listening to Lin Fan sing felt like my ears were pregnant. After Lin Fan finished singing his wailing song, he had completely lost face. Zhang Yi immediately went up and requested one of his best songs. He frequented karaoke bars and developed a pretty good voice. At that time, her beautiful singing voice will create a stark contrast with Lin Fan's noise. Wang Hao saw through his brother-in-law's thoughts, a cold smile playing on his lips, and remained silent. He was happy to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself. All eyes were on Lin Fan, waiting to see a good show. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I'll pass. I'm tone-deaf and sing off-key, so I'd better not embarrass myself." The more humble he acted, the more excited Zhang Yi became. This is exactly the effect he wanted. "Hey, brother Fan, you're being too modest. Today is just for fun, what does it matter if I sing well or not? Besides, with your sister-in-law here, shouldn't you try your best to behave?" He deliberately steered the conversation toward Shinjichi, his eyes filled with a hint of malicious provocation. "Sister-in-law, don't you want to hear brother Fan sing a song?" Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Shinjichi. Shinjichi had witnessed Lin Fan's superb culinary skills. "I've also witnessed his hacking skills in saving the group's website with a snap of his fingers. I've never actually heard Lin Fan sing." Shinjichi couldn't help but feel a little curious and expectant. She looked at Lin Fan and said, "Honey, just sing one song. I want to hear it too." Lin Fan knew that his wife genuinely wanted to hear it. Even if she doesn't sing well, she won't make fun of her. Before Lin Fan could speak, Shinjichi came up with another idea. "How about we sing a duet? Chorus?" This suggestion instantly ignited the atmosphere in the private room. Okay. That's a great suggestion." Handsome men and beautiful women singing love songs together, just imagining that scene is pleasing to the eye. Colleagues immediately started teasing, whether genuinely or not, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Zhang Yi and Wang Hao exchanged a glance, their smiles becoming even more playful. "Chorus? Better." Lin Fan's raspy voice, "Huh? I can almost picture it just by thinking about it. Then I'll make a fool of myself." Seeing this, Lin Fan no longer refused and took the microphone. He turned his head and asked Shinjichi gently, "Honey, what song do you want to sing?" Shinjichi tilted his head and thought for a moment, then started swiping on the karaoke machine. Soon, after some discussion, the two chose a song. When the song title appeared on the big screen, the entire private room fell into an eerie silence once again. Mythical Love Stories by Emile Chow and Caillou. Everyone knows this classic Cantonese duet. They know even more how difficult it is. The male voice is bold and desolate, while the female voice is ethereal and melodious, demanding the highest level of breath control, vocal range, and emotional expression. This song is a universally recognized forbidden song in karaoke bars. Anyone who dares to request this song is either a genius or a madman. In their eyes, Lin Fan clearly belonged to the latter category. Zhang Yi almost burst out laughing. Is he trying to kill himself? He even deliberately chose the most difficult song to humiliate himself. He could almost see Lin Fan straining his voice, turning this classic love song into a tragic scene of slaughtering pigs. Wang Hao also shook his head, picked up his wineglass, and prepared to watch the show. Lin Fan ignored the gazes of the crowd and simply exchanged a smile with Shin Jiqiu. A melodious and poignant prelude slowly began to play. On the screen, a classic scene featuring Louis Koo and Carmen Lee appeared. Everyone held their breath. Lin Fan held the microphone, his eyes becoming deep. It felt like traveling through time and space, returning to that world of chivalry and romance. The intro has ended. Love begins in a daze, right from the beginning of time. The moment the first line of lyrics was sung, the entire private room erupted in cheers. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. The sneer on Zhang Yi's face froze. Wang Hao's hand, holding the wineglass, froze in midair. Those colleagues who were expecting a laugh widened their eyes and opened their mouths unconsciously. Is that Lin Fan's voice? The voice was mellow, magnetic, and carried a just right sense of vicissitude. Each word seems to tell a story steeped in the passage of time, brimming with endless charm. It was as if they weren't singing, but telling a love story that spanned 1,000 years. Ethereal, vast, and soul-stirring. This romantic old story. Lin Fan continued singing. That unique voice, mixed with the distinctive charm of Cantonese, echoed in the private room. Everyone felt as if their ears had been caressed by the gentlest hand. No, it's not just about sounding nice. He is a god descended to earth. Shin Jiqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she gave Lin Fan a thumbs up without hesitation. She knew that her husband was very capable in many ways. I never expected that she could sing so well. She was filled with pride and her eyes were full of tenderness. When it was her turn, her sweet and ethereal voice rang out. Love exists in a hazy, dreamlike state, a true and sincere creation. If Lin Fan's singing voice embodies the desolation and heroism of the martial arts world, Shin Jiqiu's singing voice is like the ethereal beauty of a fairyland. The two voices were distinct, one forceful, the other gentle, one deep, the other clear. They are intertwined, yet there is no sense of disharmony. It's a match made in heaven. They didn't look at the lyrics, they just stared at each other. The love and understanding in their eyes seemed to overflow. They performed more than just a song. It is also a true, mythical love story that belongs to them. Until the end of time, the loving phoenix will forever be paired with the devoted mate. The song ended. The lingering sound resonated around the beam. The entire VIP suite remained deathly silent. Everyone was still immersed in the ultimate auditory feast they had just experienced, unable to extricate themselves. They didn't feel like they were in a karaoke bar. Instead, it was at a top-tier concert. No, even at a live concert, you might not hear such a perfect duet. Smack. Slap slap. Clap 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 clap. I don't know who was the first to react, but they started clapping. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire private room. Holy crap! That's awesome. What is this song? Is this the original singer? No, I think it sounds even better than the original. Fan Ji's voice, was it kissed by an angel? My ears are pregnant. They're really pregnant. My colleagues went completely wild, standing up excitedly one by one. One more song. One more song. Brother Fan, please, sing one more song. Cheers and shouts rose and fell. Shin Jiqiu blushed deeply and excitedly hugged Lin Fan's arm. Honey, you sang so well. I love you so much. Lin Fan smiled and patted her hand, then picked up the microphone and slowly walked to the corner. Standing before Zhang Yi, who had remained frozen in place since the song began. Zhang Yi's expression was more colorful than a palette. From initial mockery, to shock, to disbelief, and now to utter ashen white. He felt as if his face was being repeatedly pounded with a hammer. It broke. It shattered so badly that not even a trace remained. His prized singing voice paled in comparison to Lin Fan's godlike vocal skills, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. It's practically noise pollution. Lin Fan handed the microphone to him, his face still showing that calm and collected expression. Why don't you sing one too? Zhang Yi's face flushed red, and her lips trembled. If you, Lin Fan, just unleash your ultimate move and I just keep singing, isn't that just asking for a beating? Chapter 22 Discarding the donkey after it has served its purpose. The party has ended. Lin Fan and Shin Jiqiu took a taxi home. Wife, are you hungry? Lin Fan asked softly. A little. Shin Jiqiu rubbed her stomach and stuck out her tongue somewhat embarrassedly. It's more than just a little. She hadn't even had time for dinner to keep the appointment, and was already starving. I was so engrossed in watching the show and getting excited at the karaoke bar that I completely forgot I was hungry. Now that I've relaxed, hunger comes rushing in like a tidal wave. Wait. Lin Fan turned and walked into the kitchen. Shinji Chiu leaned against the back of the sofa, watching Lin Fan's busy figure. Lin Fan seemed so considerate and gentle. 10 minutes later. Lin Fan came out carrying 2 steaming bowls of noodles. It's the simplest plain noodles, served with a soft boiled egg. A few chopped scallions are sprinkled on top, giving it a fragrant aroma. Shinji Chiu picked up his chopsticks, eagerly picked up a pinch of noodles, blew on it, and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Honey, you're a culinary genius. You can even make noodles taste this good. Who would have thought that the female president of the prestigious Shin Group would rave about a bowl of noodles? Perhaps it's true what they say, with kindred spirits by your side, even simple food and drink are a joy. Shinji Chiu devoured the entire bowl of noodles in a whirlwind, drinking not a drop of soup. She let out a satisfied burp and wiped her mouth. Honey, thank you. Lin Fan smiled. I should be thanking you. Today, I'm so grateful to you for supporting me. Upon hearing this, Shinji Chiu shook his head, his expression extremely serious. It's not about putting on a show. If I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have known my husband was so amazing. She sings so well, she could easily debut as a pop star. The next day, Lin Fan arrived at the company as usual. As soon as I walked into the office, I sensed that something was off. His colleagues, who were so enthusiastic towards him yesterday, now look at him with a strange and evasive gaze. Han Tao quietly approached and lowered his voice. Boss, be careful, the manager looks really grim. Lin Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. He had just sat down in his seat when the door to the manager's office opened. Wang Hao's secretary came out. Lin Fan, Manager Wang wants you to come over. Lin Fan nodded, stood up, and walked towards the manager's office. Inside the office, Wang Hao sat in the boss's chair, his face gloomy. There was also an HR employee sitting next to me, holding a folder in his hand. As soon as Lin Fan entered, Wang Hao slammed the documents on the table. Lin Fan, you have openly disrupted the unity of your colleagues and created internal conflicts in the workplace, which has had an extremely negative impact. The company has decided to dismiss you immediately. This is your termination notice. The company will not shortchange you on the compensation you are entitled to. Lin Fan didn't seem too surprised by the result. He simply looked calmly at Wang Hao and asked, is it because you think the Shin Group's orders are secure, so you want to discard them after they've served their purpose? A smile appeared on Wang Hao's lips, but he didn't respond directly, instead speaking in an official tone. I don't understand what you're saying. The company has its own rules and regulations, and anyone who violates them must be dealt with according to the rules. Lin Fan sneered, I hope you won't regret it. My brother-in-law regrets it? Zhang Yi immediately jumped out, saying sarcastically, Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? My brother-in-law is the manager of Fenghuo Technology, how could you say such a thing? Wang Hao waved his hand, pretending to be very magnanimous, alright, let him go. Don't stoop to the level of such a nobody. Lin Fan smiled, didn't say anything more, and turned to leave. Because he has the confidence. For him now, a mere job is nothing to worry about. As for Wang Hao using him and then kicking him aside, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. He was well prepared and had plenty of ways to make the other party regret it. Wait, Wang Hao called out to him. Pack your personal belongings immediately and leave the company right away. The news of Lin Fan's dismissal spread throughout the entire project team in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The celebration party was just held yesterday. Today we fired the biggest contributor? What kind of operation is this? Wang Hao, along with HR and Zhang Yi, walked out of the office. I have 2 announcements to make. Lin Fan has been officially dismissed from the company for seriously violating company rules and damaging team atmosphere. Our company needs united, friendly, and positive employees. Instead of being like some people who become complacent with a little success and even use their cleverness to force colleagues to call him grandpa in public. This behavior seriously tramples on the dignity of colleagues and is inconsistent with our company's corporate culture. I hope everyone will take this as a warning. I also have another announcement to make. Zhang Yi is a hard worker and has been officially promoted to supervisor. We hope everyone will cooperate with him in the future. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Immediately, someone stepped forward. Han Tao said, "Manager Wang, I don't agree with what you said." Making Zhang Yi call him grandpa was a bet between him and Fan Gu, and Zhang Yi himself agreed to it. Fan Gu is the biggest contributor to the Xin Group's project. It's not right for you to discard him now that he's done his bidding. Han Tao's words expressed the sentiments of many people. Several other people immediately chimed in. Yes, manager, Lin Fan is a meritorious employee. Even if he made a small mistake, it shouldn't warrant being fired directly, right? Doing this will dishearten everyone. Wang Hao's expression turned even uglier. He never expected that so many people would dare to refute him in public. Before he could even speak, his brother-in-law Zhang Yi jumped out. Zhang Yi pointed at Han Tao with an arrogant expression. Han Tao, what do you mean? Are you questioning the manager's decision? The company fired him, it was the company's decision. Do you have any right to say anything about it? He lost face yesterday, and now is the perfect time to get revenge. In addition, now that I'm going to be a manager, I also need to establish authority. I'll tell you. Those who don't want to work here can get out of here with Lin Fan right now. No one is stopping you. The office was deathly silent. Everyone was enraged by Zhang Yi's arrogant and domineering attitude. Smack. Han Tao ripped off his employee badge and slammed it on the table. I'm not going to this lousy class anymore. That's right, it's a disgrace to work with someone like that. Another young colleague stood up and took off his employee badge. Count me in. Me too. In a short time, 4 or 5 people took action to protest against Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Wang Hao's face turned completely dark. He never expected things to develop to this point. Lin Fan walked up to Han Tao and the others and advised them. Don't act impulsively. It's not worth losing your job because of me. Brother Fan, we can't swallow this. Han Tao's face turned red. Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. Work hard, and we'll keep in touch when you have time. After saying that, he picked up the cardboard box and walked towards the door under everyone's gaze. As he passed by Wang Hao and Zhang Yi, he whispered, I bet you'll regret this soon. Chapter 23 Honey, don't worry, I have some savings. Wang Hao watched Lin Fan's departing figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Zhang Yi even arrogantly spat out a pooey. What is it that you still regret? Brother-in-law, I think he's just lost his mind. Wang Hao straightened his tie, resuming his managerial demeanor. All right, everyone go back to work. Han Tao, and the rest of you, submit your resignation letters to the HR department this afternoon. Our Fenghua company doesn't support idlers, much less ungrateful bastards. Han Hai Tianxi. When Lin Fan returned home, he casually placed the cardboard box containing his personal belongings in the entryway. He went straight to the study and turned on the computer. The screen lit up, its pale blue light reflecting off his calm, expressionless face. 10 fingers flew across the keyboard, so fast that only a blur remained. Lines of complex code refreshed on the screen like a waterfall. Less than 10 minutes. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing and leaned back in his gaming chair. He picked up the water glass on the table and took a small sip. 3 minutes later, the shrill ring of a cell phone shattered the silence of the room. Caller ID, Wang Hao. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. He slowly answered the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao immediately roared in exasperation. Lin Fan, was it you who did this? Why did the company's website suddenly crash? Lin Fan moved his phone further away and picked at his ear. Manager Wang, I don't understand what you're saying. I've already been fired by you. What does the business of Fenghua Company have to do with me anymore? If there's a problem with the website, contact the technical support department. Wang Hao angrily said. Don't play dumb with me. You led the team that built the company's firewall. Who else has that ability besides you? Lin Fan, I'm warning you, this is a commercial crime. Once I get the evidence, I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Lin Fan chuckled and said. Manager Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I have recorded the conversation just now, and I can sue you for defamation at any time. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Instead of wasting time yelling at me here, you should hurry up and find someone to fix the website. After all, every minute the website is down means more losses for the company, right? After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. Inside the study, Lin Fan looked at his phone screen and smiled. The network firewall of Fenghua Technology was indeed built by Lin Fan and his project team. Lin Fan knew every module and every vulnerability inside and out. Lin Fan now possesses god-level hacking skills. It would be incredibly easy for him to create a small backdoor in the system he built himself, causing Wang Hao a little trouble. Lin Fan never deliberately causes trouble. But if others bully him, he will never swallow his anger. If you dare to discard the donkey after it has served its purpose, I'll show you that without this donkey, you can't even move the millstone. Let's see who suffers the biggest loss and who can't afford to wait. Noon. Lin Fan was just about to cook a simple meal when Shin Ji-chyo called. Honey, have you eaten yet? Are you busy with work? Don't overwork yourself. Hearing that voice, Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. He leaned back on the sofa and said in a joking tone, I haven't eaten yet. Work isn't busy anymore because I got fired. From now on, I might have to rely on you, my wife, to support me. He had thought Shin Ji-chi would offer some words of comfort, or perhaps take it as a joke. Unexpectedly, Shin Ji-chyo on the other end of the phone immediately flew into a rage. How dare Fenghua Technology fire my husband? Do they want to quit the business? In that instant, Lin Fan clearly sensed the domineering and authoritative tone in Shin Ji-chyo's voice on the other end of the phone. It's exactly the same tone as the domineering female CEO on TV. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Shin Ji-chyo seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. She took a deep breath, and her tone instantly softened. Ahem. I mean, Fenghua Technology is really short-sighted. My husband is so skilled, firing you would be their loss. It's okay, honey. If we lose our jobs, we don't care. I have some savings here, it's definitely enough to support you. You can repay me tonight if necessary. Lin Fan's heart was completely touched. He said sincerely, Thank you, my wife. This unconditional trust and support was something he had never experienced before. He thought of his ex-wife, Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan had also considered starting his own business, hoping to make a name for himself with his skills. But what did Lu Ruyan say? Start a business? Lin Fan, are you crazy? What if you fail? Who will pay our mortgage and car loan? Where will I get the money to buy this bag? Why don't you just go to work quietly and not cause any trouble? You're just not cut out for this. The difference is obvious when compared side by side. One sees him as a tool for making money, while the other cherishes him dearly. Lin Fan's eyes even became a little moist. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Shin's Group, President's Office. The moment she hung up the phone, the gentleness on Shin Ji-chyo's face vanished. Instead, there was a cold, desolate atmosphere. She pressed the internal phone. Assistant Shin, come to my office immediately. Soon, Shin-yu, the superb assistant dressed in a professional suit, pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Shin, you wanted to see me. Shin Ji-chyo's gaze fell on Shin-yu, and he said coldly, Pass the word down. From this moment forward, all companies under the Shun Group will completely block Fenghua Technology. Reject all cooperation. Shin-yu was taken aback upon hearing this. President Shun? Isn't this too sudden? Fenghua Technology has just submitted a network security architecture upgrade plan. I've reviewed it, it's outstanding. The company's technical department praised it highly after their evaluation. We believe this plan will at least raise our company's cybersecurity level by 2 levels. We are preparing for the next round of negotiations with them. No need, Shin Ji-chyo interrupted her coldly. That dish that you and the technical department praised so highly was made by my husband. Shin-yu wasn't surprised, she already knew Lin Fan was in charge. But that makes even less sense. President Shin wants to shut down her husband's company. Could it be that the couple has broken up? I've never heard President Shin mention it. Shin Ji-chyo said. My husband was fired by Fenghua Technology as soon as he finished this project. Discard the donkey after it has done its work, or destroy the bridge after it has crossed the river. Do you think a company like this still has a reason to exist? What? Shin-yu was stunned. President Shin, Mr. Lin was really fired? Are those people crazy? In Shin-yu's view, Fenghua Technology has a good chance of securing a 200 million yuan order from Shin's Group. This is an absolute opportunity for Fenghuo Technology to achieve instant success. They actually dared to fire Lin Fan. They were practically cutting off their own path to survival. Chapter 24. You mean we must bring Lin Fan back? Fenghuo Technology Department. The company's top programmers were seated in front of more than a dozen computers. How's it going? At this moment, Wang Hao looked anxious and no longer had any managerial demeanor. The CTO, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, sighed and said helplessly, "Their methods are too sophisticated. We can't find the entry point. The entire firewall is like an airtight iron barrel. We are locked outside, while he does whatever he wants inside." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's heart sank to the bottom, and he pressed for an answer. "How much longer will it take to resolve?" The CTO gave a wry smile. "It's not a matter of time. None of us can fully understand the underlying architecture of this firewall. Unless..." He paused, not daring to continue. Wang Hao, however, already understood his meaning and roared. "Unless you bring that bastard Lin Fan back, is that it?" The entire technical department was completely silent. Everyone lowered their heads, acquiescing. Wang Hao was so angry that he was trembling all over. He just kicked Lin Fan out of the company like trash in front of the entire company. Now he's expected to humble himself and beg the person to come back? Where does he put his face? How can this manager continue to be a manager? Useless. They're all useless. What are you guys doing here? Wang Hao pointed at the technical director's nose and started cursing. Zhang Yi, who was standing behind him, rolled her eyes and leaned closer. "Brother-in-law, don't be angry. Now that we've confirmed it was Lin Fan who did it, let's call the police. Commercial crimes, deliberate damage to company property, that's enough to get him into serious trouble." Smack! Wang Hao slapped Zhang Yi hard across the face. "Call the police? How did you call the police? Where's your evidence? Do you have evidence that he was responsible for the website crash? You're a pig brain." Zhang Yi covered her burning face, not daring to refute. Wang Hao was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Until 5 p.m. The company's official website is still not up and running. If this continues, Fenghuo Technology will become a laughingstock in the entire industry. Keep in mind that they had just submitted a letter of intent to the Shin Group. If the senior management of Shin's Group finds out about this, will they question whether Fenghuo Technology can't even maintain its own website? So who would entrust a 200 million yuan cybersecurity contract to you? Wang Hao finally couldn't take it anymore. He retrieved Lin Fan's name again and dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. "Hello? Lin Fan. Manager Wang? Is there something you need?" Lin Fan asked the question knowing the answer already. Wang Hao clenched his fists tightly before squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Lin Fan, there's a problem with the company website. For the sake of our past relationship, could you come back and help me out?" Lin Fan remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. Then, he chuckled and said, "Manager Wang, you've got the wrong person. I have been fired and am no longer an employee of Fenghuo Technology. Besides, didn't you promote Manager Zhang? He's so capable, this little problem shouldn't be difficult for him." He finished speaking without waiting for Wang Hao's response. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Wang Hao heard the busy signal coming from inside. "I was so angry I almost smashed the phone. Zhang Yi. You good for nothing, all talk and no action. I don't care what method you use. Even if you have to kneel down and beg, you have to bring Lin Fan back to me. Otherwise, you can pack your bags and get out of here too." Zhang Yi trembled from the shout. "Please ask Lin Fan? Where should we ask for it?" He didn't even know where Lin Fan lived. Hanhai Tianxi. As soon as Shin Jiqiu opened the door to return home, she smelled an enticing aroma of food. Lin Fan was wearing an apron and bringing the last dish to the table. "Honey, you're back? Go wash your hands and eat." Shin Jiqiu put down her bag and hugged Lin Fan without washing her hands. "Honey, you're so good to me." Lin Fan smiled and said, "All right, let's eat first." Shin Jiqiu took a bank card out of her bag and handed it to Lin Fan. "Honey, take this." Lin Fan was taken aback. "What is this?" Shin Jiqiu said shyly. "My secret stash contains 300,000 yuan, which is all my savings from working for so many years. You may be unemployed now, but a man can't be without money. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart was deeply touched. Before, when he was married to Lu Ruyan, he would hand over his entire salary every time he received it. Shen Jiqiu actually wanted to give her all her savings to him. Lin Fan's eyes welled up with tears, and he hugged Shen Jiqiu tightly. Honey, I have money, you can keep it for yourself. He really wants to tell the other party that he has tens of millions in his account, but he can't explain where the money came from, so he can only keep quiet. We're husband and wife, my money is your money, don't be shy about using it, Shen Jiqiu said stubbornly. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Han Tao calling. Lin Fan answered the phone. Hey, Taozi. Han Tao said, Brother Fan. All of us got fired by that bastard Wang Hao too. But Brother Fan, guess what? Just now, that bastard Zhang Yi called us one by one. Please let us go back to work. On the condition that you are invited back to the company as well. Brother Fan, whatever you plan to do, the brothers will listen to you. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Zhang Yi, that kid, now he knows how to beg for help? Too late. Taozi, tell them. I, Lin Fan, will never return to Fenghua Technology. However, you can consider going back if you want. Han Tao on the other end of the phone immediately said. Brother Fan, what are you saying? Without you, what's the point of us going back? At worst, I can just find another job, I won't starve. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt a little guilty. Han Tao and the others were ultimately implicated by their own actions. Shen Jiqiu, who was standing nearby, heard the entire phone call clearly. She blinked, then suddenly spoke. Honey, how are your colleagues' skills? Lin Fan said, I train them all myself. Their skills are absolutely top-notch, and their character is also excellent. Shen Jiqiu said. I heard that the technology department is hiring. If your friends are interested, you can send me their information. Maybe I can introduce them to work at Shen S Group. The position and salary will definitely be higher than those at Fenghua Technology. Lin Fan was overjoyed upon hearing this. Honey, really? That's wonderful. He has his own system and doesn't have to worry about food or clothing. But Han Tao and his group are different. They are all ordinary office workers, burdened with mortgages and car loans, and are the pillars of their families. For them, getting into a top-tier company like Shen's Group is definitely the best possible outcome. Lin Fan looked at Shen Jiqiu, his heart filled with gratitude. Shen Jiqiu nodded and then said, Then, honey, why don't you go work at Shen's Group too? With your skills, you could at least be a technical director. Chapter 25 I want to start my own company. In the past, becoming the technical director of the Shen Group would have been Lin Fan's dream. But things are different now. Lin Fan has a system and god-level hacking skills. Working for someone else is no longer his goal. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Honey, I don't want to work for someone else anymore. I want to start my own company and be my own boss. At that moment, he thought of Lu Ruyan. He had once said the same thing to his ex-wife with great anticipation. What they received in return was merciless ridicule and contempt. Lin Fan, can't you recognize your own limitations? You think you can start a company? Just go to work quietly and don't embarrass me. However, Shen Jiqiu's reaction completely exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Okay. Honey, I support you. With your amazing skills, you'd definitely be able to start a company. I believe in you, you'll be overwhelmed with orders. Lin Fan froze completely. It turns out that marrying the right woman really makes a difference. Heaven and hell are separated by a single thought. Shen Jiqiu has already begun to plan with great enthusiasm. However, 300,000 is definitely not enough to start a company. How about I take this house as collateral for a mortgage loan? We should be able to get a loan for the house in Hanhai Tianxi. She spoke casually, but Lin Fan's heart was struck hard. In his opinion, Shen Jiqiu's family must have supported him in buying this house. Now, she's willing to risk everything for her company, which doesn't even exist yet. How could this woman be so foolish? How could it be so good? Lin Fan took her hand and said softly. No. Honey, please don't. Listen to me, I'm just starting out, my company isn't big, I don't need that much money. The 300,000 you gave me is more than enough. He really wanted to tell Shin Ji-chyo that he still had more than 10 million yuan in his account and didn't need her to give him all of it. But the origin of that money cannot be explained. Shin Ji-chyo knew that Lin Fan was rich, so she didn't insist any further. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, honey. You can take 300,000 yuan to use first, and if it's not enough, we can mortgage the house and get a loan. In short, I believe you can succeed, honey. This little incident brought the two of them closer together. The meal was warm and sweet. After dinner, the two snuggled together on the sofa watching a variety show. Let's enjoy this piece together. Suddenly, Shin Ji-chyo leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, Honey, how about we take a bath together tonight? Lin Fan froze, his blood rushing to his head. He turned his head sharply and met Shin Ji-chyo's watery eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were dreamy, and she looked both shy and expectant. This is an invitation that cannot be refused. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice became somewhat hoarse. Good. The next second, he suddenly jumped up from the sofa. I'll go flush the water right away. The bathroom was filled with steam. Shin Ji-chyo walked in. Clothes slipped off. Water splashed everywhere. The next day, Lin Fan went straight to the nearby CBD Jinwan Plaza. He wanted to choose a starting point worthy of his company. After some searching, he settled on an office of over 300 square meters on the 28th floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can see the bustling river view of the entire city. This is the place. At the same time, Shin's Group, President's Office. Shin Yu stood before Shin Ji-chyo and respectfully reported. Mr. Shin, we just received news from the Property Management Department of Jinwan Plaza that a Mr. Lin Fan wants to rent room 2808 in Building A. Shin Ji-chyo put down the documents in her hand, a smile playing on her lips. He's really quick to act. Shin Yu. Exist. You will handle this matter personally. Remember, do not reveal that Jinwan Plaza is part of the Shin family's business background. Shin Ji-chyo thought for a moment and added. As for the rent, we'll give him a symbolic price of 50 cents per square meter per day. Shin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. 5 cents? This isn't just a discount, it's practically free. But she didn't ask a single question. Yes, Mr. Shen. Jinwan Plaza, room 2808. Lin Fan waited for a long time before the agent told him that the homeowner's representative would come to talk to him in person. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling traffic below, feeling a surge of pride in his heart. A series of tap-tap sounds of high heels hitting the ground came from afar. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a woman walking slowly towards him. She was wearing a black fitted suit and a white silk shirt, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head, revealing her graceful, swan-like neck. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses were sharp and calm. She is an exceptional beauty who combines sexiness and intellect. Lin Fan never expected that the homeowner representative would be such an exceptionally beautiful woman. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Fan? The woman spoke, her voice clear and melodious. Lin Fan came to his senses. Yes, that's me. And who are you? The woman extends her right hand with an elegant gesture. My surname is Chin, and I am the person in charge of this CBD building. The two sat down. Shin Yu simply pushed a draft contract over to her. Mr. Lin, regarding the rent for room 2808, the price I can offer is 50 cents per square meter per day. What? 5 cents per square meter? Does that mean the rent for this 300 square meter office is less than 5,000 yuan a month? Are you kidding me? Lin Fan had specifically checked before coming here, and the market price here starts at least at 50,000. Is there some kind of trick involved? Lin Fan immediately asked. Miss Chin, why are you renting it to me for such a low price? Shin Yu smiled and asked in return. Isn't a low price a good thing? Lin Fan smiled faintly and said. Of course it's a good thing. But something unusual must be going on. I don't want to owe favors to people for no reason. He is now married. He didn't want to, and absolutely couldn't, have any tangled relationship with the beautiful woman in front of him. Shin Yu was in a bit of a dilemma. I didn't think much about it when I came. What reason should I come up with now? Mr. Lin, would you believe me if I said that I felt a great sense of kinship with you the moment I saw you? Shin Yu asked, forcing herself to speak. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine and unconsciously moved back a little. I'm sorry, Miss Chin, I have a family. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't rent this office. After saying that, Lin Fan turned and left. What a joke! He has a system, and he also has such a wonderful wife as Shin Ji-chyo. How could she possibly sell her body for a little rent? Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Shin-yu hurriedly explained, Mr. Lin, you misunderstand. I meant, you look a lot like a relative of mine who recently passed away. Chapter 26 Brother Fan, I want to follow you. Lin Fan turned around, his eyes scrutinizing him. Shin-yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him stop, and quickly continued weaving her story. I have a cousin who has been my best friend since childhood. He is very talented and works in technology. He has always wanted to start his own company. Unfortunately, he passed away last year due to illness. Mr. Lin, you really do look a lot like him. Especially the look in your eyes when you stood by the window just now, that aura, it was exactly the same. Shin-yu's words were sincere and heartfelt, without a single flaw. Lin Fan's doubts were largely dispelled. So that's how it is. Seeing Shin-yu's reddened eyes, his attitude softened. I'm sorry, Miss Chin, please accept my condolences. It's alright, it's all in the past. Shin-yu forced a smile and said. So, Mr. Lin, this rent is just a small token of my personal appreciation. I hope you can fulfill the dream that my cousin couldn't achieve. Lin Fan fell silent. Although he believed it to some extent, he couldn't abandon his principles. I don't want to take advantage of a strange woman, especially one who has just lost a loved one. Miss Chin, I appreciate your kind offer. But I still hope to rent this office at market price. I checked, and the going rate here is around 50,000 a month. Shin-yu was completely bewildered upon hearing this. 50,000? General Manager Shin's order is 50 cents per square meter. If I rent it out for 50,000, how am I supposed to explain it when I get back? Shin-yu panicked and immediately put on a pitiful expression. Mr. Lin, I really just want to be your friend, I have absolutely no other intentions. Please, just do me a favor and rent it for 50 cents, okay? Lin Fan was speechless. What landlord begs someone to rent to them? And at a price far below market value. After some back and forth, Lin Fan finally gave in to Shin-yu. The contract has been signed. The rent is 4,500 per month. Holding the contract and keys, Lin Fan felt like he was dreaming. After Shin-yu left, Lin Fan took out his phone and dialed Han Tao's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hey, Brother Fan. I have good news. You can try applying to Shin's group. My wife works there, and she said they're hiring technicians with excellent benefits. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of ecstatic joy. Holy crap! Brother Fan. Really? The Shin group? Of course it's true. Fan-gu is amazing. You're practically my god. Shin's group is the dream palace of all programmers. Brother Fan, what about you? Are you going to Shin's group too? Han Tao asked after his initial excitement. Lin Fan smiled. I'm not going. I want to start my own business. Now, I have rented an office, which is located in Block A, room 2808, Jinwon Plaza. There was another brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Han Tao said. Brother Fan. I'm not going to the Shin group. I'm going to fight you. Lin Fan was stunned on the spot. Think carefully. Starting a business with me is an uncertain future. Going to the Shin group is like taking a shortcut to success. He had to be upfront about the unpleasant things he didn't want to betray the brothers who trusted him. Brother Fan, please stop talking. Even if it means facing 9 deaths in 1 life, I'll go with you. Han Tao's tone was very firm. Lin Fan's eyes were a little moist. How fortunate he is to have such a group of brothers. Good. Since you've made up your mind, then come over here. I'm waiting for you at room 2808, Block A, Jinwon Plaza. Less than half an hour. Han Tao arrived in a flurry of activity, accompanied by 4 other core members of the technical department. When they pushed open the glass door of room 2808, everyone was stunned by what they saw. A spacious area of over 300 square meters. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror. The floor-to-ceiling windows covering the entire wall offer a magnificent view of the city and the river. Holy crap! Brother Fan, is this our office from now on? Han Tao's eyes widened like saucers, his face filled with disbelief. They used to work at Fenghuo Technology, where 7 or 8 people were crammed into a tiny pigeon coop of less than 30 square meters, without even a window. Compared to this, it's like the difference between a slum and a palace. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. That's right, this will be our base from now on. Oh! The 5 people instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. After the initial excitement, they immediately got to work. Brother Fan, this place has good lighting, you can use it as your office. That quiet corner can be partitioned off to make a server room. And here, we absolutely need to set up a tea room, and buy a big refrigerator and a coffee machine. Watching them enthusiastically plan for the future. Shin's Group, President's Office. Shinyu stood in front of her desk, giving a detailed report on her work that day. When she recounted how she cleverly fabricated the story of a cousin who died young, Shinji Chiu, who had maintained a cold expression, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your mind works pretty fast, but it's tough on your cousin. What if he finds out? Will he mind? Shinji Chiu teased with a smile. I had no other choice at the time. Shinyu scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. Mr. Lin was too vigilant, and I almost messed things up. But he seems to really think that you've taken a liking to him? Shinji Chiu asked with great interest. Shinyu blushed and nodded. The way he looked at me back then was like he was looking at some kind of monster, and he kept his distance. Shinji Chiu laughed even more happily. This man is quite principled. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would probably think they had a romantic encounter, but Lin Fan was able to keep his distance, which is quite good. Evening, at Hanhai Tianxi. While eating, Lin Fan vividly recounted his bizarre experience of renting an office that day. You didn't see it. As soon as Miss Qin opened her mouth, she said that we hit it off immediately and wanted to rent me the office at a price that was practically given away for free. I was so scared that I almost turned around and ran away. Shinji Chiu suppressed her laughter and deliberately put on a stern face. Oh? A sexy woman throws herself at you, and you're not even a little bit tempted? Lin Fan shook his head. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Shinji Chiu with a serious expression. At first, I really thought she had ulterior motives. But then she talked about her cousin, and she spoke very seriously, her eyes even reddened, and I didn't think it was fake. Moreover, she didn't make any excessive demands except for asking me to accept the low rent. So maybe I'm just overthinking it. After saying that, he grasped Shinji Chiu's hand, his eyes filled with utmost sincerity. Besides, how could I possibly be attracted to another woman? My heart and my eyes are already filled with you alone, there is no room for anyone else. These words are more beautiful than any sweet talk. Shinji Chiu's heart was completely melted. She knew then that she hadn't misjudged him. You pass. You did such a good job today, I'm going to reward you properly tonight. Chapter 27. The company hadn't even opened for business yet when its first order came in. On the other hand, Fenghuo Technology was in complete chaos. The website was down for 2 whole days. The company's phones are ringing off the hook. All the customers are complaining and questioning. In Wang Hao's office, the roaring never stopped. He pointed at Zhang Yi's nose, spitting everywhere. It's been 2 days, and they still can't fix this crappy website. What am I feeding you for? Zhang Yi lowered his head, his face as pale as paper. He dared not refute it. Everyone in the technical department tried it. It's useless. The code left behind by Lin Fan is like an insurmountable mountain. They simply couldn't find where the vulnerability was. Call Lin Fan. Now. Immediately. Right now. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot. I called, Zhang Yi said, her voice trembling. He didn't answer. Wang Hao angrily said. Then keep hitting him. Keep hitting him until he answers. If he doesn't come back today, you can get out of here. Zhang Yi shuddered. He took out his phone and dialed that number again. No one answered. Dial again. Still no one answered. Zhang Yi is on the verge of a breakdown. A sudden inspiration struck him. Han Tao. Yes, Han Tao and Lin Fan are the closest. He immediately found Han Tao's number and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before it connected. Hello? Han Tao's voice sounded relaxed, even somewhat cheerful. Zhang Yi quickly replied. Han Tao, it's me, Zhang Yi. What is it? Han Tao asked coldly. Zhang Yi, when are you coming to work? Also, have you told Lin Fan? Han Tao, what did you say? It's about the company website. Zhang Yi said somewhat awkwardly. A sneer came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Yi, in what capacity are you asking me this? Is he the newly appointed manager? He's Wang Hao's brother-in-law. Every word was like a slap across Zhang Yi's face, but he couldn't lose his temper. Han Tao, please help me. Tell Lin Hai to come back to work. Manager Wang said that as long as Lin Fan comes back, any terms are negotiable. Han Tao smiled again. Return? Do you think it's possible? Brother Fan is very busy right now and doesn't have time to deal with your petty matters. Zhang Yi's heart sank. Busy? What is he busy with? Of course I'm busy starting a company, Han Tao said, his tone full of boastfulness and pride. Start a company? Zhang Yi was completely dumbfounded. Han Tao said with considerable pride. That's right. We are all helping Brother Fan now. I'm sorry, Manager Zhang, you'd better find someone else to handle the website issue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt dizzy. Lin Fan actually started his own company? Where did he get the money? But none of that matters. The important thing is that if he doesn't bring Lin Fan back to restore the company website, he won't be able to explain it to his brother-in-law. Brother Tao. Where is Brother Fan's company? Tell me the address, and I'll go apologize to him in person. Zhang Yi asked. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Han Tao covered the microphone and looked at Lin Fan not far away. Brother Fan, that bastard Zhang Yi asked for our address, should we give it to him? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said. Tell him. This kind of thing can't be hidden for long. Han Tao nodded and picked up the phone again. Jinwan Plaza, Block A, Room 2808. Come over here if you dare. After saying that, Han Tao hung up the phone. Zhang Yi stood there, holding her phone, stunned. Jinwan Plaza? The rent there is not cheap. Half an hour later. Zhang Yi drove to Jinwan Square. He looked up at the towering skyscraper, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Take the elevator straight up to the 28th floor. The elevator doors opened, and he immediately saw room 2808. Bright glass door. Inside, people were moving about, and the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and pushed open the door to enter. The room fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to him. Han Tao spoke first. Hey, isn't this Manager Zhang? What brings you here? Another colleague also said sarcastically. What? Fenghuo Technology fired you too? Now you want to apply for a job here? We're not hiring managers here. However, we're still short one cleaner. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Zhang Yi's face flushed red and then turned pale. These guys used to work at Fenghuo Technology and wouldn't dare utter a single word in front of him. How dare they be so arrogant now? I'm annoyed as much as I am. He knew why he had come today. He could only suppress his humiliation and force out a smile that looked worse than crying. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness before, and I looked down on people. I apologize to you. As he spoke, he actually bent down. Lin Fan reached out and stopped him. There's no need for an apology. We're not that close. Zhang Yi said with a bitter face. Brother Fan, about the company website, please go back and help me out. If this continues, the company will be finished. Lin Fan sighed and pretended to be troubled, saying. As you can see, my company is just starting out, I have a lot of things to do, and I don't have time. Zhang Yi returned to Fenghuo Technology in a daze. He relayed Lin Fan's words to Wang Hao verbatim. Inside the office, there was another burst of smashing and breaking sounds. No time? Who does he think he is? You think I'm being too polite to him? Wang Hao was so angry that he was trembling and paced back and forth in his office. He cursed for a full 10 minutes before he finally stopped. The pressures of reality forced him to bow his head. Without Lin Fan, the website cannot be restored. If the website can't be restored, he won't be able to report back to his superiors, and Shun's group's orders may also be affected. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Jinwan Plaza, Block A, Room 2808. When Wang Hao opened the door, Han Tao and the others were gathered together eating takeout. Upon seeing Wang Hao, Han Tao put his lunchbox on the table and stood up. "Who are you, barging into someone else's company like that?" The others also stood up, staring intently at Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face was extremely pale. He never expected that he would be stopped by this group of employees he had previously disregarded. "I'm looking for Lin Fan," he said in a deep voice. Han Tao sneered and said, "Who drove Brother Fan away back then? How dare you show your face here now?" Another colleague chimed in. "That's right, our Brother Fan isn't someone you can just summon and dismiss at will. Who do you think you are?" Wang Hao was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. But he could only endure it. "I have important business to discuss with Lin Fan." He bypassed Han Tao and went straight to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, can you do me a favor?" Lin Fan asked casually. "Manager Wang, what brings you here?" "You know about the website," Wang Hao said, suppressing his anger. "I'm begging you to do me a favor." Lin Fan smiled and said, "No need to ask. After all, I own a company now, and I value rules and regulations." Wang Hao was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Lin Fan slowly pointed to the company sign that read Xiofan Technology and said, "Let me introduce you. Xiofan Technology's main business is solving various network problems. The problems that Fenghuo Technology is facing are exactly within our business scope. Therefore, Manager Wang can ask our Xiofan Technology to take action. As for the price, we are a new company, and we're having a grand opening sale, so we'll definitely give you a reasonable price." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared intently at Lin Fan. This is blatant extortion. Wang Hao almost vomited blood on the spot. But he knew he had no choice. "Good." Wang Hao squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. He had barely finished speaking. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Han Tao was the first to burst into laughter. The others joined in the laughter. Who would have thought? Before the company even officially opened, the first order came knocking on our door. It still comes from Fenghuo Technology, the company that kicked them out. That's a really slap in the face. Chapter 28, 100,000 for a single service, 1 million for an annual membership. Wang Hao's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He listened to the undisguised laughter around him, his fists clenched so tightly at his sides that they cracked. Lin Fan's voice rang out again, calm yet carrying an undeniable force. "Manager Wang, what's your decision? A single service starts at 100,000. If the problem is more complicated, it will cost extra. Of course, since our company has just opened, we also have special offers. Manager Wang, you might consider our annual membership. 1 million a year. If Fenghuo Technology has any network problems in the future, we will be there on call and handle them with priority." Upon hearing this, Han Tao and the others laughed even harder. Annual membership? This is not only killing someone, but also destroying their spirit. Wang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is treating Fenghua Technology like a cheap scam. They also offer memberships. Fuck you. He only dared to roar these words in his heart. The reality is that for every minute the company's website is down, the losses will be more than 100,000. He took a deep breath. Just one time. 100,000. Lin Fan snapped his fingers and said, "A wise choice. Han Tao, come with me. The rest of you continue setting up the office, and leave early when you're done." Fenghuo Technology. When Lin Fan and Han Tao reappeared at the company entrance, everyone was stunned. Several employees who were unaware of the truth even showed joy on their faces. "Brother Fan. Brother Tao. You're back?" They thought Lin Fan had come to his senses and was coming back to work. However, when they saw Wang Hao following behind, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, they immediately realized something was wrong. A colleague who was on good terms with Han Tao quietly pulled him aside. "Taozi, what's going on? Wang Hao invited you guys back again?" Han Tao chuckled and lowered his voice. "What do you mean by invite them back? We are Party A now, and they are Party B. Brother Fan is now General Manager Lin of Xiofan Technology, and I am General Manager Lin's assistant. We're here on a business trip, understand? We'll solve the technical problems you can't handle, for a fee. The colleague was stunned, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. Lin Fan started his own company? Or are they here to solve problems for Fenghua Technology? We paid them to come? All eyes were on Lin Fan. Shock, disbelief, followed by envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions. Especially those people in the technical department, they were all blushing and wished they could disappear into the ground. They've been working on this problem for 2 days without any results, and now they have to pay someone they kicked out to come back and solve it. That slap in the face really hurt. Lin Fan ignored all the gazes around him. He went straight to his original workstation. Zhang Yi, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, had already jumped up from her seat and stood awkwardly to the side. Lin Fan sat down and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Everyone held their breath. Wang Hao stared intently at the screen. He wanted to see how long Lin Fan would need. 1 minute. It didn't even take a minute. Lin Fan's fingers stopped. All done. 2 words, spoken with nonchalance. A programmer in the technical department subconsciously refreshed the company's homepage. Smooth and fluid. The website, which had been down for 2 days, is now back online. The entire office was completely silent. Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. That's it? So what have they been doing these past 2 days without sleep or rest? Wang Hao's expression was beyond just looking ugly. He felt his dignity being trampled on the ground and repeatedly rubbed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked up to him and said calmly, "Manager Wang, 100,000 yuan, cash or bank transfer? It's a pleasure to work with you." The money arrived quickly. Lin Fan received a text message notification from the bank on his phone. He said directly to Han Tao, "Come on, it's my treat tonight. Celebrating our first business deal at Jiufan Technology." "Yeah. Brother Fan is awesome." In a private room of an upscale restaurant near the CBD. Lin Fan and Han Tao toasted each other, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother Fan, you didn't see Wang Hao's face, it looked like he'd eaten shit." "Ah, that's so satisfying. I've been wanting to get back at him for ages." "Making 100,000 in a minute? That's faster than a money printing machine." "It's all thanks to Brother Fan." Everyone toasted Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and clinked glasses with them, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then, his phone rang. It is Shinji Chiu. He walked aside to answer the phone. "Honey, how's your company going?" Shinji Chiu asked. "I'm having dinner with my colleagues to celebrate the company getting its first order." Lin Fan's tone was tinged with amusement. "Oh? So fast?" Shinji Chiu said in surprise, "Send me the address, I want to go over and freeload a meal too." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan sent the address over. Less than 20 minutes. The door to the private room was pushed open. A figure dressed in a professional suit, exuding an extraordinary aura, appeared at the door. "Shinji Chiu has arrived." The private room fell silent instantly. Although Han Tao and the others had seen Shinji Chiu at the KTV, the lighting was dim that night. Even now, under the bright lights, seeing Shinji Chiu's face and aura up close is still incredibly stunning. "Hello, sister-in-law." Han Tao was the first to react and greet them. The others quickly stood up and joined in the shouting. "Hello, sister-in-law." Shinji Chiu blushed slightly, then smiled at everyone. "Hello, please sit down, don't be shy." She sat down next to Lin Fan. Lin Fan introduced them to Shinji Chiu. "This is Han Tao, Chen Bin, Li Wei. I've given you a rundown." Han Tao couldn't wait to vividly recount what had happened that day. When Shinji Chiu heard that Lin Fan earned 100,000 yuan in 1 minute, and that it was from Fenghua Technology, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. She could imagine Wang Hao's expression. It must have been quite something. "My husband is really funny." Shinji picked up the juice, using it instead of wine. "A salute to Jiufan Technology's first business deal, and a salute to our great contributor, Lin." Everyone raised their glasses again, and the atmosphere became even more lively than before. After several rounds of drinks, Han Tao was a little tipsy and started talking more. He slammed his fist on the table, standing up for Lin Fan. "Sister-in-law, you have no idea how scumbags Wang Hao and his gang are. Fangua was the biggest contributor to our company's ability to connect with the Xing Group and negotiate that big project from start to finish, and to all the technical solutions." "And what happened?" The project was just finished when they kicked Fan Gu aside and put that good-for-nothing Zhang Yi in his place. A classic case of discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose, or dismantling a bridge after it has been used. Another colleague, Chen Bin, chimed in, "That's right. Without Brother Fan, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the Shin Group." Listening to the accusations from the crowd, Lin Fan simply smiled and remained silent. Shen Jiqiu frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Fan. Fenghua Technology can't even manage its own website, so what qualifications does it have to participate in Shen's Group's 200 million yuan project? I just confirmed that Fenghua Technology will soon be removed from the Shin Group's list of potential partners. The next day. Fenghua Technology. In Wang Hao's office. He is dealing with the backlog of customer complaints from the past 2 days. A notification for a new email popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. Sender, Shen's Group Project Department. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. I quickly opened the email. Notification letter regarding the termination of cooperation negotiations for the XX project. The email was brief and very formal. Due to a recent major technical safety incident at Fenghua Technology, our group has determined that your company's technical capabilities and qualifications do not currently meet our cooperation requirements. Therefore, effective immediately, all project negotiations between the two parties are terminated. The email ended with the company's bright red official seal. Wang Hao stared at the words and the official seal, his mind going completely blank. It's over. Everything is over. He went to great lengths, even going so far as to kick Lin Fan out of the project he wanted to win, and it's all gone just like that. Chapter 29. Lin Fan's wife actually works here. Wang Hao was unwilling to give up so easily. He found the phone number of the contact person for the Shin Group. Manager Li from the project department. The call was made. After waiting for a long time, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" came a formulaic voice from the other end. "Manager Li. It's me, Wang Hao from Fenghua Technology." Wang Hao said obsequiously. "Oh, Manager Wang, is there something you need?" The tone on the other end was flat, revealing no emotion. "Manager Li, I received the email. I feel that your company has misunderstood us." Before he could finish speaking, Manager Li interrupted him, saying, "Manager Wang, the decision was made after careful evaluation by the group's senior management, so there's nothing I can do about it." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. But he still didn't want to give up. "Manager Li, the website outage was just an accident. It was caused by a traitor within the company. The server was maliciously attacked, which caused the outage. This does not represent our company's true technical capabilities at all." "Traitor?" The voice on the other end of the phone seemed to carry a hint of mockery as it said. "Manager Wang, this is a tech company that can't even manage its own employees, yet allowed a so-called traitor to paralyze its website for 2 days. How can you expect our Shin Group to have the ability to maintain a project worth 200 million? Every word is piercing to the heart. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Yes. The other party is right. This reason is irrefutable. That's fine then, Manager Wang, I'm very busy. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Wang Hao could only harbor all his resentment towards Lin Fan. If it weren't for Lin Fan's meddling, how could the website have crashed? If the website doesn't crash, how could Shin's Group possibly kick Fenghua Technology out? It was all Lin Fan's fault. You just wait, this isn't over yet. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zhang Yi walked in with a smile and asked, "Brother-in-law, have you received any emails from the Shin Group recently?" Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Zhang Yi. "Roll. Get out of here." Zhang Yi was stunned. He had no idea what had happened. "Brother-in-law, you... I told you to get out. Can't you understand human language?" Wang Hao roared, pointing at the door as if he had gone mad. Zhang Yi was so frightened that he trembled and didn't dare to utter another word. He scrambled out of the office. The world is finally quiet. Wang Hao slumped into a chair, panting heavily. The internal telephone on the desk rang at an inopportune moment. He grabbed the microphone and yelled, "Who is it?" "Wang Hao, who the hell do you think you are?" A familiar voice came from the phone. "It's Lu Jun, the boss of Fenghua Technology." Wang Hao immediately changed his expression and said politely, "Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, I didn't know it was you." How's the Shin Group's project going? Lu Jun asked. Just 2 days ago, Wang Hao confidently assured his boss that the project was a sure thing. But now, Mr. Lu, the project has encountered a slight unexpected problem, Wang Hao said with difficulty. What accident? Lu Jun pressed. The Shin Group directly put us on the list of potential partners, and the reason is. Lu Junkai didn't want to hear the reasons, he only wanted the results, and immediately rebuked. What did you say? Wang Hao. What the hell are you good for? I appointed you as manager so you could ruin a $200 million deal? I don't care what methods you use, whether you cry or kneel, you have to get this project back for me. If you can't get it back, you're fired. He hung up the phone immediately after yelling at me. Wang Hao held the microphone, stunned for a long time. How much did he sacrifice to climb to the position of manager? Should we kick him out now? No. Absolutely not. He immediately called Zhang Yi back. Zhang Yi still looked aggrieved and confused. Wang Hao didn't have time to explain to him and gave the order directly. Prepare all the information about the Shin Group project immediately and come with me. Zhang Yi didn't dare ask any more questions and hurriedly went to do it. Half an hour later, the two were standing in front of a skyscraper. Shin's Group headquarters. The glass curtain wall reflects a cold light in the sunlight, like a silent behemoth looking down at the tiny ants below. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi are just 2 ants. The two straightened their collars, took a deep breath, and walked into the hall. Hello. The receptionist greeted us with a sweet smile and a polite tone. Hello, this is Wang Hao, manager of Fenghua Technology. We'd like to meet with Manager Li from the project department, or any other senior executive in your company. Wang Hao forced a smile. The receptionist checked on the computer. Excuse me, sir, you cannot go up without an appointment. Could you please make a phone call and inform them that Wang Hao from Fenghua Technology has a very urgent matter to discuss? I'm sorry, sir, this is company policy. The receptionist's smile remained sweet, but her attitude was incredibly firm. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi had no choice but to withdraw. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? Zhang Yi was completely at a loss. Wait. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and spat out the word. The two waited from noon until the afternoon. During this time, they watched countless white-collar workers come and go, each with a confident smile on their face. That confidence stung Wang Hao's eyes. He felt increasingly uncertain. Even if the senior executives of the Shin Group come out, will they know each other? Why should they even see me? But they had no other choice but to wait there like fools. 5:30 p.m. It's time to leave work. The crowd inside the building began to thicken. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi stared wide-eyed, scanning each person who came out like a radar. Hopefully, one can distinguish who is in a high-ranking position based on their demeanor and attire. Suddenly, Zhang Yi excitedly pulled Wang Hao along. Brother-in-law. Look, that woman. Wang Hao looked in the direction he was pointing. A woman in a business suit, with an elegant figure and a cool demeanor, is walking out of the revolving door. That face. Lin Fan's wife, the one I saw at the KTV. Zhang Yi lowered his voice, his tone full of surprise. How come she works here? Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Without thinking twice, Zhang Yi and I rushed over in a few quick steps. As soon as Shin Jiqiu stepped out of the gate, he saw someone blocking his way. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be these two guys? She quickly guessed why the two men had come. Who are you? Shin Jiqiu asked deliberately. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's smiles froze on their faces. She doesn't recognize us? We met a few days ago at the Royal Dynasty KTV, Wang Hao quickly reminded him. I'm Wang Hao from Fenghua Technology, and this is Zhang Yi. Oh. Shin Jiqiu drew out his words, feigning sudden realization. I remember now. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were both delighted and were about to say something more, but Shin Jiqiu said calmly. You're the ones who kicked my husband out of the company, right? Chapter 30 Sneer, your wife is the president of a group, what kind of background do you need? The air froze instantly. The fawning smile on Wang Hao's face froze completely. His original plan was to use this woman to see if he could get to know the senior management of the Shin Group. Now, the other party is saying that they drove Lin Fan away. That killed the conversation right away. But Wang Hao was unwilling to give up so easily. He gritted his teeth and said, That's a misunderstanding. Lin Fan is a technical genius. How could our company possibly fire him? It's all the work of petty people who are causing trouble and sowing discord. I have investigated and dealt with those people. Lin Fan can return to work at Fenghuo Technology anytime he wants. His position is directly that of a formal supervisor. The words fell. Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, immediately changed his expression. Formal supervisor? Isn't that my spot? He's only been in this position for a few days, he hasn't even had a chance to get comfortable there yet. Now, in order to bring Lin Fan back, is my brother-in-law going to kick him to the curb? A surge of resentment and unwillingness welled up from the bottom of my heart. But he dared not utter a sound. Wang Hao didn't even look at Zhang Yi, all his attention was on Shin Jiqiu. He. Shin Jiqiu chuckled softly and said, Manager Wang, do you think my husband would still want your supervisor position? He's already preparing to start his own company. There's no need for Fenghuo Technology to worry about it. After Shin Jiqiu finished speaking, she stopped looking at them. She turned around, ready to leave. Wang Hao panicked completely and hurriedly said, Please wait a moment. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have fired Lin Fan. I beg you for a favor. I want to meet with the senior executive in charge of this project at the Shen Group. Zhang Yi also realized what was happening and quickly followed suit with a bow. Please help me out, for the sake of the songs we sang together before. These two guys are just too shameless. Do they think you have to give them face just because they're singing together? Shin Jiqi was considering whether to call security to kick the two guys out. On second thought, I decided against it to avoid revealing my identity. Or, could we give it to these two guys to tease? An idea suddenly popped into Shin Jiqiu's mind. She coughed lightly and said, Come over early tomorrow, and I'll give it a try. Hiss. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were both taken aback. Somewhat unbelievable, Lin Fan's wife actually agreed to help? That shouldn't be happening. Could it be that this woman is trying to leave Lin Fan a way out? Yes, that must be it. Starting a business is not easy these days. Although Lin Fan has good technical skills, he lacks funds and background, so the probability of his business failing is very high. What if his startup fails? He helped us out today, and now he'll be begging us to take him in at Fenghuo Technology? After imagining all this, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little smug. He began to anticipate the scene of such an exceptional woman begging him. Han Hai Tianxi. At the dining table. While serving food to Lin Fan, Shin Jiqiu recounted how she had encountered Wang Hao and Zhang Yi at the company entrance earlier that day. Lin Fan didn't show much emotion after hearing this. He wasn't surprised at all that someone like Wang Hao would do something like this. He was just curious and asked. The security architecture I was responsible for developing before was already very complete. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any major problems for Fenghuo Technology to win the Shin family's project. Do Wang Hao and his group really need to seek an audience with senior executives of the Shin Group? These words sounded arrogant, but Lin Fan knew his own skills. That architecture is absolutely top-notch in the country. The Shin Group had no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile flashed in Shin Jiqiu's eyes. She certainly couldn't say that she, as the CEO, used her authority to shut down Fenghuo Technology to avenge her husband. She had to say something else entirely. There's been news coming out from within the group. Speaking of Fenghuo Technology, they can't even maintain their own company website properly. We were completely helpless after being hacked and had our system paralyzed for 2 days. In the end, we had to spend money to hire outside help to solve the problem. Therefore, the group's senior management felt that a company that could not even guarantee its own safety was simply not capable of taking charge of Shin's 200 million yuan project. Just remove them from the shortlist. Shin Jiqiu's words are reasonable. This reason is irrefutable. Lin Fan remained silent for a long time after listening. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. I really didn't expect that. My unintentional act had a dramatic effect. Wang Hao had gone to great lengths to secure the project, which was almost within his grasp. It all fell apart because of my own carelessness. This is more satisfying than beating him up in person. That was truly exhilarating, Lin Fan exclaimed sincerely. Seeing Lin Fan's happy expression, Shin Jiqiu seized the opportunity to say, Since Fenghuo Technology is out of the game. And now you, my husband, have started your own company. Why not give it a try and take this project? Shinji Chiu trusted Lin Fan's skills, and besides, he was her husband. Giving the project to Lin Fan would be a win-win situation. Lin Fan was also somewhat excited upon hearing this. If they can secure the 200 million yuan project from the Shin Group, the newly established Jiufan technology will be able to achieve phenomenal success. But he quickly calmed down, gave a wry smile, and shook his head, saying, Jiufan technology has just been established, with no reputation, no background, and no successful cases. It's a complete shoddy operation. How could such a large company as Shin's Group entrust such an important project to a company that has only been registered for 2 days? If we submit the proposal, it will probably be thrown away as garbage in the first round. Business competition is never just about technology. It also depends on background and connections. Lin Fan felt he had little hope. Upon hearing this, Shinji Chiu almost burst out laughing on the spot. She really wanted to say, your wife is the president of the Shin Group. What kind of background or connections do you need? Now is not the time to talk about these things, Shinji Chiu thought for a moment and advised. Why is it impossible? You have the technology. You have a team too. All you're missing is an opportunity and a stage to prove yourself. I believe in my husband, I know he can do it. Besides, it's okay even if we don't get the order, we can just treat it as an attempt. Shinji Chiu's encouragement was like a warm current flowing into Lin Fan's heart. Yes. When did I become so timid and hesitant? He has top-notch hacking skills and a wife who supports him unconditionally. What's there to be afraid of? How will you know it won't work if you don't try? Lin Fan's gaze gradually hardened. He looked up and met Shinji Chiu's encouraging gaze. The blood in my chest began to boil. Good. I'll give it a try. Shinji Chiu smiled charmingly, honey, you're the best. I feel like you'll definitely land this order. You'll have to thank me properly then. Lin Fan nodded, definitely. If we can really secure the order, I'll buy my wife a nice car first, and then I'll buy her bags, jewelry. In short, my wife, you can buy whatever you want. For Lin Fan, if he could secure the Shin Group's project, he could use the money he received from the system openly and legitimately. At that time, I won't have any worries about buying things for Shinji Chiu, or even spending money on my parents. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Chapter 31 President's Special Assistant. The next day. Room 2808, Block A, Jinwan Plaza. Lin Fan gathered Han Tao and several other colleagues who had resigned with him. The office had just been renovated, but everyone's face was filled with anticipation for the future. Lin Fan looked around and went straight to the point. I've decided to compete for the 200 million yuan project order from the Shin Group. The words fell. The entire office fell silent instantly. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Han Tao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief as he said, Brother Fan, you're not kidding, are you? Didn't you already complete the core security architecture for that project when you were at Fenghuo Technology? Wang Hao and the others just need to take your results and hand them in. We're only starting now, how can we possibly make it in time? Han Tao's words expressed what everyone felt. The others echoed this sentiment. Yes, Brother Fan, there's simply not enough time. Even if we work day and night, we still can't catch up with the progress. Lin Fan smiled and dropped a bombshell. As far as I know, Fenghuo Technology has been removed from the shortlist by the Shin Group. What? Han Tao and the others were stunned again. The reversal happened so fast that their brains couldn't keep up. Lin Fan briefly recounted the reasons Shinji Chiu had given him. Just because the official website was down for 2 days, the senior management of Shin's Group believed that Fenghuo Technology could not even guarantee its own security, so they revoked their qualification. A few seconds later. Put. I don't know who couldn't help but laugh first. Immediately afterwards, an uncontrollable burst of laughter echoed throughout room 2808. Holy crap, is this for real? Ha 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 ha. Karma, this is fucking karma. That idiot Wang Hao probably never dreamed that the project he worked so hard to snatch would fall through because of this little thing. Serves him right, evil deeds will be punished. They drove Brother Fan away and even tried to take credit for his achievements. Even God can't stand it. All the frustration and resentment I felt earlier vanished at that moment. Everyone felt triumphant and exhilarated, a feeling they had never experienced before. Lin Fan waited until they finished laughing before raising his hand to quiet them down. Now that Fenghuo technology has been eliminated, it is an opportunity for us. We can scrap the original architecture and start over to create a more perfect version. Does everyone have confidence? Have. This time, the answers were unanimous. A raging fire burned in everyone's eyes. Morale was at an all-time high. Lin Fan immediately began assigning tasks. At the same time, the headquarters building of the Shin Group. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi arrived early in the morning, but no one has paid them any attention yet. Zhang Yi muttered to himself. Brother-in-law, do you think Lin Fan's wife might be playing a trick on us? After all, we fired her husband, so it's normal for her to hold a grudge. Wang Hao wasn't sure himself, but he put on a tough front. She still needs us to leave a way out for her husband. Just as the two were feeling uncertain and anxious, a series of crisp high-heeled footsteps approached from afar. The two of them instinctively looked up. A woman dressed in an expensive business suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses was walking towards them. The woman possesses a capable demeanor, a refined face, and an impeccable figure. Zhang Yi's eyes widened instantly. My saliva almost dripped from the corner of my mouth. Top-notch. Absolutely top-notch in the workplace. The woman walked up to them, stopped, and glanced at them before speaking calmly. Are you Manager Wang and Supervisor Zhang from Fenghuo Technology? His voice was cold and clear, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Wang Hao was startled and quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, that's us. The woman nodded and gave a brief self-introduction. My name is Qin and I am the special assistant to the president of Shin's Group. What? President's special assistant? Wang Hao and Zhang Yi instantly blushed with excitement. They initially thought that Lin Fan's wife would at most help them connect with a project manager. Unexpectedly, the president's special assistant personally received me. That's giving them way too much face. In their hearts, the two of them had thanked Lin Fan's wife countless times. It seems that woman genuinely wanted to leave Lin Fan a way out. Hello, Assistant Qin. Wang Hao excitedly reached out his hands, wanting to shake hands. Qin Yu simply nodded lightly, then turned and said, Come with me. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi dared not delay in the slightest and quickly followed. This was their first time entering the Shin Group. Looking at the spacious, bright, and futuristic hall, and the powerful and charismatic business elites coming and going, the two of them felt like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Qin Yu led them to a high-end conference room. The two sat down awkwardly, not daring to even breathe loudly. Qin Yu sat down in the main seat and got straight to the point. I have reviewed the project proposal submitted by Fenghuo Technology. The part about network security architecture is particularly well done and very innovative. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi straightened their backs instantly. Wang Hao's face was full of smiles as he began to boast endlessly. Assistant Qin, you have excellent taste. This security architecture is a core secret of our company, painstakingly created by our top team. It's absolutely unique in the country. Qin Yu listened quietly, her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses remaining completely calm. She waited until they finished boasting before slowly speaking. Could I meet with the core person in charge of this security architecture? I have some in-depth technical questions that I'd like to ask in person. The meeting room fell silent instantly. The smiles on Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces froze completely. Core person in charge? That's Lin Fan. He was kicked out of the company a long time ago. Where can we find Lin Fan now? The two were dumbfounded. Qin Yu watched their reactions, a barely perceptible smile curving her lips. She feigned ignorance and asked, What? Is there a problem with my request? No. No problem. Of course, no problem. Wang Hao waved his hand repeatedly. Zhang Yi quickly chimed in, yes, no problem. Qin Yu nodded, picked up a business card from the table, and pushed it over. Very good. Next time, please be sure to bring your core technology leader with you to see me. This is my contact information. After she finished speaking, she stood up, indicating that the meeting was over. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi walked out of the Shin Group building in a daze. The two felt a mix of emotions. They could sense that Assistant Qin was very satisfied with the security architecture designed by Lin Fan. The chances of securing this 200 million yuan project are extremely high. But the biggest problem now is that they have to bring Lin Fan back. A person who has already started his own company and has been thoroughly offended by them. How is that possible? Top floor, CEO's office. Shinya stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, reporting the situation to Shinji Chiu. They panicked on the spot and finally made up an excuse, saying that the person in charge was on a business trip. Shinji Chiu held a cup of coffee and gazed at the city skyline below. A cold smile slowly curled at the corners of his lips. She did this so that Wang Hao and Zhang Yi would personally beg Lin Fan. Anyone who messes with Shinji Chiu's man must pay the price. Chapter 32. Sorry, we are now competitors. Outside the Shin Group building, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi stood by the roadside, their faces so gloomy they could drip water. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? That assistant Qin clearly wants to see Lin Fan. Frustrated, Wang Hao pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. What else can we do? We have no choice but to go to him. Zhang Yi looked troubled. Would he agree? Wang Hao exhaled a thick smoke ring. You have to agree, whether you like it or not. He started a lousy company, he's dirt poor, and he's really short of money. We will offer him a technical consultant contract, with his salary paid according to the supervisor's standards. He had no reason to refuse. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Yes. As long as we register him under our company name, we can appease the Shin Group. Once we get the project, we'll kick him to the curb. Wang Hao snorted coldly, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan really thinks he's all grown up now. Without Fenghua Technology's platform, he is nothing. We're giving him a chance, he should be grateful. The two have reached an agreement. We drove straight to Jinwan Square. The entrance to room 2808, Block A, Jinwan Plaza. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi stood outside the door, and through the glass door, they could see the bustling scene inside. Everyone was engrossed in their work at their computers. There was no reception desk, and everything seemed very basic. But on everyone's faces was a look that Wang Hao had never seen before at Fenghua Technology. That was passion, that was hope. A strange unease rose in Wang Hao's heart. He pushed open the door and went inside. Han Tao and the others all looked up at the same time. Upon seeing that it was Wang Hao and Zhang Yi, everyone's eyes instantly turned cold. Disgust, contempt, and no attempt to conceal it. Lin Fan came out from the inner room. He saw the two of them, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, "What is it now, gentlemen?" Wang Hao cleared his throat and forced out what he thought was a friendly smile. "Lin Fan, we've been colleagues for a while now. What happened before was wrong of me, I acted impulsively." Zhang Yi quickly chimed in. Yes, Brother Fan, Manager Wang actually values you a lot. It's all a misunderstanding, it'll be fine once we talk it out. A suppressed snicker echoed through the office. Han Tao and the others looked at the two of them as if they were clowns. Lin Fan put his hands in his pockets and said coldly, "Get to the point." Wang Hao's face twitched. He took a deep breath and stated his purpose directly. "I discussed it with the company and decided to rehire you. Your position is technical consultant, and your salary will be paid according to the supervisor's standards. You don't need to come to the office. Just provide some technical support when we need it." In his view, Lin Fan had no reason to refuse this high-paying, leisurely job that was offered to him. However, Lin Fan's answer was just one word. Roll. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's smiles froze on their faces instantly. "Lin Fan, what do you mean? Don't push your luck. Do you really think your lousy company can keep going? I'm leaving you a way out." Lin Fan felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. A way out? Wang Hao, do you think I'd believe you're being so kind? Wang Hao was speechless. Seeing that his appeasement policy had failed, he had no choice but to confront the issue directly. "Lin Fan, I'm telling you the truth. The Shin Group's 200 million project specifically requested to see you. As long as you're willing to be listed under our company's name, you can help us get through this. After we win the project, I'll give you 10% of the bonus." Wang Hao didn't believe Lin Fan could resist such a temptation. After listening, Lin Fan suddenly smiled. Wang Hao's face turned a deep purplish red. "Why are you laughing?" Lin Fan stopped laughing and said coldly, "Wang Hao, what bad luck. Our Chiofan Technology is currently preparing a new network security architecture solution for the Shin Group. Therefore, we are competitors. Why should I help you?" The words fell. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What? Lin Fan's company is also competing for that 200 million project? What a joke! A few seconds later, Wang Hao realized what was happening, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? You guys? A makeshift team without even a receptionist? You dare to covet Shen's group's 200 million yuan project? He looked at Lin Fan with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot, his tone full of disdain. Take my advice and stop daydreaming like this. What kind of company is the Shen Group? Would they even bother with a newly established small workshop like yours? Isn't it better for you to just take my money honestly than to go and get hurt? Zhang Yi also came to her senses and joined in the persuasion. Yes, brother Fan, Manager Wang is right. Doing business is not child's play. Your approach is too unrealistic. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He stared at Wang Hao and asked, word by word. Fenghua Technology has a lot of people and the company is also large. But you can't even fix your website crashing in 2 days. In the end, we still need to spend another 100,000 yuan to ask our Qiufan Technology, the small workshop, to take action. Wang Hao, tell me. What right do you have to tell me how to do things here? These words were tantamount to a direct slap in the face to Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. They were speechless, unable to utter a single word. The issue with the official website is his biggest sore spot and the shame he least wants to be mentioned. Now, Lin Fan has laid bare his secrets in front of everyone. He felt a burning pain on his face. Lin Fan stopped looking at him. He turned to Han Tao and said, Han Tao, see the guest out. Tell the security guard downstairs that these two people are not allowed to set foot on the 28th floor again. Han Tao had been waiting for this for a long time. He immediately stood up, walked up to Wang Hao and Zhang Yi, and gestured for them to enter. Please, gentlemen. The mockery in his eyes almost drove Wang Hao mad. He stared intently at Lin Fan's back, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. In the end, he didn't dare to cause a scene there. Let's go. Wang Hao squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth, then turned and left angrily. Downstairs at Jinwan Plaza. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were like 2 stray dogs. Humiliation and anger intertwined in their hearts. Zhang Yi asked, brother-in-law, what do we do now? If Lin Fan refuses to help, how are we going to explain this to the Shen Group? That's a 200 million yuan order. If it falls through, the boss will skin us alive. Wang Hao lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and said, didn't Lin Fan want to compete? Okay. I'd like to see what he has to offer me in this competition. A wicked thought began to frantically grow in his mind. Since the soft approach isn't working, let's try the hard approach. If Lin Fan refuses to cooperate, then let him make it impossible for his company to continue operating. Let's go. Wang Hao threw down his cigarette, stomped it out, and said through gritted teeth, where are you going, brother-in-law? Zhang Yi asked. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. Go to the leasing department of Jinwan Plaza. We'll pay double the price to rent room 2808. I'd like to see how Lin Fan can fight me after he's been kicked out of the office. Chapter 33. Mr. Shen's man is quite interesting. Leasing department, 1st floor of Jinwan Plaza. A salesman surnamed Zhao greeted Wang Hao and his companion. Gentlemen, how can I help you? Wang Hao said directly, I want a rent block A, 2808. Salesman Xiao Zhao paused for a moment, then gave a professional smile. Please wait a moment, sir, let me check for you. He returned to his computer and began typing. A few seconds later, he looked up and said, Sir, a lease agreement has been signed for room 2808, building A. It's been rented out? Wang Hao feigned surprise. Yes, sir, Xiao Zhao said. Wang Hao seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, We got our eye on that office. How about this, I'll pay double the rent. Xiao Zhao's smile froze. Sir, this is not in accordance with regulations. I'll pay the penalty for breach of contract, Wang Hao said. Xiao Zhao's expression changed. He seemed to understand. This is not a simple commercial lease. They're clearly here to cause trouble. He, a mere salesman, naturally couldn't make the decision on such a matter, so he immediately reported it to his superiors. The call was made up the chain of command. Finally, a call came to Qin Yu's cell phone. Qin Yu immediately reported to Shen Jiqiu. President Shen. We've received a report from Jinwan Plaza that Wang Hao, the manager of Fenghua Technology, is in the leasing department. He's demanding double the rent to forcibly rent room 2808 in Building A and force the current tenant to move out. Shinji Qiu sneered upon hearing this and said, "This Wang Hao has really grown bold, coming to my territory to bully my husband? Go and take care of it." "Yes, President Shun." Xin Yu immediately understood Shinji Qiu's meaning. Jinwan Plaza, leasing department. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were getting a little impatient. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, "Brother-in-law, when will we get there? A rundown office building, yet it has a lot of rules." Wang Hao exhaled a smoke ring and sneered. "Money can make the devil turn the millstone. I refuse to believe that double the price can't solve it. If it doesn't work, we'll add more money. Once we kick that brat Lin Fan out, let's see how arrogant he can be then." The words had barely left his mouth. A tall and capable figure walked in. A black business suit, a white silk shirt, and impeccable makeup. He has a powerful aura and sharp eyes. It was Qin Yu. When Wang Hao and Zhang Yi saw the person who had arrived, their expressions froze instantly. "Why is the president's special assistant from the Shun Group here?" Qin Yu looked at Wang Hao and said coldly, "Manager Wang, I didn't expect we'd meet so soon." Wang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he forced out a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Assistant Qin. What brings you here?" Qin Yu did not answer his question directly, but instead went straight to the point. "I heard that manager Wang knew that room 2808 in Building A had been rented, but still tried to force the tenant to stay, right? Could it be that manager Wang has a grudge against the other party?" Wang Hao stammered as he got up. This is..." "Assistant Qin, you are unaware of the following. The current tenant of room 2808 in Building A is named Lin Fan. He used to be an employee of our Fenghua Technology, but he was fired by the company because of his poor work performance. Who knew he held a grudge and maliciously attacked our company's official website, causing it to be paralyzed for 2 days. Our boss said we need to teach Lin Fan a lesson." Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, also realized what was happening and hurriedly nodded frantically in agreement. Yes. Assistant Qin, what my brother-in-law said is true. That Lin Fan is absolutely wicked." Qin Yu listened quietly, her face expressionless. After they finished speaking, he slowly began to speak. "Oh? From what you're saying, this Lin Fan can single-handedly bring your entire company's website down? Why did you say he wasn't capable?" Wang Hao was dumbfounded. I never expected Qin Yu to focus on this. Wang Hao's mind raced as he tried to concoct a more plausible lie. Lin Fan, his skills are all right. But he is arrogant, disobedient to management, and forms cliques in the company, which seriously damages the team atmosphere. He also bullied his colleagues because he was good at his job. At this point, he pulled Zhang Yi out from beside him. "Assistant Qin, look, this is my brother-in-law, Zhang Yi. Just because of a trivial matter, Lin Fan forced him to call him grandpa in front of the entire company. Tell me, how can our company keep someone like that?" Zhang Yi immediately put on a dramatic act, his face displaying an expression of utter humiliation and indignation. "Yes, Assistant Qin. Lin Fan is not human. He forced me to call him grandpa, and he even recorded a video saying he would post it online to show off. I felt like I wanted to die at that moment." The two of them worked together to portray themselves as victims. However, they didn't notice. A slight smile curved Qin Yu's lips. She almost burst out laughing. "Mr. Shun's man has such an interesting side? Forcing someone to call you grandpa? That's interesting." But her face remained icy. "That's enough. The internal grudges within your Fenghua Technology are your private matters, and I have no right to interfere." "But..." Qin Yu emphasized her words. "Jinwan Plaza is an asset under the Shun Group. We have our rules. Any formally signed lease agreement is legally binding. We cannot unilaterally break the contract and evict the current tenants just because someone offers a higher price. This is not only a breach of contract, but also a violation of the business reputation of our Shin Group." Her gaze swept across Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces like a sharp blade. "Manager Wang, I hope you will stop harassing the residents of Jinwan Plaza. Do you understand what I mean?" No matter how unhappy Wang Hao was, he didn't dare to talk back to the president's assistant of the prestigious Shin Group. "That 200 million project still depends on the other party." "I understand. Wang Hao nodded. Then let's leave it at that, Qin Yu said, turning and leaving. Until Qin Yu's figure disappeared from sight. Wang Hao and Zhang Yicai breathed a sigh of relief. Despair followed. It seems that the plan to get rid of Lin Fan has completely failed. What to do? Without Lin Fan, how can we explain this to Assistant Qin? Suddenly, Zhang Yi whispered, "Brother-in-law, do you think we could spend some money to bribe Han Tao and the others? Lin Fan's company just opened, so the salaries he pays are probably not high. If we offer high salaries, maybe we can poach Han Tao and his team?" Wang Hao thought about it and realized that this was a good idea. He could give it a try. He immediately asked Zhang Yi to contact Han Tao. Zhang Yi called Han Tao and said that Fenghua Technology was willing to pay Han Tao and several colleagues who had left with him before to come back to work at Fenghua Technology. After hearing this, Han Tao didn't hesitate for a moment and replied directly, "Get lost." Chapter 34 Jiqiu, Long Time No See. The headquarters building of the Shen Group. A bright red Ferrari was parked at the entrance. The car door opened, and a young man stepped out. He wore a well-tailored Armani suit, a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and a confident and flamboyant smile on his face. His name is Zhao Ming. A wealthy young man who returned from overseas, and the sole heir to the Zhao Group. Behind him, several entourage members pushed a huge float. The car was filled with 9,999 vibrant red roses. This display instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the group's lobby. The receptionist stared wide-eyed. Zhao Ming walked to the front desk and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "I'm looking for Shen Jiqi, President Shen." His voice is magnetic, and his smile is charming. The receptionist blushed slightly, looking somewhat flustered. It took her a while to regain her composure. "Sir, do you have an appointment? My name is Zhao Ming. Have you heard of the Zhao Group? Do you think I need to make an appointment?" Zhao Ming's tone left no room for argument. The receptionist looked at the man in front of her. Handsome, rich, and romantic. 9,999 roses. This is a scene that countless women dream of. She began to fantasize about when she would meet such a Prince Charming. For a moment, she completely forgot about the company's rules and regulations. She even forgot to call the president's office to confirm. "Okay, Mr. Zhao, this way." She made a pleased gesture, her face beaming with a love-struck smile. Zhao Ming's lips curled up, revealing a smug look. He led his men, pushing the flower cart, and made his way unimpeded to the president's private elevator. Top floor, CEO's office. Qin Yu was giving a work report. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Shen Jiqiu frowned slightly. Who is so ignorant of the rules? The next second, Zhao Ming walked in with his signature smile. Following closely behind was that extravagant rose-decorated carriage. The rich fragrance of flowers instantly filled the entire office. Shen Jiqiu's eyes turned icy cold when he saw the person who had arrived. Qin Yu was also stunned. "Zhao Ming, what are you doing?" Shen Jiqiu's voice was devoid of any warmth. Zhao Ming seemed oblivious to her coldness. He opened his arms, as if to give a hug. "Jiqiu, I'm back. I came to see you as soon as I got off the plane. You've become more and more beautiful in the years I haven't seen you." Shen Jiqiu sat motionless in his office chair, coldly watching him. "I'm asking you, what are you doing bringing these things here?" Zhao Ming walked to the desk, placed his hands on the edge of the desk, and leaned forward. "Jiqiu, we grew up together, and our families have been friends for generations. They've long hoped we could get together. I was immature before, and I spent a few years having fun abroad. I'm back now, and it's for you." He pointed to the roses behind him. "From today onwards, I, Zhao Ming, will officially pursue you." The air seemed to freeze. Qin Yu stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Shen Jiqiu's face remained expressionless. She simply spoke calmly. "Zhao Ming, I already have a husband." Zhao Ming laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Husband? Jiqiu, this joke isn't funny. If you really had a husband, wouldn't your grandma know? She personally promised to fully support my pursuit of you." Shen Jiqiu's gaze grew increasingly cold. She didn't want to waste another word on this self-righteous man. "Qin Yu. President Shen. Tell security to kick them out." "Yes." Qin Yu immediately picked up the internal phone. Zhao Ming's smile froze. Ji-cho, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, take your things and get out of here. Shin Ji-cho's words were like a cold knife. Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't expect that Shin Ji-cho would show him no respect at all. After all, he is the heir to the Zhao group. Soon, 4 burly security guards rushed in. Throw this person and everything he brought out, Shin Ji-cho said resolutely, pointing at Zhao Ming. Yes. The security guards grabbed Zhao Ming's arms from both sides. What are you doing? Let me go. Shin Ji-cho, how dare you treat me like this? Zhao Ming struggled desperately, but it was to no avail against the professional security guards. He was hoisted up like a chick. The other 2 security guards pushed the huge float from the CEO's office to the private elevator, and then to the lobby on the first floor. Zhao Ming was awkwardly invited out. Along the way, countless employees cast astonished and amused glances at him. The once high-spirited young nobleman has now lost all face. Bang! He and the car full of roses were ruthlessly pushed out of the company's gate. Petals were scattered all over the ground. In a sorry state. The CEO's office. Shin Ji-cho's face was as cold as ice. Qin Yu. Mr. Shin, I'm here. Notify HR to fire that receptionist. I don't want to see any unauthorized people barging into my office anymore. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her head. Yes, Mr. Shin, I'm sorry, it was my dereliction of duty. This will not be repeated. Yes. Outside the gate of the Shin Group. Zhao Ming straightened his wrinkled suit, his face so gloomy it could drip water. He stared intently at the direction of the CEO's office on the top floor. His teeth were grinding together. Utter disgrace. In all his years, Zhao Ming had never lost face like this. Shin Ji-cho. You're being incredibly ungrateful. If it weren't for the business marriage between the Zhao and Shin families and the desire to acquire the Shin Group, do you really think I'd be interested in someone as cold as you? But Zhao Ming's mind flashed back to Shin Ji-cho's stunningly beautiful face. A strong desire to conquer arose within him. The more thorny a rose is, the more satisfying it is to pick it. Shin Ji-cho, you just wait. I swear, I'll get my hands on you. Then I'll make you kneel before me and call me Dad. Thinking of this, he had nowhere to vent his anger. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Hey, young Master Zhao. Came a woman's voice from the other end of the line. It was Lu Ruyan. I'm furious right now, come over here and put out this fire. Zhao Ming said coldly. He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan stood there, holding her phone, stunned. Zhao Ming's commanding, emotionless tone made her very uncomfortable. Put out the fire? Of course she knew what it meant. What am I, really? Is it a tool that can be summoned at will and dismissed at will? She felt incredibly wronged. I couldn't help but think back to the days I spent with Lin Fan. Back then, Lin Fan respected her in everything he did, and even when they were intimate, he would seek her consent. She used to take everything for granted. Now Lin Fan has become the wealthy young master of the Lin family in Beijing, someone Lu Ruyan needs to look up to. But Zhao Ming, the man she longed for, only saw her as a tool. Thinking about it this way, Lu Ruyan was filled with deep regret. Chapter 35, Taking Ji-cho to meet her parents. Night. Hanhai Tianxi. Shin Ji-cho had just pushed open the door. A delicious aroma of food wafted over. Lin Fan is now the boss of Chiu Fan Technology, and he can decide when he leaves work. In his view, cooking for his wife was far more important than work. So they don't even wait until it's time to leave work, they just slip away. Seeing this scene, Shin Ji-cho felt a warm current well up in her heart and said softly, Honey, aren't you still working on the cybersecurity architecture for the Shin Group? Why are you back so early? No matter how busy I am at work, I can't let my wife go hungry. Come wash your hands and come eat, Lin Fan said with a smile. Shin Ji-cho was deeply moved. She knew how complicated the project was. They also knew that Lin Fan's company had just been established and must be very interested in Shin's group's project. Even under these circumstances, Lin Fan still left work early to cook for himself. A little bit of truth is more real than any sweet words. Shin Ji-cho came over and hugged Lin Fan, saying softly, Honey, you're busy now, so you don't have to cook every day. We can eat out. Lin Fan smiled, reached out and gently pinched Shinjichio's nose, comforting her. Don't worry, I'm not busy at all. I was the one who created the Shin family's framework before, so it's like I'm redoing it now. I'm very familiar with it. In another 2 or 3 days, the initial framework will be completed. If someone else had said this, Shinjichio would have thought they were bragging. But the person who said this was Lin Fan. She felt that everything was as it should be. This man always manages to create miracles. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and inviting. The two ate their meal quietly, enjoying their rare time together. Shinjichio suddenly spoke up. We've been married for so long, but I've never met your parents. You've never met my family either. Lin Fan paused for a moment. He looked up at Shinjichio, his eyes serious, and said, My parents don't know that I'm divorced from Lu Ruyan yet. And they had no idea that I was married again. But don't worry, they are all very kind people. I believe they will be very pleased to see you and will treat you like their own daughter. Tomorrow's the weekend, how about we go see them together? Shinjichio nodded. Good night. Only one cozy bedside lamp was on in the bedroom. After their passionate encounter, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the air. Shinjichio lay lazily in Lin Fan's arms, her fingers tracing circles on his muscular chest. After a long while, she asked softly, Honey, what do you think about women being more successful in their careers than men? If she were to take Lin Fan to her home to meet her grandmother, Lin Fan would inevitably find out that she was the president of the Shin Group. Shinjichio wanted to test Lin Fan's reaction in advance. Lin Fan didn't think much of it, assuming Shinjichio was just asking casually. He thought for a moment and answered seriously. It's certainly a good thing for a woman to succeed in her career. However, I personally can't really accept the kind of strong women portrayed on TV. They all look down on her, as if no man in the world is good enough for her. They don't respect men at all. My wife is the best. She's beautiful, capable, and knows how to take care of people. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Shinjichio's body stiffened slightly. The words that were on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back silently. Perhaps it would be better not to reveal my identity to Lin Fan yet. Maybe it would be better to wait until his career starts to take off before he finds out. The next day, the weather was fine and sunny. Lin Fan was driving, and Shinjichio was sitting in the passenger seat. The trunk was piled high with all sorts of gifts. The car drove out of the bustling city center, passed through several streets, and turned into an old residential area. The buildings here are only 6 or 7 stories high, and the walls are somewhat mottled, showing signs of age. Lin Fan parked his car downstairs. We've arrived. My parents' house is on the 5th floor. Shinjichio followed him out of the car, and the two of them carried large and small bags of gifts upstairs. The hallway was narrow and dimly lit. Lin Fan opened the door with the key. The house wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms and a living room, but it was spotless. Although the furniture was old, it was all polished to a shine. The balcony is covered with many flowers and plants, full of vitality. A middle-aged woman wearing an apron came out of the kitchen when she heard the door open. Her hair was slightly gray, tied in a bun at the back of her head, and she wore a gentle smile on her face. She is Lin Fan's mother, Wang Shufan. Xiao Fan, why are you back? When she saw Lin Fan, her face lit up with a smile. His gaze then fell on Shinjichio, who was standing next to Lin Fan, and he paused for a moment. What a beautiful girl. She has such a great presence. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was reading a book also stood up. He was slightly overweight and had some thinning hair, but he was in high spirits. He is Lin Fan's father, Lin Jiangwo. Dad, Mom, Lin Fan greeted them with a smile. The elderly couple looked at Shinjichi with eyes full of curiosity and questions. Xiao Fan, who is this? Wang Shufan asked first. Lin Fan took Shinjichio's hand and walked to his parents. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you. This is Shinjichio, my wife. Lu Ruyan and I are already divorced. Jichio and I have already registered our marriage. Ah. The living room fell silent instantly. The expressions on Lin Jiangwo's and Wang Shufan's faces both froze. The elderly couple stared wide-eyed at Lin Fan, then at Shinjichio beside him. For a long, long time, I couldn't come to my senses. Hello, Dad and Mom. Shinjichio greeted them warmly. Only then did the elderly couple come to their senses and hurriedly invited Shinjichio to sit down. Lin Jiangwo pulled Lin Fan aside and questioned, "What's wrong with you? You didn't tell us about such a big thing as your divorce? And is this girl really your wife?" Lin Fan was not surprised by his father's reaction. He briefly explained how he had been deceived by Lu Ruyan into a fake divorce. Lin Jiangwo was shocked that Lu Ruyan was so ruthless, managing to swindle his son out of everything. He was also increasingly curious. "You have nothing, so why did Ji Qiu marry you?" Lin Fan awkwardly touched his nose. He couldn't very well say that he and Shin Ji Qiu had done that on their first meeting, could he? "Dad, your son is so handsome. Ji Qiu is obsessed with looks, and she's completely smitten by your son's appearance." Lin Fan could only make up a lie on the spot. Lin Jiangwo expressed his doubts, but no matter what, he was happy that his son was able to get married and find such an excellent girl. On the other side, Shin Jiqi kept Wang Shufan company while she talked. Wang Shufan felt both fondness and worry about this daughter-in-law who had suddenly appeared. "What I like is that this girl is good-looking. The concern is that this girl is too beautiful, and her son is just an ordinary worker. Can he really handle it?" Of course, it's not appropriate to ask Shin Ji Qiu these questions directly. The two just chatted about everyday family matters. Shin Ji Qiu suddenly took out a necklace from his pocket and said, "Mom, I didn't buy you any gifts when we first met, so I'll give you this. Please don't mind it." Chapter 36: The female CEO learns to play mahjong and gets addicted. Wang Shufan stared in disbelief at the exquisite jewelry box in Shin Jiqi's palm and the shimmering necklace inside. "That necklace looks very valuable." She waved her hand instinctively. No, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." Wang Shufan had lived a frugal life and had never seen anything so valuable. Shin Ji Qiu smiled and stepped forward. "Mom, this is just a small token of my appreciation, please don't be so polite." As she spoke, she took out a necklace from the box, went around behind Wang Shufan, and wanted to help her try it on. Wang Shufan still wanted to refuse. But Shin Ji Qiu had already fastened the clasp for her. "Mom, look, it's perfect." Wang Shufan felt a mix of emotions. Her former daughter-in-law, Lu Ruyan, had been married into the family for several years. Don't even mention buying necklaces or jewelry. During holidays and festivals, they're too lazy to even bring a bag of fruit when I visit. Their words implied either that they disliked their small house or complained about Lin Fan's low salary. They even tried to take their retirement savings. Then look at Shin Ji Qiu in front of me. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, and speaks softly. On the first visit, all I knew was to bring gifts for the elders. Without comparison, there is no harm. The more she looked at her new daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. She's such a rare find, you couldn't find a better girl than she could with a lantern. At this moment, Lin Fan and his father Lin Jiangwo also came out of the room after finishing their conversation. Lin Fan immediately noticed the necklace around his mother's neck and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Ha? Ji Qiu, when did you buy this necklace?" "I didn't even know." Shin Ji Qiu winked playfully, not answering him directly, but instead asking with a smile. "Do you think Mom looks good wearing this necklace?" Lin Fan immediately understood and followed up with a barrage of compliments. "It's beautiful, so beautiful. Mom, you look 10 years younger when you wear this necklace. That aura is absolutely amazing. But my dad will have to keep a close eye on you from now on, lest other old men have designs on you." Wang Shufan was amused and couldn't stop smiling. She scolded him playfully, "You're such a sweet talker," but she still couldn't help but walk to the dressing mirror in the living room. A moment of self-admiration. It really looks great. It made her look much more energetic. Wang Shufan touched the necklace with obvious affection, unable to hide the smile on her face. Lin Fan quietly tugged at Shin Ji Qiu's sleeve, pulled her aside, and asked in a low voice. "That must have cost a lot of money, right?" He knew his mother's temper. If she knew the item was too expensive, she would nag about it all day and even force them to return it. Shin Ji Qiu answered softly. "It's not expensive, just a few thousand yuan. Don't worry, it's within my tolerance range." Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Shin Ji Qiu worked at the Shin Group and her salary should be good. A few thousand yuan was really nothing to her. Lunchtime arrived quickly. Wang Shufan tied on her apron and turned to go into the kitchen. "You guys sit and chat, I'll go cook." Lin Fan stepped forward and stopped her. "Mom, I'll do it today." He took the apron from his mother and tied it on. "Let me and my dad try my cooking. Ji Qiu really likes the food I cook." Wang Shufan looked disdainful. I know your cooking skills too well. All you can do is cook instant noodles. It must be because Ji Qiu is a kind-hearted child that she gave you face and said your cooking was delicious. In her opinion, her son's words were pure boasting. Lin Fan didn't argue, but just smiled mysteriously. Mom, just you wait and see. After saying that, he plunged into the kitchen. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Shufan exchanged a glance, both quite disbelieving. Shen Jiqiu sat calmly on the sofa, a faint smile playing on her lips. She knew that her in-laws would be very surprised in a moment. More than an hour later, Lin Fan carried out plates of dishes that looked and smelled delicious. Sweet and sour pork, mapo tofu, steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers. Every dish looks like it came from a 5-star hotel. They make your mouth water. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo were both dumbfounded. Did their son, who only knows how to cook instant noodles, really make this? Dad, Mom, try some, Lin Fan said proudly, taking off his apron. Wang Shufan picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with some skepticism and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour sauce explodes on your taste buds instantly. The tenderloin has a crispy outer shell, while the inside is tender and juicy. The cooking time and flavor were just right. Her eyes widened, and she picked up another piece of mapo tofu with her chopsticks. Numbness, spiciness, freshness, aroma, heat, tenderness, a variety of flavors intertwine in the mouth, making it irresistible. Old Lin, you should try it. Wang Shufan excitedly called to her husband. Lin Jiangwo couldn't wait any longer. He picked up a piece of fish, which melted in his mouth and was incredibly delicious. Oh my God! The elderly couple were completely won over. This taste is absolutely amazing. They had lived most of their lives and had eaten at many restaurants, but they had never eaten such delicious food. Seeing his parents' shocked expressions, Lin Fan straightened his back. He raised an eyebrow at Shen Jiqiu with a smug look on his face. See? I told you so. Jiqiu was won over by my cooking skills. Shen Jiqiu smiled and nodded, then placed a piece of fish on her mother-in-law's plate. Mom, please eat more. Lin Fan's cooking is nutritious and healthy. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo thoroughly enjoyed the meal and praised it highly. The way she looked at her son was as if he were a stranger. After lunch, the family sat in the living room to rest. Lin Fan suddenly suggested, Dad, Mom, we're just killing time anyway, how about we play mahjong? People from their hometown like to play a few rounds of rubbing in their spare time. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo are no exception after retiring. They like to go to the community's chess and card room to play mahjong to pass the time. However, Lu Ruyan used to be extremely disgusted by this. Many criticized them for being idle and wasting their lives on frivolous pursuits. The elderly couple became so embarrassed that they felt awkward playing games at home and could only sneak out to play. The elderly couple's eyes lit up when they heard Lin Fan's suggestion. Shen Jiqiu said somewhat embarrassedly, I don't know how to fight. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's okay, I'll teach you. It's very simple, you can learn it in no time. So, a mahjong table was set up in the living room. Lin Fan sat next to Shen Jiqiu and taught her how to recognize the cards and the rules. Shen Jiqiu is exceptionally intelligent and learns things extremely quickly. After just 2 or 3 laps, I had completely mastered the technique. The family sat together and started playing mahjong, the kind with stakes involved. The atmosphere was more harmonious than ever before. Wang Shufan looked at Shen Jiqi, who was intently studying the cards beside her, and then at her son across from her, who was affectionately instructing his wife. His face lit up with a big smile. This is what home feels like. The afternoon passed quickly. Shen Jiqiu seemed to be having exceptionally good luck, winning quite a bit of change. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan suggested, It's almost time. I'll go make dinner. Shall we call it a day? Unexpectedly, Shen Jiqiu seems to have become addicted to fighting. She said, still wanting more. No way, my luck is just right. Just a few more laps, just a few more. Seeing her greedy little face, Lin Fan, Wang Shufan, and Lin Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 37 What? A necklace worth 180,000. After dinner, Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu got up to say goodbye. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo were reluctant to part with them and escorted them all the way downstairs. Night had fallen, and the streetlights in the neighborhood cast a dim, yellowish glow. Lin Fan pressed the car key. Not far away, a completely black Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly turned on its headlights. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo were both stunned. Is this my son's car? The two opened their mouths, countless questions welling up in their throats. When was it purchased? Where did the money come from? But it's really inappropriate to ask these questions in front of the new daughter-in-law. What if my son borrowed it? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for him if I just told him directly? Dad, Mom, let's go back. Lin Fan waved goodbye to his parents. Looking at the neon lights rushing past the car window, Shen Jiqiu asked softly. Honey, how did I do today? Lin Fan freed one hand, took hers, and said softly. Absolutely perfect. My parents have never been happier than they are today. They like you from the bottom of their hearts. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiqiu's lips curved into a beautiful smile. Lin Fan changed the subject, saying with some concern. Now it's my turn to be nervous. What if I meet your grandma, and she doesn't like me? Shen Jiqiu was aware of the gap between the two. The Shen group is a force to be reckoned with, high above the clouds. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was just a startup entrepreneur. Her grandmother would probably have some reservations. Shen Jiqiu chuckled. Don't worry. Your cooking skills alone are enough to win over my grandma's stomach. Hearing this, Lin Fan felt much more at ease. However, when Shen Jiqiu turned to look out the window, the smile in her eyes quietly disappeared. She didn't tell Lin Fan. Getting past grandma is much harder than getting a meal. Shen's matriarch, Ouyang Dan, is a true matriarch who came from the old era. They valued social standing and family background. Lin Fan's ordinary family background and his failed marriage. In grandma's eyes, these are probably all serious flaws that are hard to accept. She would stand against the whole world for Lin Fan. But that person was her blood relative, the one she respected most. She didn't know how to face it. The next day, early morning, Wang Shufan carried a vegetable basket and went to buy vegetables. The necklace around her neck reflected a delicate shimmer in the morning light, making her look radiant. Hey, Sister Wang, buying groceries? A sharp voice came from the side. It was Aunt Wu, who lived across the street and was known for her gossip. Aunt Wu's gaze immediately fell on Wang Shufan's neck. Oh my, is that a new necklace? It's so bright. Have you struck it rich? Several middle-aged women around also turned to look. Wang Shufan straightened her chest and subconsciously touched the necklace. It was a gift from my daughter-in-law. The pride in his tone was impossible to hide. Women of this age love to show off the gifts they receive from their sons and daughters-in-law. Daughter-in-law? Aunt Wu laughed exaggeratedly. You mean Lu Ruyan? She'd buy you a necklace? The sun must be rising in the west. The last time I saw her, she didn't even give me a friendly look. She seemed to want to take all of my retirement money. Exactly, someone immediately chimed in, that woman, she has got her eyes on the top of her head. Wang Shufan's face darkened. My son and that Lu Ruyan divorced a long time ago. The middle-aged women were stunned when they heard this. Divorced? When did this happen? Wang Shufan raised her chin and said, word by word. Anyway, we're divorced. Now my son has found someone else, who is a million times better than her. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is also very sensible and filial. This necklace was the gift the new daughter-in-law gave when she first visited. The women looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Aunt Wu curled her lip and said sarcastically. Remarry? Such a big event, why didn't you mention holding a banquet? We didn't even see a single piece of wedding candy. Who would believe that? I bet you just couldn't save face, so you went to a jewelry store and bought a cheap item to save face, right? And this was a gift from your new daughter-in-law. You can't even make up a believable story. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. The ridicule and doubt were like needles pricking Wang Shufan's heart. She was so angry that her face turned bright red. Just then, Aunt Li, who hadn't said a word, squeezed through. Her son is a manager at a high-end shopping mall in the city and has seen a lot of the world. She leaned closer, squinting as she carefully examined the necklace around Wang Shufan's neck. Wait a moment. Sister Wang, can I take a look at this necklace of yours? Wang Shufan was angry, but seeing her serious expression, she still took it off. Aunt Li took the necklace, turned it over to the clasp, and saw a tiny mark. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Oh my God. This is Cartier? Aunt Wu scoffed, What place is that? Never heard of it. Aunt Lee ignored her completely, staring intently at the necklace, her voice trembling slightly. I saw this in a magazine when I went to my son's place last month. What's it called? Tricolor gold, full of diamonds. Sister Wang, what does your daughter-in-law do? Wang Shufan felt uneasy under her gaze. She seems just an ordinary employee of the company. Aunt Lee gasped. She trembled as she held up one finger, then realized it wasn't right, so she held up two, and finally made an 8. This necklace. You can't get it without 180,000. What? The sneer on Aunt Wang's face froze. All eyes were focused on that small, shimmering necklace. 180,000. This number is astronomical to them. Wang Shufan herself was completely dumbfounded. My mind went completely blank. Wang Shufan went home. He threw the shopping basket on the ground, not caring about it anymore. Old Lin, come out quickly. Lin Jiangwo, who was reading the newspaper, was startled by her. What's wrong? Is it a matter of life and death? Wang Shufan recounted what happened at the vegetable market in a haphazard and disjointed manner. Lin Jiangwo was almost speechless with astonishment when he heard this. 18,000? Impossible, right? This tiny thing costs 180,000? Did Sister Li see wrong? Wang Shufan was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. I don't know either. But what if it's real? How can we accept something so valuable? Won't Ji Qiu think we're greedy and that will embarrass our son? The elderly couple were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Lin Jiangwo remained silent for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Walk. Go to the mall and ask at a place that sells gold and silver jewelry. Without further ado, the two changed their coats and hurried downstairs. I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the most bustling shopping mall in the city center, Hanglung Plaza. They found a jewelry store with a sign that read Cartier. The shop assistants, dressed in neat uniforms, wore professional smiles. Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo were dressed simply, which made them seem out of place in the environment and somewhat awkward. Wang Shufan took a deep breath, mustered her courage, stepped forward, and carefully took the necklace out of her pocket. Miss, could you please take a look at this for us? How much is this worth? The young female shop assistant paused for a moment, but still politely accepted it. She put on white gloves, picked up a professional magnifying glass, and examined it carefully. A few seconds later, the professional smile on her face instantly turned into a warm and respectful one. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. This necklace you're wearing is a classic piece from our brand, the Trinity de Cartier necklace. 18K white gold, yellow gold, and rose gold, with 102 brilliant cut diamonds set on the chain. The current official price in China is 183,000 yuan. Boom. Something seemed to explode in Wang Shufan and Lin Jiangwo's minds. 183,000. That Mrs. Li was right. Who exactly is this new daughter-in-law? How could she be so generous? Chapter 38 Son, what kind of family does your wife come from? Old Lin, what should we do? Wang Suifang asked. Lin Jiangwo's expression was also solemn. He had been an honest and hard-working worker all his life, and had never seen anything like this before. After a long silence, he finally made up his mind. Call Xiaofan. Attack immediately. Wang Shufan seemed to wake from a dream, and tremblingly took her phone out of her pocket. Xiaofan technology. Lin Fan is fully focused on writing code. The cell phone rang abruptly. It was my mom on the phone. Lin Fan answered the phone with a smile. Mom, what's up? On the other end of the phone came Wang Shufan's hurried voice. Xiaofan, the necklace your wife Ji Qiu gave you actually costs 180,000. She briefly explained that she had gone to the mall for an appraisal. Lin Fan was also taken aback. The smile on his face froze instantly, and he quickly comforted him. I'll handle the necklace issue. Don't worry about anything. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan found Shen Ji Qiu's number and dialed it. The call was answered quickly. Honey, you miss me? Shen Ji Qiu's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Lin Fan took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound calm. Ji Qiu, the necklace you gave my mother. How much did you buy it for? There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. Just 2 seconds. Shen Ji Qiu's voice rang out again. Honey, do you know what's going on? Lin Fan's heart sank. Mom just called me. When she was buying groceries, someone recognized that the necklace was very expensive. She went to the boutique and asked, and it cost 183,000 yuan. Shinji Qiu let out a soft ah on the other end. She had guessed that this day might come, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Her voice lowered, like a child who had done something wrong. That necklace was actually prepared in advance by my grandmother. She said it was a gift for me to give to my future mother-in-law. I was afraid that if I told Mom the price directly, she definitely wouldn't accept it, so I. Lin Fan was stunned. Shinji Qiu's grandmother is actually so generous? What kind of amazing family does my wife come from? Honey, are you angry with me? Shinji Qiu asked cautiously. I promise I will never do this again. Hearing her apologetic voice, the pent-up frustration in Lin Fan's heart instantly vanished. How could he possibly blame her? Everything she did was for herself and for her family. Silly girl, how could I be angry with you? Lin Fan's voice softened unconsciously. I'm just so shocked. Don't do that again, I'm afraid my parents' hearts won't be able to take it. Okay. Shinji Qiu nodded heavily. I'll listen to my husband. After hanging up, Lin Fan called Wang Shufan back. He repeated Shinji's explanation verbatim. So, Mom, this is a token of Grandma Jiqiu's affection. Just accept it without worry. Wang Shufan immediately denied it. No, this is too expensive. We appreciate your kindness, but we must return this gift. Come over after get off work and take it with you. When you have time, you and Jiqiu can return it to her grandmother. Lin Fan started to have a headache. Mom, my company just opened recently, and I'm so busy I don't have a moment to spare. I don't have any time. You can leave it for now, I'll talk about it after I'm done with this busy period. No, I can't sleep if it's at home. It's settled then, Mom. I have a meeting to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Lin Fan didn't give Wang Shufan a chance to speak again and hurriedly hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The matter has been temporarily suppressed. But a much bigger wave was surging in his heart. Shinji Qiu's grandmother. An old lady who can casually pull out a necklace worth 180,000 yuan as a gift when meeting someone. This is a level of wealth and resources that an ordinary family could not possess. What kind of family is the Shin family? He suddenly realized that his understanding of Shinji Qiu was still superficial. Night. Lin Fan returned to Hanhai Tianxi and prepared to wash his hands and cook. Shinji Qiu returned after the meal was prepared. She apologized as soon as she entered the door. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry to have troubled you with the necklace today. Lin Fan smiled. It's all in the past, why apologize? However, this will not be repeated. After dinner, the two snuggled together on the sofa to watch TV. Nobody paid attention to what was on TV. After a long while, Lin Fan broke the silence. He sat up straight, his expression turning serious. Knowing autumn. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you. Shinji Qiu's heart skipped a beat. She had known for a long time that Lin Fan had become a completely different person after his divorce from Lu Ruyan. It wasn't just his demeanor and mindset, more importantly, he seemed to have suddenly become wealthy. She never asked. They were waiting for Lin Fan to speak first. Is he finally going to speak now? Shinji Qiu smiled, feigning ease. Oh? What's so serious about this? Tell me what you have to say. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. Lin Fan looked into her eyes and said, word by word. Actually, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that I drive was bought by myself. Shinji Qiu's pupils contracted slightly. Lin Fan continued. After divorcing Lu Ruyan, I was in a bad mood. I passed by a lottery shop and just bought a ticket on a whim. I never expected. I won a lot of money. He didn't reveal the existence of the system that was his biggest secret. Even if I told them, they probably wouldn't believe me. Lotteries are something that can really fool people. I used the prize money to buy that car. There are still several million in the bank account. He deliberately misrepresented his multi-million-dollar deposit as only a few million. They were afraid that the number was too large and would frighten Shinji Qiu, causing her to have unnecessary associations. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Shin Ji-chyo, observing her every subtle expression. He was afraid she wouldn't believe him. I was afraid she would ask more questions. I was afraid she would think I was a liar. However, Shin Ji-chyo's reaction was completely unexpected. She was stunned for 2 seconds at first. Immediately, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. She rushed over, grabbed Lin Fan's arm, and shook it excitedly. Wow! Honey, did you win the lottery? Really? Oh my god! My luck is amazing. What incredible luck I have. I just randomly picked a husband, and it turns out he's a hidden tycoon. I've made a killing. Lin Fan was taken aback by her reaction. All the explanations he had prepared got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Looking at her face, flushed with excitement, Lin Fan's heart melted completely. She believed it. Or rather, she simply doesn't care what the truth is. All she cares about is herself. Lin Fan reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. I'll buy you a car this weekend too. You don't know, I've been wanting to buy you a car for days, but I was worried you would blame me for hiding my assets. Shin Ji-chyo snuggled against him, her voice tinged with laughter. Okay. I want a pink one, to match your big black one, so we can be a couple. Lin Fan smiled. Good. The night was gentle. The neon lights outside the window illuminated the two people embracing inside. Some secrets don't need to be revealed. Some trust needs no words. They both knew that there were hidden aspects of each other's worlds that were unknown to others. But this doesn't stop them from becoming each other's strongest support. Chapter 39. Buying a car for his wife, Lu Ruyan's defenses were breached again. Weekend. Lin Fan was driving that Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Shin Ji-chyo sat in the passenger seat. Honey, which dealership should we go to buy the car? I'm so excited. It must be said that she performed very well, just like a young girl buying a car for the first time. Lin Fan was also hesitant about where to buy a car. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice rang in my mind. Byte. System prompt, in front of your ex-wife Lu Ruyan, purchase any Mercedes-Benz vehicle for your current wife Shin Ji-chyo. Task reward, God-level calligraphy and painting ability. Lin Fan paused slightly. Is the system so afraid that its embarrassment won't be loud enough that it's proactively handing over a megaphone? A playful smile curved Lin Fan's lips as he said. How about we go to the Mercedes-Benz arena? Great. I've wanted to buy a Mercedes for a long time, thank you, honey. Shin Ji-chyo leaned over and gave Lin Fan a sweet kiss. West of the city, Mercedes-Benz arena. Lin Fan parked the car safely. He got out of the car and went around to the passenger side to open the door for Shin Ji-chyo. Shin Ji-chyo naturally took his arm. The two walked side by side into the exhibition hall. The bright and spacious showroom displays a wide variety of Mercedes-Benz luxury cars. Welcome, Mercedes. A professional welcome suddenly came to an abrupt end. Lu Huiyun, dressed in a sales uniform, caught her breath when she saw the person's face. It's Lin Fan. And the woman next to him. Lu Huiyun's face instantly turned cold. She stood with her hands on her hips, blocking the two of them. Lin Fan? You still have the nerve to come here? Lin Fan looked at her as if she were a clown. He was too lazy to waste words. He simply pulled Shin Ji-chyo, who was beside him, even tighter into his arms. I brought my dear wife to buy a car. It's none of your business. Lu Huiyun's face instantly turned a deep liver color. How long has it been since her sister divorced him? He dares to bring other women here to show off. Who is being humiliated? Shin Ji-chyo cooperated very well. She gently rested her head on Lin Fan's shoulder, her voice sweet enough to be cloying. Thank you, honey. You're so good to me. This intimate display was like a sharp knife, piercing deep into Lu Huiyun's heart. Lu Huiyun pointed at Lin Fan, her fingers trembling. He couldn't utter a single word. Just then, another salesperson quickly walked over. It was Shaoli, the sales consultant who served Lin Fan last time. Her face was beaming with a warm smile. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Are you here to look at cars again today? She completely ignored Lu Huiyun, whose face was ashen, standing next to her. Just kidding, this guy bought a G-Class in full, everyone in the store knows that. Lin Fan nodded. Choose a car for my wife. What are some suitable restaurants for women to drive? Please recommend one. Xiao Li's eyes shone even brighter. Another car purchase, this time for his wife. This is definitely a super big client. Okay, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. This way, please. She warmly led the two to the exhibition area. Lu Huiyun was left standing there. Looking at the three people's backs, I was so angry I felt like my lungs were about to explode. On the other side of the exhibition hall is the VIP lounge. Wang Chang, the sales manager of the store, was having tea with an important client. The client is the owner of a local listed company and is considering purchasing a batch of commercial vehicles for the company. This is a big order. Wang Chang's gaze inadvertently swept across the exhibition hall. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He saw a figure. A figure he had only seen in internal video conferences. Shinji Qiu, the president of the Shin Group. Wang Chang suddenly stood up. He quickly wiped his eyes. That's right. It's her. Although dressed casually, her innate noble air made her unmistakable. Why is Mr. Shin here? Could it be a clandestine inspection of the work? Wrong. Is President Shin holding a man's arm? Wang Chang's heart began to pound wildly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can become a familiar face to President Shin, there will be many benefits. He immediately excused himself from the client, straightened his suit, and strode toward Shinji Qiu. He was about to take a step. Shinji Qiu's eyes seemed to have sensed something, and swept over coldly. There was a warning in his eyes. Wang Chang's feet seemed to be nailed to the spot. The smile on his face froze. He understood. President Shin did not want to reveal his identity. If you go there now, you might just get kicked out. Manager Wang, what's wrong? The customer asked curiously. No. It's nothing. I just saw a friend and think I mistook him for someone else. Wang Chang picked up the teacup, but his hand was still trembling slightly. On the other side, Lu Huiyun called her sister Lu Ruyan over. Sis. That guy Lin Fan brought that vixen to our store to buy a car. He's deliberately trying to humiliate you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was already burning with anger. When she was with Lin Fan, he was very stingy, even when buying a handbag. Now, he's buying a car for another woman right after divorcing me? This is utterly absurd. Regardless of Lin Fan's identity, she had to teach that woman a lesson. Lin Fan. Lu Ruyan jogged over and shouted angrily. Lin Fan slowly turned around. Seeing that face he once knew but now only loathed, he asked coldly. What's up? Lu Ruyan questioned sharply. Why did you hide your identity when you were with me? Now that you're divorced, you can't wait to bring this bitch here to show off and deliberately provoke me? Lin Fan, you disgust me. Everyone in the exhibition hall looked over. This is going to be interesting. Ex-wife exposes ex-husband and his mistress? Lin Fan listened to her words and almost laughed. Concealing one's identity? What identity do I have? He still doesn't know that Shinji Qiu secretly fabricated the identity of the eldest son of the Lin family in the capital for him. The goal was to make his ex-wife, Lu Ruyan, regret divorcing Lin Fan. As it turned out, Shinji Qiu achieved his goal. Seeing that things were about to be exposed, Shinji Qiu waved to the manager in the distance and said coldly, Does this store have no manners at all? We came to buy a car, is this the attitude of the sales staff? Upon hearing this, Manager Wang nearly wet himself in fear. He quickly ran over to apologize. I'm sorry, it was our oversight, I'll fix it right away. After Manager Wang finished speaking, he turned to Lu Ruyan and said, Apologize to the customer right now. I apologize? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, and she said with disdain, Manager Wang, don't forget that I am young Master Zhao's woman. Good heavens! He had previously questioned Lin Fan, but now he directly claims that she is Zhao Ming's woman. That's shameless. Manager Wang knew, of course, that Lu Ruyan was having an affair with Zhao Ming of the Zhao Group, but so what? The person in front of me is President Shin. What is Zhao Xiao compared to him? Of course, Manager Wang couldn't be too blunt. He adopted a businesslike demeanor and said coldly, Stop talking nonsense. If you don't apologize to the customer, pack your things and leave now. You. Lu Ruyan's face changed with anger. She really wanted to just walk away. But Lu Ruyan knew in her heart that Zhao Ming was just playing around with her and she shouldn't take it too seriously. Although the salary here isn't high, at least I'm a Mercedes saleswoman. Many rich young men enjoy the idea of buying sex and getting free services, and she receives many hidden benefits from this. What can she do if she leaves here? After gritting her teeth and considering it for a while, Lu Ruyan reluctantly walked up to Lin Fan and Shinji Qiu, and bowed her head to admit her mistake. I'm sorry, both of you. I didn't manage my emotions well. I apologize to you both. Shinji Qiu nodded slightly to Manager Wang, which was a way of acknowledging his work. Manager Wang couldn't stop smiling. He had finally made a name for himself in front of President Shun. This was a huge win for him. Chapter 40 The happiness of the rich is unimaginable. Manager Wang quickly replied. Gentlemen, it is our mismanagement that has caused you an unpleasant experience. To express my apology, I will apply for the biggest discount in our store for you too when you purchase a car today. Lin Fan waved his hand, too lazy to argue with him. He pointed to the most eye-catching ruby red car in the center of the exhibition hall. That one will do. Manager Wang looked in the direction he was pointing. 2025 Mercedes-Benz S500. Top of the line. The final price exceeded 2 million. Manager Wang felt a chill run down his spine. This Mr. Lin was indeed a man of few words. Okay, I'll process your paperwork right away. Xiaoli, who was standing nearby, quickly followed suit. Lu Ruyan and Lu Huiyun stood not far away. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. A car worth 2 million. I bought it without hesitation. Without even blinking. Lu Ruyan's heart felt as if it were being pricked by countless needles. She slept with Lin Fan for so many years, and all she got in return was a BYD car. Now, Lin Fan is actually spending a fortune on a woman he's only known for a short time. On what grounds? She bit her lip so hard it almost bled. Swipe card, sign. All formalities have been completed. Manager Wang personally handed the car keys to Lin Fan. Shinji Qiu stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Fan a big kiss on the cheek. Thank you, honey, for buying me such a nice car. I love you so much. The sound was crisp and sweet. The news spread throughout the entire exhibition hall. It was like a resounding slap across the faces of the Lu Ruyan sisters. Manager Wang watched the scene with a sense of unease. The president of the prestigious Shin Group. Why would someone be this happy over a mere 2 million yuan Mercedes? She's still acting like a little girl, giving kisses in public? He couldn't understand it. Ultimately, it all boils down to one sentence. The happiness of the rich is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people like him. The cold, mechanical voice rang out again in Lin Fan's mind. Bite. Task complete. Reward, God-level calligraphy and painting appreciation ability. In an instant, a massive flow of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. From Wang Shixi's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion to Yan Jinxing's draft of a eulogy for my nephew. From Wu Daozi's The Heavenly King sending off his son to Zhang Ziduan's along the river during the Qingming festival. The brushwork, artistic conception, ink usage, seals, and the sense of age of the paper in countless masterpieces. All the knowledge was deeply etched into his mind, like a brand. It was as if he had been immersed in this path for 100 years. Lin Fan closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, there was a touch of ancient charm in his eyes. Honey, let's go for a drive. I want to try out my new car. Shinji Qiu held Lin Fan's hand, already somewhat impatient. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Good. The two were just about to walk toward the brand new S500. Shinji Qiu's phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and glanced at it. Two words were displayed on the screen. Grandmother. Shinji Qiu's smile vanished instantly. She went to a quiet corner to answer the phone. Grandmother. On the other end of the phone came an old but strong voice. Knowing Autumn. There's a rumor going around that our Shin family's eldest daughter got married without anyone saying a word? Is this true? Shinji Qiu's heart skipped a beat. She knew she couldn't keep it a secret any longer. The news spread too fast. Yes, Grandma, she answered softly. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Those few seconds felt like an eternity to Shinji Qiu. Bring him back. Let me see. The tone was commanding, devoid of any emotion. Yes, Grandma. The call ended. Shinji Qiu held her phone and took a deep breath. She walked up to Lin Fan, her expression somewhat complicated. "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked. "My grandma, she wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart tightened. Meeting the parents? A strange sense of tension welled up inside me. The two first drove to a shopping mall. I bought some tea and health supplements as a gift for our first meeting. Then, Lin Fan drove his brand new, ruby red Mercedes-Benz S500, with Shinjicho in the car, towards a place he had never heard of before. Yunshan No. 1 Courtyard. As the car entered the area, Lin Fan finally understood what this place meant. There's a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. On both sides of the road are meticulously manicured garden landscapes. Each villa is separated by a huge lawn and woods, ensuring absolute privacy. The air here seems a bit fresher than outside. Lin Fan glanced at it. Each villa here has a different style, but they all reveal one thing. Expensive. He had heard of it. It was the most exclusive and affluent area in Deep Sea City. Any villa there is worth hundreds of millions. "You live here?" Lin Fan asked, somewhat surprised. Shinjicho nodded and explained softly. "This is the family business that my grandfather built up over the years. Later, the family fortunes declined, and now they can barely maintain a semblance of prosperity." Family fortunes declined? Living in a villa worth hundreds of millions, and calling it a decline in family fortune? Lin Fan instinctively felt that things were not that simple. Shinjicho seems to be hiding something from him. The car slowly came to a stop in front of a Chinese-style mansion with an exceptionally large area. Blue bricks and gray tiles, flying eaves and upturned corners. It lacks the ostentation of modern villas, but exudes a profound sense of historical depth. 2 enormous stone lions stand at the entrance, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. The vermilion gates slowly opened. Lin Fan parked the car inside the yard. Only then did they discover that there was a hidden paradise in the courtyard. The artificial hills and flowing water, the pavilions and towers, every plant and tree are clearly the work of a master. A man who looked like a butler was already waiting there. "Young miss, you're back." "Yes, Uncle Wang." Shinjicho responded and took Lin Fan's arm. "Let's go inside." The two walked through a long corridor and arrived at an antique-style living room. In the living room, the finest sandalwood incense was burning. In the main seat sat an elderly woman with gray hair. He was dressed in ordinary cotton and linen clothes and looked kind and approachable. But those eyes were exceptionally bright, as if they could see right through people's hearts. To the left of the old lady sat an old man. Approximately 70 years old, he was dressed in an exquisite black tang suit, with a string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, exuding an extraordinary air. Shinjicho stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. "Grandma, I'm back." Lin Fan also bowed in greeting. "Hello, Grandma." The old lady did not speak. He simply used his sharp eyes to scrutinize Lin Fan from head to toe. That gaze seemed to see right through him, inside and out. Lin Fan felt immense pressure. Just then, the old man in the tang suit suddenly laughed. The laughter carried an undisguised hint of contempt. "It seems the rumors outside are true. We, Jicho, have truly been fooled by some unknown kid." Chapter 41 Calligraphy and Painting? I have a basic understanding. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Does this elderly man in the tang suit seem hostile towards me? I don't know you either. Shinjicho quickly leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered. He is Zhao Jingyuan, the chairman of the Zhao Group. His grandson Zhao Ming wanted to pursue me, but I ended up marrying you instead, you know what I mean. With just one sentence, Lin Fan instantly understood. It turns out he was the grandfather of her love rival. No wonder. A sense of curiosity arose in his heart. The Zhao Group is a major enterprise that ranks among the top in Shenzhen. Assets worth tens of billions. Shinjicho would rather be penniless than marry into a wealthy family like the Zhao family. My wife's values are truly exceptional. Lin Fan's love for Shinjicho deepened even further. At the same time, Shinjicho also quietly walked to his grandmother Ouyang Dan's side and whispered in her ear. Grandma, Lin Fan doesn't know my identity. He always thought I was just an ordinary office worker. A glint of light flashed in Ouyang Dan's eyes. The originally sharp scrutiny softened instantly. She assumed that the young man was attracted to the Shin family's social standing. Looking back now, I realize I had oversimplified things. If the other party truly doesn't know Jiqiu's identity, then his kindness towards Jiqiu is genuine. This is more important than any family background. Lin Fan was unaware of the whispers between the grandfather and grandson. He met Zhao Jingyuan's gaze calmly and nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Jingyuan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, letting out a cold snort. "What is your family background? What educational background do you have? What kind of business are you doing now?" The three questions in a row were aggressive and full of the arrogance of someone in a superior position. It was as if they were not questioning, but judging. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Graduated from Deep Sea University with a bachelor's degree. I recently resigned and started my own small company." The sarcasm on Zhao Jingyuan's lips grew even stronger. "Oh. A regular undergraduate degree? In this day and age, what's the difference between that and being illiterate?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jiqiu's expression immediately turned cold. "Grandpa Zhao. Lin Fan is very capable. His cooking is even better than that of a chef at a 5-star hotel." Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Jingyuan impatiently interrupted her. "Cook?" He scoffed. "What kind of future can a grown man have, spending all his time around the stove?" These words thoroughly enraged Lin Fan, who immediately retorted. "There is no high or low status in any job. What's wrong with cooking? I love cooking for Jiqiu every day and watching her eat happily." He turned his head and looked at Shen Jiqiu tenderly. "This is our happiness, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." Shen Jiqiu nodded vigorously and gave Lin Fan 2 thumbs up without hesitation. Even Ouyang Dan, who had remained silent in the main seat, showed a hint of approval in his eyes. "Good lad. They have courage." Knowing full well that the other party was the chairman of the Zhao Group, a figure whose every move could shake the business world of Shanghai City. "He actually dared to talk back to me to my face." This kind of integrity, unmoved by power and influence, is rarely seen among today's young people. Zhao Jingyuan's face darkened completely. He felt his authority had been challenged. How dare some poor kid who appeared out of nowhere talk about integrity in front of him? What a sharp tongue! Zhao Jingyuan was so angry that he laughed instead. "True depth isn't something you can just talk about." He raised his hand and pointed to a painting hanging in the center of the living room wall. It was a traditional Chinese ink painting, depicting several shrimp frolicking in the water, their forms vividly lifelike. "Someone like you probably doesn't even have the most basic cultural refinement. Take this painting for example, can you understand it?" He turned to look at Ouyang Dan, his words carrying a hidden meaning. "What your grandma Ouyang values most is a young person's calligraphy and painting skills. How could a boorish man who doesn't even understand art possibly catch our sister Dan's eye?" This move was extremely insidious. He escalated his personal attacks on Lin Fan to the level of family values and personal conduct. Shen Jiqiu immediately became anxious. Of course she knew about that painting. That is an original painting of shrimp by Qi Baisher, a master of modern Chinese painting. It is one of Grandma Ouyang Dan's most treasured collections, and is priceless. How could Lin Fan, who comes from an ordinary family, possibly understand this level of traditional Chinese painting? Isn't this just blatantly making him look bad? "Grandpa Zhao, Lin Fan, he..." She was about to speak up to help Lin Fan out of the predicament. Lin Fan gave her a reassuring look. He glanced at the painting from afar. In my mind, that massive flow of information was instantly activated. Countless facts about this painting came to mind. Brushwork, ink tones, expression, artistic conception. It was as if he had been studying this painting for decades. Zhao Jingyuan crossed his arms, looking on with amusement. Shen Jiqiu was filled with worry, and her palms were sweaty. Ouyang Dan's gaze was deep and inquisitive. Lin Fan finally spoke. "Qi Baisher's shrimp." The first sentence froze Zhao Jingyuan's smile on his face. This kid actually knows him? It must be a coincidence. Lin Fan ignored his surprise and continued speaking. "Mr. Qi Baisher's shrimp paintings are truly exceptional. This painting is a work from his later years, and his technique has reached a level of consummate skill. Look at the shrimp's body." The shrimp's body and head were drawn with just one stroke. The ink on the head is dark, it's dark ink, which makes it look hard. The middle section of the shrimp is light in color, has plenty of moisture, and appears crystal clear and elastic. Within a single stroke, There are variations in thickness, lightness, dryness, and wetness. This is Mr. Chi Baisher's unique one-stroke technique. His voice was calm and unhurried, like a master who had been immersed in this field for many years instructing a junior. In the living room, you could hear a pin drop. Shen Jiqiu's mouth was already slightly open. She never expected that Lin Fan would actually know it. Moreover, he spoke so professionally. Zhao Jingyuan's expression had changed from mockery to solemnity. Lin Fan's voice continued. Now look at the shrimp legs and claws. The brushstrokes are crisp and clean, with varying lengths and thicknesses, yet there is order within the chaos, full of dynamism. Especially those long shrimp whiskers, which were drawn with an extremely fine wolf hairbrush, in one continuous stroke without any pauses or breaks. The lines are smooth, yet full of power, as if you can feel the shrimp whiskers swaying gently in the water. It would be absolutely impossible to paint this without decades of experience. He paused here, then turned his gaze to Zhao Jingyuan. But these are all just forms. The true essence of this painting lies in its spirit. Not a single drop of water is depicted in the painting. But when we look at these shrimp, we can clearly feel that they are swimming freely in the clear water. The shrimp seem to be chasing and playing with each other. This is the highest realm of traditional Chinese painting, the beauty of leaving blank space. To win with nothing, to treat white as black. This painting, though seemingly simple, is actually profound in its artistic conception and full of vitality. It is undoubtedly the pinnacle of all of Mr. Chi Baisher's shrimp paintings. After saying all that, the entire living room was deathly silent. Zhao Jingyuan's face had changed from solemn to ashen. Then it turned from a dark blue-gray to a bright red. He originally intended to use this painting to humiliate Lin Fan and make him look foolish in public. Unexpectedly, it became a stage for Lin Fan to showcase his knowledge. Every word Lin Fan spoke was like a resounding slap across his face. It hurts like fire. Shen Jiqiu looked at Lin Fan's profile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. How many more surprises is this man hiding? Ouyang Dan was in the main seat. Those sharp eyes held an unprecedented shock and admiration. Chapter 42, Springtime Flower Painting. Zhao Jingyuan was the first to come to his senses. The flush on his face had faded, replaced by a deeper sense of sarcasm. Well said. Looks like you did your homework before you came. With the internet so readily available now, it's not difficult to memorize any analysis of Chi Baisher's paintings by simply searching for it. Kid, you've really gone to great lengths to impress your grandma Ouyang. His words were extremely hurtful. They directly denigrated Lin Fan's displayed knowledge as opportunistic endorsement. Shen Jiqiu's face instantly darkened. She immediately retorted. Grandpa Zhao, how can you say that? Before we came, Lin Fan had no idea that his grandmother had this painting at home. Every word he said was his own opinion. But in Zhao Jingyuan's view, this was nothing more than a lover's cover-up, and it was not convincing at all. He didn't even bother to look at Shen Jiqiu. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. Yeah? Since you speak so eloquently, this Mr. Lin must also have remarkable attainments in traditional Chinese painting, right? Talk is cheap and action is useless. How about we paint one right here and see for ourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jiqiu's heart sank. It's over. That old fox is indeed no simpleton. She knew better than anyone that her grandmother, Ouyang Dan, was a seasoned enthusiast and collector of traditional Chinese paintings. What happens if you try to show off your limited skills in front of your grandmother? If Lin Fan doesn't agree, he will be confirmed as someone who only knows how to recite. If he agrees, given his background, anything he draws will only be doodles. At that time, his impression of her will plummet. This is a dead end. Old Zhao. You're so old, why are you arguing with a child? Young people today face a lot of work pressure, so they don't have time to study these old things. This matter ends here. Ouyang Dan spoke up, essentially giving Lin Fan a way out. This was also a warning to Zhao Jingyuan to know when to stop. Zhao Jingyuan, however, seemed not to understand. He forced a fake smile at Ouyang Dan. Sister Dan, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to make things difficult for him. Jiqiu is your most beloved granddaughter, and her marriage is not something to be taken lightly. I just wanted to test him a bit more for you. Let's see if he's all show and no substance. The words were spoken in a grand and dignified manner. But who among those present couldn't see it? He's just using his position to settle personal scores. When his grandson's advances were rejected, the grandfather took matters into his own hands, using his expertise to crush the innocent young man. His intentions are despicable. Shin Ji-chyo was so angry that he trembled all over, and was about to retort again. A warm, large hand gently grasped hers. "It's Lin Fan." He gave Shin Ji-chyo a reassuring smile. Then, he turned his head and met Zhao Jingyuan's provocative gaze. "Alright, since Mr. Zhao has said so, then this junior can only make a fool of himself." Zhao Jingyuan was stunned at first, then his eyes burst with ecstatic light. The kid's taken the bait. He clapped his hands and laughed. Young people should have this kind of courage. He could almost see Lin Fan's embarrassing and pathetic state in front of everyone. Shin Ji-chyo was completely panicked. She had never seen Lin Fan paint. She had read Lin Fan's resume. He had no art-related experience from childhood to adulthood. How dare he agree? She frantically winked at Lin Fan, her lips barely moving as she silently said, "Don't be impulsive." Lin Fan simply returned her a glance. That look in his eyes was full of confidence and doting affection. It's as if it's saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." Ouyang Dan, sitting in the main seat, gave Lin Fan a deep look. Is this young man truly confident, or simply reckless? She stood up and said, "In that case, come to my study." Ouyang Dan walked at the front, and the butler opened a mahogany door for her. A rich, inky scent wafted towards me. The study was extremely large. The four walls are all bookshelves, filled with all kinds of thread-bound ancient books. In the center is a large painting table made of rosewood, measuring 3 meters in length. On the table, there was a complete set of writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The Shin paper is top-grade Red Star brand extra clean paper, the ink is Huizhou ink from a century-old brand, the inkstone is a warm and jade-like Duan inkstone, and dozens of wolf hair and sheep hair brushes of different sizes hang on the brush holder. These are all top-quality items that only experts would recognize. Several calligraphy and paintings also hang on the wall, with vigorous brushstrokes and profound artistic conception, and the signature is clearly Ouyang Dan. Shin Ji-chyo's heart sank even further. She had seen her grandmother's paintings before. They were of extremely high professional quality. Lin Fan was about to make a fool of himself in front of such an expert. She dared not think any further. Zhao Jingyuan had already impatiently made a pleased gesture. "Mr. Lin, please. Let us see your masterpiece." Lin Fan ignored him. He walked to the painting table, his gaze sweeping over the top-quality writing implements. Then, he reached out and took a stick of ink. He then scooped a spoonful of water from the Celadon water bowl beside him and poured it into the inkstone. He began grinding ink. The movements were neither hurried nor slow. Keep your wrist steady and apply even pressure. Round and round. The monotonous movements, when performed by him, possess a unique sense of rhythm. The tense and anxious atmosphere seemed to gradually calm down with these steady movements. Shin Ji-chyo's heartbeat inexplicably slowed down. A strange light flashed in Ouyang Dan's eyes. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. The skill of grinding ink alone is something no layman could possess. Calm and focused. There was not a trace of impetuosity. Zhao Jingyuan's smile faded slightly. The ink is ground. It is jet black in color with a subtle sheen. Lin Fan spread out a 4-foot-long sheet of Shin paper. The paper is snow white, smooth and flat. He took a medium-sized wolf hair brush from the brush holder. It was soaked in ink. The brush tip gently scrapes the edge of the inkstone to filter out excess ink. He picked up his pen, his wrist suspended. His entire demeanor suddenly changed at that moment. The previous gentleness and tranquility have vanished. Instead, there is a master-like calmness and confidence. His gaze fell on the snow-white Shin paper. It felt as if what I was looking at wasn't a piece of paper, but a complete world. In the study, everyone held their breath. Lin Fan made a move. With a flick of his wrist, the pen tip landed on the paper. The first stroke depicts a rugged mountain rock. The brushstrokes are executed with a side stroke, resulting in a vigorous and powerful style. With just a few strokes, the ink's varying shades and density bring the hard texture and three-dimensionality of the rocks to life on the paper. Ouyang Dan's pupils suddenly contracted. What a wonderful axe-cut texture stroke! His brushwork is skillful and his technique is profound. This is definitely not something a beginner could draw. Zhao Jingyuan's expression also changed. Although his painting skills were not as good as Ouyang Dan's, he still had a good eye. Lin Fan's move set off alarm bells in his mind. Could this kid really draw? Lin Fan's pen never stopped. Beside the rocks, he flipped his wrist, and the brushstroke changed. A vigorous peach tree bursts forth from the rock. The trunk is winding and the branches are gnarled. The ink gradually lightens, depicting the roughness of the tree bark and the vicissitudes of time. The extraordinary skill in painting is already evident in the depiction of rocks and withered trees alone. But this is just the beginning. Lin Fan switched to a smaller brush and began to paint the peach blossoms. His speed was astonishing. A light tap of the wrist, and a flower blooms. Click again, and another flower appears. Pink paint blooms on the tip of the brush. Each peach blossom is unique in shape, some are still in bud and others are in full bloom. The layers of the petals and the intricate details of the stamens are all incredibly lifelike. In the blink of an eye, the peach trees are in full bloom, their beauty dazzling. Shinjichio's mouth was already slightly open. She looked at Lin Fan's profile, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really the Lin Fan she knows? Cold sweat had already seeped from Zhao Jingyuan's forehead. He felt that things were developing in a direction he couldn't control. After finishing the peach blossoms, Lin Fan's brushstrokes flowed once more. Orchids grow in abundance beneath the peach trees. He used the tip of his pen to draw slender orchid leaves, which were graceful, lively, and full of elasticity. A few strokes of light ink depict the serene orchid. Refined and elegant. Next up is the peony. He switched to a large brush saturated with water and used the boneless technique to apply colors in large swaths. Red, pink, and white. The colors are vibrant, yet tasteful. Elegant and graceful, with unparalleled beauty. Chrysanthemums, azaleas, camellias, magnolias. As Lin Fan's brush danced across the canvas, one flower after another bloomed on the scroll. He didn't seem to be painting. He is creating a world. A vibrant spring, with flowers in full bloom. The entire study was eerily quiet. All that could be heard was the shush sound of the brush tip rubbing against the rice paper. Ouyang Dan unconsciously walked to the painting table and looked at it up close. Her eyes were filled with increasingly intense shock. The composition is grand and majestic. His brushwork is superb. The use of color is bold and precise. This painting, Spring Blossoms, is top-notch in both technique and artistic conception. Zhao Jingyuan's face had completely lost all color. He stared blankly at the painting, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. How is that possible? How could a young man in his 20s have such terrifying drawing skills? Even if you started learning from the womb, you could never reach this level. Finally, Lin Fan made the final stroke. It was a forsythia blooming in a corner. The golden color brightened the edges of the entire picture. He put down his pen. The painting is now complete. A long scroll painting depicts 100 flowers in full bloom, and all things coming back to life. A rich sense of spring seems to overflow from the painting. A beautiful painting. Ouyang Dan could no longer hold back and blurted it out. Shinjichio looked at the painting, then at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhao Jingyuan's face was ashen, and his body began to tremble slightly. However, the next second, what happened was a sight that everyone will never forget. The study window was open. A gentle breeze blew in from outside the window. 1, 2, 3. Colorful butterflies flew in through the window. They circled once in the study. Then, it flew straight to the painting table. To everyone's utter astonishment, a swallowtail butterfly gently landed on the most beautiful peony in the painting. Immediately afterwards, the second one, the third one. A dozen or so butterflies fell to the ground. Some stopped on the peach blossoms. Some stopped among the orchids. Some stopped next to the forsythia. They fluttered their beautiful wings, just like flowers in a painting, as if they were real. The ink on the painting was still wet. The flowers, however, attracted butterflies. This moment, time seemed to stand still. Chapter 43. Where did they find such a treasure? The painting is real. The flowers are fake. But they can't tell the difference between butterflies. This was beyond everyone's comprehension. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Zhao Jingyuan, whose face had already turned deathly pale, and asked, Mr. Zhao, I wonder if my painting, 100 Flowers in Spring, meets your approval. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a resounding slap across Zhao Jingyuan's face. Zhao Jingyuan trembled. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Is it worthy of your approval? This is more than just worthy of the emperor's approval. This is simply a miracle. The painting has come to life. His pride in his ability to appreciate traditional Chinese paintings became a huge joke at this moment. He wanted to refute it, to find fault. But looking at the butterflies fluttering in the painting, he didn't even have the courage to speak. His face turned a deep liver color. Humiliation, anger, disbelief. A mix of emotions. Excellent. What a wonderful painting that can attract butterflies. Ouyang Dan's excited voice broke the deadlock. Her eyes shone as if she were looking at a priceless treasure. Xiao Fan, quickly tell Grandma the story. How did you manage to achieve such a vibrant yet elegant style in your peony painting, with such distinct layers of color? Ouyang Dan pointed to the peony in the painting, her tone urgent and her posture extremely humble, just like a student asking a teacher for advice. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Grandma, the secret lies in the water and the color. When painting flower petals, the brush should be moist enough, and the stroke should transition naturally from dark to light. As for color mixing, it is not just about using red, but about adding a little bit of gamboge and ink to the carmine. This will make the color more subdued and appear luxurious without being frivolous. His explanation was simple and straightforward. There was no jargon or technical jargon. But every word he said hit the nail on the head. Ouyang Dan nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with the joy of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. So that's it. I've been painting peonies for decades, and I always felt that something was missing. Now I know that's what it was. She then pointed to a clump of orchids under the peach tree. And this orchid, with just a few strokes, reveals its spirit and character. Could you please offer some further guidance on the strength of the brushstrokes? The orchid leaf strokes are characterized by 3 twists and turns. The beginning stroke should be concealed, the stroke should be lifted and pressed clearly, and the ending stroke should be powerful. As Lin Fan spoke, he gestured with his finger in the air. Most importantly, one must have the refined elegance of an orchid in one's heart. The idea must precede the brushstroke, and only then can the spirit and charm naturally emerge. Ouyang Dan listened with rapt attention. Every word Lin Fan said seemed to open a new door for her. It gave her a completely new understanding of the traditional Chinese painting she had studied all her life. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Fan had changed from admiration to utter respect. Hearing your words is worth more than 10 years of painting practice. Such a masterpiece would be perfect if it were paired with a good poem. Xiao Fan, could you please write a poem for this painting? Shen Jiqiu's heart jumped again. Painting is already so shocking. Could it be that he can also compose poetry and write calligraphy? Zhao Jingyuan also raised his head, a glimmer of hope still lingering in his eyes. Perhaps this kid is just unbalanced in his studies and has terrible handwriting? Lin Fan nodded. I've made a fool of myself. He picked up the wolf hair brush again. Dip the brush in thick ink, lift it and suspend your wrist. His entire demeanor changed once again. If he was the creator of all things when he was painting just now, then at this moment, he is a master calligrapher with unrestrained and powerful strokes. The pen tip falls. Flamboyant. Iron strokes and silver hooks. The force penetrates the paper. Each powerful character was written in one go in the blank spaces of the scroll. Riding a swift horse in the spring breeze, one can see all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Peach and plum trees do not speak, but follow the winds while ink and butterflies dance, forming their own unique style. A 7-character quatrain. The poem is poetic and bold, and it aptly captures the wonderful scene of the butterfly dance just now. What's even more astonishing is his handwriting. It is a running script, yet it combines the composure of regular script with the unrestrained style of cursive script. Each character is structurally rigorous and full of life. It's as if each stroke of the brush has its own life. This calligraphy skill is at the master level. Zhao Jingyuan's last hope was completely shattered. Ouyang Dan looked at the words and was extremely excited. What a beautiful poem! What beautiful calligraphy! Unable to contain her joy any longer, she pulled Shen Jiqiu, who was standing next to her, close. Jiqiu, tell Grandma the truth. Where did you find such a precious gem? Shen Jiqiu blushed as she looked at Lin Fan's confident profile. My heart is filled with unparalleled pride and sweetness. Grandma, it must be fate. Ouyang Dan patted her granddaughter's hand and said, "What a wonderful coincidence. Nobody's leaving today, everyone stays for dinner. Xiaofan, Grandma has asked the kitchen to make your favorite dishes." She turned her head and greeted Lin Fan warmly. But he didn't even glance at Zhao Jingyuan again. Zhao Jingyuan knew he couldn't stay any longer. He forced out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. "Sister Dan, I have an urgent meeting at my company, so I'll have to take my leave now." Ouyang Dan then turned her gaze to him and said calmly, "Since you have something to do, I won't keep you any longer." She still personally saw the guests off. Zhao Jingyuan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and fled in disarray. Only Lin Fan and Shin Jiqiu remained in the living room. The atmosphere changed instantly. Shin Jiqiu took 3 steps at a time and walked up to Lin Fan. She reached out her delicate hand and lightly punched his chest. "Well done, Lin Fan. When did you learn traditional Chinese painting? And calligraphy? You kept it from me for so long. Do you know how scared I was? My palms were sweaty. I thought you were really going to embarrass yourself in public and become a laughingstock for that old fox." Lin Fan found her coquettish expression incredibly adorable. He chuckled and reached out to hold her small hand. "I used to figure this out on my own when I wasn't busy at work. Just some casual practice, nothing worth showing off." Upon hearing this, Shin Jiqiu was so angry that he laughed. "Just practicing casually? You call this just casual practice? If your work is not up to par, then all the painters and calligraphers in the world can break their pens." She knew Lin Fan was talking nonsense. But she didn't want to pursue the matter. It seems that more and more secrets are being revealed about this man. But it's okay. As long as his grandmother approves of him, that's more important than anything else. At this moment, Ouyang Dan walked back from outside the door. "Come on, Xiaofan, Jiqiu, let's go eat." At the dinner table, Ouyang Dan became more and more satisfied with Lin Fan. She kept putting food on his plate and showing him concern. "Xiaofan, I heard from Jiqiu that you just started a company? There must be many difficulties at the beginning, right? Do you need Grandma's help with the finances? Grandma has some spare money." Ouyang Dan genuinely wanted to help him. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and politely declined. "Thank you, Grandma, but I don't need it for now. Although the company is just starting out, I am confident that we can win the 200 million yuan project from Shin's group. I will definitely be able to give Jiqiu happiness." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Dan gave her granddaughter a meaningful look. She was incredibly shrewd. It's easy to guess that this so-called 200 million yuan project was probably supported by the granddaughter behind the scenes. But she didn't expose it. Shin Jiqiu felt a little embarrassed by her grandmother's gaze and quickly changed the subject. "Grandma, you have no idea, Lin Fan gave me a car today." She shook the car keys in her hand. He swiped his card for a Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth over 2 million yuan without even blinking. "They're so good to me." Ouyang Dan burst into laughter. "Well, my daughter Jiqiu has the same good taste as me." She could tell. This young man named Lin Fan is talented, responsible, and has great courage. Most importantly, he genuinely loves his granddaughter. That's enough. Chapter 44. It's actually Lin Fan? I'm going to cripple him. A black Bentley Mulsanne drove into the Zhao family manor. The car door opened, and Zhao Jingyuan stepped out with a gloomy face. Zhao Ming quickly went to greet him. "Grandpa, you're back? How did the talk with Grandma Ouyang go?" He lost face at the Shin group last time, so he specially asked his grandfather to go and sound out Ouyang Dan. Zhao Jingyuan plopped down on the sofa without saying a word. Zhao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew things were going badly. He cautiously approached. "Grandpa, what happened?" Zhao Jingyuan raised his head and said coldly. "The girl from the Shin family already has another man. Today, she brought that bastard to the Shin family and humiliated me in front of everyone." Zhao Ming's expression changed instantly. "What? Shin Jiqiu has a man? Who is he? Who else in Shinhai City dares to compete with Zhao Ming for a woman?" Zhao Jingyuan said. "A kid named Lin Fan." He recounted everything that had happened in the Shin family study that day. Paintings can attract butterflies. He composed a poem on the spot. Master-level calligraphy. Zhao Ming became increasingly alarmed as he listened. But what he cared about more was that name. Lin Fan? He felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before. Grandpa, what does Lin Fan look like? Zhao Jingyuan recalled for a moment and briefly described Lin Fan's appearance. Boom! A flash of lightning struck Zhao Ming's mind. The old man's description is very similar to the little tagalong who followed Lu Ruyan around during their university days. That guy's name is also Lin Fan. It was him? Zhao Ming's expression shifted from shock to disdain, and finally to overwhelming rage. He couldn't imagine it. The goddess Shinjiqiu, whom he had been pursuing relentlessly, was actually snatched away by such a good-for-nothing? This is even more humiliating than slapping him in public. You bastard! Zhao Ming's face was contorted with rage. Unable to suppress his murderous intent any longer, he walked to the side, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hey, Scarface. Get me 20 men right now, and bring them weapons. Shin Family Villa. The dinner ended in a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. It was getting late, so Lin Fan and Shinjiqiu said goodbye to Ouyang Dan. Ouyang Dan was reluctant to part with him, but she also knew that young people need their own space and it was inconvenient for them to live with an old woman like her. Xiao Fan, bring Jiqiu home to visit often when you have time. Grandma still has many things to ask you for advice, Ouyang Dan said. Grandma, don't worry, I'll come back to see you with Jiqiu whenever I have time, Lin Fan said. A red Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove out of the manor and disappeared into the night. Inside the car, Shinjiqiu turned her head to look at Lin Fan, who was focused on driving, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Fan gave her so many surprises today. To take a shortcut home, Lin Fan chose a side road on Tianma Mountain that usually has little traffic. The road was lined with dense woods, which blocked the moonlight and made it appear somewhat dim. The car had just rounded a bend. Ahead, a blinding high beam suddenly turned on. A heavy truck was parked horizontally in the middle of the road, completely blocking the way. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and he slammed on the brakes. Something's not right. Lin Fan subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. Several beams of light shone from behind. 3 Jinbei minivans had somehow blocked their escape route. The car door was pulled open with a whoosh. A group of burly men wielding steel pipes filed out of the vehicle. There were more than 20 people. They surrounded them in a fan shape. Lin Fan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and said in a deep voice to Shinjiqiu beside him. Stay in the car and don't move. Lock the doors. If you get the chance, drive off and don't worry about me. Husband, you. Shinjiqiu hadn't finished speaking. Lin Fan had already opened the car door and gotten out. Shinjiqiu watched his retreating figure, her heart pounding in her chest. She took out her phone and dialed the number of the bodyguard captain. At the crossroads of Tianma Mountain, bring men over immediately. Quickly. Outside the car. Lin Fan was alone, facing more than 20 desperate men wielding weapons. The leader was a bald man with a hideous scar on his face. So you're Lin Fan? Scarface spat and asked with a sinister grin. Did the Zhao family send you? Lin Fan asked calmly. Scarface paused for a moment, then grinned. Kid, you know quite a lot. Since you know that, just surrender obediently to avoid suffering. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He didn't waste any more words. Just as the enemy's encirclement was about to close in, he moved. Like a cheetah, it charged into the crowd. Shinjiqiu had just hung up the phone when she looked up and saw a scene she would never forget. One of the thugs who rushed to the front swung a steel pipe and smashed it down on Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan neither dodged nor avoided, but slightly shifted his body to the side. The steel pipe whistled past his ear, accompanied by the sound of wind. Just as the two crossed paths, Lin Fan's right elbow struck the man precisely in the ribs. Snap! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The thug didn't even have time to scream before his body went limp and he collapsed. One strike kills the enemy. From the left, another steel pipe swept across, aiming straight for Lin Fan's waist. Lin Fan's left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the steel pipe. He pulled hard. The thug holding the reins lost his balance and was forcibly pulled over. Lin Fan struck him in the abdomen with his knee. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of acidic water, punching over like a boiled shrimp. Lin Fan snatched the steel pipe from his hand and swept it horizontally. Bang! Bang! The two thugs who had just rushed up were both hit in the knees at the same time, and they screamed and fell to their knees. In less than 3 seconds, 4 people had lost their fighting ability. Shinji-cho, inside the car, was completely stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Fan, unarmed, faced an enemy wielding weapons, and was incredibly powerful. Lin Fan's killing spree has only just begun. He held a steel pipe, like a tiger among sheep. Each swing is accompanied by the sound of wind breaking. Every attack inevitably results in one person falling. His movements were completely devoid of any frills. A blow to the wrist sent the opponent's weapon flying out of their hand. A stick was thrust into the throat, and the person instantly suffocated and collapsed to the ground. A blow to the leg bone sent chills down one's spine with a crisp cracking sound. He was like a tireless fighting machine. Calm, precise, and efficient. The thugs were terrified by him. But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. A steel pipe slammed into his back. Lin Fan grunted and stumbled. He was in excruciating pain, but he didn't stop. He swung the stick back and smashed the attacker's forearm. Another blow struck Lin Fan's forehead from the side. Bang! Lin Fan's vision went black as warm blood flowed down his forehead, staining half of his face red. The pain and bloodshed completely unleashed the ferocity in Lin Fan's bones. Ah! Lin Fan let out a roar. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his attacks became even more ferocious. He stopped playing defense and adopted a style of play that involved trading injuries for injuries. In just a few minutes. In Shinjichi's view, however, it felt as long as a century. The fight ended when the last thug was kicked away by Lin Fan and lay convulsing on the ground. More than 20 people were lying haphazardly on the highway. They either fell into a coma or wailed in agony. Lin Fan's face was covered in blood, like a demon returned from hell. The steel pipe in his hand was completely deformed. He leaned on the steel pipe, panting heavily. Although he defeated everyone, he also paid a considerable price. His body was covered in bruises, and the wound on his forehead was still bleeding. Shinji-cho could no longer hold back. She pushed open the car door and rushed towards him like a madwoman. "Husband! How are you? Don't scare me!" Lin Fan looked at her tear-streaked face, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of teeth stained with blood. "It's nothing, just a superficial wound." Just then, a sharp screech of brakes rang out. More than a dozen black minivans sped in from a distance, surrounding the entire intersection. The car door opened. Dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits jumped out of the car in unison. The head of the bodyguard's expression changed drastically upon seeing the horrific scene. Shinji-cho simply gestured with his eyes to the bodyguard captain. The bodyguard captain understood immediately. He waved his hand and coldly gave the order. "Leave none behind, take them all with you." Chapter 45. You dare touch Shinji-cho's man? You'll pay the price. Inside the emergency room. Lin Fan's forehead was wrapped in white gauze, with a few streaks of blood seeping out, a shocking sight. He leaned back on the hospital bed, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes remained clear, and said softly, "Doctor, look, the report is out, it's nothing serious. I know my own body well, and I can be discharged from the hospital now." The doctor beside him adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, you have a mild concussion and must stay in the hospital for observation for a few days." Lin Fan frowned. The place he hates most is the hospital. She threw back the covers, making a move to get out of bed. Shinji-cho grabbed his shoulder. "You're not allowed to go anywhere." Lin Fan's heart softened, and he said gently, "I'm really fine." Shinji-cho's attitude was unusually firm. "Listen to me, stay in the hospital. I'll stay with you." Seeing her like this, Lin Fan could no longer say no. He lay back down inside. "Okay, I'll listen to you. However, you can only stay for 1 day. You must be discharged tomorrow." Shinji-cho nodded, which could be considered a reluctant agreement. She carefully tucked Lin Fan in before turning and leaving the ward. The moment the door closed, all the gentleness on Shinji-cho's face vanished. Instead, there was a bone-chilling cold. She walked to the window at the end of the corridor, took out her phone, and dialed the number of the bodyguard captain. The call was answered almost instantly. "How's the investigation going? Who are those people?" "They've already interrogated him. The one who led them is called Scarface, and he's one of Zhao Ming's men." Zhao Ming? Upon hearing this name, a flash of murderous intent crossed Shinji-cho's eyes. "Very good. Shen Jiqiu hung up the phone and found Xin Yu's number to call. The call was connected very quickly. Mr. Shen, what are your instructions? Xin Yu, on behalf of the Shen Group, immediately issue a public announcement stating that, effective immediately, the Shen Group is terminating all cooperation with all companies under the Zhao Group. On the other end of the phone, Xin Yu wondered if she had misheard. Terminating cooperation with the Zhao family? That's a massive business empire involving tens of billions. The issuance of this announcement was tantamount to dropping a nuclear bomb on the business community of Shanghai City. President Shen, what exactly is going on? Zhao Ming sent people to kill my husband. One sentence explains everything. Xin Yu gasped. She instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. I understand, Mr. Shen. I'll take care of it right away. 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhao family manor. In the master bedroom, a series of urgent telephone rings startled Zhao Dingyuan from his deep sleep. He picked up the phone, somewhat annoyed. Who? The voice of his chief secretary came through the phone. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Shen's Group has just released an emergency statement on its official website and all official channels. Zhao Jingyuan was wide awake and sat up abruptly. What statement? They unilaterally announced the termination of all cooperation with our Zhao Group. What? Zhao Jingyuan's mind went blank. What did you say? Terminate the cooperation? Why? Have they gone mad? The secretary sighed and said. I don't know, Chairman. The statement didn't give a reason. But the news has already blown up, and our partners in several core projects have been calling overnight to inquire about the situation. Our group's stock price overseas has already begun to plummet. Zhao Jingyuan's hand trembled, and his phone almost fell to the ground. He couldn't understand it. Just a few hours earlier, he had a pleasant conversation with Ouyang Dan. How could the Shen family turn on him so suddenly? This is completely illogical. Behind this, there must have been a tremendous change that he was unaware of. Zhao Jingyuan did not sleep all night. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Jingyuan couldn't wait to dial Ouyang Dan's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hey, Lao Zhao. Ouyang Dan's voice was unreadable. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Jingyuan asked in a deep voice. Sister Dan, you have to give me an explanation. What exactly did the Shen Group mean by that statement they released in the middle of the night? What have we, the Zhao family, done to offend your Shen family? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Ouyang Dan let out a cold laugh. Old Zhao, instead of questioning this old woman, you should go back and ask your good grandson. Ask him what he did last night. After saying that, Ouyang Dan hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on his phone, Zhao Jingyuan stood there, stunned. Zhao Ming? An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. His face was ashen, and he roared at the door. Someone come here. Bring that little beast here. A few minutes later, Zhao Ming yawned and walked in reluctantly. Grandpa, why did you wake me up so early? He had no idea that he had committed a terrible crime. Zhao Jingyuan was furious at his nonchalant attitude. He suppressed his anger and questioned. I'm asking you. What exactly did you do last night? Zhao Ming's eyes darted away for a moment. No. I didn't do anything. I went out for drinks with some friends and then went home. You still dare to lie? Zhao Jingyuan slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup on it jump. The Shen Group has declared war on our Zhao family. Ouyang Dan asked me to ask you. If you don't tell the truth, I'll break your legs. Upon hearing the words Shen Group declares war, Zhao Ming's expression finally changed. His heart skipped a beat. He knelt on the ground with a thud, his voice trembling. Grandpa, I was wrong. I got some people together last night to teach that kid named Lin Fan a lesson. Zhao Jingyuan's vision went black, his body swayed, and he almost fell over. He managed to stand by holding onto the table. Pointing at Zhao Ming on the ground, he trembled with anger. Lesson? You call setting up an ambush at Tianma Mountain, attacking from both sides, and using more than 20 desperate thugs wielding steel pipes a lesson? You want to kill him. Zhao Ming was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly. Grandpa, I didn't, I just wanted to scare him. Waste. Zhao Jingyuan roared, grabbed the paperweight from the table, and slammed it to the ground. You idiot, you good for nothing who's more trouble than you're worth. Do you know who you've messed with? That's the man Shin Ji-chyo has her eye on, Yang Dan's future grandson-in-law. If you touch him, you are slapping the Shin family in the face, and you are slapping Yang Dan in the face. You've pushed our entire Zhao family into an abyss of no return. Zhao Ming said, Grandpa, I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Grandma Yang right now. Chapter 46. Don't worry, husband, there's no one else in the ward. On the other hand, Lin Fan needed to be hospitalized for observation, so he naturally had to stay in a ward. There are 3 beds inside. The other 2 rooms are empty. Lin Fan lives there alone. This was naturally Shin Ji-chyo's arrangement. She didn't want anyone to disturb Lin Fan's rest. It's late at night. Lin Fan leaned against the bed, looking at the night view outside the window, unable to fall asleep. Shin Ji-chyo pushed open the door and walked in. She went home for a visit. He was carrying a bag. Inside are changes of clothes and toiletries. She placed the things on the bedside table and said, It's getting late, take a shower and get some rest. Lin Fan nodded, lifted the covers, and prepared to get out of bed. But the moment he moved, it aggravated his wounds, and his brows furrowed instantly. Seeing this, Shin Ji-chyo quickly advised, Don't move. I'll help you wash it. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, Isn't it inconvenient? Shin Ji-chyo rolled his eyes and said, We're husband and wife. What part of you haven't I seen? Is there anything inconvenient about it? Without saying a word, she helped Lin Fan to his feet and walked towards the private bathroom in the ward. The bathroom is not very big. It was quickly filled with the rising steam. The warm water from the showerhead washed over Lin Fan's body. Shin Ji-chyo's movements were very gentle. Carefully avoid his wounds. Unconsciously, Lin Fan's body began to tense up. His breathing also became heavy. Shin Ji-chyo sensed the change in him, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. This guy really is. Her fingers also began to become less still. Intentionally or unintentionally, she was circling her fingers over Lin Fan's abs. Honey, you have such a great figure. Her voice, slightly husky and lazy, sounded exceptionally clear in the small space. Lin Fan's Adam's apple bobbed. She could only close her eyes and let Shin Ji-chyo do as she pleased. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a soft hand. His body trembled violently. Opening her eyes, she met Shin Ji-chyo's gaze, which held a half smile. Ji-chyo, you. Shin Ji-chyo's eyes were full of cunning as she said in a seductive voice, Husband. Xiao Fan seems a little naughty? Lin Fan's face instantly turned awkward, thinking to himself, with you playing like this, it's no wonder you can't behave. Soon, Lin Fan realized that Shin Ji-chyo was teasing him. He was about to retaliate. Shin Ji-chyo chuckled softly and released her hand. I've washed you, you can go out now. After saying that, she helped Lin Fan dry off and helped him out of the bathroom. Lying back down on the bed, Lin Fan's heart was still racing. Shin Ji-chyo kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. Honey, wait for me obediently. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is a hospital. Could Ji-chyo really be serious? Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Lin Fan lay in bed, his mind a jumbled mess. The sound of water stopped. The bathroom door was pushed open. Lin Fan subconsciously turned his head away. He only glanced at it once, but his eyes were glued to it. Shin Ji-chyo came out. She was wearing a black silk nightgown. It's a halter neck style with a very short skirt. It barely covers the most crucial part. The fabric was thin and light, clinging tightly to her shapely curves. Under the light, her skin glowed white. Lin Fan felt his breath catch in his throat. This is a hospital ward. How dare she dress like that? What if a nurse comes to check on you? Shin Ji-chyo, however, seemed not to notice his shocked expression. She walked to the bedside. He reached out and pulled the curtains that surrounded the hospital bed. A small, private space was thus isolated. Then, Shin Ji-chyo lay down next to Lin Fan. The bed is not big. The two lay together, their bodies pressed close together. Lin Fan could smell the fresh scent of Shin Ji-chyo's shower gel mixed with her unique body fragrance. He only needed to turn his head to see that breathtaking expanse of white. And those bottomless ravines. If he were at home, he would have turned into a wolf long ago. But this is a hospital. He was a wounded soldier. Hold on. You have to hold back. Lin Fan silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra in his heart. Just then, a warm breath brushed against his ear. Honey, there's no one else here. Shinji Chio's voice was like a hook, scratching at his heart again and again. Lin Fan's body stiffened. Jichio, stop fooling around, this is a hospital. Shinji Chio chuckled softly. I know. But at this hour, no one will come to this ward. In fact, Shinji Chio had already spoken to the dean. Although this is a regular ward, no one would dare to disturb us. Otherwise, how could she, the president of the prestigious Shin Group, dare to dress like this in a hospital room? Lin Fan made a last-ditch effort, his face contorted in pain. But I have injuries, so it's inconvenient for me. Shinji Chio turned over to face him. Her eyes shone brilliantly in the light. My husband is unavailable. It's convenient for me. She extended a finger and gently touched Lin Fan's lips. You always took the initiative before, honey, tonight it's my turn. Hiss. Lin Fan's body trembled. Is he implying, are you really going to play like this? Just as Lin Fan was stunned, Shinji Chio's lips covered his. Lin Fan's mind went blank with a buzz. His last remaining will was still trying to resist. But Shinji Chio's actions became increasingly bold. Her hand had already slipped quietly under the covers. The target was found precisely. Lin Fan's Dao heart collapsed instantly. Much later, the ward returned to calm. A hint of ambiguity filled the air. Shinji Chio lay lazily on Lin Fan's chest, drawing circles with her finger. Honey, how are you feeling? Isn't it exciting? Her voice carried a hint of triumphant panting. Lin Fan let out a long sigh, holding the warm, soft woman in his arms, and said with a wry smile. You don't even spare the patience. Shinji Chio chuckled, he meant well, seeing how hard you're trying to hold back. Doesn't your husband like it? Are you kidding me? What man wouldn't like that? Back when Lin Fan was in college, he and his classmates did a lot of research on Japanese adult films. I've naturally seen hospital scenes before. After marrying Lu Ruyan, he was initially very enthusiastic and wanted to try something different. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan wasn't enthusiastic towards Lin Fan, treating him like she was just going through the motions each time. As time went on, Lin Fan lost interest in that matter. Shinji Chio is different. She is not only beautiful and elegant, but also knows how to play tricks. What man wouldn't love a woman like that? It's absolutely the best of the best. Lin Fan snapped out of his thoughts and asked with a smile. Seriously, where did you learn all this from? Shinji Chio blinked and said playfully, want to know? Lin Fan nodded. I'm not telling you. She buried her face in Lin Fan's chest, like a contented cat. How could I possibly admit to being exceptionally gifted? Or, when a woman falls in love with a man from the bottom of her heart, she is willing to try all sorts of things for him. Chapter 47. Go apologize to Lin Fan. The first rays of morning sunlight fell on the floor of the ward. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Beside her was Shinji Chio's peaceful sleeping face. She curled up like a cat, half her cheek resting on his chest, breathing evenly. After a night of nourishment, her cheeks glowed with a healthy rosy hue, losing some of her usual aloofness and gaining a touch of girlish charm. Lin Fan lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Shinji Chio's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. Awake? Lin Fan asked. Shinji Chio nodded. Shinji Chio sat up, her black silk nightgown sliding down her perfect curves. She stretched, unabashedly displaying her breathtaking figure. I'll go buy you breakfast. What would you like to eat? Shinji Chio asked. Lin Fan looked at her and smiled. I love everything my wife bought. Shinji Chio rolled her eyes at him, exuding charm. Glib-tongued. She got up, went into the bathroom to wash up quickly, and then changed into a smart women's suit. The aura of a female CEO instantly returned. I'll be back soon. You lie still and don't move around. She leaned down and pecked Lin Fan on the lips again before turning away. The ward returned to silence. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, savoring the lingering warmth of his lips, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. Happiness is probably just like this. On the other side. Xinjia Villa, Xinhai City. A black Bentley Mulsanne slowly pulled up at the entrance. The car door opened, and Zhao Ming got out of the car. He was wearing a sharp suit today, his hair was neatly combed, and he was carrying two exquisite gift boxes. One is top-grade bird's nest, and the other is century-old wild ginseng. Each one is very valuable. He took a deep breath, straightened his tie, and rang the doorbell. The butler opened the door and, upon seeing Zhao Ming, showed a perfectly measured surprise. "Young Master Zhao, what brings you here?" "I've come to visit Grandma Ouyang." Zhao Ming forced out what he thought was his most perfect smile. In the living room, Ouyang Dan was sitting on the sofa drinking morning tea. Seeing Zhao Ming come in, she put down her teacup and a kind smile appeared on her face. "Zhao Ming is here, please have a seat." "Grandma Ouyang, it's been a long time." "You're still in such good health," Zhao Ming said respectfully as he placed the gift on the coffee table. "You silly child, you came all this way, why did you bring anything?" Ouyang Dan complained, but her eyes merely swept over the two gift boxes indifferently, without the slightest ripple. In the past, she genuinely liked Zhao Ming, this young man. He comes from a good family, is handsome, and is quite capable. He and his granddaughter, Ji Qiu, were considered a good match in terms of social standing. She even tacitly agreed that Zhao Ming would become her grandson-in-law. But now, everything is different. Lin Fan's appearance was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. That young man, seemingly ordinary, possessed astonishing talent. More importantly, Ji Qiu likes him. She loved him so much that she was willing to do anything for him, and even secretly got a marriage certificate. As someone who has been through it all, Ouyang Dan could tell that her granddaughter was truly in love this time. Since that's the case, as the grandmother, she naturally has to stand on her granddaughter's side. Zhao Ming composed himself, a look of guilt on his face, and murmured, "Grandma Ouyang, I came here specifically to apologize to you. I was too impulsive yesterday. I just liked Ji Qiu too much, and in a moment of confusion, I did something wrong." He adopted a very humble attitude. Ouyang Dan picked up the teacup and gently blew on the steam. "Oh? What happened yesterday?" Her tone was flat, as if she really knew nothing. Zhao Ming was taken aback. He didn't expect Ouyang Dan to pretend to be stupid. "It seems the only option is to tell the truth myself and then apologize." Zhao Ming continued. "It's about Lin Fan's injury. I hired someone to do it. I admit my mistake and I am willing to bear all the consequences." Ouyang Dan took a sip of tea, slowly put down the teacup, and said, "Zhao Ming, I've heard about what you're talking about. However, Ji Qiu is currently in charge of the Xin group. What she says carries more weight than what this old woman like me says. Whether to cooperate or cancel the cooperation, it's all up to her. I'm too old to care about so many things." Ouyang Dan was clearly dodging the question. They shirked all responsibility. Zhao Ming's face darkened inch by inch. He knew that continuing the conversation would be pointless. This old woman was determined to protect her granddaughter. "Grandma Ouyang, I understand. Then I won't bother you any longer." He stood up, barely maintaining a semblance of politeness. "Okay, take care, come visit again when you have time." Ouyang Dan smiled and waved her hand, without even getting up to see him off. Zhao Ming walked out of the Xin family villa and got into his car. Bang! He slammed his fist hard on the steering wheel. Old fox! He took out his phone and dialed his grandfather Zhao Jingyuan's number. The call was answered quickly. "How is it?" Zhao Jingyuan's authoritative voice rang out. "Grandpa, that old woman is pretending to be confused with me. She pushed everything onto Xin Jiqiu, giving me no chance to solve the problems at all." Zhao Ming's tone was filled with barely suppressed anger. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Jingyuan remained silent for a moment. "I expected this result. That woman, Ouyang Dan, has been shrewd her whole life. How could she be so foolish about something like this? She's telling me that the one who tied the knot must untie it." Zhao Ming was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you need to go find Xin Jiqiu about this. Lin Fan is currently at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai City, and Xin Jiqiu is definitely there with him. You go yourself. Apologize to Lin Fan in front of her. Remember, no matter what she says, no matter how she humiliates you, you have to endure it. Until she relents and is willing to resume cooperation with the Zhao family." Zhao Jingyuan's tone left no room for argument. Zhao Ming clenched his fist even tighter. Should we make him apologize to that good-for-nothing? And in front of Xin Jiqiu? How is that possible? It's worse than killing him. Grandpa, I. Zhao Ming wanted to refuse. Zhao Jingyuan immediately interrupted him, saying coldly, Zhao Ming, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. I'm warning you, if you don't handle this matter well, you won't be returning to the Zhao family. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Zhao Ming held his phone, the veins on his arm bulging. After a long while, he slumped back in his seat, looking dejected. He knew he had no choice. Shanghai City First People's Hospital. Zhao Ming carried a fruit basket and walked to the nurse's station with what he thought was a warm smile on his face. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Lin Fan. Could you tell me which ward he's in? The nurse looked up at him and checked on the computer. Excuse me, sir, we do not have a patient named Lin Fan here. Zhao Ming's smile froze on his face. No? How could that be? Grandpa's information couldn't be wrong. The only explanation is that Shin Jiqiu did something wrong. Chapter 48 Zhao Ming's Threat. I am Zhao Ming from the Zhao Group, and I am a friend of Mr. Lin Fan. Zhao Ming revealed his identity. The nurse's expression remained unchanged, still a formulaic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, we really can't find this patient. Zhao Ming's patience was being worn down little by little. He suppressed his anger and asked a few more questions. I received the same answer every time. He knew he couldn't reason with these young nurses. He turned around and went straight to the dean's office. After Zhao Ming introduced himself and his purpose, the vice dean immediately gave him a warm welcome. After some maneuvering, the vice president finally wrote down a ward number in a small notebook. Young Master Zhao, Mr. Lin is in this ward. However, President Shin instructed that no one should be allowed to disturb us. Look. Zhao Ming snorted coldly, took the note, and turned to leave. He found the room. Standing at the door, I could faintly hear voices coming from inside. A woman's voice, very gentle. It is Shin Jiqiu. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Inside the ward, Shin Jiqiu had just bought breakfast. A steaming bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork. She scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and prepared to feed it to Lin Fan. In fact, Lin Fan could have eaten it himself. But Shin Jiqiu wouldn't allow it, insisting that Lin Fan was a patient and that she should feed him. Lin Fan had no choice but to agree. A knock on the door suddenly rang out. Shin Jiqiu frowned slightly. Who could it be at this point in time? She has already informed the hospital that no one is allowed to enter without her permission. Honey, I'll go see who it is? Shin Jiqiu said. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Shin Jiqiu put down the bowl, got up and walked towards the door. I glanced outside. When she saw who was standing outside the door, her face instantly darkened. Zhao Ming. How did he find his way here? Shin Jiqiu opened the door, but stood in the doorway, not intending to let him in. What are you doing here? Her voice was as cold as ice. When Zhao Ming saw her, he quickly began to explain. Jiqiu, It's not convenient to talk here, Shin Jiqiu interrupted him. She didn't want Lin Fan to see Zhao Ming, and even less did she want Lin Fan to know that she had gotten herself into this mess with the Zhao Group because of him. She turned and walked out, closing the door to the ward behind her. Let's talk over there. She pointed to the emergency exit at the end of the corridor. The emergency exit was completely empty. Speak, what is it? Shin Jiqiu leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, looking coldly at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Jiqiu, I've come to apologize. What happened yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have hired someone to deal with Lin Fan. I did all this because I love you so much. I know you're with him, and I'm so jealous I'm going crazy. Are you done? Shin Jiqiu interrupted his long-winded speech impatiently. She didn't want to hear a single word of those hypocritical excuses. Her love was entirely for Lin Fan. Hearing another man say he loves me makes me feel disgusted. Zhao Ming's words caught in his throat. Shin Jiqiu looked at him and said, word by word. Zhao Ming, I'm going to make things clear today. Lin Fan is my man, Shin Jiqiu's man. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on his head, I will make him pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Terminating cooperation with the Zhao Group is just to teach you a small lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming's face turned deathly pale. He was unwilling to accept it. On what grounds? In what way is Zhao Ming inferior to Lin Fan? He finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. What's so good about Lin Fan? A piece of trash that even Lu Ruyan looks down on. You, Shen Jiqiu, are the president of the prestigious Shen Group. Why would you choose a man like this? Shen Jiqiu sneered and said. Lin Fan is good in every way. He is gentle, kind, and talented. He would cook for me every day and fight off more than 20 armed thugs with his bare hands. And you only know how to hide in the shadows and use these despicable methods. In short, Lin Fan is 10,000 times stronger than you. You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. These words completely shattered Zhao Ming's self-esteem. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he stared intently at Shen Jiqiu. It was a look that mixed anger, jealousy, and humiliation. If it weren't for Shen Jiqiu's status, Zhao Ming would have rushed over right now and slapped her across the face. Alright, you can leave now. Don't bother me and Lin Fan again, or I won't just stop cooperating with the Zhao family. After Shen Jiqiu finished speaking, he turned to leave. Stop. Zhao Ming's voice came from behind. Shen Jiqiu stopped walking without turning around. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Ming actually started threatening. Shen Jiqiu slowly turned around. His face held a hint of cold mockery. He seemed to laugh in exasperation. Zhao Ming, what gives you the audacity to speak to me like that? Looking at her disdainful expression, Zhao Ming felt his anger flare up even more. He suddenly burst into nervous laughter. Ha ha! Shen Jiqiu, do you really think that when I, Zhao Ming, was abroad for those few years, I was just eating, drinking, and having fun? Shen Jiqiu frowned slightly, wondering what was wrong with this guy. Zhao Ming's smile vanished, and his eyes turned sinister. Let me remind you of something. Does the Shen Group's official website frequently suffer from inexplicable attacks? Even though they're never fatal, they're still annoying, aren't they? Shen Jiqiu's heart sank suddenly. Despite repeated investigations, the technical department could not find the source of the attack, only that it originated from overseas and was extremely cunning. She never expected that it was Zhao Ming who was behind it all. Seeing the shock on Shen Jiqiu's face, Zhao Ming's pride was greatly satisfied. He smirked smugly. It seems you've thought of something. That's right, I did it. I didn't stay abroad for nothing. I assembled a team, a group of friends who are extremely passionate about internet technology. They are all over the world. A crazed glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. If our Zhao group gets into trouble because of something you said, I think my friends might have a strong interest in Shen's Group's cybersecurity. These words are no longer just an implication. It's a blatant threat. If Shen Jiqiu dares to completely sever cooperation with the Zhao Group, he will immediately mobilize this hidden foreign force. Those so-called enthusiasts are actually a group of highly skilled cyber hackers. This is Zhao Ming's trump card. He took a few steps forward, getting closer to Shen Jiqiu. The distance between the two was less than half a meter. He lowered his voice, with a hint of a victor's air. Jiqiu, think it over carefully. Is it worth causing the Shen Group to suffer significant losses for a piece of trash? Shen Jiqiu recovered from her initial shock. Her eyes turned cold again. Zhao Ming, you're pathetic. After saying that, she turned and left. Shen Jiqiu, you'll regret this. Zhao Ming roared from behind. Chapter 49. Lin Fan displays his divine skills in public. Zhao Ming could no longer contain his anger. He slammed the fruit basket he was holding onto the ground. It took me a long time to calm down a bit. He took out his phone and dialed an overseas number. After the call connected, he growled in English. Attack the Shen Group's official website. Use every means at your disposal, show no mercy, and destroy it completely. Inside the ward, Shen Jiqiu pushed open the door and entered, his face already calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan asked. Who's knocking? Why didn't you come in? It's nothing, just someone who went to the wrong room, Shen Jiqiu said casually. Lin Fan simply said oh, without giving it much thought. Shen Jiqiu sat down on the edge of the bed again to feed Lin Fan breakfast. Just then, a cell phone rang urgently. Shen Jiqiu glanced at the caller ID. It was his special assistant, Xin Yu. She went to the window to answer the phone. Explain. President Shen, something terrible has happened. The group's official website has suffered an unprecedented hacker attack. The attack is extremely powerful, and our firewall has completely collapsed. The entire website is down right now. The tech team is working hard to fix it, but it looks like it might be difficult. Shinji Chio's eyes instantly turned extremely cold. Zhao Ming. This furious madman actually dared to use such despicable tactics. I see. Tell the technical department to stay calm, I'll handle it. Hang up the phone. Shinji Chio took a deep breath and turned back to the bedside. She looked at Lin Fan, forcing a smile onto her face. Honey, there's something I might need your help with. She briefly recounted how the Shin Group's official website had been attacked and completely paralyzed. Then, she dropped a bombshell. I just heard from a colleague that the group's senior management, after an emergency discussion, decided to pay 10 million. We need to hire your Chiofan technology to resolve this crisis. Lin Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. Our company has just been established and we haven't even started formal business yet. How could the top executives of the Shin Group know about Chiofan technology and be willing to pay such a high price? This is completely illogical. Shinji Chio explained with a smile. Of course, it was I who recommended you to the higher-ups. I said, my husband is the world's top network technology expert. They had no better options than to trust them. So that's how it is. Lin Fan didn't think much of it and immediately agreed, okay, leave this to me. Lin Fan and Shinji Chio drove straight to the headquarters of the Shin Group. On the way, Shinji Chio had already sent a message to Chinyu, saying that she would be taking her husband Lin Fan to headquarters and asking Chinyu to make arrangements in advance so as not to expose her identity. Shin's Group headquarters. When Shinji Chio took Lin Fan's hand and walked into the company gate, all the employees kept their heads down and hurried along the way. No one greeted them. Chinyu had already issued the highest instructions in advance via internal email. The elevator goes directly to the top floor. Wang Zongjian, the director of the technical department, was a middle-aged man in his 40s with thinning hair, who was already waiting at the elevator entrance. Upon seeing President Shin appear arm in arm with a man, he immediately stepped forward to greet them. This must be Mr. Lin. Wang Zongjian's gaze fell on Lin Fan, with a hint of undisguised suspicion. Too young. With such thick hair, he doesn't look like someone who works in technology. Is it too hasty for President Shin to entrust the life and death of the group to such a young man? But he dared not voice his true feelings. Director Wang, how is the situation? Shinji Chio asked politely. Wang Zongjian led them towards the technical department, introducing them as they went. This is terrible. The other party's methods are quite sophisticated, and after the previous probing attacks, they are very clear about the vulnerabilities of our website. Our people are no match for us at all. Push open the glass door of the technical department. A tense, suffocating atmosphere immediately enveloped us. Dozens of tech elites, their eyes bloodshot, stared intently at the screen in front of them. The sound of keyboards being tapped rose and fell. Exhaustion and despair were etched on everyone's face. On the main screen, the icon representing the official website server status has turned a glaring red. Countless lines of code are spreading like a virus, frantically devouring the last vestiges of the database. What can we do? We can't stop them at all. A young programmer let out a groan and slumped back in his chair. His words were like a needle, piercing the nerves that everyone was trying to hold on to. The entire technical department was deathly silent. Wang Zongjian's face was extremely grim. Just then, Lin Fan walked over. He didn't speak. He simply pulled over a chair and sat down in front of the control panel. The instant your hands touched the keyboard, her entire demeanor has changed. If he was just an ordinary young man next to Shinji Chio just now, so now, he is the king who controls everything. His fingers moved. There was no warning. It was so fast that after images appeared, the rapid, clattering sound of the keyboard was like a dense downpour. Everyone was drawn to the sound and instinctively looked over. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. On the screen, a waterfall of data streamed frantically. Those arrogant, virus-laden red codes have met their match. It was forcibly overwritten, deleted, and swallowed by lines of green, exquisitely structured defense commands. That's not defense. That was a massacre. One-sided massacre. My God, what kind of code structure is this? Is he reverse compiling the attacker's source code? Impossible. How is this possible? He cracked the encryption algorithm in just 1 minute. The tech team's elite members were all stunned. They stood up one by one and gathered around, as if witnessing a miracle. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were focused and indifferent. 5 minutes later. All the red alerts on the official website have disappeared. The compromised firewall was rebuilt in a more impenetrable way. The eroded database has begun to repair itself automatically. Everyone thought that was the end of it. But Lin Fan did not stop. His fingers typed the last line of code. Press enter. A world map popped up in the center of the screen. A red, somewhere in Europe, is flashing wildly. That's the physical address of the attack source. The next second, a green data stream, like a sharp sword, shot out from Deep Sea City, crossed half the globe, and precisely pierced the red dot. On the screen, only one line of English text appeared. You have been destroyed. Then, everything returned to calm. The official website homepage has returned to normal. It was as if that thrilling cyber war had never happened. From the moment Lin Fan sat down until the end. Exactly 10 minutes. The entire technical department was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Wang Zhongjian stared with his mouth agape at first. He had doubted Lin Fan's abilities. Now, all he wants to do is kneel down. That's not technology. That's art. That's an amazing skill. Chapter 50, 10 million in hand. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Inside the technology department, dozens of top elites seemed to be frozen in place. Their eyes were fixed on the young man who calmly got up. Shocking. Horrified. And a trace of fear emanating from the depths of one's soul. Those 10 minutes just now overturned all the knowledge they had built up over more than a decade of immersion in this field. That's a level of technology that humans simply cannot achieve. That is God. God of the online world. I don't know who was the first to be startled awake from their daze. He raised his hands, trembling. Smack. A crisp clap sounded particularly abrupt in the silent space. Immediately afterwards. Slap. 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 Thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire floor. Every face bore the mark of fervent worship. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Lin Fan. Wang Zhongjian was so excited that his face turned red. He stepped forward quickly, wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word because he was too excited. All we could do was clap our hands loudly. Shinji Qiu did not applaud. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Fan. Those usually cold and sharp eyes were now filled with undisguised admiration and pride. There was even a tenderness that no outsider had ever seen. She just watched him quietly. It was as if he was the only person left in the whole world. This scene was observed by some quick-thinking employees. They couldn't help but shiver. My scalp is tingling. Their icy female CEO actually has such a tender side? It was even more unbelievable to them than seeing Lin Fan conjure a nuclear bomb with his bare hands. Just who is this man named Lin Fan? The applause gradually subsided. Wang Zhongjian finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, I am deeply grateful. Today, you saved our entire technology department and the Shin Group. He adopted an extremely humble posture. There was no longer a trace of the doubt I had when we first met. After saying that, he turned around, took a bank card from his assistant, and handed it to Lin Fan with both hands. Mr. Lin, here is 10 million as payment for this. The pin is on the back of the card. 10 million. 10 minutes, 10 million. 1 million per minute on average. What does this mean? But at this moment, no one thinks the price is high. Everyone thought it was only natural. In fact, it's even a bit too low. Lin Fan reached out and took it, then turned around and handed the card to Shinji Qiu. Honey, here you go. All the money in our family must be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Boom. The entire technical department felt as if a bomb had been dropped on them. Wife. He calls President Shin, wife? Everyone felt like their brains weren't big enough. Shinji Qiu looked at the card Lin Fan handed her and saw the smile in his eyes, and her heart warmed. She did not refuse. Instead, a radiant smile appeared on her face, a smile so bright it could outshine all the flowers. Thank you, honey. Honey, you're so good to me. She took the card, and then did something that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. She tiptoed and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. That kiss was very light. But it was like a thunderbolt from the heavens, striking the very top of everyone in the technical department. It's over. My worldview has completely collapsed. That icy female CEO who has the final say in the company and whose gaze can freeze you to death. That business queen who was rumored to be indifferent to any man. She actually kissed a man in public. And she's smiling so sweetly. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. They felt that what they were seeing today was more exciting than what they had seen in the past 10 years combined. It should be noted that the news of Shin Ji-chio's marriage was a top secret within the group. Apart from her special assistant Qin Yu, no one knew about it. Now, this secret has been revealed to them in the most impactful way. Lin Fan ignored the reactions of those around him. He turned his head and looked at Wang Zhongjian again. The smile on his face had faded, replaced by a professional and indifferent expression. Director Wang, although I managed to deflect this attack. However, the Shin Group's existing cybersecurity architecture is riddled with vulnerabilities. Without a comprehensive upgrade, the enemy can still launch an attack at any time. Wang Zhongjian nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, Mr. Lin is right. We had heard that Qiufan Technology was designing a brand new security architecture for the group. Now it seems that with Mr. Lin personally taking action, we can definitely build the world's strongest firewall for our Shin Group. His words were both a compliment and a heartfelt expression of trust. Having witnessed Lin Fan's incredible skills, he was convinced of it. The matter has been resolved. Shin Ji-chio naturally took Lin Fan's arm. Honey, let's go home. Good. Amidst dozens of gazes filled with a mixture of awe, envy, and horror, the two walked away side by side. Until their figures disappeared through the doorway. The technical department, which had been suppressing its opinions for a long time, finally erupted into a thunderous clamor. Oh my God! Did I see that right? President Shin really kissed him. Is that man President Shin's husband? Qiufan Technology. I have no recollection of it at all. It must be a newly established company, right? No wonder President Shin entrusted the group's most important security project to a new company. It turns out the boss is her husband. This isn't just a husband, this is a god descended from heaven. The crowd started discussing it excitedly. Just then, a cold voice came from the doorway. Have you said enough? Special Assistant Qin Yu appeared at the door at some unknown time. She crossed her arms, her pretty face frosty, her gaze sweeping over everyone like a knife. Instantly, the entire technical department fell silent. Qin Yu's authority was second only to Shin Ji-chio. Regarding everything that happened today, including Mr. Lin, including his relationship with President Shun. I don't want to hear any related rumors in the company. If anyone can't control their mouth. Qin Yu paused, her gaze becoming even sharper. You will bear the consequences. The four cold words sent a chill down everyone's spine. They had no doubt that anyone who dared to leak this information would be fired tomorrow. Clear. Everyone responded in unison, and dared not utter another word. Underground parking lot. Next to the Mercedes-Benz S500. Shin Ji-chio stopped and took the bank card out of her handbag, then put it back into Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. What are you doing? Shin Ji-chio said with a smile. Your company has just been established, and you need money everywhere. This 10 million will be more useful to you. I'm waiting for you to become successful so you can support me. Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He understood. Just now in the technical department, in front of everyone, Shin Ji-chio accepted this card to support him and uphold his dignity as a husband. And now, she has privately returned the card to herself. It was to support his career. This woman always puts him first. Lin Fan reached out and gently pulled Shin Ji-chio into his arms. Thank you, honey. Chapter 51. Investigate for me, who exactly did the Shin Group hire? In a detached villa on the outskirts of the city. Zhao Ming was holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is a meticulously manicured garden. But he had no interest in appreciating it. He was waiting for a phone call. A phone call that could help him win over Shin Ji-chio. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. An hour has passed. According to the plan, the official website of Shin's Group should have been down by now. All data has been cleared. Shinji Chio must be overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse by now. She will soon find out who her only savior is. She would kneel down and beg him. Thinking of that scene, a cruel and triumphant smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. Buzz. My phone vibrated. They've arrived. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello? Young Master Zhao, something's happened. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed instantly. What's up? The mission failed. Our entire army was wiped out. Zhao Ming's smile froze. He even thought he had misheard. What did you say? Failed? How is that possible? I've invited a top 10 hacker alliance on the dark web. They have the power to breach the financial system of a small country. How could the mere official website of the Shin Group possibly stop it? The subordinate on the other end of the phone sounded fearful. It's not about blocking it. They were killed in a counterattack. Our people haven't even caught a glimpse of the other side. The other party located all of our physical addresses in just 10 minutes. They destroyed all our equipment. We were completely defeated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 10 minutes. A counterattack. Destroy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't believe the result. He has been preparing for this day for far too long. Several months ago, he began having members of a hacker alliance launch probing attacks on the Shin Group's official website. Time and time again. They discovered all the weaknesses in the other party's firewall. A flawless plan was devised. He originally thought this would be a one-sided defeat. But now, he has received such terrible news. Zhao Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely refused to accept this. Check. Investigate. I want to know who ruined my plans. He roared madly into the phone. Yes, young Master Zhao. The call ended. In the room, only Zhao Ming's heavy breathing could be heard. 10 minutes later. The phone rang again. Zhao Ming grabbed the phone. Did you find it? We found it. Shinji Chio went back to the group headquarters. She also brought a man with her. Zhao Ming's heart sank. Who? It's Lin Fan. What? Zhao Ming's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, becoming so sharp it was almost distorted. Lin Fan? That good for nothing? Are you sure you saw it clearly? It's confirmed. The surveillance footage clearly shows it was Lin Fan. He followed Shinji Chio directly to the technical department. Then, about 10 minutes later, the group's official website returned to normal. Zhao Ming was stunned. He stood there, like a petrified statue. My mind is blank. Lin Fan? Can he fight against the hacker alliance he hired at great expense? This is simply the biggest joke of the century. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Zhao Ming muttered to himself, his eyes filled with a crazed obsession. It must be a coincidence. The Shin family must have hired other experts. Lin Fan, that good for nothing, just happened to be there. He kept repeating it, as if trying to convince himself. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ming dialed an overseas number. The call was connected. It's me. Help me contact Ghost, the #1 on the dark web. Tell him to name any price. I only have one request. I want the Shin Group's official website to be completely down. Hanhai Tianxi. Lin Fan returned home. He did not listen to Shinji Chio's advice to rest. Instead, he went straight into the study. Shinji Chio walked in carrying a glass of warm water and frowned when he saw the scene. Husband. The doctor said you need to rest. Lin Fan's eyes never left the screen as his hands rapidly typed on the keyboard. I'm fine. It's just some superficial injuries. The cyber attack that Shin's group suffered this time is not simple. I feel that there is a meticulously planned scheme behind this. Shinji Chio's heart sank. You mean they'll come back? Meeting. Lin Fan's answer was resolute. Moreover, the next attack will be 100 times more intense than this one. The Shin group was so generous this time, paying a reward of 10 million. I must have a completely new security architecture in place before their next attack. Looking into his serious eyes. Shinjichio knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise. She placed the water glass on the table and said softly, "Then you go ahead and get busy, don't overwork yourself." After saying that, she quietly left the study and closed the door behind her. Before we knew it, it was lunchtime. Shinjichio glanced at the study door, not wanting to disturb Lin Fan. She walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. It was stuffed with all sorts of fresh ingredients. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. She wanted to cook a meal for Lin Fan. Although she, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, had never stepped into the kitchen. But she had seen Lin Fan cook, and it didn't seem that difficult. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables. Although the process was clumsy, it was still quite decent. The final step is to pour in oil and heat the pan. She poured the oil into the pan, then turned to get the beaten eggs. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from Chinyu, the special assistant, reporting some urgent matters at the company. As the CEO, she answered the call instinctively. He listened to the report while giving instructions. They completely forgot that the fire on the stove was still burning. The oil in the pan gets hotter and hotter. Finally. Call. A flame suddenly leaped up from the pot. The firelight illuminated Shinjichio's profile. She ended the call, turned her head, and saw this horrifying scene. Ah! A scream. She turned pale with fright and backed away, completely at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Fan immediately rushed out. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He rushed forward and quickly turned off the gas stove. Then, he picked up the pot lid from the side and put it on the pot. The flames went out instantly. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Shinjichio, who looked utterly shocked. He was both amused and exasperated. But more than anything, I felt heartache. He stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "You were hungry, why didn't you call me?" Shinjichio then came to her senses. She looked at the messy kitchen, then at Lin Fan. Her eyes immediately turned red. "Sorry. I just wanted to cook you a meal. I never expected it to turn out like this. Am I really useless? I can't even cook a meal properly." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lin Fan's heart softened instantly. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He gently patted her back. "Fool! What are you saying? You're so beautiful, if you could also cook, even God would be jealous. What would you need me as your husband for? From now on, leave everything in the kitchen to me. All you have to do is eat." Chapter 52. I'll take care of you for 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and the next. One sentence moved Shinjichio to tears. She buried her head in Lin Fan's arms and said coquettishly, "Then you'll have to support me for the rest of my life." Lin Fan replied without hesitation, "I'll take care of you for 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and the next." After saying that, he gently pushed Shinjichio away. "Be good and go wait in the living room. The food will be ready soon." Shinjichio nodded obediently and turned to leave the kitchen. She sat on the sofa. My gaze never left the busy figure in the kitchen. Listened to the rhythmic chopping sounds coming from inside. The aroma of food gradually filled the air. Shinjichio's heart was at peace like never before. Is this what home feels like? Warm and cozy. Down to earth. Happiness. She suddenly thought of Lu Ruyan. Is that woman really blind? Why would you leave behind a man who was so elegant, capable in the kitchen, and so gentle? I really don't know what she's thinking. Soon. 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. They are all simple home-style dishes. But in Shinjichio's eyes, it was better than any delicacy. The two sat facing each other, eating their meal quietly. Lin Fan kept putting food into Shinjichio's bowl. "Eat more, you're too thin." Shinjichio didn't say anything, but just smiled and ate all the food he put on her plate. The meal ended in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Shinjichio stood up and began to clear the dishes. "I'll wash the dishes." Lin Fan's brows immediately furrowed. He grabbed Shinjichio's hand. His eyes held an undeniable air of dominance. "Sit still and don't move. Should the wife do such a menial task as washing dishes? Then what's the point of having me as a husband?" Shinjichio burst out laughing. She discovered that she really enjoyed hearing Lin Fan speak to her in such a domineering tone, saying these doting words. Being with Lin Fan makes everything seem so enjoyable. Night deepened. The clock on the wall has already passed 10 o'clock. The study light was still on. Shinji Chiu glanced at the tightly closed door. She knew that Lin Fan was building an unbreakable defense for the Shin Group's future cybersecurity. She went into the bathroom to take a shower. The mirror reflected a face of unparalleled beauty. A thought quietly arose in her mind. After taking a shower, she walked out of the bathroom and into the dressing room. His gaze fell on a box that had never been opened before. It was a black silk nightgown. I bought it on a whim, but then felt it was too revealing and never wore it. Today, she picked it up as if by some strange twist of fate. Inside the study, Lin Fan's attention was highly focused. On the screen, countless lines of code flowed rapidly like a waterfall. He is building a brand new firewall. The door was gently pushed open. A slender figure walked in. Lin Fan was completely unaware. In his world, only code and logic remain. Shinji Chiu walked barefoot on the wooden floor, step by step, behind Lin Fan. She didn't say anything. She just watched him quietly. Looking at his focused profile, and at his fingers that blurred into afterimages as he rapidly tapped the keys. A faint fragrance drifted into Lin Fan's nostrils. It's a familiar taste. It was the scent of Shinji Chiu. Lin Fan's fingers, which were typing on the keyboard, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head. Then, his breathing stopped. The scene before him made all the blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. Shinji Chiu stood beside him. She was wearing a black silk nightgown. The V-neck is very low. Delicate collarbones, subtly visible. The skirt was very short, barely covering the most mysterious area. Two straight and slender jade legs were exposed to the air without any cover. Under the lights, her skin was dazzlingly white. Her damp, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair clung to her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. Those eyes, usually as clear and cold as autumn water, now seemed to be veiled with a layer of mist. Blurred. Allure. Bewitching and captivating. Lin Fan felt his throat was so dry it was almost burning. Shinji Chiu slowly bent down. Her warm, red lips came close to his ear. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. "Honey, are you still busy?" Her voice was very soft and gentle, with a touch of lazy huskiness. Each word was like a feather, gently scratching at Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan's mind went completely blank. I could only nod subconsciously. Shinji Chiu straightened up. A slender finger gently traced his chin. It brought a tingling, electric-like sensation. Is work more important, or am I more important? Lin Fan swallowed hard. You. Upon hearing this answer, Shinji Chiu's face blossomed into a smile that could charm the world. So, you want to continue staring at these cold, hard codes? Her gaze slowly moved downwards. Finally, it landed somewhere. His eyes were full of aggression. Or do you want to do something else to me? Boom. Lin Fan suddenly stood up. He grabbed Shinji Chiu's wrist. His eyes were completely bloodshot. It was as if they wanted to devour her alive. He remained silent. He took her hand and strode towards the bedroom. Much later, the bedroom returned to calm. Shinji Chiu lay lazily on Lin Fan's chest. Her fair fingers drew circles on his chest. Her face still had a lingering blush. His eyes regained a hint of clarity and cunning. I never would have guessed. Some people are like otherworldly immortals when they're working. The moment he sees me, he turns into a lustful devil. Lin Fan looked down at the woman in his arms who was acting like a kitten. He couldn't help but laugh. He rolled over and pinned Shinji Chiu beneath him. Looking down at her, he smiled and said, "With a stunning beauty like my wife right in front of me. A man who can remain unmoved even with a woman in his lap. Either he is a saint, or he has a serious physiological problem. I don't want to be a saint. I don't want you to suspect that I have a problem." Shinji Chiu's face instantly turned bright red. She was overjoyed and blushed with embarrassment at these straightforward and domineering words of love. She stretched out her arms and hooked them around Lin Fan's neck. With seductive eyes, she said, "You know how to talk, so I'll give you another reward." After saying that, Shinji Chiu took the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 53, Substituting One Thing for Another. Fenghuo Technology. Wang Hao stood in front of his desk, looking nervous. A composed middle-aged man sat in front of him. This person is Lu Jun, the real boss of Fenghuo Technology. How are the preparations for the Shun Group's project going? Lu Jun asked coldly. Wang Hao's heart tightened suddenly. Mr. Lu, we've encountered a bit of trouble. After listening, Lu Jun surprisingly didn't get angry in public, but instead said calmly. Don't worry, I've already registered a new company. Its name is Blue Ocean Technology. The legal representative and shareholders have no relation to Fenghuo Technology. Wang Hao's mind raced, and he vaguely guessed what was going on. President Lu, is your tactic a substitution? Lu Jun said calmly. We participated in the bidding under the name of Blue Ocean Technology. The submitted proposal will use the security architecture that Lin Fan left at Fenghuo Technology. Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant! Mr. Lu, that was an absolutely brilliant move. That framework is the culmination of Lin Fan's hard work, and its technical aspects are absolutely top-notch. Lu Jun nodded, a satisfied look on his face. But he then changed the subject. There is still one major uncertainty in this matter. Wang Hao's expression turned serious again. You mean Lin Fan? That's right. Lu Jun nodded. With Lin Fan's abilities, he is very likely to develop a more advanced and complete new architecture during this period of time. If his new proposal comes out, our plan will be ruined. So we must find a way to stop him. Wang Hao said with a bitter face. I understand, Mr. Lu. I will definitely find a way. Lu Jun stood up, straightened his suit, and said coldly. I'm waiting for your good news. If this fails, you're fired. After saying that, he turned and left the office. The moment the door closed, the respect on Wang Hao's face instantly turned into a sinister and ferocious expression. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the internal line. Have Zhang Yi come to my office. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi pushed open the door and entered. Brother-in-law, what do you want? Wang Hao briefly explained Lu Jun's plan. After hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression became unpredictable. Stop Lin Fan from developing a new architecture that won't be easy. Wang Hao angrily said. It has to be done, even if it's difficult. This is crucial to whether we can secure the Shin family's project. Zhang Yi's eyes darted around a few times. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Brother-in-law, I have an idea. Wang Hao pressed further. Speak quickly. Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said. If the hard approach doesn't work, we can try the soft approach. Weren't there a few other people who left our company with Lin Fan last time? I remember someone named Gao Dong. Wang Hao frowned. Gao Dong? That technician? Yes, it's him. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips as he continued. I heard that Gao Dong has a girlfriend named Zhou Shui. I've met that woman a few times. She's extremely vain and loves money more than anything. As long as we start with her. Aren't you afraid that Gao Dong won't obey? Let Gao Dong become a thorn in Lin Fan's side. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh. Good idea. Money is not a problem, we must ensure that things are done flawlessly. Zhang Yi smiled confidently. Don't worry, brother-in-law. The next day. Inside an upscale coffee shop. Zhang Yi and Wang Hao met Gao Dong's girlfriend, Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui was dressed up in a flamboyant manner, holding an LV bag in her hand, which was obviously a high-quality replica. Wang Hao sized up Zhou Shui and nodded secretly. She's definitely a vain woman that makes things easier. He took a thick envelope out of his briefcase and pushed it in front of Zhou Shui. There is 100,000 yuan in cash in here. After it's all done, there will be another 200,000. Zhou Shui swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the envelope. What do you want me to do? Wang Hao leaned back on the sofa and said slowly. It's very simple. Make your boyfriend, Gao Dong, listen to us. He told us everything he saw and heard at Jiufan Technology every day, exactly as it was. Especially the project that Lin Fan is developing. Zhou Shui's expression changed several times. She's not stupid, she knows this is corporate espionage. That's illegal. But the temptation of 300,000 was just too great. That's enough for her to buy the LV bag she'd been eyeing for a long time, instead of buying a high-quality replica. Her hesitation lasted less than 10 seconds. Good. I promise, Gao Dong will listen to me. Night. Gao Dong dragged his tired body home. He was greeted by Zhou Shue's cold face. On the table were her newly bought designer handbag and 50,000 yuan in cash. What is this? A sense of foreboding rose in Gao Dong's heart. Zhou Shui said coldly. Gao Dong, we've been together for 3 years. What have you given me in these 3 years? Look at my colleagues, which one of them doesn't have a boyfriend who buys her a car and a house? And you? Besides working overtime every day, what else do you do? Gao Dong was speechless. He knew it was because he was incompetent, and he figured he could let it go after the other person grumbled a few words. Then Zhou Shui continued. Now, an opportunity is before us. She pointed to the money on the table. If you're willing to do Mr. Wang a small favor, we can get 300,000 yuan. Gao Dong's pupils constricted sharply, and he questioned. Did Wang Hao give you this money? Zhou Shui, I'm warning you, Brother Fan has been kind to me, I can't betray him. Zhou Shui laughed out loud, her laughter full of sarcasm. He did you a favor? How much money did he give you? Can you afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Gao Dong, wake up. Be realistic. Gao Dong's face was full of pain and struggle. Xiao Xue, this is a crime. I can't do that. Zhou Shui's face turned completely cold. She stood up and looked down at Gao Dong. I'm putting my words out there today. Either you agree to Mr. Wang's request. Either we break up. You choose. Gao Dong looked at the woman he had loved for 3 years. Her face was so familiar. But his eyes were so unfamiliar. He knew that once he agreed, there would be no turning back. But if you don't agree, he will lose her. Final. Gao Dong lowered his head dejectedly. I agree. 1 week later. Lin Fan's head wound has basically healed. He returned to Jiufan Technology. Chen Bin, Li Wei, Gao Dong, and others had been waiting for a long time. Everyone was invigorated when they saw Lin Fan return. Brother Fan, you're finally back. Lin Fan smiled. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Next, we need to make a final push for the Xin Group's project. With Lin Fan as their core leader, the team's efficiency has improved by more than one level. Everyone was engaged in the intense yet well-organized work. Another week has passed. Under Lin Fan's leadership, a completely new network security architecture has finally been completed. Done. Lin Fan typed the last line of code and let out a long sigh of relief. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the office. Lin Fan immediately sent a summary of the core plan to the Xin Group via email. The recipient was Wang Zongjian, the director of the technical department. The email was sent in less than half an hour. Lin Fan then received a reply. The reply was very simple, consisting of only 4 words. Absolutely perfect. Immediately afterward, Wang Zongjian called. His tone was full of undisguised admiration and shock. He told Lin Fan that the plan had been preliminarily approved by the technical department. All that's left is to go through the procedures. This news thrilled everyone at Jiufan Technology. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's my treat today. Let's drink until we drop. At the celebration banquet, everyone toasted and drank. Gao Dong made an excuse and went outside the private room. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Hao's number. Lin Fan's proposal has passed the initial review of the Xin Group. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Wang Hao's cold voice rang out. Gao Dong, find a way to delete Lin Fan's proposal. The call ended. Gao Dong stood there, holding his phone, his face ashen. Night. Jiufan Technology Office. A figure appeared furtively at the doorway. It's Gao Dong. He used the spare key to open the company door. Using the faint light from his phone screen, he walked step by step toward Lin Fan's workstation. Turn on your computer. The light from the screen illuminated his face, which was filled with fear and struggle. His hands trembled as he gripped the mouse. Open the folder. That contains all the hard work they've put into this period of time. Gao Dong's eyes reddened. He closed his eyes, and the trusting look in Lin Fan's eyes and the joyful smiles of his colleagues flashed through his mind. A resolute expression flashed across Zhou Shui's face. Final. He opened his eyes. The struggle in his eyes was replaced by numbness. He selected all the files. The mouse pointer moved to the delete option. He took a deep breath and pressed the left mouse button sharply. The file has disappeared. Then I opened the recycle bin. I clicked empty recycle bin. Confirm. On the screen, the progress bar moved by rapidly. It's all over. Chapter 54. There's a mole. The next day, Lin Fan walked into the office. Chen Bin and Li Wei had already arrived and were excitedly discussing how to spend the bonus after the project succeeded. Han Tao was also there, humming a little tune as he wiped his keyboard. Lin Fan returned to his workstation. I had just sat down when my phone rang. An unfamiliar number was flashing on the screen. He answered the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Fan? I am Wang Zongjian from the technology department of Shin's Group. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Director Wang, hello. Wang Zongjian said. Mr. Lin, is your security architecture complete? Lin Fan said, it was just finished last night. Wang Zongjian was overjoyed and said. That's great. Could you come to the Shin Group headquarters this morning? We conducted technical tests on site. As long as the test results match your proposed solution, even if it's only at 80%. Let's sign the contract right away. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Sign it right away? He asked instinctively. Director Wang, I remember the bidding deadline hasn't passed yet, has it? Wang Zongjian gave a wry smile on the other end of the line. It happened so suddenly, we couldn't wait any longer. The group's official website was attacked last time. We need to upgrade our security architecture as soon as possible. Lin Fan didn't think much of it and immediately said. Okay, I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his excitement beyond words. He looked at everyone in the office. Everyone, get ready. We've received a message from the Shin Group, asking us to bring the plan over for testing right now. If it passes, we'll sign the contract immediately. The office erupted in thunderous cheers. Very good. Brother Fan is awesome. Our efforts were not in vain. Lin Fan smiled and gestured for him to stop. He turned around and turned on his computer. I'm going to copy that plan, which represents everyone's hard work, to an external hard drive. You can open the folder, but it's completely empty. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What happened? He left and ordered again. It's still empty. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. He immediately opened the recycle bin. Similarly, it was completely blank. It was permanently deleted by someone. In an instant, a chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Lin Fan's face turned deathly pale. This office is newly rented. In order to meet the project schedule, many things have not yet been perfected. For example, surveillance. I just finished the project yesterday, and my files were deleted last night. This is clearly an inside job. Who exactly is it? Who deleted my files? Lin Fan stood up and shouted. The cheers throughout the office abruptly ceased. Everyone was stunned, looking at him in bewilderment. Chen Bin was the first to react. Brother Fan, what's wrong? What file was deleted? Lin Fan's lips were a little dry, and he said, word by word. The security architecture we prepared for the Shin Group, the entire project file was deleted. Boom! These words struck like a bolt from the blue. It struck each person hard on the head. Everyone was stunned. What? Brother Fan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Li Wei rushed to the computer, grabbed the mouse, and clicked frantically. The folder is empty. The recycle bin is empty. No relevant files were found. Li Wei's face turned as pale as Lin Fan's. Han Tao slammed his fist on the table, his eyes instantly turning red. Hold. That's something we worked on through countless sleepless nights to make. Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch him, or I'll kill him. Despair, anger, resentment. Various emotions quickly spread throughout the office. 1 second it was paradise. In that instant, I fell into hell. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across each person's face. Chen Bin was shocked. Li Wei's despair. Han Tao's fury. Finally, his gaze fell on Gao Dong. Gao Dong stood at the very back of the crowd. He kept his head down, not daring to make eye contact with anyone. My body was trembling slightly, uncontrollably. Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be him? Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Two figures walked in. It was Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Wang Hao was wearing a sharp suit and his hair was slicked back. He looked around, observing the angry or desperate expressions on everyone's faces, and his smile deepened. Wow, it's so lively here. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you guys? Zhang Yi followed behind him, hands in her pockets, a playful look on her face. He said in a sarcastic tone. Brother-in-law, I think I heard something at the door just now, something about a file being deleted? Han Tao's anger instantly found an outlet. He charged forward like an enraged bull. He grabbed Wang Hao by the collar. Wang Hao, was this your doing? Zhang Yi's face darkened, and she stepped forward, forcefully shoving Han Tao away. Watch your mouth, you fucking idiot. You must provide evidence when you speak. You're spouting nonsense. Believe me or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Who else could it be but you bunch of scum? Han Tao was trembling with anger and wanted to rush forward again, but Chen Bin and Li Wei held him back tightly. Wang Hao straightened his wrinkled collar, his face showing no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, her smile became even brighter. He enjoyed the feeling. Enjoy watching Lin Fan and his men, their expressions a mixture of anger and helplessness. He strolled leisurely towards Lin Fan. The two were less than half a meter apart. He looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes filled with pity and disdain, and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan. Why did you do that? If you had listened to me back then, things wouldn't be like this today. You insisted on going against me, and now what? All the hard work we put into making has been wiped out overnight. This feeling must be unpleasant, right? Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold. Wang Hao didn't care at all. He leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Just so you know, Mr. Liu has already registered a new company using the framework you left at Fenghua. Blue Ocean Technology. We're definitely going to take this 200 million yuan project. After saying that, he straightened up, and his arrogant smile returned to his face. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said earnestly. However, I'm not that heartless. After all, we were colleagues. If you agree now, you can bring your people back to Fenghua Technology. I can let bygones be bygones. I might even be so merciful as to help you find out who deleted your files. As Wang Hao spoke, his eyes glanced almost imperceptibly at Gao Dong in the corner. Gao Dong trembled. He was really worried that Wang Hao would just blurt it out. Wang Hao sneered and looked at Lin Fan, continuing to ask. How is it, Lin Fan? Think about it? This is your only chance. Kneel down and beg me, and maybe I'll let you continue as a team leader. Ha ha ha. Arrogant laughter echoed in the office. It was harsh and humiliating. Zhang Yi stood to the side, arms crossed, a smug look on his face. It was as if I could already see Lin Fan kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Chapter 55. Who says deleted files can't be recovered? The office was deathly silent. All eyes were on Lin Fan. Wang Hao's laughter still echoed, full of the air of a victor. However, it was precisely within this extreme repression that Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. Who said that just because the file was deleted, it's all over? One sentence brought Wang Hao's arrogant laughter to an abrupt halt. Zhang Yi was also taken aback, then chuckled. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Now that things have come to this, are you still going to be stubborn? The documents are all gone, what are you going to use to bid? Wang Hao also realized what was happening, and the mockery on his face intensified. What? Planning to rewrite it on the spot? Even if you were given another week, what could you possibly do? Lin Fan, admit it, you've lost. Faced with their mockery, Lin Fan's face showed no despair, but instead a faint smile appeared. That's a kind of confidence that comes from being in control of everything, he said calmly. I had considered beforehand that the company was newly established and the security system was not yet perfect. So I pre-installed a small program on my computer. I call it Smart Shield. This program has a very simple function. It monitors the status of all core files. If any abnormal operation occurs, such as forced deletion, It will automatically back up the entire file to another hidden, encrypted partition 0.01 seconds before the operation is complete. Furthermore, all backup traces will be erased. In other words, from the perspective of the person who deleted it, the file has been completely destroyed. But actually, it's still lying perfectly fine in the computer. Hiss. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's expressions changed instantly. They turned their heads sharply and stared intently at Gao Dong in the corner. Gao Dong's body trembled even more violently. His face was ashen, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had no idea that Lin Fan's computer had such a program. The others in the office also recovered from their initial shock. Brother Fan. Really? Lin Fan nodded. I sat back down at my workstation. Under the tense yet expectant gaze of everyone. His fingers flew across the keyboard. A black command line window appears on the screen. Lines of green code flashed by like a waterfall. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's hearts were in their throats as the code rolled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be Lin Fan trying to be mysterious. He must be bluffing. However, the next second, Lin Fan pressed the enter key. On the screen, a folder named Smart Shield Backup appeared out of thin air. Lin Fan moved the mouse and double-clicked to open. Inside was a complete project archive, lying there quietly. The file name is indeed Shun's Group Network Security Architecture Final Version. Time seemed to stand still. The color drained from Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces instantly. His pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Dong. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and grabbed Gao Dong by the collar. Didn't you fucking say you deleted everything? Explain this to me clearly. What's going on? At that moment, everyone understood. The mole was Gao Dong. Han Tao was the first to rush forward, intending to punch Gao Dong in the face. But Lin Fan stopped him. Gao Dong was being held by Wang Hao and couldn't say a word. Let him go, Lin Fan said coldly. Wang Hao had lost his mind and ignored everything. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward, striking with lightning speed. He precisely grabbed Wang Hao's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Ah! Wang Hao let out a scream, his wrist throbbing with pain, and he instinctively released Gao Dong. Gao Dong fell heavily to the ground and coughed violently. Lin Fan shook off Wang Hao's hand, walked up to Gao Dong, and looked down at him. There was no anger in his eyes, only a cold disappointment. With a plop, Gao Dong struggled to his feet and knelt directly in front of Lin Fan. He clutched his head and wailed in agony. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to everyone. It was Wang Hao. He's the one who found my girlfriend, Zhou Shui. He gave Zhou Shui 100,000 yuan, and promised to give her another 200,000 yuan after the deed was done. Zhou Shui begged me, and I was confused for a moment. I was bewitched. Brother Fan, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please give me another chance. Gao Dong, tears streaming down his face, kept kowtowing to Lin Fan. The office was deathly silent. Han Tao said through gritted teeth. Brother Fan, don't believe him. This kind of ingrate doesn't deserve any sympathy. Call the police. We must call the police and put him in jail. Yes, send him to jail. Li Wei and others echoed. Betrayal is the most intolerable sin in a team. Lin Fan listened quietly without saying a word. After a long while, he waved his hand. Never mind. Brother Fan? Han Tao looked at him in confusion. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, After all, we were colleagues. He looked at Gao Dong with a complicated expression. You can leave now. From now on, we are even. You'd better watch yourself. Gao Dong suddenly looked up, unable to believe his ears. He thought he was definitely going to jail. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan let him go so easily. Gao Dong opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He could only kowtow 3 times to Lin Fan. Then, he stood up and walked out dejectedly. As they reached the door, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. Gao Dong. There's nothing wrong with loving your girlfriend. But if you're willing to abandon your basic human decency and principles for the sake of love, you'll suffer an even bigger loss sooner or later. Gao Dong was startled. He turned and glanced at Lin Fan, his lips trembling, and nodded emphatically. I pushed open the door and went outside. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi felt a little awkward. They came to see the joke. But now, instead of becoming a laughingstock, he's become a clown in other people's eyes. Just then, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon them. That gaze was cold, with an undisguised hint of sarcasm. Manager Wang. Thank you for making the trip today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to catch this mole. Wang Hao's lips twitched, and he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Lin Fan, don't be so smug. So what if you recover the files? We at Blue Ocean Technology also use your architecture, Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan interrupted him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lin Fan picked up the portable hard drive on the table and weighed it in his hand. I'm going to the Xing Group headquarters right away. Meet with their technical director, Mr. Wang Zongjin. On-site testing plan. At that time, I will suggest that he give special attention to your Blue Ocean Technology. What? Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were almost speechless with shock. Wang Zongjin? Lin Fan, how could he possibly know someone of this caliber? Are you going to file a complaint? If the Xing Group knew that Blue Ocean Technology was just Fenghua technology in disguise, using Lin Fan's old technology to bid, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 56 Securing a 200 million order. Zhang Yi realized what was happening and immediately retorted sarcastically. Lin Fan, can't you at least write something before you brag? The director of the technology department of the Xing Group, how important is that person? Who do you think you are, to even acknowledge him? Wang Hao also stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes full of suspicion. He didn't believe it either. Last time he and Zhang Yi went to the Xing Group headquarters, they couldn't find a way to find a project manager. Lin Fan is a stray dog who runs a small, run-down company. What gives him the right to meet Director Wang? Still need an on-site testing plan? This is absolutely the funniest joke of the year. Lin Fan looked at their distorted expressions, his eyes calm and unwavering. He knew that these two people wouldn't give up unless he gave them real despair. Oh, right. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, the Xing Group's servers were hacked. The entire internal network was paralyzed. I was the one who resolved it. The Xing Group paid me 10 million yuan for this. It was around that time that I met Director Wang. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took out a business card from his pocket. The black business card, embossed with gold foil, clearly displays the following line of text. Wang Zongjian, Director of the Technology Department of Xing's Group. And a string of private phone numbers. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Yi's laughter caught in her throat, and her face turned a deep purplish red. Wang Hao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the business card, his body trembling uncontrollably. 10 million. Hacking attack. Wang Zongjian. He suddenly remembered. A few days ago, news did circulate in the industry that Xing's Group had been attacked by top-tier hackers. But it was quickly resolved by a mysterious expert. At the time, he even mocked Zhang Yi, saying that the technology department of Xing's Group was all useless. But I never dreamed. That mysterious expert was none other than Lin Fan. It's over. If what Lin Fan said is true, all he needs to do is casually mention Blue Ocean Technology in front of Wang Zongjian. He claimed that Blue Ocean Technology had stolen his previous technology. Then their bid is completely ruined. What does the Xing Group hate the most? It's a lie. No. It's impossible. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse and filled with fear. Lin Fan, you faked this. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste any more words with them. He winked at Han Tao and the others. Throw them both out. Brother Fan, leave it to me. Han Tao had long disliked these two. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Hao by the collar like he was picking up a chick. Chen Bin and Li Wei also rushed over and grabbed Zhang Yi's arms. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin Fan, you dare to touch me? Zhang Yi was still screaming at the top of her lungs. But nobody paid any attention to him. The two were dragged to the office door. Just as Han Tao was about to throw Wang Hao out, Wang Hao began to beg for mercy. Lin Fan. Brother Lin. Brother Fan. Please don't mention Blue Ocean Technology in front of Director Wang. I was wrong, we were wrong. We shouldn't have come to cause you trouble, we were blind to your greatness. Lin Fan looked at him coldly and asked in return. Used the technology one developed to bid for the Shin Group. Why can't I mention it? One sentence sent Wang Hao's heart sinking to the bottom. He knew that Lin Fan was telling the truth. Lin Fan is in the right in this matter. He was sweating profusely with anxiety, his mind racing. I'll give you the money. As long as you don't tell anyone, we'll give you whatever money you want. Is that so? A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. That's okay too. 10 million. As long as you pay 10 million, I can leave Blue Ocean Technology out of the picture. What? Wang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 10 million. Why doesn't he just rob it? Even if Wang Hao were sold, he still wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Lin Fan was clearly humiliating him. Lin Fan, you. Wang Hao was so angry that he was trembling all over, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Fan was too lazy to even look at him. Throw it out. Okay. Han Tao used force and threw Wang Hao and Zhang Yi out of the office. 2:00 in the afternoon. The headquarters building of the Shin Group. Wang Zongjin looked at the young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Lin, I have reviewed your proposal. Excellent. But a plan is just a plan, we still need to test its actual effectiveness. Lin Fan nodded without saying anything more. He will connect the portable hard drive he brought to the internal testing server of the Shin Group. Han Tao stood to the side, his palms sweating with nervousness. This is the Shin Group. A tech giant in Deep Sea City. Can they really land this deal? Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He opened the operating interface and began on-site deployment and attack and defense drills. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across the screen. Various simulated attack commands flooded the server like a tidal wave. Wang Zongjian's expression gradually changed from calm to serious. Then came shock. Finally, it's unbelievable. What did he see? Those top-tier attack methods, even on an international scale, were easily neutralized by this security architecture. It can even perform reverse tracking and tagging. This is no longer a simple defense. This is a proactive move. Hiss. Wang Zongjian gasped. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes unblinking. Half an hour later. All tests have been completed. The result was perfect. No, it's beyond perfection. Wang Zongjian was certain that as long as the security architecture was deployed, the cybersecurity level of the Shin Group can be improved by at least several levels. He knew better than anyone what this meant for the massive Shin Group. Mr. Lin. Wang Zongjian suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. Let us sign the contract now. Our Shin Group wants this security architecture. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Although he has absolute confidence in his product. But no one expected Wang Zongjian to be so decisive. Are we going to sign a contract right away? What happened next was somewhat dreamlike. The Ministry of Justice personnel arrived quickly. A procurement contract worth 200 million was presented to Lin Fan. Until Lin Fan signed his name on the contract. Until the company's account received 200 million yuan from the Shin Group. He still had a sense of unreality. So, it's a success? Did I really get my first 200 million so easily? Han Tao, standing next to him, was so excited that his face turned red. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder hard, too excited to speak. 200 million. Their newly established small company actually secured a huge order worth 200 million. Who would believe that if I told them? After leaving Wang Zongjian's office, Lin Fan and Han Tao were still unable to calm down. The two walked in the spacious corridor of the Shin Group. Brother Fan, we really did it. Han Tao was still excitedly repeating. Lin Fan smiled and was about to speak. Han Tao suddenly stopped, pointed in a direction not far away, and exclaimed in surprise. Hey! Look, Brother Fan! Why is my sister-in-law working here? Lin Fan looked in the direction he was pointing. Shin Jiqi was seen carrying a stack of documents as he walked out of an office. She was wearing a standard business suit, her long hair was tied up, and she looked capable and intellectual. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He calmly said to Han Tao. Ji Qiu was originally an employee of the Shin Group. Just an ordinary office worker. At this moment, Shin Ji Qiu also saw them. She walked over, feigning surprise. Honey? What are you doing here? Lin Fan cleared his throat, a hint of pride on his face, and deliberately waved the contract in his hand. I'll sign the contract. We just secured a 200 million yuan order from your Shin Group. Shin Jiqiu's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with stars. Wow! She let out an exaggerated gasp of surprise. Honey, you're amazing. A $200 million order, we secured it just like that. The next second. Amidst the shocked gazes of countless Shin Group employees around them, Shin Jiqiu tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Fan's lips. This is your reward. The entire corridor fell silent instantly. All the employees who were passing by were frozen in place. What did they see? Mr. Shin was actually kissing a man in the hallway? Chapter 57 Show Fan Technology becomes famous in one battle. Lin Fan felt the gazes around him. He didn't care about himself, but he couldn't let Shin Jiqiu get caught up in the media storm. Honey, there are too many people here, it's not good for you. The company is having a celebration tonight, come join us. Shin Jiqiu's face was still slightly flushed, and her eyes were sparkling. Nod slightly. Good. Lin Fan turned around and said to Han Tao, who was still in a daze, let's go. Han Tao seemed to wake from a dream and mechanically followed behind Lin Fan. Until Lin Fan and Han Tao disappeared from the elevator entrance. Whispers began to fill the corridor. The gentleness on Shin Jiqiu's face vanished instantly. Coldness returned to her face. She slowly scanned the area. Wherever his gaze fell, those prying, curious, and gossipy eyes all recoiled as if electrocuted. The employees lowered their heads and quickened their pace to flee the scene. Xinyu walked over, adjusted her glasses, and said in a low voice. Don't worry, Mr. Shin, I will handle it. Shin Jiqiu nodded. He turned and walked towards the president's office. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. Please come in. Wang Zongjian pushed open the door and entered, his face still showing lingering excitement. President Shen. Mr. Lin's security architecture is simply a work of genius. I have already arranged for the technical department to begin the integration process, and the initial deployment should be completed today. Shin Jiqiu nodded slightly, very good. Wang Zongjian hesitated for a moment, then finally said. But, Mr. Shin, we signed a contract with Xiofan Technology so quickly, and it's a huge order worth 200 million. Xiofan Technology is, after all, a new company with little reputation. Other technology companies will likely question the fairness of this procurement. This is an issue he, as the technical director, must consider. Shin's Group is an industry benchmark, and its every move attracts much attention. Any careless decision could cause a huge uproar. Shin Jiqiu said. I think it's easy to explain. The Shin Group's servers were just hacked a few days ago. This means that the information security of our entire group is exposed to huge risks. Every minute, every second, could cause incalculable losses. In this situation, what I need is a solution that can solve the problem immediately. Wang Zongjian listened quietly without interrupting. Shin Jiqiu continued. You've seen Xiofan Technology's solution with your own eyes. It not only solved our problem, but it even exceeded our expectations. So, I choose it. As for the others, a cold smile curved at the corners of Shin Jiqiu's lips. Have your public relations department send an email to all the companies that participated in the bidding. Just say that, out of urgent consideration for information security, the Shen Group has adopted Xiofan Technology's architecture solution. But if there is any company that can come up with a better solution than Xiofan Technology, and through our field testing, the Shen Group is also willing to pay 200 million to purchase their technology. Wang Zongjian was taken aback when he heard this. Mr. Shin's move was brilliant. This is a calculated, open strategy. A calculated strategy born of absolute self-confidence. We chose the best one, are you not satisfied? They can offer something better than us. If you can't produce it, then shut up. This statement will shut everyone up. It could even, conversely, establish a positive image for the Shin Group as one that appoints people based on talent and does not adhere to any particular set of rules. I understand, Mr. Shen. Half an hour later, major technology companies across the country received an official email from the Shin Group. The email content was concise and clear. Announcement regarding the Shin Group's cybersecurity architecture upgrade project. After rigorous testing and evaluation by our technical department, we have officially adopted the overall solution provided by Qiufan Technology. Our company always adheres to the principle of openness and cooperation, and welcomes colleagues in the industry to provide better solutions for technical exchange and testing at any time. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire tech world was instantly in an uproar. Qiufan Technology? What kind of company is this? Where did it come from? Everyone assumed that the Shin Group's 200 million yuan order would go through several rounds of fierce competition before finally ending up in the hands of some major company. As a result, the fruit was taken by a name that had never been heard of before. Countless phone calls began ringing among the top executives of various companies. Hey! Old Zhang, have you heard of Qiufan Technology? No, did you check? What's their background? According to business registration information, it was registered less than a month ago. A new company that's only been around for a month has secured a 200 million yuan order from the Shin Group? What a joke! Questioning, speculation, shock, and bewilderment. Various emotions are spreading within the industry. The name Qiufan Technology burst into everyone's view in the most audacious and unbelievable way. It became famous overnight. Fenghuo Technology. The CEO's office. Lu Jun's face was so gloomy it could drip water. On the computer screen in front of him was the email sent by the Shin Group. Smack! He slammed his hand on the table. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi stood in front of the desk, silent and trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Waste. Two utterly useless people. I'm sending you to deal with Lin Fan. How did you solve it? Spit sprayed all over Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces. Neither of them dared to utter a sound. They didn't expect it either. Things have come to this point. Lu Jun paced back and forth in his office in anger. With the Shin Group as his backer, Lin Fan's Qiufan Technology will soon become our competitor. It will be difficult to touch him again. This is all you're doing. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's bodies trembled even more violently. They knew that Lu Jun was telling the truth. Once Lin Fan gains a foothold, his technical skills will be a devastating blow to Fenghuo Technology. A deathly silence fell over the office. Sudden. Zhang Yi, who had been keeping his head down, had a sinister glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head. Mr. Lu, we still have a way. Lu Jun stopped and glared at him fiercely. Explain. Zhang Yi flattered. The Lu Group of Shenzhen also participated in this bidding process. I heard it was that spoiled brat from their family, and Lu Haitao was personally in charge. I know this person. He is arrogant, vindictive, and can't stand losing face. Now, the cooked duck has been snatched away by an unknown nobody, and he will definitely not swallow this insult. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as well. He immediately replied. Yes. Mr. Lu, Zhang Yi is right. That Lu Haitao is just a simple-minded spoiled brat. I've had drinks with him a few times. If I just provoke him a little, he'll definitely go after Lin Fan. Let the Lu Group be the first to take the lead, and we'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. No matter the outcome, it will be in our best interest. What a clever tactic of using someone else to do the dirty work. Lu Jun nodded and said. That's a good idea. Don't you know him? Call him now. Do you know what to say? Wang Hao understood immediately and said. Understood, Mr. Lu. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. An arrogant yet impatient voice came through the receiver. Who is it? Wang Hao bowed instantly, and his voice became extremely respectful. Young Master Lu, it's me, Wang Hao from Fenghuo Technology. Oh, Xiao Wang, what's up? I'm really annoyed. Young Master Lu, are you troubled by that project of the Shin Group? Wang Hao asked cautiously. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an angry roar. Damn it, don't mention that to me. Some lousy Qiufan Technology that popped up out of nowhere dares to steal my project. I've already sent someone to investigate. I'd better not find out who their boss is. Hearing this furious voice, Wang Hao was overjoyed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, Brother Tao, please calm down. Actually, I know the boss of Qiufan Technology. His name is Lin Fan. He used to be a coder in our company, but I fired him. I don't know what kind of incredible luck they had, but they actually got involved with the Shin Group. He won this project, and now he's acting all high and mighty in the industry, completely disregarding you and the Lu Group. What? Lu Haitao's anger was completely ignited. A programmer who got fired? A penniless man? How dare someone like that steal his things? This is humiliating. A blatant humiliation. Wang Hao. Send me his company address and the phone number of that guy named Lin Fan. I want to see how much guts he has to go against me, Lu Haitao, in this area of Shanghai City. Okay. Brother Tao. I'll send it to you right away. Wang Hao hung up the phone, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Chapter 58 Sang Biao. Night fell. As dusk settles, the city lights begin to twinkle. Inside the presidential suite at Crown Plaza K, Lin Fan was inviting Han Tao and the others to sing karaoke to celebrate securing a major order from the Shin Group. Shin Jiqiu naturally came over to join in the fun. The group drank several rounds of alcohol. Han Tao started to egg them on, saying that Fan Guo and his wife sang well and they had to sing another love song duet today. Li Wei and the others immediately echoed this. Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony and requested a love song with Shin Jiqiu. The song ended. Thunderous applause erupted. Han Tao started egging them on again, urging Fan Guo and his wife to sing another song. Just as everyone was shouting enthusiastically. Sudden. The door to the private room was pushed open. A dozen or so people barged in. The leader was a bald, burly man. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, like an iron tower. He had a grotesque scar on his face that stretched from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth. On his two thick arms were two lifelike blue dragons tattooed on them. He just stood there, and a fierce and violent aura emanated from him. The dozen or so men behind the bald man were no pushovers either. Each of them looked fierce and menacing, their eyes scanning the people in the room with hostility. Lin Fan and the others were all taken aback. What happened? In a depressing atmosphere, Han Tao mustered his courage and stood up. Who are you? What do you want to do? The bald, burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His smile was more terrifying than a demon's. He stepped into the private room, followed by his men who filed in one after another. The entire space instantly became oppressive. The bald, burly man pointed to his nose. My name is Sang Biao. The brothers in the underworld give me face and call me Brother Biao. Sang Biao. Upon hearing this name, Han Tao's body trembled violently. This name is legendary in the underground world of Deep Sea City. Ruthless and vicious, a notorious mad dog. It is said that he had blood on his hands. What's such a ruthless person doing in our private room? Han Tao stammered as he asked. Brother Biao, we haven't offended you, have we? Are you in the wrong place? Sang Biao chuckled. He walked to the karaoke machine, picked up an empty bottle, and weighed it in his hand. That's right, I'm looking for you. You're singing too loudly here. It disturbed our brothers who were drinking next door. How should we put this? Damn it! This reason is utterly absurd. The private room is very well soundproofed. Even if you fire a cannon from inside, you won't hear the sound from outside. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. Han Tao and his companions were furious but dared not speak out. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Just then, Lin Fan stood up from the sofa. He walked step by step toward Sang Biao. The two were less than half a meter apart. Lin Fan is 1.85 meters tall, a head shorter than Sang Biao. The difference in their physiques was even greater. No matter how you look at it, Lin Fan is going to suffer a loss. But Lin Fan showed no fear. He looked into Sang Biao's eyes and asked directly, "Who sent you to cause trouble?" Sang Biao was stunned for a moment. He never expected that this seemingly mild-mannered young man would be so bold. The murderous glint in his eyes intensified. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm telling you, none of you will leave this room alive today. Sang Biao's gaze passed over Lin Fan and landed on Shin Jiqiu behind him. When he saw Shin Jiqiu's stunningly beautiful face and aloof demeanor, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. However, Brother Biao, I'm not an unreasonable person either. Let that girl come to our private room and have a few drinks with my brothers. Make us brothers happy. Let's just let this matter go today." His thugs behind him immediately burst into lewd laughter. Brother Biao is right. What a beautiful girl. Come and play with your brothers. Your brothers will definitely take good care of you. The language was foul and offensive, and it was unbearable to hear. Han Tao and his companions were trembling with anger, their fists clenched tightly. But they dared not move. Shinjichio's face instantly turned as cold as ice. She took out her phone and sent a message. Sang Biao thought Shinjichi wanted to call the police, so he chuckled and said, "Little girl, let me give you a piece of advice. Calling the police won't do any good." His underlings immediately chimed in. Brother Biao is right, the police station is like our home. Who among us hasn't been inside for tea? These people became happier and happier as they talked. However, just when they were laughing the most. Bang! A dull, loud bang. All the laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone was horrified to see it. The arrogant Sang Biao, who was just a second ago, was now flying backward with his feet off the ground. He slammed hard against the wall of the private room. Then, it slid down the wall and onto the ground. One punch. Just one punch. Lin Fan then sent Sang Biao, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, flying. The entire private room was deathly silent. The smiles on the faces of Sang Biao's dozen or so henchmen froze. Han Tao, Chen Bin, and Li Wei were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, their minds blank. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Brother Fan, he actually dared to fight Sang Biao? And he's that good? Dared to touch our brother Biao. Kill him. After a brief silence, Sang Biao's henchmen finally came to their senses. They roared and charged at Lin Fan, throwing punches. Han Tao screamed in fright. "Brother Fan, watch out!" He was about to rush over to help. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan took the initiative to rush into the crowd. There were no fancy moves. Only the simplest and most direct attacks. One punch. The thug at the front had his nose shattered instantly and fell down screaming. One kick. Another thug's knee cracked with a sickening sound, and he rolled on the ground clutching his leg. An elbow. It struck a thug precisely on the temple, causing the man's eyes to roll back and he to faint on the spot. Having learned from his previous experience in a group fight, Lin Fan was much more adept this time. More importantly, these people didn't have any weapons, so Lin Fan didn't need to worry at all. Every time Lin Fan makes a move, someone inevitably falls. His movements were as fast as lightning. Less than 30 seconds. A dozen or so strong men were lying on the ground. They either fell into a coma or wailed in agony. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This scene left Han Tao and the others dumbfounded. Oh my god. Fan Gu is so amazing, he's just like a martial arts hero in a movie. Lin Fan slowly walked up to Sang Biao. Sang Biao clutched his chest with one hand, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Fan said coldly, "I'll ask again. Who sent you?" Sang Biao's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He looked into Lin Fan's emotionless eyes and was terrified. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's Lu Haitao. It's Lu Haitao from the Lu group. He sent me to cause you trouble. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Haitao? He was unfamiliar with this name. He was certain that he didn't know this person at all, so why was the other person causing trouble? Chapter 59. Sing a song, full of twists and turns. Just as Lin Fan was pondering, another group of people surged into the private room. The hearts of Han Tao, Shen Bin, and Li Wei, which had just been put at ease, instantly jumped into their throats again. Could it be that Sang Biao's reinforcements have arrived? More than 20 people came this time. But these people are completely different from Sang Biao's gang of thugs. They were all dressed in black suits, white shirts, and wireless earpieces. Each of them was tall and straight, with a cold and stern face and sharp, piercing eyes. The man in the lead had a square face and piercing eyes. He glanced at the mess in the private room and the groans of Sang Biao and the others lying on the ground, without even frowning. Han Tao and his companions were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. The oppressive aura emanating from this group was more than 10 times stronger than that of Sang Biao's gang. This is it. However, to their surprise, the group of burly men in black didn't even glance at Lin Fan and his companions. They went in pairs and headed straight for the thugs lying on the ground. One person supports one arm. Ah! What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who our boss is? Sang Biao's henchmen were still shouting. But the burly men in black ignored them. Like an eagle snatching chicks, they dragged Sang Biao and his gang out. Throughout the entire process, no one laid a hand on Lin Fan and his group. He didn't even say a word. The private room fell silent once more. Han Tao, Chen Bin, and Li Wei looked at each other, their minds blank. What's going on? It's just singing a song, why is it so complicated? Lin Fan also seemed to be deep in thought. He assumed these people were security personnel from Crown Shopping Mall. It seems this KTV has quite a background. They are quite efficient at handling things. A few minutes later, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a large belly, walked in. He was followed by a row of waitresses dressed in Chong Sams. Each waiter carried a tray laden with fine wines, champagne, and elegant fruit platters. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the room, he went straight to Lin Fan. Then, in front of everyone, he bowed deeply, at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. It is our security work that has been inadequate, which has disturbed you and your friends. On behalf of Crown Merchant K, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. His voice even trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. This move completely baffled Han Tao and his team. Did the manager of Crown Shopping Mall K apologize to Lin Fan? Are you kidding me? They were the ones who beat people up and made a mess of the private room. Why is it that the manager is the one coming over to apologize? Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly. It's alright, it's none of your business. The manager quickly straightened up, forcing an extremely obsequious smile onto his face. Mr. Lin is truly a magnanimous person. To express our apologies, all your purchases at the store tonight will be on the house. These drinks and fruit platters are complimentary, please make sure you and your friends enjoy them. After saying that, he immediately turned around. He hissed at the group of waiters. What are you still standing there for? Quickly clean this place up. Remember, be quick and don't disturb Mr. Lin and the others while they're singing. The waiters immediately sprang into action. They quickly and efficiently cleaned up the bloodstains and broken glass on the ground. The manager stood respectfully to the side like a servant, ready to receive Lin Fan's instructions at any time. Han Tao and the other two felt that their worldview had been shaken. Who exactly is Brother Fan? Why would the manager of this top-tier KTV hold him in such awe? Just then, Shinjichou's fingers flew across the phone screen, sending a message. Then, she picked up a glass of red wine and gracefully walked to Lin Fan's side. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. Honey, you were so amazing just now. Han Tao and the others also realized what was happening and immediately echoed. Brother Fan, have you practiced this before? Yeah, Fan Ji, you were really fierce just now. He's practically channeling Ip Man. At the entrance of Crown Shopping Mall K, a black Maybach was parked quietly on the side of the road. In the back seat, Lu Haitao had a Cuban cigar dangling from his mouth and was impatiently glancing at his watch. Damn it, why is this Sang Biao so slow and indecisive? Does it really take this long to deal with a useless programmer? He rolled down the car window and asked the bodyguard standing beside the car. Still not out? The bodyguard shook his head. Young Master Lu, there's still no movement. Lu Haitao frowned, about to curse. Sudden. The doors of the KTV opened. A group of burly men in black dragged out more than a dozen people. The one leading them was Sang Biao. At this moment, he had completely lost all his previous arrogance. He was being held up like a dead dog, with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Lu Haitao's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? Sang Biao got beaten up? And they lost so badly? He immediately gave the following orders to his bodyguards. Quick! Go and find out what happened inside. The bodyguard obeyed and left. A few minutes later, the bodyguard returned to the car with a serious expression. Young Master Lu, we've found it. What's going on? Lu Haitao asked anxiously. Sang Biao and his gang were all taken care of by Lin Fan alone. What? Lu Haitao's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. Alone? You fucking kidding me? Sang Biao brought more than a dozen men, and he took them all down by himself? The bodyguard nodded with difficulty. Absolutely true. Moreover, the group of men in black who came out later were security guards from Crown Department Store K. I found out that it was the security manager of the Shin Group who personally called the boss of Crown Shopping Mall K. Hiss. Lu Haitao's expression froze instantly. Those two idiots, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi, didn't they say that Lin Fan was just a useless programmer they fired? How could a good-for-nothing like him possibly know the security manager of the Shin Group? Even if Lin Fan has a partnership with the Shin Group, it's also impossible for them to command the security manager. Unless Lin Fan has an extraordinary relationship with a high-ranking member of the Shin Group. Lu Haitao's face turned extremely ugly. He felt like he had been tricked by Wang Hao and his buddy. He insisted on seeing it for himself. Just who exactly is this Lin Fan? He stared intently at the door of the KTV. Time passed second by second. Finally, several figures walked out, chatting and laughing. The man at the head of the group was none other than Lin Fan. Lu Haitao's gaze locked onto him like a venomous snake. However, the next second, his gaze was fixed on the woman next to Lin Fan. That woman was tall and had a cool and aloof demeanor. Her beauty was exquisite, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She affectionately linked arms with Lin Fan. That instant, Lu Haitao felt as if his heart had stopped beating. That woman was actually Shinji Qiu, the president of the Shin Group. Lu Haitao was almost speechless with shock. Chapter 60. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. The neon lights outside the car window reflected on Lu Haitao's pale face. Shinji Qiu, the queen of the business world in Deep Sea City. The head of the Shin Group. That woman who was rumored to be cold and aloof, never having much contact with any men. At this moment, she was clinging to Lin Fan's arm like a little bird. The two were very affectionate, like a couple deeply in love. Lu Haitao felt his mind go blank and his body go cold. Wang Hao, that idiot. Zhang Yi is such an idiot. Didn't they say Lin Fan was just a fired, useless programmer? How could someone who's considered useless be so close to Shinji Qiu? He suddenly remembered Chofan technology, which had appeared out of nowhere. Autumn. Ordinary. The Zhou in Shinji Qiu, and the Fan in Lin Fan. I see. Everything makes sense now. What kind of bullshit tech guru are you? He was basically Shinji Qiu's kept man, constantly transferring money from one hand to the other, finding all sorts of ways to give his lover money. No wonder the Shin Group's security detail was deployed. Tonight, I actually wanted to make a move on Shinji Qiu's man. Lu Haitao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Although the Lu family is considered a prominent family in Shenzhen, but compared to a behemoth like the Shin Group, it's nothing at all. With a flick of his finger, Shinji Qiu could bring ruin to the Lu family. At the thought of this, Lu Haitao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The hatred directed at Lin Fan instantly shifted to Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Those two bastards almost killed me. It wasn't until Lin Fan and the others left by car that Lu Haitao took out his phone, found Wang Hao's number, and dialed it. At this time, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were drinking tea while waiting for news. Brother-in-law, do you think Lu Xiao has already crippled Lin Fan? Zhang Yi asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Oomph, Lu Haitao, that kind of playboy, is the most ruthless. If Lin Fan falls into his hands, he'll be lucky to escape with his life. Wang Hao sneered, his face full of satisfaction. He could almost see Lin Fan kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. Just then, Wang Hao's phone rang. When Wang Hao saw that the caller ID read Young Master Lu, his smile became even brighter. He cleared his throat and deliberately turned on speakerphone, wanting Zhang Yi to hear about Lin Fan's fate. Hey, Young Master Lu. Wang Hao's tone was tinged with obsequiousness. A roar like a volcanic eruption came from the other end of the phone. Wang Hao. I'll fuck your mother. Are you a fucking idiot? Do you know you almost killed me today? Lu Haitao's voice was distorted and deformed by extreme anger, like the roar of a wounded beast. Wang Hao's smile froze instantly. He and Zhang Yi looked at each other, completely bewildered. Young Master Lu, what's wrong? What am I? I fucking want to kill you. You haven't even investigated Lin Fan's background, yet you dare to let me deal with him? You fucking want to die, don't drag me down with you. Let me tell you, Wang Hao, this isn't over yet. You just wait. Beep, beep, beep. After Lu Haitao finished cursing, he hung up the phone immediately. Wang Hao was completely petrified. Zhang Yi was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape, brother-in-law, what's going on? Wang Hao couldn't understand it either. Lin Fan's background? What kind of background does he have? But Lu Haitao's reaction didn't seem fake. What exactly went wrong? Wang Hao's mind raced. Lu Haitao wouldn't get so angry for no reason. The only possibility is that Lin Fan truly harbors a secret they are unaware of. A secret that even Lu Haitao finds terrifying. Zhang Yi, you should investigate Lin Fan thoroughly. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Wang Hao said. Zhang Yi looked troubled. Brother-in-law, we've investigated everything we needed to. Lin Fan is just a good-for-nothing. Wang Hao interrupted him impatiently, then let's start with his ex-wife. Lu Ruyan? Yes, go find Lu Ruyan. They've been married for several years, Lu Ruyan must know something. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up, that's right. How could I forget about her? She hates Lin Fan now, so she'll definitely be willing to tell us the truth. Wang Hao nodded immediately, quick. Contact her right away. Deepsea City, Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Lu Ruyan lay on the large bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A man pressed down on her, his movements rough. There was no lust whatsoever, only venting. The man is Zhao Ming. Ever since Zhao Ming learned that his dream goddess Shinji Qiu had actually married that good-for-nothing Lin Fan, he became increasingly perverted. He vented all his resentment, anger, and jealousy on Lu Ruyan. They seek a morbid satisfaction through various forms of abuse. He would even keep calling out Shinji Qiu's name during the process. This is the ultimate humiliation for Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, letting the tears of humiliation slide down her cheeks. Her body is here, but her soul has long since drifted away. But what came to mind was Lin Fan's face. She thought of the past. Lin Fan took meticulous care of her. At that time, she took all of this for granted. They even find it annoying. Now, we only realize how precious something is when we lose it. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Just then, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly started vibrating. Lu Ruyan's body trembled violently. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness of his eyes. Was that Lin Fan calling? She reached for her phone. Zhao Ming stopped what he was doing and frowned in displeasure. Lu Ruyan ignored him and picked up her phone with trembling hands. However, the number displayed on the screen was an unfamiliar number. The light in her eyes went out instantly. Yes, what am I still expecting? How could Lin Fan possibly contact him again? Whose call was that? Zhao Ming asked in a cold voice. I don't know, it's an unfamiliar number, Lu Ruyan said. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's lips. Receive it in front of me. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened. Under Zhao Ming's piercing gaze, she had no choice but to swipe to answer the call. Hello. Is this Miss Lu Ruyan? Wang Hao's tentative voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. I am Wang Hao, Lin Fan's former manager. Wang Hao? Upon hearing this name, Lu Ruyan's last shred of hope vanished. Is there something you need? She asked coldly. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to her attitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Miss Lu, if I may ask, does Lin Fan have some special identity or background that we are unaware of? These words were like a needle, piercing Lu Ruyan's most painful spot. Background? Lin Fan clearly has such a powerful background, why didn't he say so earlier? If he had told me sooner, how could I have divorced him? Lu Ruyan suddenly burst into a shrill laugh. You bunch of snobbish bastards who look down on people. Now you know to ask me? Too late. I'll tell you. Lin Fan is from the Lin family of Shinjing, someone you can never afford to offend. After yelling, Lu Ruyan hung up the phone immediately. Zhao Ming suddenly stopped what he was doing and asked. You just said that Lin Fan is from the Lin family in the capital? Chapter 61. The man she looked down on married her boss? Lu Ruyan nodded subconsciously. Yes. My younger brother, Lu Wei, went to cause trouble for him last time. As a result, he was taken away by a group of people. The leader said they were from the Lin family in the capital and warned us not to provoke Lin Fan again. Lu Ruyan felt very regretful when she thought about it. If she had known Lin Fan had such powerful connections, why would she have gotten a divorce? After hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression turned strange. At first, he was taken aback, then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ruyan was baffled by his laughter, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Zhao Ming finally stopped laughing and looked at her with an expression as if she were an idiot. Lu Ruyan, you're a fucking idiot. A complete idiot. You actually believe this kind of nonsense? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned and asked. Could it be that Lin Fan isn't from the Lin family in the capital? But how do we explain those people? The mockery on Zhao Ming's face grew even stronger. The Lin family of Shangjing? With that piece of trash? He has some trivial connection with the Lin family in the capital. He's a complete gigolo. Living off a woman? Lu Ruyan couldn't understand these 3 words at all. How could Lin Fan be a kept man? Who would let him live off a woman? Looking at her bewildered face, Zhao Ming said coldly. It seems you don't know yet. Lin Fan's current wife is Shinji Qiu. Shinji Qiu? This name sounds familiar. Lu Ruyan frowned in thought. Zhao Ming continued. Shinji Qiu, the president of the Shin Group. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in my mind. Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly contracted, and all the color drained from her face. President of Shun's group? That ice queen who wields immense power in the business world of Shanghai City, and whom countless men can only look up to? How could that be? Absolutely impossible. She suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, she and her sister Lu Huiyun went to cause trouble for Lin Fan and met Shinji Qiu. At that moment, her younger sister grabbed her arm and whispered something. Sis, that woman, she looks kind of familiar? I think I saw it in some financial magazine. Now that I think about it, that face, wasn't it Shinji Qiu, who often appeared on the Shenzhen Finance Channel and on the covers of various business magazines? Lu Ruyan's breathing became rapid. Then she remembered something else. At the 4S store, Lin Fan took Shinji Qiu to buy a car. The store manager, a man who was usually arrogant and haughty, was bowing and scraping to them with extreme respect. She initially thought that it was Lin Fan's status that made the manager so snobbish. Now she understands. That manager wasn't trying to curry favor with Lin Fan at all. They recognized Shinji Qiu's identity. Autumn, Fan, Technology. Shinji Qiu's Autumn. The Fan in Lin Fan's name. It turns out that the company that made them famous overnight and secured a 200 million yuan contract with the Shin Group actually belonged to the 2 of them. It wasn't that Lin Fan got lucky at all. Instead, Shinji Qiu was openly using the entire group's resources to pave the way for her man. In an instant, all the doubts were resolved. In an instant, a deeper despair and jealousy gnawed at Lu Ruyan's heart like venomous snakes. On what grounds? Why should I? The man I threw away like trash. What makes her so special that she could win Shinji Qiu's favor? You should know that the company you work for is just an insignificant little subsidiary of the Shin Group. Every day, I have to bow and scrape to get results and be mindful of other people's attitudes. Shinji Qiu, on the other hand, is someone who stands at the top of the pyramid, whose fate can be decided by a single word. She, Lu Ruyan, was worlds apart from Shinji Qiu. She couldn't accept that the man she looked down on, who had just divorced her, was able to marry a high-ranking female CEO. Why? President Shin, how could she have taken a liking to Lin Fan? Lu Ruyan murmured to herself absent-mindedly, tears streaming down her face. This statement also hit Zhao Ming's sore spot precisely. He was, after all, the heir to the Zhao Group, and his grandfather and Shinji Qiu's grandmother had been friends for many years. Both sets of parents had long tacitly agreed that the 2 would be together. In this situation, Zhao Ming couldn't even touch the hem of Shinji Qiu's clothes. Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, inexplicably married Shinji Qiu and gets to sleep with her every night. Why is that? Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ferocious, and he slapped Lu Ruyan hard across the face. Who knows what's wrong with that bitch Shinji Qiu? Maybe she just likes the feeling of being abused by trash. He cursed wildly, venting his jealousy and anger. Lu Ruyan's mouth bled from the beating, but she felt no pain. The pain in my heart has long since overshadowed everything else. Zhao Ming suddenly stopped cursing. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. A wicked thought took shape in his mind. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was lying on the bed looking lost and disoriented, as if she were a tool that could be used. Like smoke. Do you want to take Lin Fan back? Lu Ruyan was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. Go and seduce Lin Fan. After all, you've been married for several years, so he must still have feelings for you. Find a way to sleep with him. Film your intimate moments with your phone. It needs to be filmed very clearly. Then, we sent the video to Shinjichi. Guess what kind of expression that high and mighty CEO of the Shin Group would have if he saw his man and his ex-wife making love in bed? When the time comes, she will definitely kick Lin Fan out of the house like he's trash. There's still a part of Zhao Ming's plan that he hasn't revealed. As long as Shinjichio drives Lin Fan away, Zhao Ming will have a chance to get Shinjichio. Although Shinjichio is now a second-hand commodity, the wealth of the Shin Group is still very attractive to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan blurted out. Lin Fan already has a wife like Shinjichio, how could he possibly still be interested in me? She knew she was no match for Shinjichio. Zhao Ming's patience was completely exhausted. He grabbed Lu Ruyan's hair and slammed her face hard onto the bed. I don't care what method you use. Whether you cry, beg, or drug it. You must ruin Lin Fan's reputation. Let him become a notorious scumbag. Lu Ruyan struggled painfully, but to no avail. A final flicker of madness flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. If you can't manage on your own, then bring your sister, Lu Huiyun, along too. If you two sisters come at me together, I don't believe that Lin Fan is a saint. Remember this is an order. If you do it well, I will give you a large sum of money so that you can live a life of comfort and ease. If this isn't handled properly, I'll have you sisters gang raped, making you wish you were dead. That's insane. Zhao Ming is a complete madman. This is Lu Ruyan's only thought right now. But what could she do? She was just a weak woman and dared not resist Zhao Ming. Chapter 62 Mom, here's $1,000,000, spend it however you like. Lin Fan arrived at the company in the morning. Inside the office, Chen Bin and his team were engrossed in organizing the technical documents for their collaboration with the Shin Group. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, the group immediately stood up. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. The company became famous overnight. The 200 million contract is now finalized. They actually experienced this kind of plot that only happens in novels. Lin Fan smiled and said, What's going on? Why have they changed how they address you? Han Tao chuckled and said, We're about to become a big company, so we need to get more professional. We can't keep calling you Brother Fan, we have to call you General Manager Lin. Chen Bin and the others immediately echoed his sentiments. Lin Fan had no choice but to take out his phone and start operating it. Soon, Han Tao and his colleagues' phones started beeping with text message notifications. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 500,000 renminbi. 500,000. The group stared at the long string of zeros on their phone screen, their minds going blank for a moment. They rubbed their eyes hard to make sure they weren't seeing things. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Chen Bin's voice was trembling. This is bonus. Lin Fan's tone was nonchalant. Boom. A prize of 500,000? It's worth noting that they were just ordinary programmers with virtually no presence at Fenghuo Technology before. The success in taking over the Shin Group this time was largely due to Lin Fan's efforts. Lin Fan actually gave them so much bonus? Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will dedicate ourselves to this cause until our dying breath. The men excitedly pledged their loyalty. Lin Fan waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit down. Don't get agitated. I have something more important to discuss with you. The group immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. Lin Fan said, Xiaofan Technology has now made a name for itself. The order from Shin's Group is just the beginning. We're sure to get more business coming our way in the future. Relying on just a few of us is definitely not enough. Chen Bin and the others nodded in deep agreement. Lin Fan continued. Therefore, the company must expand its scale immediately. The basic departments, such as the front desk, administration, legal affairs, and finance, need to be set up first. Then there's the technology department and the business department, which need to hire a lot of people. Chen Bin, your technical skills are excellent. You will be temporarily in charge of recruitment and management in the technical department. Li Wei, you have an outgoing personality, so you can take charge of the business department for now. As for the rest, I'll figure something out. His words were well organized and clearly stated his goal. Yes, Mr. Lin, the group replied in unison, full of enthusiasm. After arranging things at the company, Lin Fan sat alone in the boss's chair. His first thought was to share the good news with his family. Since obtaining the system, he has made a lot of money. But no one dared to share too much with their family members. They were afraid that the amount was too large and would arouse their parents' suspicion. But things are different now. Jiufan Technology secured orders worth 200 million yuan. All of this can be verified and can be openly and honestly presented. He can finally let his parents share in his success without any worries. Lin Fan took a deep breath and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered quickly. Hello, Xiaofan? His mother's familiar and warm voice came through the receiver. Lin Fan smiled and said, I have good news to tell you. What good news is it? Why are you being so mysterious? The mother's tone was tinged with curiosity. My company has signed a big contract with the Xin Group. Lin Fan tried his best to make his tone sound calm. The contract amount is 200 million. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. After a good 10 seconds, the mother's trembling voice rang out again. Xiaofan, say it again? How much? 200 million. Lin Fan repeated. Mom, your son has made something of himself now. From now on, you and Dad can just relax and enjoy your retirement. On the other end of the phone, the mother's breathing became rapid. She was clearly shocked by the number. Child, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. Mom, what are you thinking about? I earn money through my own abilities, and all the procedures and contracts are complete and completely legal. He then spent several more minutes briefly explaining the company's business and the background of this collaboration. After hearing this, the mother accepted the fact with some skepticism. That's good. Xiaofan, you've really grown up. The mother's voice was filled with relief and pride. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Mom, I'll transfer 1 million to you later. Buy whatever you and Dad want, don't be stingy. It's time to move to a new house. I'll send the money back in a few days. And my dad's old car needs replacing too. I'll buy him a new one. 1 million? The mother was startled again. What do you need so much money for? You just signed a contract, and you'll need money for many things. Your father and I have retirement pensions, so don't do anything reckless. These are typical Chinese parents. Always thinking about their children. Lin Fan's eyes were a little moist. Mom, listen to me. I earn money so that you can live a good life. If you don't spend it, what motivation do I have to make money? You must accept this million. If you don't accept it, it means you don't want your son to have a good life. Lin Fan used his trump card. The mother on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a long while, he finally sighed helplessly. You child. Okay, Mom will accept it. But you're not allowed to spend money recklessly anymore. Okay, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan immediately opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 million yuan to his mother's account. Looking at the page showing the successful transfer, he breathed a long sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled my entire chest. Then, he opened another dialog box. It belongs to Shinji Qiu. He also entered a sum of 1 million and clicked transfer. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was my dear wife. Lin Fan answered the phone with a smile, deliberately saying, Hello? My wife misses me so soon? Lin Fan, why did you transfer money to me? Shinji Qiu's cool voice, tinged with a hint of doubt, came through the phone. She was in the middle of a high-level corporate meeting when her phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was $1 million transferred from Lin Fan. The female CEO, whose net worth is in the hundreds of billions, was stunned on the spot. Lin Fan chuckled. Can't I give my wife some pocket money? There was silence again on the other end of the phone. But Lin Fan seemed to hear that her breathing had become somewhat rapid. A few seconds later, Shinji Qiu's voice rang out again. Who wants your pocket money? I have my own salary, okay? That's different. Lin Fan's tone was gentle yet firm. It's only natural for a husband to give his money to his wife to spend. These words filled Shin Ji-chio's heart instantly. This makes her happier and more overjoyed than signing a contract worth billions or even tens of billions. Glib-tongued. Although she said that, the sweetness in her tone was impossible to hide. I'll give you a good reward when we get home tonight. Okay, sure. After hanging up the phone, Shin Ji-chio looked at the transfer records on her phone and couldn't help but smile. Evening, at Hanhai Tianxi. A sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. While serving food to Lin Fan, Shin Ji-chio casually brought it up. By the way, next Sunday is my grandma's birthday. Every year on Grandma's birthday, relatives from the Shin family would come over. I'll take you with me then. You are my husband, and those relatives don't even know you exist. Her tone was somewhat complicated. At that time, there may be some people who say unpleasant things or deliberately make things difficult for you. You need to be mentally prepared. She knew very well the true colors of Shin's relatives. They'd become extremely snobbish. Lin Fan was a treasure in her eyes, but in the eyes of those people, he was probably just a poor kid who appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan looked relaxed upon hearing this. He patted his chest and smiled confidently. Don't worry, honey. Your husband has seen it all. Chapter 63 Old Madame Ouyang's birthday. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was Ouyang Dan's 70th birthday. That day, Shin Ji-chio personally selected an Armani haute couture suit for Lin Fan. Shin Ji-chio, on the other hand, wore an elegant white Chanel dress, looking as noble as a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. The two drove slowly toward a manor on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Even before the car got close, you could see that the entrance was filled with all kinds of top-of-the-line luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach. Each one of them is worth a fortune. You could hear the noise coming from inside from afar. Lin Fan and Shin Ji-chio walked hand in hand into the villa's lobby. The hall was already bustling with noise. The entire space was decorated in a magnificent and splendid manner, with lanterns and colorful decorations. On the wall in the very center, there hangs a huge golden longevity character. Well-dressed guests gathered in small groups, holding wine glasses, clinking glasses, and chatting happily. An elderly woman, dressed in a red tang suit, with gray hair but a sprightly spirit, sat in the main seat of the armchair, receiving congratulations from everyone with a radiant face. Today's protagonist is Ouyang Dan. The appearance of Lin Fan and Shin Ji-chio immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless gazes focused instantly, like searchlights. There is scrutiny, there is curiosity, and above all, there is an undisguised exploration. Shin Ji-chio, the pride of the Shin family, is the head of the Shin group. Who is the man next to her? Ji-chio, you're here. A slightly overweight middle-aged man walked over first. He is Shin Ji-chio's uncle, Shin Jangwo. Behind him followed a young woman with exquisite makeup. She was his daughter, Shin Siyu. On the other side, a man with a slightly shrewd appearance also approached with his son. Shin Ji-chio's uncle, Shin Jianjun, and his son, Shin Hao. These people usually work at a branch of the Shin group. Before she arrived, the old lady, Ouyang Dan, had already given her instructions. Ji-chio got married. Her husband's name is Lin Fan. Furthermore, Lin Fan was unaware that Ji-chio was the president of the Shin group. The old lady specifically instructed that no one was allowed to let it slip. This, on the contrary, aroused their even greater interest. Uncle, younger uncle. Shin Ji-chio nodded politely, then took Lin Fan's arm tightly. This is my husband, Lin Fan. She then introduced Lin Fan. This is my eldest uncle Shin Jangwo, my cousin Shin Siyu, my younger uncle Shin Jianjun, and my younger cousin Shin Hao. Lin Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. Hello, uncle. Hello, younger uncle. Shin Jangwo looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes scrutinizing him. Young man, where do you work? This opening statement is full of interrogation. Lin Fan remained calm and said frankly, I run a small company. A small company? Her cousin, Shin Siyu, immediately scoffed, her tone full of contempt. What a small company. Is it just a shell company? Siyu. Shin Jangwo said, feigning a reprimand. But the expression on his face clearly indicated his tacit approval of his daughter's rudeness. Cousin Shin Hao made no attempt to hide his pursed lips. Sis, don't say that. Maybe Lin Fan's company will become a Fortune 500 company in the future. These words, ostensibly flattering, were in fact full of sarcasm. Shen Jiqiu's face instantly turned cold, and he said indifferently, Lin Fan's company is called Shou Fan Technology. Not long ago, we signed a cybersecurity contract worth 200 million yuan with the Shen Group. She thought that number would be enough to shut these people up. Unexpectedly, Shen Hao laughed even more exaggeratedly after hearing this. 200 million? And it was signed with the Shen Group? He looked at Shen Jiqi, his eyes filled with an I understand expression. The implication couldn't be clearer. Everyone assumed that Shen Jiqiu was giving Lin Fan a 200 million yuan order to support him. To put it bluntly, Lin Fan is a freeloader. Shen Jiqiu knew exactly what they were thinking, and he was so angry that he was trembling all over. Just then, an old but powerful voice rang out. What are you all doing gathered there? Everyone turned around and saw the old lady, Ouyang Dan, walking over. Grandmother. The younger members of the Shen family immediately dropped their mocking expressions and greeted him respectfully. Ouyang Dan ignored them and walked straight up to Lin Fan. Her gaze was gentle and kind as she carefully examined Lin Fan. Shou Fan is here? Hello, Grandma, Lin Fan replied respectfully. Good boy. Ouyang Dan nodded in satisfaction, then waved to the crowd. Everyone, disperse, stop crowding around. She took Lin Fan's hand and said affectionately, Shou Fan, come with Grandma. I recently came across an old painting that I find rather strange. Take a look at Grandma. These words shocked everyone present. Who doesn't know that Grandma Ouyang herself is a master of calligraphy and painting appreciation? Why should this unknown boy be allowed to look at a painting that even she can't understand? How is that possible? Shen Hao and the others exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. They believed that the old lady was giving Lin Fan a way out and deliberately putting on a good show for him. Having figured this out, the disdain on their faces deepened. Yes, Grandma. Lin Fan did not refuse and followed Ouyang Dan to the study on one side of the hall. A large group of relatives who had come to watch the spectacle also followed them inside. Soon, the butler carefully took out a scroll and slowly unfurled it on the mahogany desk. It was a landscape painting, the paper yellowed, bearing obvious signs of age. The painting bears the inscription, Qing Dynasty, Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia was a painter in the Qing Dynasty, but he was not very famous. Although this painting is authentic, its market value is not high. Everyone was even more puzzled. Why would an old lady with countless collections be so interested in this seemingly ordinary painting? Lin Fan walked to the desk and his gaze fell on the painting. He examined it extremely carefully, scrutinizing every detail from the brushstrokes and ink to the inscriptions and seals. The entire study was silent, and all eyes were on him. Several minutes passed before Lin Fan finally raised his head. Grandma, this is indeed Zhang Xia's authentic work. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I wonder what the trick is. What Grandma has in her hand is real, of course it's real. Do you even need to tell me? That's completely obvious. A burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Fan ignored these taunts. His expression remained calm, even serious. But there is indeed a problem with this painting. After he finished speaking, he made a move that left everyone speechless. He turned around and picked up a glass of water from the side. He raised his arm. Splash! He poured the entire glass of water onto the ancient painting. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, the study erupted into chaos. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Shen Jiangwo pointed at Lin Fan's nose, his face turning red with anger. You spendthrift! Do you even know how much this painting is worth? How dare you throw water on it? Bodyguards, arrest this property-damaging lunatic! Shen Hao shouted excitedly. Even Ouyang Dan was stunned. She also didn't understand why Lin Fan did this. Only Shen Jiqiu, though equally shocked, chose to believe Lin Fan and immediately stood beside him, coldly staring at the crowd. Despite the accusations and angry shouts from everyone, Lin Fan remained calm. He ignored everyone and simply reached out his finger to gently rub the edge of the water-soaked scroll. A miracle happened. He actually split the thin sheet of paper into 2 layers. He carefully and slowly peeled off the top layer of paper. As the top layer of paper was peeled off, another painting was revealed underneath. The brushwork, the artistic conception, and the ink tones are completely different from the superficial Qing Dynasty landscape paintings, full of ancient and vigorous grandeur. The entire study fell into a deathly silence. All the shouting and cursing stopped abruptly. Xin Jiangwo, Xin Hao, and the others stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Fan completely peeled off Zhang Qia's painting, revealing the priceless treasure hidden beneath. He turned his head, looked at the equally shocked Ouyang Dan, and smiled slightly. "Grandma, it's right that you feel something strange. Because this painting is a painting within a painting. This is the true universe within the painting." 9 Peaks After Snowfall by Huang Gongwang of the Yuan Dynasty. Chapter 64. Lin Fan presents the gift, a 1,000 longevity scroll. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Their eyes were fixed on that ancient and powerful painting. The painting depicts towering mountains covered in snow, rendered with bold and unrestrained brushstrokes, conveying a profound and evocative atmosphere. That magnificent aura, even across hundreds of years, still rushes towards us. Even those who don't understand painting can feel its breathtaking power. This is the true national treasure passed down through generations. Compared to it, the painting by Zhang Jia from the Qing dynasty is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The value is also vastly different. Xin Hao's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He had just been shouting for the bodyguards to arrest Lin Fan. Now, all he felt was a burning pain in his face. Xin Siyu's face turned pale and then red, and her carefully applied makeup looked somewhat distorted. She had just been mocking Lin Fan's company as a shell company. In the blink of an eye, they transformed the painting into a priceless national treasure. This is no longer just a slap in the face. They pressed their faces to the ground and rubbed them repeatedly. "Great painting." Ouyang Dan was so excited that she trembled all over. She put on her reading glasses and almost pressed them against the painting. Having studied calligraphy and painting her entire life, how could she not tell the difference between the genuine and fake 9 Peaks After Snowfall painting? Authentic. It is absolutely a genuine work by Huang Gongwang. Tears even welled up in the old lady's eyes. She carefully stroked the painting, her movements as gentle as if she were handling a newborn baby. After a long while, she calmed down and turned to look at Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with approval and curiosity. "Xiao Fan, how did you figure that out?" This was a question on the minds of everyone present. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure it out. Lin Fan remained calm and said indifferently, "When I received the scroll, I felt that the thickness was a bit off. It is thicker than ordinary single-layer Xian paper, and the texture is also somewhat stiff. So we guessed that this might be a painting within a painting. Splashing water is to render the glue on the mounting ineffective, making it easier to peel off the top layer of the painting." His explanation was simple. But when it reached the ears of others, it stirred up a different kind of commotion. Just because of the thickness? Xin Hao was the first to shout it out, his tone filled with resentment and jealousy. "What kind of skill is that? It's just a lucky break, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse." "Exactly." Xin Siyu immediately chimed in, her tone sarcastic. "Anyone can just guess. What if you guess wrong and ruin Grandma's painting? Can you afford to pay for it? In the end, he's just a reckless fool who does things entirely by luck." The others nodded and whispered among themselves. "So it was a guess. I knew it. How could someone who runs a small company possibly know anything about antique appraisal? His luck is just too good he managed to guess right." The sense of awe that had just been established vanished in an instant. In their view, Lin Fan's success was nothing more than pure luck. Xin Shiqiu was furious and was about to retort. Lin Fan gently pressed her hand down and shook his head at her. "You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Arguing with these ignorant people is pointless. Do you really think you can distinguish a painting within a painting just by the slight difference in thickness?" That was just an excuse Lin Fan made up because he didn't want to explain further. Xin Jiangwo rolled his eyes and smiled as he changed the subject. All right, no matter what, today is a joyous occasion. Mom, you've got another treasure. Congratulations." He paused, then changed the subject, looking at Lin Fan. "By the way, Lin Fan, what birthday gift have you prepared?" Upon hearing this, everyone's attention once again focused on Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with mockery and anticipation of a good show. Xin Hao, seemingly eager to stir up trouble, started shouting even louder. "Yeah, brother Lin Fan, hurry up and show it to us so we can see for ourselves. My dad spent a fortune to find a Qing dynasty jade Buddha for my grandma, worth over 8 million yuan." Xin Siyu also covered her mouth and laughed. My dad is no less impressive. He gifted me a set of top-quality imperial porcelain. They kept raising the value of the gift, one sentence after another. The objective is very clear. The goal is to put Lin Fan on the hot seat. You just stumbled upon the 9 peaks after snowfall painting. By sheer luck you're incredibly famous. Now we'll see what kind of decent birthday gift you, who runs a small company, can come up with. In their view, the best outcome for Lin Fan would be to take out something worth a few $100,000. But in today's context, it's simply not enough. It might even become a laughing stock. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged despite the crowd's excessive praise. He simply said, "The gift I prepared for my grandmother is a painting I wrote myself called Longevity Scroll." The entire study fell into an eerie silence. Put. Shen Hao was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? You wrote those words yourself? His laughter was filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. Lin Fan, are you kidding us? Shen Xiyu laughed so hard she almost cried. I'm telling you, you're a company owner. Even if your company is small, you can't be so poor that you can't even afford a gift, can you? You actually tried to fool Grandma with your own lousy handwriting? You really don't respect Grandma at all. This isn't a gift, it's an insult. That's incredibly stingy. I've never heard of anything like it. How could Ji Qiu fall for someone like that? In an instant, all sorts of sarcasm and ridicule surged toward Lin Fan like a tidal wave. In their eyes, Lin Fan's behavior was synonymous with being poor, stingy, and low class. Shen Jiqiu remained calm, knowing how good Lin Fan's handwriting was and how well it would win her grandmother's favor. As expected, Ouyang Dan showed no anger at all. Instead, she displayed great interest. Oh? You wrote the 1,000 longevity scroll yourself? Quick, take it out and show it to Grandma. She remembered Lin Fan's calligraphy skills from the last time he demonstrated them. That handwriting is far superior to that of many contemporary so-called calligraphers. Therefore, she was full of anticipation for the 1,000 longevity scroll that Lin Fan mentioned. Ouyang Dan's words brought Shen Hao and the others' laughter to an abrupt halt. They looked at each other, puzzled as to what the old lady meant. Does the old lady really want to see those broken characters? Lin Fan smiled slightly and opened the brocade box he had brought. As the scroll unfolds, a stunning scene is revealed to everyone. It was a long scroll of Xian paper, several meters long. The entire scroll is densely covered with the same character. Life. Thousands of the character longevity filled the entire picture. At first glance, it appears chaotic and disorganized. But upon closer inspection, one will find that each character is unique in shape and none are alike. It includes Oracle Bone Script, Bronze Script, Large Seal Script, and Small Seal Script. There are Clerical Script, Regular Script, Running Script, and Cursive Script. Some are ancient and imposing, like towering mountains. Some are graceful and agile, like immortals dancing with swords. Some were dignified and solemn, fully displaying the law. Some are unrestrained and free-spirited. 1,000 longevity characters represent 1,000 different postures. Together they form a magnificent long scroll of calligraphy. Ouyang Dan's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. She walked quickly to the desk, her body trembling slightly with excitement. He muttered to himself. A masterpiece of craftsmanship. Truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. This is impossible. However, there are always some discordant voices. TCH, what kind of crap is this? It's all a mess. Shen Hao pursed his lips. He couldn't understand calligraphy at all, and he just felt dizzy looking at all these characters. Exactly, it looks like scribbles, and they dare to give it as a gift? Shen Xiyu joined in the mockery, trying to save face. In their view, no matter how fancy it is, it's just a piece of paper, worthless. It's nothing compared to the jade Buddha and imperial porcelain they gave us. Shut up. A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The one who made the sound was Ouyang Dan. The old lady suddenly turned around, her usually kind and gentle face now covered with frost. Her sharp gaze swept over Shen Hao and Shen Xiyu. What do you two know? The two men trembled at the old woman's imposing manner and dared not utter another word. Ouyang Dan pointed to the 1,000 longevity scroll and said excitedly. Do you know how difficult it is to create a work like this? This picture encompasses almost all the written forms of the character longevity from ancient times to the present. Look at this character. She pointed to a character for longevity written in an archaic style. This is how Oracle Bone script was written during the Shang dynasty. She pointed to another one. This is how the inscriptions on bronze vessels and bells from the Zhou dynasty are written. And this is the small seal script from the Qin dynasty. And this is the clerical script from the Han dynasty. And there's the ancient charm of Wang Shiji's running script and the spirit of Huaisu's cursive script. 1,000 characters, 1,000 ways to write them, each stroke different, each character full of spirit. Each character, taken individually, is a rare masterpiece of calligraphy. To perfectly integrate 1,000 characters into a long scroll, with a unified spirit and a seamless flow, requires such profound calligraphic skill and artistic attainment. You actually say this is some kind of scribbles? Ouyang Dan's voice grew louder with each sentence. Every word was like a resounding slap across the face of Shen Hao, Shen Xiu, and the others. They were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this worthless piece of calligraphy would have such a significant background. It's surprising that the old lady gave it such high praise. Chapter 65 Berkeley Music Prodigy. In this awkward silence, a clear, crisp female voice suddenly came from outside the study, towards the living room. Grandma! Grandma! I'm home! Shin Jianjun's body jolted violently. He recognized the voice as that of his daughter, Shin Xingyao. A flash of wild joy crossed his face. Our savior has arrived. They had originally planned to come together as a family. But my daughter said she had to go to the airport to pick up her boyfriend and would be a little late. Unexpectedly, they arrived at this most crucial moment. Shin Jianjun immediately changed the subject. Xingyao is back. She even brought her boyfriend along. Everyone, go out and take a look. Everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they all turned around and walked towards the living room. Nobody wanted to stay in this place that made them feel so incredibly embarrassed. Shen Hao and Shen Xiu ran faster than anyone else, as if they were fleeing the execution ground. Although Ouyang Dan wanted to continue admiring the 1,000 longevity painting, her granddaughter had returned, so she couldn't stay in the study any longer. She glanced at the calligraphy with lingering affection, then said gently to Lin Fan. Xiao Fan, Grandma loves this calligraphy so much. Grandma will accept your kind gesture. I'm glad Grandma likes it. Lin Fan smiled calmly. Everyone walked out of the study and into the living room. A young woman wearing the latest Chanel dress was seen holding a man's arm. The woman's makeup was exquisite, and her eyes and brows exuded an air of arrogance. It was Shin Jianjun's daughter, Shin Xingyao. The man beside her was about 25 or 26 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitting tuxedo, and had a refined and elegant demeanor. When Shin Xingyao saw everyone come out, she immediately pulled the man to Ouyang Dan. Grandma, may your happiness be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. She smiled sweetly, then turned to the side and introduced herself with a proud expression. Grandma, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Su Jingxian. Jingxian is a top student who graduated from Berkeley College of Music. He flew back from abroad specifically to celebrate your birthday. Su Jingxian bowed slightly and gave a polite smile. Hello, Grandma. All right, please sit down, Ouyang Dan said kindly. She was quite satisfied with her new grandson-in-law. Shin Jianjun and his wife stood proudly to the side, looking at their daughter and future son-in-law, their backs straightening considerably. At this moment, Shen Xiu's eyes darted around, and she deliberately asked loudly. Xingyao, what gift did you prepare for Grandma? Show it to us so we can see it. She had just lost face and was eager to find an opportunity to regain the limelight. Upon hearing this, Shin Xingyao raised her chin slightly, her face revealing undisguised smugness. My gift is Jingxian himself. Upon hearing this, everyone in the living room was stunned. What does this mean? Treating your boyfriend as a gift? The crowd looked at each other, completely baffled by her logic. Shen Hao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, what's going on? How can a person be used as a gift? Shin Xingyao heard it, but didn't care at all. She cleared her throat and explained loudly in a boastful tone. You don't understand. Although Jingxian has just graduated, he is already a young pianist with some international renown. He has held several solo piano recitals in Europe, all of which were sold out and tickets were hard to come by. Many wealthy and famous people want to pay him a lot of money to play a piece, but he may not agree. Today, to celebrate his grandmother's birthday, he will sing a song here for her and for everyone present. Isn't this the most precious and unique gift? After she finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent. The way everyone looked at Su Jingxian instantly changed. An internationally renowned pianist? A concert where tickets are extremely hard to come by? These titles sound impressive enough. In an instant, the arrogance that Lin Fan had just suppressed reignited in the hearts of the younger generation of the Shin family. Wow, she's a pianist. That's amazing. Xingyao, you are so lucky to have found such an excellent boyfriend. Yes, giving a top-notch piano recital as a birthday gift is indeed a unique, elegant, and tasteful idea. Compliments came one after another. The smiles on Shin Jianjun and his wife's faces grew even brighter. Yang Dan nodded happily. Okay, Grandma likes listening to music. Jingxian, you're so thoughtful. Su Jingxian maintained his artist's composure and simply nodded slightly. It is my honor to play for my grandmother. After saying that, he walked to the expensive Steinway grand piano in the corner of the living room. He didn't look at the sheet music. I simply sat down quietly and adjusted my breathing. Then, her slender fingers gently landed on the piano keys. A series of smooth and gorgeous notes poured out like flowing water. It is a world-famous piece of music that is technically demanding and emotionally rich. It has to be said that Su Jingxian is indeed quite capable. His basic skills are very solid, his fingering is skillful, and his interpretation of the music is also quite appropriate. At its most exhilarating moments, it's like 10,000 horses galloping. In its gentlest moments, it resembles a lover's whisper. Everyone in the living room was captivated by his superb piano skills. Even Shinji Chiu showed an expression of appreciation. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Thunderous applause erupted in the living room. It sounds so beautiful, it's simply heavenly music. As expected of an international-level pianist, their skill level is truly exceptional. Shinhao was the first to stand up, applaud, and cheer. He looked in Lin Fan's direction with a provocative look in his eyes. He shouted, "This is true art, elegant. Tasteful. Unlike some things, which only have a few words written on them." His words were pointed. Shin Siyu immediately chimed in. That's right. In our high society circles, we value artistic taste and refinement. Piano, violin, and opera are the mainstream. Calligraphy, that outdated thing, should have been eliminated long ago. Shin Xingyo had just heard Shin Siyu talk about Lin Fan, and immediately joined the mocking camp. She took Su Jingxian's arm and glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. Some people are just ignorant and think there's something special just because they can write a few characters with a brush. Little did they know that in the face of true art, those things are simply not worthy of being presented. They sang in unison, making up for the loss of face they had just suffered because of the 1,000 longevity painting. It seems that Su Jingxian's piano playing has completely surpassed Lin Fan's calligraphy. Lin Fan remained calm, ignoring the taunts. Shinji Chiu's pretty face turned red with anger, and she was about to lash out. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! The host is facing a challenge. Pointing out shortcomings in Su Jingxian's performance in public. Reward, God-level piano skills. Su Jingxian basked in the adulation of the crowd, a hint of smugness on his face. Shin Xingyao's vanity was greatly satisfied. She deliberately looked at Shin Jiqiu and asked with a smile. Sister Jiqiu, you used to be the best pianist in our family. Can you give your feedback on how my boyfriend played? This question, seemingly asking for advice, is actually a way of showing off. Shin Jiqiu took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and objectively commented. You played very well. The technique is very skillful, and the emotional expression is also very appropriate. It is indeed at a professional level. She was telling the truth. There's really nothing to criticize about Su Jingxian's performance. Shin Xingyao became even more smug after receiving Shin Jiqiu's affirmation. She abruptly changed the subject, turning her attention to Lin Fan. Sister Jiqiu, you're such a good pianist, your husband must be a very good pianist too, right? All eyes immediately turned to Lin Fan. Shin Jiqiu's expression changed, and he quickly said, Xingyao, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan can't play the piano. Oh? You don't? Shin Xingyao covered her mouth, feigning surprise. I thought Sister Jiqiu would find someone with whom she could share common interests and ideals. Shin Hao immediately burst into laughter. Sister, finding a man isn't just about family background, it's also about spiritual compatibility. How can someone who understands art and someone who can't even read sheet music possibly have a conversation? Exactly, it's like casting pearls before swine. Shin Siyu covered her mouth and chuckled. The younger generation's mockery came wave after wave. They were trying to use this method to prove that Shin Jiqiu's choice was wrong and that Lin Fan was not good enough for her. Shin Jiqiu was so angry that he trembled all over, but he couldn't refute her. Because Lin Fan had never shown his piano talent in front of her. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Actually, this gentleman's playing was quite mediocre. Chapter 66. Actually, your playing was just average. The entire living room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The one speaking was Lin Fan. Su Jingxian's smile froze. Shin Xingyao was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Lin Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? What right do you have to criticize Jingxian's playing when you can't even play the piano? You call it average? Do you even know what a piano is? Lin Fan ignored her shouting. His gaze remained fixed on Su Jingxian. He slowly began to speak. Chopin's heroic Polonaise is magnificent and emotionally stirring. It is a combination of power and poetry. Your playing technique is indeed excellent, very elegant. However, you only captured its form, not its soul. There are 3 fatal errors in the entire article. First, in measure 43, during the part where your left hand runs a continuous octave at high speed, your rhythm was clearly half a beat ahead of the beat. Although subtle, it disrupts the overall stability and sense of power. Secondly, in the arpeggio section of measure 81, you deliberately sped up the tempo to show off your technique, resulting in uneven dynamics. Several notes were almost glossed over, losing the articulation and layering that arpeggios should have. Third, and most seriously, your emotional interpretation of the cadenza, the climax of the entire piece, is completely wrong. What is shown here is the heroic spirit and indomitable spirit of the Polish people in resisting oppression, and it should be full of tragedy and power. But you played too frivolously, too showy. You had technique, but no soul. Lin Fan's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Every word was like a precise scalpel, dissecting the seemingly perfect performance just now. When he finished speaking the last word, the entire living room was completely silent. Everyone was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Fan with disbelief in their eyes. The mocking smiles on Shin Hao, Shin Siyu, and Shin Xingyao's faces froze completely. And the pianist Su Jingxian, who always maintained an arrogant attitude. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and a fine layer of cold sweat had seeped from his forehead. Lin Fan was actually quite nervous. What you just said sounded like a gem of wisdom, and was very well organized. But he didn't understand at all. That was entirely pointed out by the system. He was just repeating what it said. I have no idea whether what I'm saying is right or wrong. If I say something wrong, I'll lose face big time today. Just as he was feeling uneasy. Bite. Host has successfully completed the challenge. Reward, God-level piano skills. Moment. A massive torrent of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Countless pieces of music theory, fingering techniques, and insights into musical pieces. It's as if he has spent his entire life on the black and white keys of the piano since the moment he was born. From Bach to Mozart, from Beethoven to Chopin. At this moment, the souls of all the masters merged with him. Lin Fan's eyes subtly changed. If he was just a bluffing novice a moment ago, then he was nothing more than a bluffing outsider. And now, he is the piano god standing at the top of the world. He looked at Su Jingxian again. That look in his eyes was indifferent and calm. It carries a majestic air of looking down upon all living beings. The first to break the silence was Shin Jiqiu. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered. Lin Fan, do you really know anything about the piano? She had also studied piano for many years and was confident in her skill level. But to her, Su Jingxian's performance just now was almost perfect. The details Lin Fan pointed out, such as being short of the beat and having uneven strength. She didn't recognize it at all. Lin Fan looked at her worried eyes and smiled faintly. I know a little bit. You know a little bit? Shin Xingyao was annoyed, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Fan, stop pretending to know what you don't and making things complicated. Among all the people here, even Sister Jiqiu didn't notice the problem, but you did? Who do you think you are? A world-class piano master? I think you're just talking nonsense and trying to attract attention. Shinhao and Shinsiyu immediately joined in the commotion. Exactly. Someone who probably can't even read sheet music dares to comment on top students from Berklee College of Music? It's laughable. Some people can talk their way out of nothing, even make the dead come back to life. I think he's just jealous of Jingxian's talent and is deliberately trying to smear him. The mocking voices rose again, sharper and more biting than before. However, Su Jingxian, the person involved, remained silent throughout. His heart was already in turmoil. Because only he himself knows best. Every word Lin Fan said was correct. Those 3 mistakes were precisely where he felt most insecure during his performance. The first quick shot was because he was eager to get into the later, more technically impressive part, and he was a little impatient. The second instance of uneven arpeggio intensity is a common problem he has when playing at high speeds, indicating that his basic skills are not yet solid enough. His third weakness lies in his handling of emotions. He has never experienced the tragedy of a nation's collapse, and therefore cannot express the deepest cries of his soul. These are all flaws hidden beneath the dazzling techniques. He thought that apart from the world's top judges, it was impossible for anyone to tell the difference. But this man in front of me. Who exactly is he? Su Jingxian was shocked, but he absolutely could not show it on his face. This is a matter of his dignity, and he absolutely cannot admit it in this situation. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner panic, and forced a cold smile onto his face. Mr. Lin, since you speak so eloquently, your piano skills must be far superior to mine. How about you play a piece on the spot and broaden our horizons? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Let's see what it's really like. No matter how eloquently you speak, it's all for nothing if you can't play the instrument. Shin Xingyao immediately seized the opportunity and loudly echoed. Yes, didn't you say Jingxian's playing was just average? Then you play something extraordinary. Let us see what a true soul really is. Shinhao immediately started clapping and cheering. Play one. Play one. Let's see the piano skills of a calligraphy master. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room was enlivened. Everyone was eagerly anticipating a good show, waiting for Lin Fan to make a fool of himself. Shin Jiqiu tugged hard at Lin Fan's sleeve and said urgently, Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. If you're not confident, then forget it. We won't compete with them for this. In her opinion, Lin Fan has already shown extraordinary talent in IT and calligraphy and painting. A person's energy is limited. She couldn't believe that Lin Fan could have such a high level of skill on the piano. This is completely illogical. Even Ouyang Dan, who was in the main seat, felt that the younger generation was being a bit silly. She frowned and tried to smooth things over. All right, everyone, say less. Xiaofan's calligraphy and Jingxian's piano are both wonderful gifts for me, and I like them very much. Today is Grandma's birthday banquet, let's all be happy. The old lady spoke, and Shinhao and the others immediately fell silent. But Su Jingxian had no intention of giving up. This concerns his reputation. If Lin Fan isn't embarrassed in public today, his reputation as a young pianist will be tarnished. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his tone carrying a hint of aggressiveness. Grandma, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Mr. Lin. However, art is sacred and should not be defiled by laymen. Since he has made criticisms, he has an obligation to prove that he is qualified to criticize. Otherwise, it would be the greatest disrespect for art. He elevated this matter to the level of respect for art. Ouyang Dan didn't know what else to say. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan met everyone's gaze, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently patted Shin Jiqiu's hand to reassure her. Then, he turned to Su Jingxian and calmly uttered 2 words. Can. Chapter 67, featuring Liszt's La Campanella, electrified the entire audience. After saying that, Lin Fan walked to the piano. Reach out and gently brush your hand across the smooth, lacquered piano lid. Then, he slowly sat down. The instant his fingertips touched the black and white piano keys, his entire demeanor changed abruptly. If he still carried a trace of worldly life just now. At this moment, he seemed to have transcended the mortal world and transformed into a solitary monarch. An indescribable, powerful aura emanated from him. The air in the entire living room seemed to freeze. All the noise and mockery vanished without a trace at this moment. Lin Fan didn't look at anyone. His eyes were slightly closed. The next second, his fingers moved. Bite. A crisp, single note, like a dewdrop in a valley, falls onto the still surface of a lake. Ethereal, pure. Just one note made everyone's heart skip a beat. Su Jingxian's pupils suddenly contracted. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. The touch of this note, the dynamics, the duration, and the timbre are all perfect. Before anyone could react, Lin Fan's fingers began to dance across the piano keys. A series of rapid arpeggios poured out like a flood bursting its banks. That's not flowing water. That was a storm. That was thunder. That was a volcanic eruption. Every note was like a bullet, precisely piercing everyone's eardrums and shaking their souls. This is Liszt's La Campanella. It is recognized worldwide as one of the 10 most technically challenging piano pieces. It is known worldwide for its dense octaves, rapid fingering, and extremely wide leaps. Su Jingxian's face instantly lost all color. He had also practiced this piece. But he struggles even to play a complete piece, let alone perform it publicly. Lin Fan. His hands left 2 afterimages on the piano keys. Those were no longer human fingers, but 2 sprites dancing wildly in a black and white world. Every difficult skill becomes effortless and fluid in his hands. The music was sometimes as violent as a storm. At other times, it sounds as distant as the tolling of a midnight bell. At other times, it is as tender as a lover's whisper. Everyone in the living room was stunned. They don't understand music theory or techniques. But they could sense that the music contained an unparalleled beauty. A beauty that penetrates the soul and sends shivers down your spine. Xinhao's mouth dropped open, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. Xin Siyu and Xin Xingyao's expressions were completely frozen, like 2 stone sculptures. Their so-called artistic taste, which they were so proud of, was utterly crushed in the face of Lin Fan's miraculous performance. Xin Jiqiu stared intently at the figure sitting in front of the piano. She felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest. So, he really does know how. And she is so incredibly talented. At this moment, Lin Fan's figure became incredibly tall and dazzling in her eyes. Ouyang Dan leaned back in her chair, her aged eyes sparkling with a strange light. She has attended countless world-class concerts. But nothing has ever shocked her so much. This is not a performance. This is God announcing his coming. And Su Jingxian, that so-called young pianist. His face was now ashen. He stared at Lin Fan's fingers, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He knew. I'm finished. Faced with Lin Fan's performance, which was like a god descending to earth. His previous meager skills were a joke. What a huge joke. Finally. As the last note faded, it left a lingering echo. The music ended. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A deathly silence. Lin Fan slowly stood up, his expression calm, as if he had only done a trivial matter. He turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire room. Finally, the blame fell on Su Jingxian, whose face was ashen. What do you think now? Am I qualified to judge you? Lin Fan's words were like a silent slap across Su Jingxian's face. Qualifications? Faced with Lin Fan's superb performance, everything that Su Jingxian was so proud of was crushed into dust. He was filled with regret, wondering why he hadn't listened to Grandma Ouyang Dan earlier. Why invite humiliation upon yourself by forcing Lin Fan onto the stage? Now, he has become the biggest joke of the whole place. Su Jingxian's face flushed red and then turned pale, and his lips twitched a few times. Finally, under the scorching gazes of everyone, he had no choice but to say, Mr. Lin's performance was superb. I have learned a lot from it. After saying that, he retreated to the side in a disheveled state. Xin Xingyao stood there dumbfounded, looking at her distraught boyfriend and then at the radiant Lin Fan. She felt her worldview completely collapse at that moment. Xin Jiqiu's beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised shock. She reached out her small hand and gently touched Lin Fan's fingers, as if trying to confirm whether they were a mortal's hand. Lin Fan, when exactly did you start learning piano? How come I've never heard you mention it before, nor have I ever seen you play it? Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, looked at Xin Jiqiu's delicate face, and smiled faintly. Oh, back when I was in school, I enrolled in an extracurricular class and studied it for a year in my spare time. He spoke of it casually. However, these words were like a bombshell to those around them. You studied for a year? Or is it amateur? Shinhao, Shinsiyu, Xinxingyao, and the others felt that their brains were no longer enough. Which of these women wasn't forced to learn piano from a young age, for 3 to 5 years at the shortest, and 7 or 8 years at the longest? But their skill level is so low that they're not even worthy of carrying Su Jingxian's shoes. Su Jingxian, a graduate of Berklee College of Music, has dedicated over a decade to the piano and has achieved his current success. As a result, Lin Fan, after studying in his spare time for a year, completely annihilated Su Jingxian. Is this guy even human? This isn't just genius, this is monster. What made them feel most ashamed and indignant was that Lin Fan's casual remark seemed to say, "You people who have studied for 7 or 8 years and still play like crap are all useless." Versailles. This is the ultimate Versailles. But Shinjiqiu could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. She naturally didn't believe that Lin Fan had only studied for a year. In her opinion, Lin Fan was clearly showing off on purpose, using this method to respond to the mockery from those people earlier. But she likes it. She stretched out her delicate arm and took Lin Fan's arm, almost pressing her whole body against him. She tilted her pretty face up, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Honey, you're a genius." This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of the younger generation of the Shin family. Looking at the two people so deeply in love, they felt a burning pain on their faces. They had previously mocked Lin Fan for being a gigolo and an appendage of Shinjiqiu. Now it seems they were the clowns. Calligraphy masters, antique appraisers, and now a piano prodigy. In this case, who is actually marrying above their station? Shinhao and Shinsiyu wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. They even began to regret why they had come to this birthday banquet. This isn't a birthday celebration, this is clearly a torture session. After this incident. After that, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect to Lin Fan. Everyone kept their distance from him, afraid that they might be humiliated again by this unconventional guy in ways they couldn't understand. The atmosphere at the birthday banquet gradually returned to normal. Ouyang Dan greeted the guests with a smile. Just as the birthday banquet was about to officially begin, a commotion suddenly broke out at the door. "Mr. Zhao has arrived." With a loud shout from the MC, a sprightly elderly man dressed in a tang suit strode in, surrounded by a crowd. The visitor was none other than Zhao Jingyuan, the head of the Zhao group. Ouyang Dan immediately stood up to greet her. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. It's Ouyang's 70th birthday. As her older brother, how could I not come and have a drink at her celebration?" Zhao Jingyuan laughed heartily. Behind him followed a young man, Zhao Ming. There was another person beside Zhao Ming. It was none other than Lin Fan's ex-wife, Lu Ruyan. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhao Jingyuan handed a congratulatory gift to Ouyang Dan. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. I wish you boundless happiness and longevity." "Brother, you're too kind." Ouyang Dan accepted it with a smile, her gaze immediately falling on Lu Ruyan. She didn't know Lu Ruyan, but seeing her always following Zhao Ming, she assumed she was Zhao Ming's girlfriend. "And who is this?" Ouyang Dan asked politely. Before Zhao Ming could speak, Lu Ruyan bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Grandma Ouyang, my name is Lu Ruyan." She paused, turned her gaze to Lin Fan, and continued. "She is Lin Fan's ex-wife." Chapter 68 Lu Ruyan plays the victim. Boom! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Fan and Shinjiqiu. Ex-wife? This man named Lin Fan is actually a divorcee? The newly established image of genius was instantly shrouded in shadow. The guests present were all wealthy and influential, and they placed great importance on marriage between people of similar social standing. In their eyes, what is Shinjiqi's identity? The president of the Shin Group, a favored daughter of heaven, and the most outstanding rich, beautiful, and successful woman in Shanghai City. As for Lin Fan, no matter how talented he is, how can a divorced man be worthy of Shinjiqiu? This is a disgrace to the Shin family. The arrogance that Shinhao, Shinsiyu, and the others had just suppressed reignited. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were once again filled with contempt and disdain. It turned out to be a second-hand item. Shinjiqiu's face instantly turned as cold as ice. She stared intently at Zhao Ming, her voice carrying a chilling undertone. "Zhao Ming, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Ming shrugged, a blank expression on his face. Ji Qiu, don't misunderstand. I just couldn't bear to see you being deceived by this man. You don't even know his past, yet you dare to be with him? I invited Miss Lu here today so that you can see clearly what kind of person the man beside you really is. His words were spoken in a grand and dignified manner. It seemed as if everything was for Shin Ji Qiu's good. But the smugness and resentment deep in his eyes could not be concealed. Shin Ji Qiu was so angry that he trembled all over. She could tolerate the sarcastic remarks made by Shin's relatives towards Lin Fan, because it was, after all, a family matter. But she would never allow an outsider to use such despicable means to humiliate her man at her grandmother's birthday banquet. This is no longer a provocation. This is a declaration of war against her and the entire Shin family. Good, very good. Shin Ji Qiu was so angry that he laughed instead. She whirled around and shouted at the security guard at the door. Someone come here. Get all three of them out of here. Shin Ji Qiu's angry shout seemed to instantly suck the air out of the entire banquet hall. Everyone was stunned. Among these three is Zhao Jingyuan, the head of the Zhao group. In Shanghai City, the Zhao family is a powerful force that can shake the ground with a single stomp. Is Shin Ji Qiu about to publicly break ties with the Zhao family? Ji Qiu. You're being ridiculous. Shin Ji Qiu's uncle, Shin Jiangwo, immediately changed his expression and reprimanded him. Her uncle, Shin Jianjun, also quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and whispered. Grandpa Zhao is an elder, you can't be so rude. Shin Ji Qiu, however, shook off his hand. Her gaze was fixed on Zhao Jingyuan. Elder? They brought people to cause trouble at my grandmother's birthday banquet. Do they even respect us? Why should I give them face? His words were powerful and resounding. This left Shin Jiangwo and Shin Jianjun speechless. The security guards exchanged glances, and having received the president's order, they reluctantly stepped forward. Mr. Zhao, please, miss. Although the security guard spoke politely, he had already made a gesture of invitation, subtly surrounding the three of them. Zhao Jingyuan's face immediately turned so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. He had been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, and had never suffered such humiliation. The atmosphere was about to explode. A strange, sarcastic voice rang out from the side. Oh, you got angry and wanted to kick people out after someone touched a sore spot? The speaker was Shin Hao. Shin Siyu immediately echoed. Why is Sister Ji Qiu so nervous? Could it be that this Lin Fan really has some shady dealings? Shin Xingyao glanced at Lin Fan, her tone full of disdain, and said. A divorced man, is he really worth your protection? He's a disgrace to the Shin family. A few younger people chimed in, instantly shifting the tide of public opinion. Seeing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. He spread his hands, feigning grievance. Ji Qiu, you've really misunderstood me. I meant perfectly well, I was afraid you would be scammed. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. This statement, seemingly an explanation, is actually adding fuel to the fire. He adopted a very humble attitude, portraying himself as a good person who cared about his friends but was misunderstood. Now, Shin Ji Qiu was in a difficult position. If she insists on kicking Lu Ruyan out now, it will only confirm that she has a guilty conscience. Acknowledging Lin Fan's past is a stain that is difficult to bear. All eyes were on Shin Ji Qiu. Let's wait and see how she handles this. Just then, Shin Ji Qiu suddenly smiled. That smile was cold and mocking. She waved her hand, signaling the security guards to leave. Then, she strode forward and walked step by step to Lu Ruyan. The powerful aura made it almost impossible for Lu Ruyan to breathe. Back then, you were the one who initiated the divorce and abandoned Lin Fan, weren't you? Lu Ruyan's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Admitting to abandoning Lin Fan in front of so many people made her feel utterly humiliated. But what does face matter when it comes to money? She took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Glistening tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall but not quite, making her look pitiful. No. That's not it. When I said I wanted a divorce, it was just something I said in anger. I didn't expect Lin Fan, he would take it seriously. Actually, I have always loved him in my heart, and I have never thought about really leaving him. As she spoke, she gazed lovingly at Lin Fan through her tearful eyes. That acting skill is enough to win an Oscar. Many of the men present felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her pitiful appearance. Perhaps there really is some misunderstanding? However, a soft laugh broke the somber atmosphere she had created. Lin Fan smiled. This woman's ability to distort the truth hasn't changed at all. Lu Ruyan. It's a waste of your talent that you're not an actor. Stop with your disgusting attitude and stop making a fool of yourself here. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened, and she almost lost control of her expression. But she quickly recovered and cried even harder. Lin Fan, how could you say that to me? I know you're still angry with me. You can hit me or scold me, just please don't disown me. Let's remarry, okay? Seeing this scene, the last trace of warmth in Lin Fan's eyes vanished completely. He knew. There's no need to worry about saving face when dealing with a woman who has no principles. Remarry? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. You should return the house, car, and my savings that you swindled from me. Boom! Lin Fan's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the crowd. The house? The car? And the savings they stole? Everyone was stunned by this bombshell revelation. The way they looked at Lu Ruyan changed instantly. Pity? It no longer exists. All that remained was contempt, disgust, and disdain. This woman is not a devoted ex-wife at all. Instead, she was a gold digger who meticulously swindled her ex-husband out of his entire fortune. Lu Ruyan's face drained of all color in an instant. She never expected that Lin Fan would bring this up in public. This is practically tearing her face off and stomping on it. I didn't. She was still making futile attempts to explain herself. But her voice had lost all persuasiveness. Everyone present was shrewd and intelligent. From Lin Fan's open and honest gaze and her flustered expression, one could tell who was lying. Certainly. Although they despised Lu Ruyan, their impression of Lin Fan also plummeted. A man who can be swindled out of everything by a woman. They're either stupid or spineless. How could someone like that be worthy of Shinji Chiu? Just then, a soft little hand tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand. Shinji Chiu stepped forward. She held her snow-white chin high, like a proud swan, surveying the entire room. I know everything about Lin Fan's past. But this only proves that Lu Ruyan is blind. In short, Lin Fan is now my husband, Shinji Chiu's husband, and no one can bully him. Chapter 69. Ji Chiu has grown up. She has her own judgment. The guests present were completely stunned. They couldn't understand it. Has Shinji Chiu gone mad? For a divorced man, she was willing to offend the Zhao family? That doesn't make sense. What is it about a man who was cheated out of everything by his ex-wife that makes him so attractive? Is it worth Shinji Chiu's utmost protection? The brothers Shin Jiangwo and Shin Jianju looked ashen-faced, feeling that the Shin family had been utterly disgraced. The younger generation, including Shin Hao and Shin Siyu, were filled with disbelief, their eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. On what grounds? Why would Shinji Chiu be interested in this second-hand item? Just as everyone was having different thoughts, Zhao Ming stepped forward once again. He looked heartbroken and said, Ji Chiu, you're so silly. This kind of man can abandon his ex-wife for personal gain today, and he can abandon you for even greater gains tomorrow. Look at me, Ji Chiu. Zhao Ming took a step forward, his eyes burning with intensity. Don't you know how I've treated you? For so many years, I, Zhao Ming, have been devoted to you. When have I ever changed? He tried to portray himself as a loving guardian. This portrays Lin Fan as a ruthless and heartless traitor. However, Shinji Chiu just looked at him coldly. It's like watching a clown. Yeah? A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Wholeheartedly? Zhao Ming, what is your relationship with this Miss Lu? Do I need to say it in public? Boom! Zhao Ming's mind went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. The color drained from his face at a visible speed. For the first time, panic appeared in his eyes. Did she send someone to investigate me? Zhao Ming's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He looked into Shinji Chiu's cold eyes, his throat went dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. Just as the atmosphere froze again, an old but powerful voice rang out. That's enough. Ouyang Dan, who had been silent all along, slowly stood up from the main seat. The old lady's gaze calmly swept across the entire room. Finally, it fell on Zhao Jingyuan. Brother Zhao, today is my birthday. If your Zhao family has come to sincerely offer birthday wishes, I, Ouyang Dan, will welcome you with open arms. If you're here to cause trouble, then please leave. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Jingyuan's old face flushed red and then turned pale. Ouyang Dan didn't give him a chance to speak and continued. Ji Qiu has grown up and has her own judgment. What kind of man she likes is her own right, and it's a family matter for the Shin family. It's not up to outsiders to point fingers. His words were powerful and resounding. This was both a warning to the Zhao family and a warning to Shin Jiangmo's relatives who harbored ulterior motives. The unspoken meaning was crystal clear. She supports Lin Fan. She acknowledged that Lin Fan was the grandson-in-law of the Shin family. Zhao Jingyuan's face darkened completely. He knew he had lost this game. They suffered a crushing defeat. Staying here will only bring shame upon yourself. Zhao Jingyuan forced a smile and cupped his hands in greeting to Ouyang Dan. Since the birthday banquet is disruptive, we will not disturb you any further. I will visit you another day to apologize. After saying that, he glanced at his distraught grandson, Zhao Ming. Let's go. Amidst the complex gazes of the guests, the Zhao family grandfather and grandson walked towards the door. Lu Ruyan's face was ashen. Unwilling to give up, she tried to make one last struggle as she passed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, everything I said is true, I love you. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she looked utterly pitiful. Pity. Lin Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Shinji Qiu directly shielded Lin Fan behind her, forcing her back with her cold gaze. The surrounding guests also cast disdainful glances at them. Lu Ruyan could only follow behind the Zhao family grandfather and grandson, and slunk away from the banquet hall. The farce has finally come to an end. Ouyang Dan watched the backs of the Zhao father and son and let out a long sigh. Well. It should have been a happy day, but it has left me so disappointed. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiangmo and Shin Jianjun exchanged a glance. They thought their mother was referring to Lin Fan, or the whole farce itself. Shin Jiangmo immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Fan's nose, and sternly rebuked him. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Mom's birthday banquet have turned out like this? Shin Jianjun echoed this sentiment. A divorced man shouldn't be here in the first place, and now he's brought such a huge trouble to our Shin family. Ji Qiu, look at the kind of people you've hired. They placed all the blame on Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned slightly, about to speak. Shinji Qiu, who was standing in front of him, was trembling with anger. Uncle. Younger uncle. You. Just then, Lin Fan gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to calm down. He stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ouyang Dan, who was seated in the main seat. Grandma, I'm sorry. I have disturbed your birthday banquet because of my matter. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiangmo and the others all showed smug expressions. See, he admitted it himself. However, Ouyang Dan's next words struck them like a thunderbolt. The old lady smiled and shook her head. She reached out and lovingly took Lin Fan's hand. Good boy, this is none of your business. Her gaze slowly swept over her two sons, Shin Jiangmo and Shin Jianjun. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I'm angry not because the Zhao family is causing trouble. What angers me is that the Shin family is not united. Outsiders have come to bully us at our doorstep, pointing their fingers at my grandson-in-law and humiliating him. And then what happened? There is only one person who has stood up to defend the honor of the Shin family, Ji Qiu. What are you two grown men doing, and what are you juniors doing? Are you here to laugh at us? Are you still helping outsiders to bully your own people? The old woman's voice grew increasingly stern. Every word was like a resounding slap across the face of Shin Jiangmo, Shin Jianjun, Shin Hao, Shin Siyu, and others. Their faces instantly turned a deep liver color. Shame, embarrassment, utter disgrace. Yes. When the Zhao family was being aggressive just now, they didn't even try to save face for the Shin family. They even fanned the flames and kicked him when he was down. This stands in stark contrast to Shin Ji Qiu's act of stepping forward. The old lady's words caused them to lose face in front of all the guests. No one dared to say another word. The birthday party that followed finally returned to normal. There were no more discordant voices. After the banquet, the guests took their leave one after another. The Shin Jiangmo family and the Shin Jianjun family also made excuses and left in a hurry. They were too ashamed to stay any longer. The huge banquet hall was soon sparsely populated with only a handful of people. "Grandma, let's stay and keep you company." Shinji Chio walked to Ouyang Dan's side and said softly. The seriousness on Ouyang Dan's face instantly turned into a kind smile. The more she looked at Lin Fan, the more she liked him. This young man remained neither humble nor arrogant in the face of humiliation. Be polite and respectful when facing criticism. Be humble and respectful when facing elders. What's even more remarkable is that he also possesses astonishing talent. "Xiao Fan, come with me." Ouyang Dan took Lin Fan's hand and led him to the study as if he were a treasure. Shinji Chio followed behind with a smile. Ouyang Dan enthusiastically took out her treasured calligraphy and paintings. "Xiao Fan, could you take another look at this one? It's Zhang Banxiao's bamboo and rock painting, but I feel the brushstrokes are a bit hesitant. And this inkstone, it's said to have been used by Ji Xiaolan, take a look at it." The old man, like a child who had received a new toy, kept asking Lin Fan for advice. From the brushstrokes of calligraphy to the composition of paintings, and then to the appreciation of antiques. Lin Fan answered every question, and his insights were unique and always to the point. After their conversation, Ouyang Dan's appreciation for Lin Fan deepened even further. Chapter 70. What? My wife is a female CEO. Night was falling. Ouyang Dan's interest gradually subsided. She looked at Lin Fan and said, "It's getting late. Ji Chou, you and Xiao Fan go and rest. Have breakfast with this old woman tomorrow morning." The old lady spoke. Shin Shichio nodded obediently. "Okay, Grandma." Lin Fan bowed to Ouyang Dan again. "Grandma, you should get some rest too." Go ahead. Ouyang Dan waved with a smile, watching the two leave the study. The Shin family's old house is very large, with pavilions and towers, which have a unique charm under the moonlight. Shinjichio's courtyard is on the east side of the house. As I pushed open the door, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards me. The furnishings here are simple yet stylish, and it's clear that they've been maintained for many years. Shinjichio explained. "This is where I used to live. Later, I moved out because I was busy with work, but my grandmother always asked people to keep me here." Lin Fan nodded and looked around. Several photos are hanging on the wall. There's a picture of Shinjichio as a child, with pigtails and a naive, innocent smile. There is also a photo of her with a couple, presumably her deceased parents. There's another photo of her and her grandmother, Ouyang Dan, showing their close bond. As Lin Fan admired the photos of the room, his doubts grew stronger. At today's birthday banquet, the gifts that the guests gave to Ouyang Dan were worth millions of dollars each. What a terrifying circle this is. With a family like that, how could Shinjichi possibly just be an ordinary employee? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Shinjichio came out wearing a silk nightgown. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, carrying the scent of her recent bath. She seemed to notice that Lin Fan's expression was off, and asked softly, "What is my husband thinking about?" Lin Fan turned his head and met her gaze. Those eyes, in the dim light, were as clear as water. He didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. Shinjichio's heart was inexplicably flustered. She knew that some things could no longer be hidden. From the moment she decided to bring Lin Fan to her grandmother's birthday banquet, she was prepared to be honest. However, she didn't know how to bring it up. She was afraid. She was afraid Lin Fan would be angry. "I'm afraid he'll think I've been deceiving him." The atmosphere became somewhat frozen. After a long while, Shinjichio took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She moved closer to Lin Fan and said softly, "Honey, there's something I've been keeping from you. If I tell you, can you promise me you won't get angry?" Lin Fan sighed inwardly as he looked at her cautious demeanor. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. His large hand gently stroked her soft, long hair. "Fool. Everyone has their own secrets. I definitely won't be angry with you. Go ahead and say it, I'm listening." Shinjichio leaned against his chest, her emotions gradually calming down. She hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. "I am not actually an ordinary employee of the Shin Group. My true identity is the president of the Shin Group. In short." But it was like a thunderclap, exploding in Lin Fan's mind. His body froze instantly. The arm holding Shinjichio tightened unconsciously. "President of Shun's group? That business empire with a market value of hundreds of billions and operations all over the country? How is that possible? Lin Fan's breathing stopped. He considered many possibilities. I considered that Shin Ji-chyo might be the leader of an important department in the Shin Group. But he never expected this. Shin Ji-chyo is the one standing at the top of the pyramid. That's incredible. Recalling their first meeting, he was a loser who had been cheated out of his ex-wife and left with nothing. The other party is a business queen who runs a multi-billion-dollar empire. The difference is like heaven and earth. How could two people like this sleep together and even get married in a flash? This is even more bizarre than an online novel. Lin Fan's mind went blank, completely crashing. Time passed, second by second. He remained silent throughout. Shin Ji-chyo panicked. Thinking Lin Fan was angry, he quickly explained. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry? We agreed not to get angry. Her voice trembled with tears, and her eyes instantly welled up with red. As she spoke, she pouted, her little mouth showing a hint of grievance and a touch of coquetry. Like a child who has done something wrong and is waiting for judgment. This sight brought Lin Fan back to his senses instantly. He looked at her, on the verge of tears, and felt both heartache and amusement. I'm not angry. I'm just so shocked. President of the Shin Group, this. He simply couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. Then why did you rush into marriage with me? Upon hearing this question, a smile suddenly appeared on Shin Ji-chyo's face. He burst out laughing. Like a night blooming Sirius quietly blooming in the night. Because I need a husband. She blinked and began to tell her story. My parents passed away in an accident when I was very young. My grandma doted on me and took me under her wing since I was little. She loved me very much. But because of this, my uncle and my younger uncle have always been very jealous of me. Her tone was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story. Later, when I grew up, I started working for the group. I work harder than anyone else, and I achieve better results than anyone else. Grandma overruled all objections and made me take over as president. From that day on, the targeting by other family members moved from the shadows to the open. They know they can't do anything to me when it comes to work skills. So they came up with another idea. Marriage alliance. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Shin Ji-chyo's lips. They've been looking for marriage partners for me everywhere, trying to marry me off. Once I get married, I will become someone else's family, and I will naturally have to give up my position as president of the Shin Group. During that period, I was overwhelmed and couldn't breathe. I hate the feeling of being used as a bargaining chip. Therefore, I long to marry an ordinary man, a man with whom I have no conflict of interest. Once I get married, all their plans will fall through. It was at that moment. She raised her head and looked intently at Lin Fan. I met you. Lin Fan's heart was clenched tightly. He suddenly realized that the time Shin Ji-chyo was drugged was probably also the work of the Shin family. Fortunately, I met Ji-chyo that night. At this moment, Lin Fan wasn't thinking about how much Shin Ji-chyo was worth. For Lin Fan, who has a systematic approach, making money is not difficult. What came to mind was a lonely, thin figure. A girl who lost both parents and fights alone in a family surrounded by wolves and tigers. She has to face the scheming of her closest relatives. She has to bear the immense pressure of running a multi-billion-dollar empire. She must have suffered a lot these past years. You must be very tired. Lin Fan remained silent. He simply stretched out his arms and pulled her even tighter into his embrace. Honey, you've worked so hard all these years. With my husband by my side, we'll face anything together. Chapter 71, showing off my cooking skills. A simple sentence. But it was like a warm current that instantly flowed into Shin Ji-chyo's heart, which had been frozen for many years. Over the years, she has single-handedly carried the weight of this huge corporation, facing open and covert attacks from within the family. No one asked her if she was tired. No one offered to stand by her side through thick and thin. She was used to loneliness, used to pretending. Use a cold mask to wrap up your soft heart. But Lin Fan's words easily shattered all her defenses. She suddenly raised her head, looking into Lin Fan's resolute yet gentle eyes. There was no greed in those eyes for her identity, only pure heartache. My nerves, which had been taut for so long, snapped. The strength he had maintained for over a decade crumbled at this moment. She could no longer control herself. Wah! A suppressed sob escaped from his throat. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. His shoulders began to tremble violently. It seems like she wants to vent all the grievances, resentment, and exhaustion she has suffered over the years. Lin Fan remained silent. There was no attempt to comfort them. He simply held her quietly. One hand gently stroked her soft, long hair again and again. For a long time. The sobbing in her arms gradually subsided. Shin Jiqiu's emotions finally stabilized. She lifted her head from Lin Fan's embrace, her eyes red and her voice slightly nasal. Honey, thank you. Lin Fan smiled and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Fool, we are husband and wife. Shin Jiqiu looked at him, a resolute glint in her eyes. Honey, come to my company. I'll arrange a vice president position for you. I believe in your abilities. You are fully capable of handling this task. She wanted to bring Lin Fan under her wing. That way, she can better protect him. However, Lin Fan shook his head. No. Shin Jiqiu was stunned. She had considered that Lin Fan might be modest or might decline. But I didn't expect him to refuse so completely. Any man would be overjoyed at such an opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Seeing her surprised expression, Lin Fan said seriously. Qiufan Technology has already fired the first shot. Next, it will enter a phase of rapid development. Trust me, it will become a company that you and everyone else can be proud of. One day, I will stand tall beside you, instead of hiding behind you. I want everyone to know that your man is worthy of you. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and resounding. Every word is full of confidence and power. Shin Jiqiu's heart was deeply touched once again. This is the man she chose. Ambitious, capable, and with an unyielding pride that refuses to be subservient to others. This is how a man should be in her eyes. She smiled. A genuine, radiant smile. Good. I respect your decision. She paused, then added with a hint of slyness. However, I have one condition. From now on, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you must tell me first. No one is allowed to shoulder this alone. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her domineering yet caring demeanor. Don't worry, I only like carrying your legs, nothing else. One sentence immediately eased the previously oppressive atmosphere. Shin Jiqiu rolled her eyes. When emotions run deep. Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed that soft spot. The night grew deeper. The lights in the room had been turned off at some point. The next day. The sky was still barely light. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He glanced at Shin Jiqiu, who was still fast asleep beside him, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Last night, she was like a kitten with insatiable demands. At this moment, her sleeping face is serene, and her long eyelashes cast a faint silhouette in the morning light. Lin Fan carefully got up without disturbing her. He wanted to leave a good impression on Ouyang Dan. The image of a hardworking, considerate, and caring grandson-in-law. He quietly left the room, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the kitchen of the Shin family's old house. The kitchen was large and fully equipped with all kinds of cooking utensils. Several chefs dressed in white chef uniforms had already started working. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw Lin Fan walk in. The head chef immediately stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Son-in-law, what are your orders?" Lin Fan smiled. "It's nothing, I'm just making breakfast for everyone." One sentence left everyone in the kitchen stunned. Is the son-in-law making breakfast? The head chef immediately tensed up. Son-in-law, how can this be? You are a distinguished guest, we can handle these rough tasks. Are you kidding me? If word got out that the son-in-law of the prestigious Shin family was cooking in the kitchen, would they still have their jobs? Lin Fan, however, persisted. It's alright, you guys go and rest, I'll take care of things today. The chefs looked at each other in bewilderment, and in the end, they could only retreat to the side in despair. Lin Fan tied on his apron and began to work methodically. Kneading dough, preparing fillings, cooking porridge, processing ingredients. His movements were so fluid and professional that the chefs around him were stunned. This is hardly a hobby. This is clearly the work of a master. When Ouyang Dan got up and walked into the restaurant, he was completely stunned. The long mahogany dining table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Crystal shrimp dumplings that are translucent and glistening. Golden and crispy pan-fried radish cake. Baskets of delicate and small soup dumplings. Her grandson-in-law, Lin Fan, was wearing an apron around his waist, carrying the last pot of freshly cooked soy milk out of the kitchen. "Grandma, you're awake." Lin Fan greeted him with a smile. Ouyang Dan stared at the scene with shock on her face. "Xiao Fan, did you make this?" Lin Fan nodded and placed the soy milk on the table. "Yes, I don't have any decent gifts to give you. I just want you to try my cooking." Hearing these words, Ouyang Dan felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes overflowing with admiration and satisfaction. "I like this grandson-in-law more and more the more I look at him. She's capable, polite, and even now, she seems so considerate and caring." Ji Qiu's judgment was indeed correct. Okay. Ouyang Dan said good 3 times in a row, her face beaming with joy. Sit down quickly. Lin Fan took off his apron. "Grandma, you eat first, I'll go wake Ji Qiu up." After saying that, he turned and went back to the east courtyard. Inside the room, Ji Qiu was still wrapped in the quilt, fast asleep. "Honey, get up." Lin Fan patted her gently. Ji Qiu hummed twice and buried her head in the quilt, like a lazy kitten. She was exhausted last night and all she wants to do now is sleep. Seeing this, Lin Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you don't get up, Grandma will come and wake you up herself." The words had barely left his mouth. The figure inside the blanket trembled violently. Ji Qiu instantly sat up in bed, all sleepiness gone. "Oh? Grandma's coming?" She hurriedly began to get dressed. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When the two of them finished getting ready, they arrived at the restaurant. Ouyang Dan was sitting in the main seat waiting for them. "Grandma, why don't you eat first?" Ji Qiu said somewhat embarrassedly. "As a family, of course we should eat together." Ouyang Dan smiled and invited them to sit down. Lin Fan served Ji Qiu a bowl of porridge and then sat down himself. "Here, Grandma, try this soup dumpling." Lin Fan picked one up and placed it on the plate in front of Ouyang Dan. Ouyang Dan nodded and picked up the soup dumpling. She first bit a small opening in the bun skin. A rich aroma of meat, accompanied by scalding steam, bursts forth instantly. She carefully sipped the soup inside. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. The broth is golden yellow, rich but not greasy. The intensely fresh and fragrant flavor exploded on her taste buds, sending a rush straight to the top of her head. How delicious this is! She lived for 70 years and ate all kinds of delicacies. The chefs in her household were hired at great expense from the descendants of the imperial kitchen. But she had never tasted such delicious soup before. Ouyang Dan was completely stunned. She didn't care about her image and put the remaining bun into her mouth. The meat filling is firm and springy, and the dough is chewy and smooth. All the flavors blend together perfectly, bringing an unparalleled enjoyment. Seeing her grandmother's shocked expression, Ji Qiu smiled smugly. "Grandma, how are you? My husband's cooking skills are top-notch. I can't stand eating out anymore, I have to eat his cooking every day." Her words were full of boasting and pride. Ouyang Dan nodded heavily, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan. "Delicious, so delicious. Xiao Fan, your cooking skills are far superior to those of my top chefs." She quickly tried other breakfast items. Crystal shrimp dumplings have a translucent outer skin and chewy, crisp shrimp filling. Century egg and lean pork congee features soft, glutinous rice that melts in your mouth, with the aroma of the pork and the unique flavor of the century egg blending together for an unforgettable taste. Pan-fried radish cake, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a savory and delicious flavor. Every single one. They are all exquisite. Ouyang Dan was completely won over. Looking at the calm and humble young man before her, she had only one thought in her mind. This grandson-in-law is a treasure the Shin family found. Chapter 72. Anyone who dares to bully my wife will pay the price. The breakfast was a pleasant one for both host and guests. Ouyang Dan's smile never faded. After the meal, the three strolled in the backyard of the old house. As dawn broke, the light spilled onto the flagstone path, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Ouyang Dan walked in the middle, with Ji Qiu on her left and Lin Fan on her right. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. His gaze fell on Ji Qiu. Knowing autumn. Grandma? When do you plan to explain your identity to Xiao Fan? Upon hearing this, Shen Jiqiu playfully stuck out her tongue. Grandma, I confessed everything last night. A hint of surprise flashed in Ouyang Dan's eyes, which then turned into a satisfied smile. She nodded. That's right. It should have been said a long time ago. My granddaughter is the president of the Shen Group. My identity is perfectly legitimate, and there is nothing shameful about it. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Lin Fan. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Xiao Fan, now that you know, are you interested in helping Jiqiu at the Shen Group? Shen Jiqiu hadn't even waited for Lin Fan to answer. He burst out laughing. She looked at her grandmother, her tone full of pride. Grandma, I've made that suggestion before. I told him last night that I wanted him to come to the company as vice president. In the end, he didn't like it. What? You don't like it? The smile on Ouyang Dan's face froze instantly. Having lived most of her life, this was the first time she had ever heard of someone refusing the position of vice president of the Shen Group. That is a peak that countless people strive for their entire lives but cannot reach. Lin Fan actually doesn't like it? She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Lin Fan quickly explained. Grandma, you've misunderstood. It's not that I look down on it, it's that I can't go. My career is just getting started, and Xiaofan technology has unlimited potential. I want to stand upright beside Jiqiu through my own efforts, instead of becoming a man who depends on the Shen family in the eyes of others. Please believe me, I will work hard, and I will become a man worthy of her. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, but resounding and powerful. Ouyang Dan stared at him blankly. It was as if I was seeing myself when I was young. This is the pride a man should have. She originally thought that Lin Fan was just an excellent and good man. Now it seems. In his heart, there is still a wider world hidden. Good. Ouyang Dan nodded emphatically. That's ambitious. Grandma supports you. On the other side, Zhao Ming received a call from overseas. Boss, we've made contact with Ghost Dot. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. How much money does he want? $10 million. Zhao Ming's eyelids twitched slightly. Without the slightest hesitation. The money will be credited to your account immediately. I have only one request. We need to completely cripple the Shen Group's official website. Let it become a laughingstock in the entire industry. The call ended. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes as he muttered to himself. Lin Fan, Shen Jiqiu. Let's see how you die this time. 9 o'clock in the morning. Shen's Group Headquarters, Technology Department. A technician is giving a report. Director, our official website has been attacked. It's a DDoS attack. Hundreds of times larger than usual. The other side is still trying to breach the firewall. The entire technical department instantly tensed up. Wang Zongjian's forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. He had only ever seen attacks of this level in textbooks. The other party must be a top-tier professional hacker. I wonder how long the newly upgraded firewall on the official website will last. However, 10 minutes have passed. The anticipated collapse did not occur. Wang Zongjian stared intently at the monitoring interface of the main server. The torrent of attack data was frantically crashing against an invisible barrier. That barrier, however, remained as stable as Mount Tai, completely unmoved. The technician exclaimed in surprise. My God, Xiaofan Technology's upgraded firewall actually blocked everything. Everyone stared at the impregnable firewall, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The Shen family's old residence. Shen Jiqiu's cell phone rang. It was a call from Qin Yu, the special assistant. Hello, Qin Yu. President Shen, something terrible has happened. Just now, the company's official website was attacked by top overseas hackers. Shen Jiqiu's brows furrowed instantly. What was the result? We held on. Mr. Shen, you'd never guess that Xiaofan Technology. Qin Yu quickly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiqiu's expression turned completely cold. She hung up the phone, looked at Lin Fan, and briefly recounted how Zhao Ming had threatened her with overseas hackers last time. Now that Lin Fan knows her identity, there's nothing left to hide. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he murmured, "They dared to bully my wife, and I'll make them pay." After saying that, he went straight to the study. Shinji Chiu and Ouyang Dan exchanged a glance and followed. Inside the study, Lin Fan sat at a mahogany desk. He opened his laptop. The screen lit up, its pale blue light illuminating his focused and aloof profile. He didn't touch the mouse. Long, slender fingers landed directly on the keyboard. The next second, crackling and popping, a rapid, torrential sound of keyboard typing filled the quiet study. Shinji Chiu and Ouyang Dan were both stunned. All they saw was Lin Fan's hands moving across the keyboard, leaving a blur of afterimages. A black terminal window opened on the screen. Countless green lines of code scrolled down rapidly like a waterfall. The appearance and execution of each line of code are completed within milliseconds. Find the target IP. Scan ports. Bypass the outer defenses. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. The firewall on the official website of the Zhao Group, which had cost a fortune to build, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in front of Lin Fan. Sizzle. A soft sound. A hole was torn in the firewall. Lin Fan's fingers did not pause for a moment. He marched straight in, as if entering an empty field. 5 seconds later, he gained root access to the server. Root. At this moment, the entire official website of the Zhao Group held no secrets from him. He can easily delete all the data, rendering the entire website completely unusable. But he didn't do that. That's too brutal. What he wanted was to destroy people's spirit. He then brought up the official website's backend management page. Locate the homepage file. Index.html. He selected all the content inside. Then, I pressed the delete key. The entire page instantly went blank. The cold smile on Lin Fan's lips became even more pronounced. His fingers began to tap on the keyboard again. 7 characters. Finish typing. He pressed the enter key. Everything has settled down. He closed all the windows and shut down his computer. The whole process took less than a minute. He turned around and smiled at Shinji Chiu. Nailed it. Shinji Chiu was still in a state of great shock and had not yet come to her senses. Lin Fan picked up her phone and opened the browser. The official website address of the Zhao Group was entered. Click to jump. The next second, an incredibly simple yet incredibly stunning page appeared on the phone screen. A pure white background. Right in the center, it was a line of striking black zone typeface characters. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Put. Shinji Chiu could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. She looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This man always manages to surprise her. She lunged forward and planted a hard kiss on Lin Fan's face. Honey, you're so handsome. Ouyang Dan, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole thing. Looking at the young man in front of her who was smiling calmly, she felt a storm raging in her heart. This grandson-in-law. Just how many unknown skills does he still possess? Chapter 73 Mr. Zhao, here's a suggestion, go find Shofan Technology. Zhao Family Villa. Zhao Ming leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking out the window. Actually, he was waiting for a phone call. Waiting for Shinji Chiu to beg for mercy. He had even thought of the first thing he would say when the call connected. He wanted to enjoy the sound of her panicked voice. Enjoy her humble pleas. Presumably, Shin's group's official website is already engulfed in flames by now. Sudden. The phone vibrated on the table. A look of wild joy flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. It's here. They couldn't hold on that quickly? Ghost truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 hacker on the dark web. He picked up his phone. The smile on his face froze completely the moment he saw the caller ID. It wasn't Shinji Chiu's call? Zhao Ming's face darkened as he answered the phone. What is it? The secretary's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhao. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Our group's official website has been hacked. What? Zhao Ming suddenly stood up from the sofa. What did you say? The official website was hacked? What are those incompetent people in the tech department doing? A bunch of good-for-nothings. I spend tens of millions of dollars a year supporting them, and they can't even keep an eye on a website? The secretary on the other end of the phone was trembling with fear. Under immense pressure, she stammered her explanation. General Manager Zhao, this has nothing to do with the technical department. This attack was too bizarre. The other party is not human at all. He was like a ghost, breaking through all our defenses in an instant. The technical department is still doing everything they can to save it, but. Useless? Zhao Ming's voice was as cold as ice. Yes. We simply cannot regain control. The other party is still on our homepage, they left a message. Zhao Ming's breathing instantly became heavy. He hung up the phone and opened his laptop with trembling fingers. The official website address of the Zhao Group was entered. Press enter. Page redirection. There was only a blinding expanse of pure white. And, right in the center, there's a line of large characters written in black song typeface, like an epitaph. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Bang! Zhao Ming slammed his fist on the table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Shame! This is utter disgrace. He had just hired ghosts to attack the Shin Group. In the blink of an eye, his own stronghold was destroyed. This is absolutely no coincidence. Shen Jiqiu. It must be Shen Jiqiu's revenge. How dare this woman? Where did she find such a skilled person? Zhao Ming's chest heaved violently, and his eyes turned bloodshot with anger. He picked up another phone. The Shin family's old residence. The atmosphere in the study was just right. Shen Jiqiu looked at Lin Fan, her eyes overflowing with admiration and love. Yang Dan was all smiles, increasingly pleased with her grandson-in-law. Just then, Shen Jiqiu's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Caller ID, Zhao Ming. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes asking a question. Should I answer? Lin Fan smiled and whispered a few words in her ear. Shen Jiqiu's eyes widened further and further. At last, he burst out laughing. She extended her delicate finger and gently tapped Lin Fan's forehead. Honey, you're so naughty. Even so, her smile grew even brighter. She cleared her throat and composed herself. Then, calmly swiped to answer the call. Hello? The call had just been connected. Zhao Ming's voice, which was suppressing his overwhelming rage, erupted like a volcanic eruption. Shen Jiqiu. You did it, didn't you? Did you hire someone to hack the official website of my Zhao Group? You have some nerve. Let me tell you, through technical means, we have already identified the source of the attack as your Shin family. Shin Shiqi, this is a commercial crime. You're going to jail. A series of roars made people's ears ring. Shin Jiqiu didn't even frown. Are you trying to scam me? She held the phone a little further away, her tone calm, even carrying a hint of innocence and confusion. Mr. Zhao? What nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Zhao Ming was so angry at her feigned ignorance that he almost spat out blood. You're still pretending. Shin Jiqiu, don't think I have no evidence. Shin Jiqiu chuckled softly. Evidence? Mr. Zhao, if you have evidence, you shouldn't be calling me. You should hand the evidence over to the police directly. Or, have your lawyer send me a lawyer's letter. What's the point of yelling at me here? After saying that, she didn't wait for Zhao Ming to speak again. With a beep sound, hang up the phone immediately. Zhao family villa. Zhao Ming was stunned when he heard the busy tone coming from his phone. She just died like that? How dare she? An unprecedented sense of frustration swept over me. His carefully prepared questions and his self-righteous threats were nothing but a joke to the other party. It was like punching cotton. Powerless. Anger. There was also a trace of fear, which even he himself was unwilling to admit. Ah! Zhao Ming roared wildly, sweeping everything off the table. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The official website of the Zhao Group remains blank. Those 7 large black characters were like a resounding slap in the face of the entire Zhao Group. Everyone in the tech department is going crazy. The ace programmer's hair has turned into a chicken coop. The new intern looked at the screen, on the verge of tears. They tried everything. Restart the server. Roll back the backup. Change the IP address. They even physically disconnected from the external network in an attempt to perform internal repairs. But it didn't work. None of it worked. As soon as the server connects to the internet, that outrageously simple page will reappear immediately. It's as if the other party has made their home on their server. The ghost lingers. The entire group is in complete chaos. Inquiries from partners came one after another. Every minute the official website is down, the losses go beyond just money. It is also the reputation and credibility that the Zhao Group has built up over the years. He couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the Zhao Group will be finished. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, picked up his phone again, and dialed the number he hated to the core. The call was answered quickly. This time, Zhao Ming did not roar. Shinji Qiu. Name your terms. What do you want in return for your refusal to stop attacking my company? This is a trap. A language trap. If Shinji Qiu continues in his line of reasoning, it will be tantamount to admitting that she was the one who did it. Zhao Ming had already started recording. This was his final counterattack. However, Shinji Qiu on the other end of the phone seemed not to understand what he was saying at all. Her voice was filled with just the right amount of surprise. Mr. Zhao? What are you talking about? Disarm? I don't understand. Oh, right. She changed the subject. Are you still worried about the issues with your official website? Oh, this is so unfortunate. It's quite a coincidence. Our Shin Group's official website was also hacked some time ago. However, we are very lucky. We found a company called Xiofan Technology to help us with a comprehensive upgrade of our security architecture. The effect can be described as immediate. Look, there was another large-scale attack this morning, but what happened? They couldn't even break through our firewall. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Mr. Zhao, I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you give it a try? I believe that Xiofan Technology can definitely help you solve the problem. Shinji Qiu's voice was gentle and sincere. It was as if they were genuinely offering him advice. But every word, when it reached Zhao Ming's ears, turned into mockery. Xiofan Technology? Should he beg Lin Fan, the man he considers an ant? Chapter 74. No matter what method you use, go and beg Lin Fan. Shinji Qiu put down her phone, unable to hold back any longer. Put. She laughed out loud. Immediately following was an uncontrollable burst of laughter. I laughed so hard I almost cried. Zhao Ming must be furious right now. Xiofan Technology. Ha ha ha. Honey, you're so naughty. She laughed as she punched Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan just smiled calmly, letting her act as she pleased. Ouyang Dan, standing to the side, rolled her eyes at her granddaughter. His eyes were full of doting affection. All right, you've made enough of a scene and vented your anger. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Shinji Qiu stopped laughing, and his expression instantly switched back to that of the president of the Shin Group. She analyzed it in a very serious manner. Grandma, the issue now isn't how we're going to handle this. It's Zhao Ming. How is he going to handle this? Lin Fan's move directly put the name Xiofan Technology into the sights of the entire upper-class circle of Shanghai City. The Shin Group's impregnable firewall is the best advertisement. The 7 big characters on the Zhao Group's official website are its most prominent signboard. Now, everyone knows that there is a company called Xiofan Technology with unparalleled technology. Zhao Ming's only option is to come and beg Lin Fan. He had no other choice. Lin Fan nodded and added, "We cannot back down when dealing with someone like Zhao Ming. If you take a step back, he will take 10 steps forward. The only way is to beat him so badly that he's scared. Let him know that we are not pushovers that can be easily manipulated. Otherwise, he will never learn his lesson." After listening, Ouyang Dan's eyes shone with approval. They are courageous, resourceful, skillful, and have a strong moral compass. She was right about this grandson-in-law. Good. Since you all know what's going on, then I won't get involved in this matter. You young people, go for it. Another half-day passed. Night fell. The official website of the Zhao Group remains a stark white. The technical department was brightly lit. Despair and exhaustion were written on the faces of every employee. They have given up. This is not a confrontation on a technical level. This is the difference between gods and mortals. The Zhao family mansion, study. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it was about to freeze. Zhao Ming stood in front of the desk with his head down, not daring to even breathe loudly. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with gray hair, but who was in good spirits. Zhao Jingyuan, the pillar of the Zhao family. Waste. Zhao Jingyuan slammed a document in his hand onto Zhao Ming's face. I'm handing the company over to you, not so you can use the Zhao family's reputation as a stepping stone for others. The entire Deep Sea City is now laughing at our Zhao family. Are you satisfied? Zhao Ming trembled, but dared not refute. Grandpa, What do you mean, what? Zhao Jingyuan slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. I know the whole story. You hired hackers to attack the Shen family first, and then you were retaliated against. Trying to steal a chicken only resulted in losing the rice instead. Idiot. Zhao Ming lowered his head even further. Zhao Jingyuan's chest heaved violently, eventually turning into a long sigh. It's no use saying anything now that things have come to this. Now, immediately, go find that Lin Fan. No matter what method you use, whether you beg or kneel. He must restore the official website. Did you hear me? Zhao Ming suddenly looked up. Grandpa. You want me to beg that good for nothing? Impossible. Smack. Zhao Jingyuan delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Ming's face. Waste? Is someone who can manipulate our entire Zhao group like trash? I think you're the arrogant, ignorant good for nothing. I command you, go now. Zhao Ming covered his burning face. Humiliation. Anger. Unwilling to accept it. A mix of emotions churned within him. Should he beg Lin Fan? That Shen Jiqiu's husband, that pretty boy in his eyes? He can't do it. Sudden. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Lin Fan. Lu Ruyan. His eyes lit up instantly. Right. And her too. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. He took out his phone and dialed a number in front of Zhao Jingyuan. Lu Ruyan had just returned home. I received a call from Zhao Ming. She thought Zhao Ming wanted to invite her to a hotel room again. To be honest, Lu Ruyan now dislikes Zhao Ming very much. But the other party is, after all, the son of the Zhao group. I finally answered the phone. Ruyan, our public relations department is short of a manager. The annual salary is 1 million, plus project bonuses. Are you interested? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Ming dropped a bombshell. Lu Ruyan's mind went completely blank. Public relations manager of Zhao Group? Annual salary of 1 million? Happiness came so suddenly that she almost thought she was dreaming. That's the Zhao Group. The top-tier luxury family in Shanghai City. It's 100 times more glamorous than being a salesperson at a rundown 4S store under Shen Jiqiu's business empire. I'm interested. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Very good. Zhao Ming said calmly on the other end of the phone. However, this position is not easy to hold. I need to see your capabilities. Now, you have an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. Go to Qiufan Technology. Have Lin Fan find a way to restore our official website. If you handle this well, the position of public relations manager is yours. The ecstasy on Lu Ruyan's face froze instantly. Even if she were stupid, she would understand. This is hardly a recruitment drive. It's clearly taking advantage of me. Zhao Ming wanted to use her past relationship with Lin Fan as an intermediary. A feeling of humiliation welled up inside me. Why can't I ever get over Lin Fan's shadow after our divorce? But what could she do? Should I refuse? And then stay in this wretched place, watching Shen Jiqiu and Lin Fan being all lovey-dovey? No. She was not willing to accept it. As long as we can persuade Lin Fan, she can then soar to great heights and completely escape her current life. This risk is worth taking. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Good. I promise you. The next day, Lu Ruyan got up very early. She rummaged through her entire wardrobe and picked out the most expensive dress. She put on an exquisitely beautiful makeup look. She looked radiant and beautiful in the mirror. She wasn't going to see her ex-husband. It was her stepping stone to high society. Qiufan Technology. The company is located in the most bustling office building in the city center. When Lu Ruyan stood in front of that towering building, she felt a mix of emotions. She remembered that Lin Fan had mentioned before that his dream was to have his own office here. At the time, she just took it as a joke. Unexpected. Lin Fan really did it. Step into Qiufan Technology's office area. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. A spacious and bright office. A floor-to-ceiling window covering an entire wall. Employees in uniform sat at their workstations, the sound of keyboards clicking filling the air. On the wall hangs the 4 large, elegant metal characters, Qiufan Technology. This place is no longer the small workshop that once only had Chen Bin, Li Wei, and a few others. This is a burgeoning and thriving modern technology company. The one who created all of this was the man she had once despised and abandoned. An indescribable regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. If we hadn't gotten divorced. Now, the one standing here, surveying all of this as the mistress of the house, should be Lu Ruyan. She's the boss of this company. A girl dressed in a business suit, with a capable demeanor, walked over. It's the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? Lu Ruyan snapped out of her daze, composed herself, and forced out what she considered a proper smile. My name is Lu Ruyan, and I'm looking for Lin Fan. She subconsciously assumed that once she gave her name, the other person would immediately take her inside. However, the receptionist's professional smile remained unchanged. Ms. Lu, do you have an appointment? Reserve? Lu Ruyan's smile froze on her face. An indescribable pang of sorrow welled up in my nose. Once upon a time, that man was completely devoted to her and always at her beck and call. As long as she makes a phone call, no matter what Lin Fan is doing, he will rush to her side immediately. Now, I need to make an appointment just to see him? Between her and him, there was more than just distance. It is also an invisible high wall. Chapter 75, The Past Affection Between Husband and Wife? Lu Ruyan's smile froze. She felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. The subtle, almost imperceptible gazes of the surrounding employees felt like needles pricking her. Just when she was at a loss and in a dilemma, a familiar figure emerged from the depths of the office area. It's Han Tao. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. It was like grasping at a straw. Han Tao, she called out immediately. Han Tao looked over upon hearing the sound and paused for a moment. His eyes held a complex expression. They still came over. When the receptionist saw him, she immediately bowed respectfully. Manager Han. That cry of Manager Han was like an invisible slap across Lu Ruyan's face. She remembered that Han Tao used to be just a follower of Lin Fan. When they see me, they always bow and scrape, calling me sister-in-law more affectionately than anyone else. Now, he has actually become a supervisor. But I was left standing at the front desk, like a joke. I'll handle this. Han Tao nodded to the receptionist. Okay. The receptionist turned and returned to her post. Han Tao's gaze returned to Lu Ruyan. That gaze was calm and indifferent. You can leave now. President Lin is very busy and doesn't have time to see you. You're already divorced, there's no point in continuing this entanglement. Lu Ruyan said unhappily. Han Tao, what do you mean? Have you forgotten what you used to call me? Now that Lin Fan has become successful, you've also risen to prominence along with him, yet you won't even help me with this small favor? Her voice became shrill, with a hint of hysteria. Han Tao's brows furrowed even more deeply. I'm only advising you to leave because of our past relationship. Don't make things too ugly. Seeing that Han Tao was unyielding, Lu Ruyan knew that throwing a tantrum would be useless. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation and anger in her heart. I'm not here to bother Lin Fan. He is here on behalf of the Zhao Group to discuss serious business with him. The Zhao Group? Han Tao was stunned for a moment. Looking at Lu Ruyan's expression, he didn't think she was lying. He couldn't make that decision. Wait a moment. Han Tao hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked towards the innermost office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Han Tao pushed open the door and entered. Lin Fan was sitting in a large executive chair, looking at the data stream on his computer screen. What's up? President Lin, Lu Ruyan has arrived. Lin Fan paused for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Let her go. His tone was completely flat. It's as if they're talking about a complete stranger. She said. Han Tao hesitated for a moment. She came on behalf of the Zhao group. Lin Fan finally raised his head. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhao Ming? He actually sent Lu Ruyan? That's interesting. A playful smile curved at the corners of Lin Fan's lips. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Xiao Ming and Lu Ruyan could pull off when they got together. Let her in. And, Lin Fan added, you stay here too. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Tao understood that President Lin was afraid that Lu Ruyan might play some tricks. When Lu Ruyan followed Han Tao into the office, she was once again stunned. The office was bigger than she had imagined. A floor-to-ceiling window covering an entire wall. Outside the window lies the most bustling CBD in Shanghai City. Below, traffic flows like a river, and tall buildings stand tall. It was as if the entire city was being trampled underfoot. And that man sat right at the center of it all. He leaned back in a black leather executive chair, his well-tailored casual suit accentuating his tall and straight figure. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were deep. He exuded a calm yet powerful aura. Confident, composed, in control of everything. Is this still the same man who stayed at home, wearing an apron and cooking for her? Is this still the same man who would ride his electric scooter to pick her up from work, rain or shine? Lu Ruyan's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Pain. Regret. Endless regret overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. If she weren't so vain, so materialistic. Now, sitting in this office, enjoying all of this, is her. Speak your mind directly. The cold voice shattered her reverie. Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Lu Ruyan snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. She glanced at Han Tao beside her. Han Tao, please step out for a moment. Lin Fan and I have some private matters to discuss. Han Tao stood there expressionless, motionless. It was as if he hadn't heard her. He only listens to General Manager Lin. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale and then flushed. Lin Fan's patience was being rapidly exhausted. Leave without saying anything. Don't interfere with my work. He pointed to the door and unceremoniously told them to leave. These words completely ignited the suppressed humiliation in Lu Ruyan's heart. She could no longer control her emotions. Lin Fan. You weren't like this before. You used to be so obedient and patient with me, how can you treat me like this now? Her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. He laughed out of anger. Big sister. He stood up and slowly walked to Lu Ruyan. He looked down at her. You also know that was before? We are already divorced. Why should I have any patience with you? Who do you think you are? Every word was like a cold knife, piercing Lu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan stopped looking at her and turned to Han Tao. Han Tao. See a visitor out. Yes. Han Tao immediately stepped forward and made a please gesture. Ms. Lu, please. They were about to be kicked out, and the opportunity they had in their grasp was about to slip away. Lu Ruyan became anxious. She didn't care about saving face. Etc. I really have something important to do. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around, but instead gave Han Tao a wink. Han Tao understood and stepped aside. Lu Ruyan knew this was her last chance. She composed herself and tried to make her voice sound calm. Lin Fan, I am now the newly appointed public relations manager of Zhao's group. She deliberately emphasized the words public relations manager. It seems they want to use this to prove their current status and position. I am here on behalf of the Zhao group to request the assistance of Qiufan Technology. Lin Fan. For the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife. Could you please help the Zhao group restore their official website? As long as you. She hadn't finished speaking. Then you could see Lin Fan's shoulders twitching slightly. Immediately afterwards. Oh. A soft laugh escaped his lips. Then came the uncontrollable burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan turned around. He laughed so hard he bent over, tears welling up in his eyes. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. The bond of being husband and wife? He looked at Lu Ruyan's bewildered, confused, and humiliated face. I feel like I've never seen anyone with such thick skin in my entire life. Chapter 76, A Friendship Price, 10 million. Marital affection? Lin Fan repeated those 4 words softly, yet they struck Lu Ruyan's heart like a heavy hammer. When I gave up my guaranteed postgraduate admission to stay in Shenzhen with you, did you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? When I get up at 6 every morning to make you breakfast and cook for you after get off work at 10 at night, do you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? When your younger brother Lu Wei got into trouble and owed 200,000 yuan in gambling debts, and I used the down payment I had saved for a house to pay off his debts, did you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? Lin Fan approached step by step. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but back away. His gaze was like 2 sharp knives, threatening to tear her apart. You came to me for a PR manager position, trying to curry favor with your new boss, and now you want my help. Lu Ruyan. What right do you have? Where did you get the courage? You're bringing up marital affection with me? In my entire life, I, Lin Fan, have never seen anyone more shameless than you. Every word is piercing to the heart. Every word was like a knife. Lu Ruyan's face instantly drained of all color. Pale as paper. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Those past events she had deliberately forgotten were now brutally torn open by Lin Fan and laid bare in the sunlight. This will expose her completely. Standing to the side, Han Tao made no attempt to hide the disdain in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ruyan as if she were a pile of disgusting garbage. It turns out that General Manager Lin had suffered such injustice before. It turns out that this woman is so selfish and cold-hearted. The office was deathly silent. Lu Ruyan finally realized that she had become a complete joke today. But she can't leave. If she can't handle this, her dream manager position will be gone. She couldn't accept it. Absolutely not. After a brief struggle, she trampled her last shred of dignity under her own feet. Lin Fan. I was wrong, it was all my fault before. Please, for the sake of the past, help me this once. I promise, this is the last time. I will never bother you again. She tried to tug at Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan, however, took a sudden step back as if avoiding a plague. His eyes were filled with disgust. Your promise is worthless. Go back and tell Zhao Ming. If you want Xiofan technology to solve your problem, that's fine. Show sincerity. With the money in place, everything is negotiable. After saying that, he turned around and faced away from Lu Ruyan. Han Tao. See a visitor out. Han Tao immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ruyan. Ms. Lu, please. His attitude was even colder and harder than before. Lu Ruyan panicked completely and lost control of her emotions in an instant. Lin Fan. You can't do this to me. It took me a lot of effort to become the public relations manager of the Zhao Group. If I mess this up, Zhao Ming will definitely fire me. Can you bear to see me lose my job? Can you bear to see me with nowhere to turn? Lin Fan slowly turned around. A mocking smile played on his lips. You're unemployed, you're desperate. What does this have to do with me? Lu Ruyan, you only ever think about yourself. Your selfish nature is truly ingrained in your bones. Roll. Han Tao no longer held back. He grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm and pulled her outwards, half dragging and half pulling her. Let me go. Lin Fan. You bastard. Outside the glass door of Xiofan Technology, Lu Ruyan was pushed out by Han Tao without any mercy. She stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She looked back. Through that cold glass door, she could see the bright, spacious, and vibrant office area inside. And that man had already returned to his throne. Resolute and indifferent. Lu Ruyan was dejected and heartbroken. She couldn't understand it. The man who once doted on her and cherished her. How did things turn out like this so soon after the divorce? The Zhao Group. As Zhao Ming listened to Lu Ruyan's tearful complaints on the phone, his expression grew increasingly grim. Waste. You can't even handle this small matter, and you want to be the public relations manager? Dream on. He slammed down the phone. The official website has been down for more than 24 hours. Every minute represents a huge loss. Zhao Ming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He knew he had no choice. An hour later. Xiofan Technology, President's Office. Zhao Ming sat on the sofa opposite Lin Fan, his face ashen. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards and a secretary. Lin Fan leaned back leisurely in his office chair and said casually, "It is an honor to welcome Mr. Zhao. We are sorry for not greeting you sooner." Zhao Ming suppressed his anger. An honest person doesn't beat around the bush. Name your price. How can we restore our company's official website to normal? Lin Fan smiled. President Zhao is indeed a straightforward person. He held up one finger. Zhao Ming's pupils contracted slightly. 1 million? Lin Fan shook his head. 10 million. What? Zhao Ming jumped up from the sofa. Are you robbing me? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Zhao, you are mistaken. Just a few days ago, Shen's Group's servers were also attacked by overseas hackers. I helped them solve their problems, and I charged 10 million. The same applies to you. Of course, if Mr. Zhao thinks it's too expensive, he can always find someone else. He made a pleased gesture. The implication is that they won't see him off. Zhao Ming's chest heaved violently. The whole thing with the Shen Group was orchestrated by him. Lin Fan's words were clearly a blatant slap in his face. This is to vent Shen Jiqiu's anger. Zhao Ming was furious. But he had no other choice. The company's technical department is at a loss. The so-called experts invited from outside were equally at a loss. Time is money. The longer it drags on, the greater his losses will be. Good. Zhao Ming squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. 10 million it is. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. It's a pleasure to work with you. However, I have one more rule. Zhao Ming frowned. What rules? Pay first, then get the service done. To prevent some people from defaulting on their debts later. Lin Fan's gaze was meaningful. Zhao Ming's anger was reignited. Lin Fan, don't go too far. How can you expect to pay before the job is even done? Lin Fan shrugged, looking completely indifferent. This is my territory, and my word is law. If Mr. Zhao does not accept this, he may seek someone else. Zhao Ming stared intently at Lin Fan. I wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces. Lin Fan didn't care at all. He wanted to use his actions to warn Zhao Ming, if you dare to bully my wife, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. Transfer the money. Zhao Ming practically shouted. The secretary behind him quickly took out her phone and started operating it. Soon, Lin Fan's phone received a text message from the bank. 10 million yuan has arrived. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his clothes. Let's go, Han Tao. Let's go to the Zhao Group and take a look. Headquarters of the Zhao Group. Technical Department. The atmosphere in the entire department was oppressive. Dozens of technicians sat around rows of computers, looking worried. The sound of keyboards being typed rose and fell. However, the official website homepage remains a glaringly blank page. And that sarcastic saying, those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely perish. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zhao Ming walked in with a dark expression. Behind him were 2 young men. One of them was Lin Fan. All eyes in the technical department instantly turned to Lin Fan. There was curiosity, there was doubt, there was disdain. Him? So young? Where did the boss find this person? Is he reliable? Whispers arose from the crowd. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. Get out of my way. The technicians immediately made way for them. Lin Fan walked straight to the main control computer. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The next second, on the screen, countless lines of code flashed by like a waterfall. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for the human eye to perceive it. In the office, only the crisp sound of keyboard typing remained. Dense as raindrops. All the technicians stared wide-eyed. They couldn't even see what Lin Fan was typing. Those hands seemed to have come alive. On the keyboard, a dance of death unfolds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Despair. Lin Fan pressed the last enter key. The whole world fell silent. He stood up and clapped his hands. Done. Before anyone could react, the others realized what was happening. A young technician subconsciously refreshed the company's website. The next second, he let out a gasp. It's back. The official website is back to normal. The entire technical department was completely silent. Everyone was looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds. That solved a problem that dozens of them couldn't solve even after 24 hours. Is this something humans can do? Chapter 77. Should I get a Chiofan Technology membership? Sudden. In a corner of the crowd, a young technician muttered to himself. 30 seconds, unless he has the key himself. The sound was soft. In this absolutely quiet environment, it appears exceptionally clear. It instantly stirred up a huge wave. The eyes of all the technicians changed. Yes. Restoring a deeply compromised official website in 30 seconds is simply impossible. Unless, of course, this attack is not devastating. Rather, it's a kind of backdoor-style intrusion. The hacker did not destroy the core data. Instead, they created a hidden account with the highest privileges. Then used this account to lock the official website homepage. Lin Fan easily logged in using the key to this account. Then, delete the backdoor you left behind. The whole process was naturally incredibly fast. This inference is reasonable. It perfectly explains Lin Fan's incredible speed. This also upheld the dignity of these senior technical personnel. It's not that we're incompetent. The other party is cheating. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Lin Fan changed from awe to disdain and anger. Zhao Ming had already paid 10 million for 30 seconds of service. I feel like an idiot. Hearing the technician's discussion, the anger in his eyes almost burst forth. I see. He finally caught Lin Fan red-handed. Lin Fan. How dare you? They attacked my company's official website first, and then came to extort money from me. Commercial crime involving a huge sum of money. You're courting death. He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice sharp and stern. I'm calling the police right now, and you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. The air froze again. Everyone in the technical department held their breath, staring at Lin Fan. In their eyes, Lin Fan was finished. The suspect was caught red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable. However, Lin Fan's reaction, surprised everyone. He showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. Mr. Zhao, you need to provide evidence when you speak. You accuse me of attacking your official website. Where's the evidence? You accuse me of extortion, but we signed a technical service contract. It's in black and white. Zhao Ming was speechless. Evidence? He has absolutely no evidence. You. Lin Fan stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura, and said, Of course, if Mr. Zhao insists on suing me, I'm ready to oblige at any time. But let me remind you of something. If the Zhao family's official website crashes again next time, Mr. Zhao will have to pray for good luck. After all, there aren't many people who can solve your problems. A blatant threat. Everyone present understood. This is telling Zhao Ming, if you dare to mess with me today, I'll make sure your entire group's network completely collapses tomorrow. Zhao Ming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes seeming to want to devour him. But he dared not. He can't afford to gamble. Lin Fan's technical skills were terrifying. If we really anger him, the consequences will be unimaginable. How? Lin Fan smiled, a truly radiant smile. Has Mr. Zhao changed his mind? He walked up to Zhao Ming and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhao, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you a suggestion. Zhao Ming frowned. How about becoming an annual member of Chiofan Technology? What? Zhao Ming thought he had misheard. Lin Fan repeated, it only costs 5 million a year. Our Chiofan Technology will provide the Zhao Group with 24/7 cybersecurity protection. Ensure your official website and servers are up to date and functioning reliably throughout the year. Lin Fan patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder, as if he was thinking of him. Just think about it, they spent 10 million today alone. A membership costs only 5 million a year, isn't that a great deal? The office fell silent once again. All the technicians looked at Zhao Ming as if he were an idiot. 10 million at a time. Their boss just got ripped off in an epic way. Whispers began again. Zhao Ming's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He felt that every word Lin Fan said was like a loud slap across his face. He wished he could immediately order his bodyguards to hack Lin Fan to death. But he couldn't. All I could do was swallow my pride and bear it. Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction looking at Zhao Ming's frustrated expression, as if he wanted to kill someone but didn't dare to. Dare to touch Shen Jiqiu? This is what happens. He wants more than just money. They wanted to trample on Zhao Ming's dignity and rub it repeatedly under their feet. Mr. Zhao, what's your decision? Lin Fan asked with a smile. This is a rare opportunity. Once it's gone, it'll be gone forever. Zhao Ming squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. No. Oh dear, that's such a pity. Lin Fan shook his head with a regretful expression. He turned around, facing Han Tao, and deliberately raised his voice. Han Tao. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Tao immediately straightened his back. Pass down the notice, all company employees will have dinner together tonight. My treat. Thanks to General Manager Zhao, our company made another 10 million today. Yes. General Manager Lin is awesome. Han Tao shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. The coordination was flawless. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You're using my money to pay for your employees' benefits? And you even said it to my face? This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. However, Lin Fan's act of putting on airs didn't end there. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Jiqiu's number, deliberately putting it on speakerphone. Jiqiu, I just fixed the network outage for the Zhao Group. Mr. Zhao is very generous and paid me 10 million as a reward. We're having a company dinner tonight to celebrate, would you like to come? Really, honey? You're amazing. I'll definitely be there tonight. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Zhao Ming calmly, his eyes full of provocation. Zhao Ming was furious. Everyone in the Zhao Group knows that he is pursuing Shen Jiqiu. But Shen Jiqiu married Lin Fan, a good-for-nothing. Now Lin Fan is showing off in front of everyone. The woman that Zhao Ming couldn't handle has become Lin Fan's wife. This is even more painful than slapping Zhao Ming twice. This is absolutely outrageous. Lin Fan sneered, and led Han Tao away from the technical department amidst the complicated gazes of the technicians. Zhao Ming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He kicked over the desk next to him. Computer, documents, and keyboard were scattered all over the floor. Waste. A bunch of useless trash. He pointed at the room full of technicians and started cursing. Dozens of people were manipulated by one person. What use are you bunch of useless trash to me? Get out of here, all of you. The technicians were terrified, heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. The atmosphere in the entire technical department was extremely oppressive. Just then, a middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s and wore gold-rimmed glasses, walked out from the back of the crowd. He is Sun Qian, the technical director of the Zhao Group. Mr. Zhao, please calm down, Sun Qian said. When Zhao Ming saw him, his anger subsided slightly. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? I, Zhao Ming, have never been treated like this in my entire life. Sun Qian pushed up his glasses, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Although Lin Fan is arrogant, he also has a fatal weakness. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed. What weakness? His company is Qiufan Technology, Sun Qian said slowly. As far as I know, Qiufan Technology has just been established and is currently expanding its recruitment on a large scale. This is an opportunity. Zhao Ming understood instantly. You mean? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Sun Qian's mouth. We can send our people in to infiltrate. Once you get into his company and get involved in his core business, are you still afraid of not finding evidence against him? By then, with both witnesses and physical evidence, he won't be able to escape. Zhao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How come I didn't think of that? This is a vicious scheme to undermine our very foundation. Good. I'll leave this matter to you. Find a few reliable, technically skilled people to infiltrate my ranks. Money is not a problem. I have only one request. I want Lin Fan to rot in jail. Chapter 78 Mr. Lin is awesome. Night. Hanhai City, Grand Hyatt Hotel, Diamond Ballroom. Qiufan Technology's celebration banquet is being held here. Lin Fan booked the entire hall. The long buffet table was laden with delicacies from land and sea. The company's dozens of employees gathered in twos and threes, chatting excitedly. The main table. A woman was sitting next to Lin Fan. She wore a simple white dress, exuding a cool and aloof aura, and possessed an unparalleled beauty. It was Shinji Chio. She arrived early and sat there quietly. He didn't speak or look at anyone. She would only occasionally turn her head to glance at Lin Fan beside her. Even so, her innate powerful aura created a vacuum around the main table. The new employees began to whisper among themselves. Who is that beautiful woman? She has such a refined air about her. Could it be the landlady? Definitely, look at the way the boss looks at her. This was the first time these employees had met Shinjichi. Without exception, they were all stunned by her beauty and aura. Even his voice unconsciously lowered considerably. Han Tao, Chen Bin, Li Wei, and other veteran employees were also somewhat reserved. Lin Fan stood up. He raised his glass. The noisy hall fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him. Lin Fan said loudly, "Today is the first gathering for our new colleagues who have joined the company. I hereby announce that everyone's bonus will be doubled this month." The words had barely left his mouth. Oh! The entire banquet hall was instantly filled with cheers. Boss is awesome. Long live President Lin. Following Boss Lin means you'll get what you deserve. The employees were so excited that their faces turned red. Not long after I joined the company, the boss gave me a bonus. They felt they had chosen the right person to follow. Lin Fan smiled and gestured for everyone to be quiet. He turned around and gently took Shinjichio's hand. Also, let me introduce someone to you. All eyes in the room instantly turned to Shinjichio. Curiosity, amazement, envy. This is my wife. Shinjichio. A burst of good-natured laughter and applause rang out in the hall. Hello, boss lady. The proprietress is so beautiful. However, Lin Fan's next words froze everyone's smiles on their faces. At the same time, she is also the current president of the Shin Group. Dead silence. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The air seemed to have been sucked out at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped. They all had the same expression on their faces. Sluggish. It was as if a thunderbolt from the heavens had struck the top of his head. President of Shun's group? Which Shun group? In Shanghai City, there seems to be only the Shin group, right? The stunningly beautiful proprietress before me, is she the queen of that empire? That legendary, ruthless, beautiful, and intelligent Ice Queen CEO who wields power with lightning speed? Glug. Someone swallowed hard. I feel like my worldview is collapsing. In the crowd, Han Tao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. His mind was blank. Shinjichio, president of Shun's group. He finally understood why Chiofan Technology had so easily secured a 200 million yuan order from Shun's group. I see. Everything now has an answer. Chen Bin and Li Wei were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were personally recruited by Lin Fan from his old company. He thought he knew a lot about Lin Fan's past. But now, can anyone tell them what's going on? A man who was just dumped by his ex-wife suddenly becomes the husband of a female CEO worth hundreds of billions. This is fucking more fantastical than any online novel. The way all the employees looked at Lin Fan completely changed. What started as respect has turned into awe. Even fear. She could win the heart of the female president of the Shin Group. Just how terrifying are Mr. Lin's methods? They dared not even think about it. I didn't dare ask. Shinjichio sensed the changes around him. She looked up and rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. This guy. How come I never noticed before that he loved to show off so much? However, she didn't feel any aversion to it. On the contrary, it has a hint of sweetness. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the banquet hall reached another peak. I'd like to toast President Lin. President Lin, you are a role model for us, my idol. This sentence is like a switch. Moment. Everyone realized what was happening. President Lin, I salute you. Mr. Lin, you and your wife are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Flattery poured in like a tidal wave. A group of people rushed to the main table, eager to toast Lin Fan. The scene was comparable to a large-scale fan meeting. As for Shinji Chiu, no one dared to offer her a toast. Joke. That's the president of the Shin group. How dare a mortal disturb immortals and gods? They could only look up at this legendary figure from afar with the utmost reverence. The banquet has ended. Lin Fan got completely drunk. Only after being supported by Han Tao and Chen Bin on either side did they walk out of the hotel. Sister-in-law, I'm entrusting Mr. Lin to you. In the parking lot, Han Tao carefully helped Lin Fan into the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. His attitude towards Shinji Chiu was extremely respectful. Shinji Chiu nodded lightly. He started the car and sped away. Han Tao and the others were left standing in the night wind, looking at each other in silence for a long time. Everything that happened today has had a tremendous impact on them. Han Hai Tianxi. Shinji Chiu helped Lin Fan back to the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. Seeing his drunken state, she shook her head helplessly. He stepped forward and helped Lin Fan take off his coat, shirt, and pants. Then I went to the bathroom and got a hot towel. She carefully wiped his face and hands. The movements are gentle. At the same time, inside the presidential suite of another 5-star hotel, the air was filled with the mixed smell of tobacco and hormones. Zhao Ming leaned against the headboard, slowly smoking a cigar. The crimson flames flickered on his somber face. Lu Ruyan lay beside him, her body covered in ambiguous marks. Her eyes were somewhat vacant. Zhao Ming exhaled a smoke ring. You should organize a class reunion as soon as possible. Arrange to meet Lin Fan. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Why did you ask him out? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's lips. When the time comes, we'll find a way to add something to his drink. Then, take him to a hotel room. Lu Ruyan's pupils suddenly contracted. She instantly understood Zhao Ming's intention. You want me to? That's right. Zhao Ming stubbed out his cigar, turned his head, and pinched her chin. I want you to sleep with him. Record the whole process. Once we get the video, Shinji Chiu will never want him again. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. She knew Zhao Ming was using her. Treat her like the dirtiest tool. But she remembered the heartless words Lin Fan had said to her in the office. I remembered the disdainful looks the employees gave me when I was kicked out. She remembered Zhao Ming's promise to her. Public Relations Manager, Zhao Group. Annual salary of 1 million. The temptation is too great. It was big enough for her to abandon all her dignity and bottom line. As long as you get this done, the position of Public Relations Manager is still yours. Zhao Ming's voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in her ears. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes. A long time. She opened her eyes, and the struggle in them had vanished. Instead, there was a resolute determination. Okay, I agree. Chapter 79 Class Reunion. The next day. Early morning. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His memories of last night were somewhat hazy. I only remember being very happy and drinking a lot of alcohol. I have absolutely no recollection of how I got back. He propped himself up and sat up. There was a glass of warm water on the bedside table. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Lin Fan picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Chan Peng. His college roommate was also his best friend. Lin Fan pressed the answer button with some doubt. Hey, old Chen. On the other end of the phone, Chen Peng's hearty laughter came through. Old Lin, are you free this weekend? What's wrong? It's a class reunion. The class monitor gave a strict order this time, not a single one can be missing, you have to come. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. Class reunion. How distant those 4 words are. He has never participated in it even once in all the years since graduation. It's not that he didn't want to go. Previously, it was Lu Ruyan who wouldn't let him go. Lu Ruyan felt that he was doing too poorly, and it would be embarrassing for him to go there. She herself goes every year. Every time she came back, she would show off to him which classmate got a promotion or which classmate got a luxury car. His words were full of contempt and dissatisfaction. Old Lin? Are you still listening? Chen Peng's voice pulled Lin Fan back from his memories. Exist. Give me a straight answer, whether you're coming or not. Where is it located? Royal Hotel, Saturday evening at 6 p.m. Okay, I'll be there on time. Chen Peng on the other end of the phone was visibly taken aback. Damn, you're being really agreeable today? I used to call you 800 times and you wouldn't respond. Lin Fan smiled. The past is the past, the present is the present. He is no longer the Lin Fan he used to be. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan got up and got out of bed. Stepping out of the bedroom, a delicious aroma of food wafted in. On the restaurant table, there were a few simple breakfast items. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. Next to it, there was a sticky note. Honey, breakfast is on the table. I'm going to the office now, love, your wife. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Fan's heart. This female CEO is quite considerate. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Jiqi's number. The call was answered quickly. Hey, honey, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell? You're awake? My head hurts a little. I drank too much last night, sorry for making you take me home. It's okay, it's just a bit heavy. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. Thank you for breakfast, my dear wife. It was delicious. Eat it while it's hot. By the way, honey, I have something to tell you. My college classmates are having a party this weekend, and I'm planning to go. Okay. Aren't you going to ask who's here? Are there any female classmates? Lin Fan teased her on purpose. It's your decision. Go if you're happy. Shen Jiqi's tone remained calm. But Lin Fan sensed something different. It's about trust. Okay, my dear wife. I've had breakfast. You get back to work. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt incredibly relieved. Shen's group, president's office. Shen Jiqi put down her phone, a fleeting, almost imperceptible thought crossing her exquisite face. A class reunion? He recalled that the survey data showed that Lin Fan had never attended a class reunion after graduation. Why did they have to gather at this particular time of year? What a coincidence! She picked up the internal phone. Xinyu, come in for a moment. Soon, Xinyu, dressed in a business suit, pushed open the door and entered. President Shen. Go and check the details of Lin Fan's university reunion. Who are the organizers? Who are the participants? Is there anything unusual? Xinyu felt a chill run down her spine. Yes, Mr. Shen, I'll take care of it right away. On the other side. Inside a coffee shop. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone, her face beaming with undisguised elation. She had just learned this from her best friend from college. Lin Fan has agreed to attend the class reunion. She couldn't wait to dial Zhao Ming's number. How's it going? Zhao Ming's impatient voice came through. Lu Ruyan flattered. It's all taken care of. Lin Fan has agreed to attend the class reunion this weekend. Zhao Ming, on the other end of the phone, let out a cold laugh. Very good. Then we'll see how you perform. Remember, as long as you get things done, you'll be the public relations manager of my Zhao group. Before we knew it, it was Saturday evening. Hanhai Tianqi, underground parking garage. Shen Jiqi saw Lin Fan off to his car, and before leaving, he didn't forget to give him some instructions. Honey, drink less tonight, and remember to call a designated driver. Lin Fan turned his head, looked at her, and smiled gently. Don't worry, I promise I won't drink too much. Shen Jiqi watched the taillights of the departing car, took out his phone, and dialed Qinyu's number. He set off. Have you made all the arrangements on your end? A deep-sea city, the Royal Hotel. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly pulled up at the entrance. Its imposing appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Lin Fan parked the car and walked towards the hotel entrance. At the doorway, a familiar figure was peering out. It was Chen Peng. Old Lin. Over here. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chen Peng immediately waved excitedly. Lin Fan walked over with a smile and punched him. Sure, you've gained weight in the years I haven't seen you. Chen Peng patted his belly and laughed heartily. I can't help it, I just can't control my mouth. Just then, several classmates who were attending the party also came over. Their eyes, without prior arrangement, fell on the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Holy crap, A G-Wagon. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed in surprise. This car must cost 2 or 3 million, right? Chen Pang, do you know the car owner? Chen Pang was about to speak. Another man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face spoke up in a sarcastic tone. Isn't that Lin Fan? Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan? Who else could it be? It's that kid from our class. Moment. All eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Surprise, doubt, disdain. Lin Fan, you've struck it rich? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses and asked tentatively. Lin Fan remained calm and did not answer. He came today only to see his brother, Chen Pang. As for the others, he didn't care. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, the man with the pointed mouth and monkey-like face laughed even harder. What kind of fortune are you talking about? You don't know yet, do you? He divorced Lu Ruyan a long time ago. A spineless coward who got dumped by his wife can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? In my opinion, this car is probably rented. He would never come to gatherings before, but he came so readily this time, even driving a luxury car. Isn't he just trying to show off in front of us? How vain. These words were extremely harsh. The classmates around Lin Fan also began to look at him with amusement. Chen Pang's face instantly darkened. Ma Fei, watch your mouth. Old Lin is my brother. If you dare say another word, don't blame me for being impolite. Ma Fei shrank back, not daring to utter another word. Chen Pang grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Old Lin, don't bother with this kind of person, let's go inside. Lin Fan nodded. The group entered the reserved private room. The huge round dining table was already quite full. The men were dressed in suits and ties, and the women were dressed in their finest clothes. People gathered in twos and threes, engaging in lively discussions. They talked about the company, stocks, cars, and houses. When Lin Fan and Chen Pang walked in, several people noticed them. Isn't that Lin Fan? Why is he here? A woman covered her mouth in surprise. The person next to him glanced at him disdainfully. So what if they come? What's the big deal? A lowly laborer earns 10,000 yuan a month, which isn't even enough for me to buy a handbag. Shoo, keep your voice down, Lu Ruyan is here too. Chapter 80 Huang lied. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became somewhat awkward. Just then, a beautiful figure walked in gracefully. The newcomer wore a white Chanel dress from the latest collection, which accentuated her graceful figure. On her wrist was a classic Cartier bracelet, shimmering with subtle light under the lamp. The bag he was carrying was a Hermès Birkin bag. Her exquisite makeup made her look radiant. It was Lu Ruyan. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of most of the men in the private room. The previously noisy private room fell silent for a moment. Immediately following was a series of gasps. Holy crap, it's Lu Ruyan. Our class beauty back then. It's so beautiful, even more charming than when I was in school. Squad leader Su Chuan's eyes widened instantly. He stood up almost immediately and quickly went to meet her. Ruyan, you finally arrived. Everyone's been waiting for you for ages. Su Chuan's face was full of warm smiles as he eagerly pulled out the chair next to him. Come, sit here with me. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly at everyone, a smile that seemed to have a hook in it. Sorry to keep you all waiting. She didn't refuse and sat down next to Su Chuan. Su Chuan felt a fragrant breeze waft towards him, and he felt a little lightheaded. He immediately launched into a shower of compliments. Ruyan, you've become more and more beautiful. Your temperament has completely changed in the past few years. Compared to those big stars, they're just as good. By the way, I heard you divorced that good-for-nothing Lin Fan? Congratulations, you're finally free from this misery. Su Chuan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was loud enough for everyone at the table to hear clearly. Many people looked on with expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Lu Ruyan's smile remained unchanged as she calmly said, It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she truly didn't care at all. But out of the corner of his eye, he kept his gaze fixed on a certain corner. Lin Fan. He was talking to Chen Pang in a low voice. From the moment Lu Ruyan entered until now, Lin Fan hasn't even glanced in her direction. Lu Ruyan felt an inexplicable fire rising from the bottom of her heart. She dressed up specially today. All this was so that she could show Lin Fan her most perfect side. But what was the result? He completely ignored me. On what grounds? Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with resentment and malice. She agreed to Zhao Ming's plan. Revenge against Lin Fan and Shin Jiqiu was only one aspect of his actions. Deep down, she harbored another, even more complex plan. If things go smoothly, Zhao Ming might betray his promise to the public relations manager. Lin Fan is her backup plan. As long as you can have a relationship with Lin Fan and film it, the initiative will be in your own hands. Lin Fan is no longer the useless coward he once was. He owns his own company and drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. By all accounts, he's a small business owner. If Lu Ruyan could reconcile with Lin Fan, it would be a good option for her. Just then, Su Chuan, standing to the side, seemed to want to continue to curry favor with Lu Ruyan while simultaneously putting Lin Fan down. He deliberately raised his voice and asked with a curious expression. By the way, Ruyan, Ma Fei just said that Lin Fan drove over in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Really? Su Chuan's original intention was to use Lu Ruyan's words to expose Lin Fan's pretentious act of renting a car. In his view, Lu Ruyan would definitely ridicule Lin Fan mercilessly. However, his words, were like the sharpest thorn, piercing deep into Lu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan only became successful after divorcing her. This fact was like a resounding slap across Lu Ruyan's face. It constantly reminded her how terribly wrong her choice was. The smile on Lu Ruyan's face froze instantly. Instead, there was an undeniable gloom. Su Chuan also realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected that his attempt to flatter had backfired. For a moment, I was at a loss. Fine. A scantily clad female classmate nearby promptly intervened to defuse the situation. She curled her lip in disdain, her voice shrill. Squad leader Su, you think too highly of Lin Fan, don't you? A Mercedes G-Class? Can he even afford that? That car must be rented. It only costs about 1,000 yuan a day. Who can't afford to rent one if they grit their teeth? It's just to make a good impression at the class reunion, that pathetic vanity of men, huh? These words immediately garnered the support of many people. Exactly, they're just putting on a brave face. He never came to the gatherings for so many years, but he came this year, and even rented a luxury car. His intentions are obvious to everyone. Poor thing, you got dumped by Ruyan, you must be feeling really hurt. A torrent of ridicule and mockery surged toward Lin Fan. Shin Peng was so angry that his face turned red, and he slammed his hand on the table, about to stand up. But Lin Fan held him down with one hand. Lin Fan shook his head at him, his face still showing that calm and indifferent expression. He couldn't even be bothered to offer a single explanation. For him now, the opinions of these people are no longer of any importance. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Arguing with them will only lower your own standards. Almost everyone had arrived. Su Chuan cleared his throat, stood up, raised his glass, and prepared to say a few opening remarks. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A middle-aged man, dressed in a sharp suit and with his hair neatly combed, walked in. The man wore a nameplate pinned to his chest. Huan Lide, general manager of Royal Hotel. The private room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. The hotel's general manager? How did he end up here? Su Chuan's henchman, Ma Fei, paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said to Su Chuan with a fawning expression. Squad leader, Manager Huan wouldn't be here to see you, would he? I've heard that the Royal Hotel has a powerful background, and the general manager rarely sees guests. For him to personally come and offer a toast, the squad leader must have a lot of influence. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan was also filled with surprise and doubt. But then he thought about it again and realized that among all the people present, it seemed that only his family background could earn the hotel general manager's respect. After all, his father's company also had some business dealings with the Royal Hotel. Thinking of this, Su Chuan straightened his back instantly. A strong sense of superiority arose spontaneously. He felt this was the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities in front of Lu Ruyan. Maybe we can open the clam tonight. Su Chuan immediately stood up, wearing what he considered to be the most perfect smile, and extended his hand. Manager Huang, hello. What brings you here? However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Hotel General Manager Huan Lide acted as if he hadn't even seen Su Chuan's outstretched hand. He walked straight past Su Chuan without looking to the side. Su Chuan stretched out his hand, then froze on the spot. The smile on his face froze instantly. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Huang Lide. He walked through the crowd and went to the most inconspicuous corner of the private room. They stopped in front of Lin Fan's desk. Then, under the gaze of dozens of shocked, bewildered, and incredulous eyes, Huang Lide bowed respectfully to Lin Fan at an almost 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin, your presence is a great honor to my humble inn, and I am deeply flattered. Chapter 81. What exactly is Lin Fan's identity? The entire room fell silent. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Huang Lide. The air seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. He searched his memory and confirmed that he had never seen this manager Huang before. But since the other party had adopted such a humble attitude, he naturally couldn't be impolite. Lin Fan stood up and offered a slight gesture of support. Manager Huang, you're too kind. Of course, Huang Lide quickly replied. This scene completely shattered the understanding of everyone in the private room. Su Chuan's outstretched hand remained frozen in midair, his facial muscles twitching, his expression shifting from astonishment to bewilderment, and finally settling into a deathly gray. Ma Fei opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Those men and women who were just mocking Lin Fan for renting a car to show off their wealth were now like ducks with their necks being choked, unable to utter a sound. Their faces stung with pain. That's a slap in the face. This is the most direct, ruthless, and merciless slap in the face. In the corner, a student lowered his voice and said, "Could this be a plant hired by Lin Fan?" Before he could finish speaking, someone nearby immediately retorted coldly, "Tuo? Are you blind?" That's Huang Lide, the general manager of the Royal Hotel. They're worth hundreds of millions and have the backing of top forces in Shenzhen City. You try hiring one, you son of a bitch? The student immediately shut up, his face turning deathly pale. Yes. Who could possibly hire someone like that as a shill? Lu Ruyan's fingers, gripping the wineglass, were white at the knuckles. She stared intently at Lin Fan's calm face, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. It must be Shinji Cho. Besides that woman, who else in the entire deep-sea city has such influence? An indescribable sense of regret and jealousy gnawed at her heart. Why should Shinji Cho take a liking to someone he despises? Huang Lide ignored the reactions of the crowd. He personally poured Lin Fan a full glass of wine. "Mr. Lin, let me toast you." He drank it all in one gulp. Then came the second cup. "Mr. Lin, I wish you all the best." The third cup. "Mr. Lin, please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future." He toasted 3 times in a row, and not a drop was left. After doing all this, he turned around and gave the others in the private room a professional smile. "You are Mr. Lin's friends, and therefore our distinguished guests at the Royal Hotel. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks tonight. All expenses will be on my tab." After saying that, he bowed slightly to Lin Fan again, then turned around and left the private room decisively. The door was closed. After several minutes of deathly silence, the private room erupted in chaos. "Holy crap! Lin Fan! What's going on with you? Do you know Manager Huang? What do you do now?" The classmates who had previously looked down on Lin Fan now surrounded him like sharks smelling blood. Especially a few unmarried female classmates who were fairly attractive, their eyes were even more blatant. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with undisguised heat and desire. That look in his eyes seemed to want to devour him alive. If eyes could speak, they would surely say, "I don't want to try anymore." Chen Peng stood in front of Lin Fan, his face full of pride and honor. Lin Fan looked at the enthusiastic, fawning, and curious faces in front of him, but his expression remained calm. He shook his head and said, "I don't know him." "Ah?" The noisy private room fell into an eerie silence once again. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. "Don't you recognize me? How is that possible? If you don't know them, why would the general manager come over to bow to you, offer you a toast, and give you a free meal? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Immediately, some people thought that Lin Fan was just showing off. They deliberately pretended not to know him to make themselves seem more important and mysterious. But looking into Lin Fan's honest eyes, they didn't think he was lying. At that moment, a self-important male classmate suddenly slapped his thigh. "I understand. With a "there's only one truth" expression, he loudly analyzed. Manager Huang must have mistaken someone for someone else. Maybe they mistook Lin Fan for some important figure? This explanation, though full of holes, gave everyone a way out. Right. That must be it. Even if the possibility of a hotel general manager mistaking someone is small, it's still much greater than the possibility that Lin Fan is a hidden big shot. Everyone agreed, as if they had found the most reasonable explanation. Sometimes, people are only willing to believe their own understanding, and the truth doesn't matter. Only Lu Ruyan sneered inwardly. Mistaken identity? A bunch of idiots. However, she didn't say it out loud. If we say it outright, wouldn't that make Lin Fan seem even more unapproachable? Su Chuan's face was extremely pale. He felt like a clown. From beginning to end, he was the butt of everyone's jokes. He abruptly picked up his wineglass, forcefully changing the subject. Come on. Stop talking. Let's drink. We won't leave until we're drunk. Ma Fei immediately understood and raised his glass in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Let's drink. Wishing our squad leader a great career advancement. The awkward atmosphere was finally temporarily relieved by the alcohol. Inside the private room, the boisterous atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts returned once more. However, no one dared to provoke Lin Fan anymore. Lu Ruyan's gaze swept across the crowd. She gave her best friend, Gong Sun Yu, a meaningful look. Gong Sun Yu understood immediately and nodded slightly. She put down her chopsticks, picked up a full glass of red wine, and stood up. Gong Sun Yu is tall and slender, and her long legs are particularly eye-catching under her short skirt. With an oval face and big eyes, she may not be as stunning as Lu Ruyan, but she is still a rare beauty. With a perfectly timed smile on her face, she moved gracefully through the crowd. Her goal was very clear. Lin Fan. All eyes in the private room were once again drawn to it. Gong Sun Yu then stood before Lin Fan amidst the attention of everyone present. A scent of perfume wafted over. Lin Fan, it's been a long time. We never expected you to be so amazing now. All of us old classmates are so happy for you. Lin Fan glanced at her, his expression unchanged. Thanks. He picked up his wineglass, clinked it with Gong Sun Yu's, and drank it all in one gulp. Gong Sun Yu picked up another bottle of red wine she had brought and filled Lin Fan's and her own glasses again. One cup isn't enough. Back when we were in school, I never had the chance to have a proper drink with you. Today, I must toast you again. That's a bit ambiguous. Immediately, some people started to jeer. Oh my! What does the beautiful Gong Sun mean by this? Why are you fixated on Lin Fan? Could it be that she's taken a liking to our Lin Fan? A beautiful blush appeared on Gong Sun Yu's cheeks. She gave the jeering people a coy, glaring look. Then, she turned her head and stared straight at Lin Fan with her big, watery eyes. So what if you like it? Lin Fan is currently single. I'm single too. Is there any reason why not? Normally, if a woman takes such initiative, most men will accept it. The saying goes, if you can't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool. But Lin Fan immediately said, everyone, don't joke around, I already have a wife. Chapter 82 Schemes. These words caused an uproar in the audience. After a moment of silence, bursts of laughter erupted. Lin Fan, shouldn't you at least think before you brag? You've only been divorced from Lu Ruyan for a few days? Found someone else so quickly? Could it be some country girl? Mocking voices rose and fell. Nobody believed it. Even Chen Peng came over and lowered his voice. Old Lin, is that just an excuse you're making up? In his view, Lin Fan was deeply hurt by his recent divorce, so it was reasonable for him to reject Gong Sun Yu's advances in this way. Lin Fan did not explain. His marriage doesn't need to prove anything to this group of people. Gong Sun Yu's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Her eyes sparkled with allure. Whether you have a wife or not, you must drink this glass of wine. Let's take this as a wish for our old classmates' friendship to last forever. Having said all that, refusing now would seem petty. Lin Fan didn't want to get entangled in such a boring matter. He picked up his wineglass and clinked it against Gong Sun Yu's. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Gong Sun Yu watched him drink it, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I did it too. After saying that, she tilted her snow-white neck back and drank the red wine in her glass until not a drop was left. In the corner, Lu Ruyan held a wineglass, gently swirling the scarlet liquid. A cold, smug smile curled at the corners of her lips. The plan has begun. Lin Fan put down his wineglass and sat back down. Not long after, he sensed that something was wrong. A sudden heat rose from my lower abdomen. Like a ball of fire, it quickly spread to every part of the body. My vision started to blur slightly. The noise from the surrounding classmates seemed distant, as if it were coming through a layer of frosted glass. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately realized that there was something wrong with the drink he had just had. He suddenly looked at Gong Sun Yu. The other person was chatting and laughing with several female classmates. Seemingly noticing his gaze, she even gave him a flirty wink. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging desire within him. He must leave here immediately. I'm going to the restroom. He said something to Chen Peng next to him, and then suddenly stood up. The movement was a bit hasty, and it knocked over the chair. Old Lin, are you all right? Chen Peng quickly helped him up. It's nothing, I just drank a bit too much. Lin Fan pushed his hand away and walked towards the door of the private room. With each step he took, he felt the fire within him grow stronger. The fresh air in the corridor made him feel a little more awake. He leaned against the wall and found his way to the restroom. He turned on the tap, and the icy water hit his face. He was breathing heavily, trying to lower his body temperature in this way. It's useless. The fire inside my body burned ever brighter. His skin was flushed and abnormally. His eyes were bloodshot. Consciousness is being eroded little by little. Lin Fan shook his head and forced himself to walk out of the restroom. Just as he stepped out the door, a figure blocked his way. It was Lu Ruyan. She pulled her neckline down very low. You can see that bottomless ravine without bending over. The air was filled with the rich scent of her perfume, which mixed with alcohol to create an aphrodisiac allure. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Have you had too much to drink? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Ruyan reached out her hand, wanting to help Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and shoved her away. Roll! Lu Ruyan stumbled from his push and bumped into the wall, but showed no anger whatsoever. Seeing Lin Fan's flushed face and heavy breathing, she smiled even more smugly. Why are you being so fierce? We've been husband and wife for a time, can't I even show you some concern? Lin Fan ignored her. He leaned against the wall and moved forward with difficulty. Every step felt like walking on cotton. The energy in my body is being rapidly drained. After taking only a few steps, his legs gave way, and his body slid down uncontrollably. A glint of triumph flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She gave a wink to someone in the shadows of the corridor. Two bodyguards in black suits immediately emerged from the shadows. They held Lin Fan's arms from both sides. Lin Fan tried to struggle, but found that he had no strength left in his body. What are you going to do? Lu Ruyan walked up to him, extended her finger painted with red nail polish, and gently stroked his cheek. I'll take you somewhere to rest properly. Inside the room upstairs, Lin Fan was thrown onto the big bed. Lu Ruyan locked the door from the inside. She looked at the man on the bed, his face flushed, his eyes glazed, and him breathing heavily, and a sickly excitement appeared on her face. She took her phone out of her bag, found the right angle, and propped it up on the bedside table. The recording function is enabled. After doing all this, she slowly walked towards the large bed. Lin Fan, look at yourself now. Like a dog in heat. Does Shinji Chiu know you're like this? The dignified female president of the Shin Group, her man is now begging for pleasure under another woman. What do you think her expression would be if she saw this video? A beast-like growl escaped Lin Fan's throat. The effects of the medicine in my body have fully manifested. My body is like a boiler about to explode, desperately needing an outlet. Lu Ruyan was very satisfied with his reaction. She reached out and began to unzip the back of her skirt. Didn't you used to ignore me? Didn't you forget about your ex-wife now that you have Shinji Chiu? Today I'm going to show you who the woman who understands your body best is. A strong woman like Shinji Chiu must be like a dead fish in bed, right? Can she satisfy you? The long black dress slid down her smooth skin to the ground. Soon, all that was left was the set of lace lingerie she was wearing. The fabric was pitifully little, barely enough to cover her proud spring scenery. She climbed onto the bed and knelt beside Lin Fan. Warm breaths sprayed into Lin Fan's ear. Are you feeling unwell? Beg me. Beg me, and I'll help you. Her fingers began to wander restlessly over Lin Fan's burning chest. They ignited clusters of even hotter flames. Lin Fan's rationality was on the verge of collapse. His body was completely dominated by instinct. Just as Lu Ruyan's hand was about to reach further down. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy hotel room door was violently kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed in. Snap! 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 The sound of camera shutters filled the air, clearly capturing this sensual scene on the bed. The smugness and desire on Lu Ruyan's face froze instantly. She screamed and instinctively grabbed the blanket, covering her chest. Who are you? Get out! Behind the flashing lights, the crowd automatically parted to make way. A figure slowly walked in. Shinji Chiu. Her face was like ice, and her eyes were as cold as the Siberian cold front. Behind her stood Xinyu, whose expression was equally cold. Xinyu was so angry when she saw the scene on the bed that she trembled all over. She rushed forward in one stride. Smack! A loud slap landed hard on Lu Ruyan's face. Slap! 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 Several more slaps followed. You shameless slut! How dare you drug Mr. Lin? Xinyu's voice was filled with boundless rage. Lu Ruyan's cheeks quickly swelled up, blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, and she was completely stunned by the beating. Shinji Chiu never once looked at Lu Ruyan. Her gaze fell on the man struggling in pain on the bed. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by a hand. Drag him out. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and, ignoring Lu Ruyan's struggles, dragged her out of the room, dressed only in her underwear, like a dead dog. The door was closed again. Shinji Chiu walked to the bedside, looking at Lin Fan's pained and contorted face, and listening to his suppressed breathing. A pang of heartache flashed in her eyes as she murmured. Honey, I'm here. You don't have to endure this so much. Chapter 83. Making a mistake comes at a price. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Fan's consciousness gradually returned. The room was brightly lit but not glaringly so. He saw Shinji Chiu beside him. She lay quietly, her hair disheveled and clinging to her slightly damp forehead. An unnatural blush still lingered on her fair skin. Lin Fan felt as if he had been stabbed hard by a needle. He turned his head again and looked at himself. The two were completely naked. The bed sheets were a mess. That was close. Only these two words remained in Lin Fan's mind. If Shinji Chiu hadn't arrived in time. If it were Lu Ruyan lying here. The consequences would be unimaginable. His marriage and his newly begun life will be completely destroyed. He looked at Shinji Chiu, his throat dry. I'm sorry, Ji Chiu. I was too careless. I was almost tricked by Lu Ruyan. I never expected Lu Ruyan to be so despicable. She actually conspired with Gong Sun Yu to poison the wine. If it had been Lu Ruyan who offered the toast, Lin Fan would have been more wary. It just so happens to be Gong Sun Yu. An old classmate, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, offered a toast with great enthusiasm. He didn't want to appear stingy in that situation, so he drank it. As a result, they fell into the trap. Thinking about it now still gives me chills. Shinji Chiu sat up and pulled the blanket over her body. She reached out and gently stroked Lin Fan's cheek. Honey, it's not your fault. Lu Ruyan's purpose in doing this is definitely to separate us. I guess it was Zhao Ming's idea. You are actually a victim as well. Besides, we are husband and wife. When we encounter difficulties, we should help each other and grow old together. Hearing this, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. I was deeply moved. I really don't know how many good deeds I must have done in my past life to have met such a wonderful wife in this life. He pulled Shinji Chiu into his arms, kissed her hair, and murmured. Honey, I'm never going to any more of those stupid class reunions. Lin Fan had never participated before and felt it was a pity. I attended this class reunion, only to find that it was completely pointless. Besides showing off, comparing themselves to others, and belittling each other, those people. There was absolutely no sense of camaraderie among classmates. Time has changed many things. The pure friendships that once existed among classmates have long been diluted by reality. If you really want to have a get-together, it's better to invite a few close friends separately. Shinjichio smiled and said, "Whatever decision you make, I will support you." Lin Fan nodded and lowered his head to kiss Shinjichio's lips. The two lingered for a while longer, and Shinjichio said, "Get dressed. Some things need to be resolved." The two got dressed. The room seemed to still linger with an atmosphere of ambiguity and madness. But their expressions were as cold as ice. Shinjichio took out his phone and dialed Chin Yu's number. "Bring the person over here." Only one word came from the other end of the phone. "Yes. Soon." There was a knock on the door. Chin Yu pushed open the door and entered, followed by two tall bodyguards. The bodyguard was holding a woman hostage. Gong Sun Yu. Her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was ruined from crying. He was in a terrible state. The bodyguard released his grip, and Gong Sun Yu's legs went weak, causing her to kneel on the ground. She looked up and saw Lin Fan and Shinjichio in the room. Both were fully clothed, but their expressions were indifferent. Especially Shinjichio. Those eyes were like poison ice blades, making her tremble all over. When Gong Sun Yu learned that Lin Fan really had a wife, who was also the female president of the Shin Group, she was terrified. There was no need for Lin Fan to question him at all. She knelt directly in front of the two of them and said, "Lin Fan, I was wrong. It was Lu Ruyan who made me do it." She knelt on the ground, crawled forward a few steps on her hands and feet, and explained incoherently. "She said she still loves you and wants to get back together with you. She said you were just temporarily infatuated with another woman, and that you still have feelings for her. She asked me to help her by adding something to the drink to create an opportunity. I really didn't know that the drug was so potent. I thought it was just a regular aphrodisiac. I really never intended to harm you, Lin Fan. We're old classmates." Gong Sun Yu wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. They shifted all the blame onto Lu Ruyan. Shinjichio listened expressionlessly. She turned to Lin Fan and asked, "Honey, what are you planning to do with her?" The decision-making power was handed over to Lin Fan. Gong Sun Yu immediately turned to Lin Fan with pleading eyes. "Lin Fan, please let me go. For the sake of our old classmate relationship, please forgive me this time. I'll never do it again." Lin Fan looked at her. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Classmate? When he was at his lowest point, did these classmates ever show him even a shred of sympathy? All that remained was endless ridicule and mockery. Now that something's happened, they're suddenly thinking about our classmate relationship. "Let the police handle it," Lin Fan said calmly. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck Gong Sun Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Shinjichio nodded. Good. This result was within her expectations. Gong Sun Yu was utterly desperate. She lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Fan's leg. "No. Lin Fan. Don't call the police. I don't want to go to jail, my life can't be stained." The bodyguard reacted quickly and stopped her. "Lin Fan. Please, for the sake of our past as classmates, let me go." Lin Fan looked at her coldly and asked in return, "When you drugged me, did you ever think of our friendship as classmates? If today, I really did have something happen between me and Lu Ruyan, what about my reputation, my family, my wife? What am I going to do? Gong Sun Yu, you are an adult. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price." Every word Lin Fan said was like a knife, piercing Gong Sun Yu's heart. She collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. "Drag it down." Shinjichio gave the order in a cold voice. The bodyguards immediately grabbed Gong Sun Yu and dragged her out of the room like a dead dog. Along with Lu Ruyan in the next room, she was being watched closely. And that bottle of red wine that had been drugged and was still mostly empty. Physical evidence and witness testimony. All of them are complete. They were all taken to the police station together. Police station. Lin Fan and Shinjichio finished giving their statements. Throughout the entire process, the Shin Group's top legal team accompanied them. Lin Fan believed that the evidence was conclusive this time. Lu Ruyan and Gong Sun Yu will be sentenced to at least several years in prison. Lu Ruyan, in particular, is the mastermind and her crime is compounded. However, things took an unexpected turn. In the interrogation room, Lu Ruyan changed her previous arrogance. She was tearful and pitiful. When questioned by the police, she insisted on her story. I admit that I asked Gongsun Yu to put the drug in the wine. But I don't want to harm Lin Fan. I am Lin Fan's ex-wife. We have a very deep emotional foundation. I just want to win him back. I love him so much, I can't live without him. Everything I've done is because of love. If a retrial is not possible under Chapter 84, then a civil lawsuit will be pursued. Outside the door, Lin Fan and Shin Jiqiu stood side by side. Hearing the sounds inside, they couldn't help but admire Lu Ruyan's thick skin. She could actually say such shameless things. Fang Jian, the chief lawyer of the Shin Group, walked over. He was in his 40s, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a meticulous expression. Mr. Shun, Mr. Lin. I have a basic understanding of the situation. From a legal perspective, Lu Ruyan's actions constitute preparation for the crime of intentional injury and preparation for the crime of forced indecent assault. With both witnesses and physical evidence, conviction is not difficult. Fang Jian spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. But then he changed the subject. But her previous marital relationship with Mr. Lin will be a variable. The opposing lawyer will definitely seize on this point and steer the criminal case toward a relationship dispute. She will argue that she was just confused for a moment and that her goal was to save the marriage, not to intentionally cause harm. Shin Jiqiu's eyes turned cold. You mean she might not receive a severe sentence? Fang Jian nodded, adjusted his glasses, and said, Yes, Mr. Shen. When sentencing, judges will take into account the social relationships between the parties. With her, because of love rhetoric, it's easy for her to gain sympathy. The most likely outcome is a short-term detention, or a suspended sentence. Detention. Probation. Is it really that simple? An elaborate conspiracy. It almost ruined her husband and her marriage. In the end, is this just a meaningless and insignificant result? Shin Jiqiu was unwilling to accept this. Fang Jian saw through her thoughts and continued. And there's another problem. Once this matter enters the public prosecution process, it will be made public. How will the media write it? Newlywed CEO of Shin's Group narrowly escapes being drugged and assaulted by his ex-wife? This kind of headline will have an immeasurable negative impact on your reputation and that of the Shin Group. Your competitors will definitely not let this opportunity pass them by. Shin Jiqiu nodded. Fang Jian is right. She is not only Lin Fan's wife, but also the head of the Shin Group. Her every move is tied to a group with a market value of hundreds of billions. It's not worth dragging the entire group down just to punish Lu Ruyan. Are we just going to let her go like this? Shin Jiqiu couldn't do it. Lin Fan felt a pang of heartache when he saw Shin Jiqiu's tightly furrowed brows. He stepped forward and took her hand. Jiqiu, don't be troubled. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Shin Jiqiu raised her head and looked into Lin Fan's eyes. Her heart calmed down a little. Observing the interaction between the two, Fang Jian offered his own solution at the opportune moment. Mr. Shun, Mr. Lin. Actually, we have another option. What Lu Ruyan fears most now is going to jail and having a criminal record. Therefore, she will definitely try her best to seek reconciliation with Mr. Lin. That is, to have Mr. Lin sign a letter of criminal forgiveness. With this letter of understanding, the prosecutor's office will most likely decide not to prosecute. Lin Fan frowned. You mean, let her go? No. A glint of light flashed behind Fang Jian's glasses. On the contrary. This is our biggest bargaining chip. We can avoid criminal proceedings, but we must go through civil proceedings. We can file a civil lawsuit against her regarding this matter. The grounds for the lawsuit are, her actions caused Mr. Lin enormous emotional distress and seriously threatened and attempted to destroy your marital relationship. We can propose an exorbitant amount in civil compensation that she cannot afford but must grit her teeth and accept. Make her pay for her actions with money. Let her live in the shadow of debt for the rest of her life. This is much more painful than letting her spend several months in jail. Fang Jian's voice was calm and cruel. This is the most effective way to deal with someone like Lu Ruyan. Shin Jiqiu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lin Fan, seeking his opinion. Honey, what do you think? Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. Do as Attorney Fang says. Sending her to jail would be too lenient on her. Make her pay a price she can't afford. Shin Jiqiu nodded. She turned to Fang Jian and said, Let's do it this way. We need to ask for the highest possible compensation. I want her to know that there are some people she can never afford to mess with. Yes, Mr. Shen. Fan Jian accepted the order and turned to handle the follow-up matters. On the way back to Hanhai Tianxi, the car was quiet. Xin Yu focused on driving. In the back seat, Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu sat quietly. From the moment he got on the bus, Lin Fan kept looking out the window. The city's neon lights receded rapidly. It's like a dream, shimmering with light and color. If it weren't for Shen Jiqiu, he would probably be in hell right now. He turned his head and looked at Shen Jiqiu beside him. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes closed, a hint of weariness in her expression. Jiqiu, Lin Fan said softly. Shen Jiqiu opened her eyes. How did you manage to show up so quickly? This was the question Lin Fan had been wanting to ask. Shen Jiqiu looked at him without hiding anything. I felt something was off from the moment you told me you were going to a class reunion. In particular, Lu Ruyan will also be there. So I asked Xin Yu to investigate the organizers of this gathering, as well as the backgrounds of all the participants. It was discovered that Zhao Ming had Lu Ruyan organize this gathering. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. I never expected it to be that bastard Zhao Ming again. Shen Jiqiu continued. Zhao Ming attacked Shen's official website before, just to see me make a fool of myself. He specifically asked Lu Ruyan to organize this class reunion. His purpose was to get revenge on me. So I had Xin Yu arrange for someone to keep an eye on things near the hotel. She paused, looked into Lin Fan's eyes, and added earnestly. Honey, I'm not trying to spy on you. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Lin Fan's heart felt as if it were being soaked in warm water, both warm and soft. He reached out and pulled Shen Jiqiu into his arms. I know. Jiqiu, thank you. Without you, I would live the rest of my life in regret and guilt. His voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Shen Jiqiu, nestled in his arms, smiled and said. Fool. We are husband and wife. On the other side. Lu Ruyan walked out of the police station, looking utterly dejected. Her lawyer was by her side. Miss Lu, you should be aware of the seriousness of this matter. The opposing legal team is far more capable than ours. The only way now is to obtain Mr. Lin Fan's letter of criminal forgiveness. Lu Ruyan swayed slightly. Should she beg the man she dumped? I feel so unwilling to accept it. She felt that Lin Fan would definitely not agree. But the thought of going to jail, of having an indelible stain on one's life, is unbearable. Lu Ruyan was afraid. She has to find a way. Yes, and Zhao Ming too. He orchestrated this whole thing, he can't just ignore it. Lu Ruyan immediately took out her phone and dialed Zhao Ming's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello? Is everything taken care of? Did you get the video? Hearing Zhao Ming's tone, Lu Ruyan's grievances and anger erupted instantly. Zhao Ming, I'd been arrested. That bitch Shen Jiqiu knew about our plan all along, and she led her men to storm in. Both Gong Sun Yu and I were taken to the police station. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, Zhao Ming's roar rang out. Useless trash, you're a piece of trash who's good for nothing and good for nothing. You can't even handle something this simple. Lu Ruyan was stunned. She thought Zhao Ming would comfort her and help her find a solution. Unexpectedly, what awaited him was a barrage of humiliation. Zhao Ming, you can't just ignore me. You made me do this. Lu Ruyan screamed. Zhao Ming sneered. Did I ask you to do that? Where's the evidence? Lu Ruyan, it's your own stupidity that led you to be schemed against by Shen Jiqiu. What does it have to do with me? Your own troubles are your own to solve. Stop bothering me. Chapter 85. Go find your mother-in-law to play the victim. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Lu Ruyan held her phone, frozen in place. She slept with Zhao Ming so many times. In the end, she was nothing more than a tool to be used and discarded. Tools that break are thrown away without hesitation. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread from the soles of my feet to my entire body. Despair completely consumed Lu Ruyan. She couldn't help but think of Lin Fan, the man she once regarded as a good-for-nothing. When she has menstrual cramps, Lin Fan will make her brown sugar ginger tea. She casually mentioned wanting to eat wontons from that place in the west of the city, and Lin Fan would drive an hour to buy them for her. Those details she once scoffed at now flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. It was so clear it broke her heart. What did she lose? It is true love, a haven, and a man's unconditional love. What did she get in return? It is humiliation, betrayal, and an abyss of unfathomable depth. What utter nonsense about the white moonlight ideal. Lu Ruyan was filled with deep regret. Lu Ruyan returned home. My younger sister, Lu Huiyun, is sitting on the sofa applying a face mask. Sis? You're back? Why do you look so pale? Seeing that she looked unwell, Lu Huiyun quickly showed concern for her. Lu Ruyan seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions. She recounted everything that happened at the class reunion. After hearing this, Lu Huiyun immediately began to defend the injustice. Sister! What did you do wrong? You're a girl, and you've gone to such lengths to win Lin Fan back. Who does Lin Fan think he is? Why is he so ungrateful? He slept with you for so many years, and now that he's climbed up the social ladder, he's turning his back on you? Lin Fan is not a man at all, he's a complete scumbag. An ingrate. Lu Huiyun's words made Lu Ruyan feel much better. Yes. What did I do wrong? I, a woman, was willing to undress Lin Fan, so how could you, Lin Fan, sue me? It must be that bitch Shinji Chiu, she's the one who instigated this behind the scenes. Lu Ruyan initially agreed to do so because she thought that even if things were exposed, Lin Fan would at most be angry. Out of consideration for past relationships, they won't do anything to me. She never expected that Lin Fan would actually do it and send her to the police station. They can be so heartless. He's a hypocrite. Lu Huiyun continued to fan the flames. Now that he's rich and powerful, he's long forgotten who you are. Lu Ruyan's eyes changed from despair to resentment. She wiped away her tears. Sis, what should I do now? Shinjichi's lawyer said that I have to pay a large sum of money, or he will put me in jail. Lu Huiyun's eyes darted around. Lin Fan and Shinji Chiu are determined to get rid of you, so a head-on confrontation is definitely not an option. But we can take a roundabout approach to achieve our goal. Have you forgotten? Lin Fan still has parents. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, go find Lin Fan's mother? Yes. Lu Huiyun said, let's go find Wang Suifeng. That old woman used to like you the most, she always treated you like her own daughter. Old people are all soft-hearted. Go there now, go and cry to her, go and make a scene. You insist that you did all this because you love Lin Fan too much and want to win him back this way. Put all the blame on Shinji Chiu, and say that vixen stole your husband. Once we get the old woman on our side, why would Lin Fan refuse? Lu Ruyan seemed to have grasped at the last straw. Right. Go and ask Wang Suifeng for help. She has to give it a try. The two of them got right to work. Lu Ruyan immediately washed her face, put on a haggard makeup, and made herself look even more pitiful. Then, Lu Ruyan went out and bought a bunch of health supplements and fruit at the supermarket downstairs. They drove straight to Lin Fan's parents' house. Old Town. Wang Suifeng and Lin Jiangwo had just finished eating. The elderly couple changed their clothes and were getting ready to go out. Old Lin, hurry up, we're one short for the mahjong game, they're just waiting for us. What's the rush? Let them wait. Since their son became successful, the elderly couple no longer needed to scrimp and save. Playing mahjong became their greatest pleasure. The two opened the door, chatting and laughing. Outside the door, there was a person standing there. Lu Ruyan. She was carrying bags of gifts, her eyes red-rimmed and her face pale. Wang Suifeng's smile froze. Lin Jiangwo also frowned. It was Lu Ruyan who spoke first. Dad, Mom. Those two words made Wang Suifeng's heart skip a beat. She subconsciously took a half step back, her tone somewhat stiff. Ruyan? What are you doing here? Didn't you and Xiaofan get divorced already? The next second, Lu Ruyan's legs went weak, and she knelt down. Mom! I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Wang Suifeng and Lin Jiangwo were both stunned. What kind of show is this? Lu Ruyan raised her head, her face already streaked with tears, and choked out. Divorcing Lin Fan was not my intention. I felt that he lacked ambition, so I deliberately said those things to provoke him and encourage him to work harder. Who knew Lin Fan would actually take it seriously? As she spoke, she pounded her chest with her fists, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, I regret it. I can't sleep at night. I only have Lin Fan in my heart. I don't want to marry anyone else in this life except him. But Lin Fan is now infatuated with that Shinji Chiu, and he won't even see me. When Wang Suifang saw her tearful face, her heart softened instantly. No matter what, she was a daughter-in-law he had once truly loved. She quickly went forward to help him up. Oh dear, what are you doing? Get up, the ground is cold. Lin Jiangwo also sighed and bent down to pick up the things on the ground. Lu Ruyan was helped up by Wang Suifang and collapsed into her arms, crying and trembling all over. Mom, please help me. Please persuade Lin Fan to break up with that woman and come back to me, okay? I can't live without him. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Also, I'm willing to have children. After Lu Ruyan and Lin Fan got married, the elderly couple urged them to have a child quite often. Lin Fan had mentioned it to Lu Ruyan several times, but each time Lu Ruyan made excuses to brush him off. They say that with this little salary, they can't even support themselves, and that having a child would only bring them suffering. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. My thoughts of playing mahjong had long since vanished. Wang Suifang patted Lu Ruyan's back, comforting her repeatedly. Okay, stop crying. Let's go inside first. We can talk about it inside. She pulled Lu Ruyan into her home. Lin Jiangwo carried the things and followed behind. As Wang Suifang helped her into the living room, a barely perceptible glint of triumph flashed deep in Lu Ruyan's tearful eyes. Chapter 86. The elderly couple were deceived. Wang Suifang pulled Lu Ruyan to sit on the sofa, unsure of what to say. Lin Jiangwo walked into the kitchen. I poured a glass of warm water. Ruyan, have some water. Thank you, Dad. Lu Ruyan feigned a grateful expression. This was the first time she had ever been so polite to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo sighed and said, Ruyan, we know about you and Xiaofan. Since you're already divorced, don't think about it so much anymore. You're still young, find someone else to settle down with. Lin Jiangwo had long harbored resentment towards his former daughter-in-law. We've been married for several years, and I've never cooked a single meal or washed a single dish. Lin Fan took care of all the housework by himself. And her? She's either shopping for bags or having afternoon tea with her best friends. All the money was swiped using Lin Fan's credit card. Lin Fan's monthly salary is just over 10,000 yuan, but she spends 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on a single handbag. Lin Fan advised her to be more frugal, but she pointed at Lin Fan's nose and called him a good-for-nothing. Lin Jiangwo had seen all of these things. At that time, my son was in love with Lu Ruyan. As the father, he could only keep his thoughts to himself. But things are different now. My son has made something of himself. He found a girl 100 times better than Lu Ruyan. Does this Lu Ruyan still want to come back and cause trouble? No way. Wang Suifang patted Lu Ruyan's hand and advised her. Yes, Ruyan, why are you doing this to yourself? Forced love is never sweet. If Xiaofan still has feelings for you, he would come back on his own without you having to say anything. You two are ultimately destined to be apart. Lu Ruyan didn't listen to any of these words at all. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and questioned. Dad, Mom, do you think Shinji Chiu is better than me? Do you all think that because she's the president of the Shin Group, she's rich and powerful, so Lin Fan should be with her? President of the Shin Group? Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo exchanged a glance, both looking completely bewildered. All they knew was that the girl their son had found was named Shinji Chiu, and that she was beautiful. But I've never heard Lin Fan mention that she's the president of the Shin Group. Shun's Group. That's a big company in Shanghai City. You can see it on the news every day. People like them, who are in the working class, will never have any connection with those important figures in their entire lives. Lu Ruyan took in the reactions of the two people and immediately realized a key problem. The elderly couple had no idea of Shinji's true identity. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed, but her face showed increasing grief and indignation. You don't know? Mom, think about it carefully. What kind of man can a female president of the prestigious Shin Group, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, find? Why did she specifically choose to find Lin Fan? It was a whirlwind marriage. To Lin Fan what? Two because he's handsome? Don't be naive. Women from those kinds of families only care about profit. Lu Ruyan's words were like daggers to the heart. Wang Suifang's face gradually paled. Yes. What's the point? Lu Ruyan continued. Shen Jiqiu is definitely just playing around with Lin Fan. Once she gets tired of him, she'll kick Lin Fan to the curb. What will happen to Lin Fan then? There's another possibility. Maybe Shen Jiqiu is already pregnant with someone else's child. Her belly is too big to hide, and she's in a hurry to find an honest man to take her in. Lin Fan is that big traitor. The word scapegoat struck the elderly couple like a thunderbolt. Wang Suifang swayed and almost lost her balance. Lin Jiangwo's face also darkened, and he questioned. Is what you're saying true? Is that Shen Jiqiu really the president of the Shen Group? Lu Ruyan said decisively. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check it online yourself. Think about it again. If she has nothing to hide, why would she conceal her true identity from you? She's just feeling guilty. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yes. Why have you been keeping such a big thing a secret? The elderly couple panicked completely. They lived their entire lives honestly and conscientiously. When their son found a wealthy and powerful wife, their first reaction was not joy, but fear. The families are not of equal social standing, nor are they a good match. Throughout history, none of them have had a good ending. What if it's really as Lu Ruyan said, that her son was just being played with, or even that he was unwittingly made a father? Where would that leave the Lin family's reputation? Lin Jiangwo suddenly stood up. No, I have to call Xiaofan and ask him what's going on. His face was ashen as he strode to the balcony and pulled out his phone. Only Wang Suifang and Lu Ruyan remained in the living room. The opportunity has arrived. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Ruyan hugged Wang Suifang's arm and cried even harder. Mom, I admit, I didn't do very well before. But I know I was wrong now. I've been trying everything to win Lin Fan back. There was a class reunion a few days ago. She began to confess her crimes. Of course, it was a carefully packaged confession. Wang Suifang was already in a state of confusion, and upon hearing this heartfelt confession, she became even more disoriented. In her simple values, a woman who is willing to take the initiative to undress a man must be in love to the core. Lu Ruyan's previous mistakes seem to be understandable. It's Shen Jiqiu, it's all her fault. If it weren't for her meddling, Lin Fan and I would never have gotten divorced. Now she wants to sue me, put me in jail, and make me pay a large sum of money. Mom, she's trying to drive me to my death. Wang Suifang's heart tightened when she heard the words go to jail. No matter what, Lu Ruyan had called her mom for several years. Her compassion overflowed completely. Don't worry, with Mom here, I won't let you go to jail. On the other side. On the balcony. The call was connected. Hello, Dad? Lin Fan sounded to be in a good mood. Lin Jiangwo suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. I'm asking you, who exactly is Shen Jiqiu? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Dad, what's wrong? Why are you asking this out of the blue? Don't worry about all that, just tell me if she's the president of the Shen Group? Lin Jiangwo asked, enunciating each word clearly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Fan was somewhat curious. Dad, how did you know? That's the sentence. A rhetorical question. This completely confirmed Lu Ruyan's words. Lin Jiangwo felt a rush of blood to his head, and his vision blurred. It's all true. His son really did marry the female president of the Shen Group. That legendary business queen who could turn the world upside down with a flick of her wrist. You bastard! Lin Jiangwo roared into the phone. Do you know what you're doing? What is their status? What kind of family do we come from? We're just ordinary people, how could you possibly be good enough for someone else? Have you lost your mind? Lin Fan was baffled by the insults he received. Dad, what era are we living in? Why do we still care about marrying someone of equal social standing? Lin Jiangwo's voice carried an undeniable resolve. I'm telling you, Lin Fan. You must divorce Shen Jiqiu immediately. Our Lin family can't afford to climb such a high branch. Come back and live a good life with Ruyan. Chapter 87 Reason Cannot Be Explained. Like smoke? Lin Fan's mind went blank. Lu Ruyan. She actually found her parents' house. An uncontrollable rage surged up to the top of his head. This woman is like a persistent ghost. Dad. Listen to me. Lin Fan's voice instantly rose in pitch, his tone urgent. Lu Ruyan is lying. She is deceiving you. You absolutely must not believe a single word she says. Lin Fan tried to explain. However, Lin Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was already firmly controlled by prejudice. Which of her statements was a lie? Is Shinjichi the president of the Shin Group? Are you hiding this from us? Tell me, which one is false? A barrage of questions left Lin Fan speechless. Because all of these are true. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Dad, there's a reason for Jiqiu's identity, and I'll explain it to you later. But she is definitely not the kind of person Lu Ruyan described. Jiqiu is very good to me, and we are truly in love. Truly in love? Lin Jiangwo thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Son, wake up. Would someone with a net worth of hundreds of billions truly fall in love with an ordinary person like you? What do you have to offer in return for your love? Have you been given some kind of love potion? Let me tell you, the waters of these wealthy families run very deep, you simply can't handle it. If you get involved now, you won't even know how you die. Every word Lin Jiangwo uttered was filled with the stubbornness of the older generation and their fear of the unknown world. In his view, his son had not found happiness, but had stepped into a huge trap. Lin Fan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He knew that such deeply ingrained ideas could not be changed with just a few words. The first reaction of any normal working-class parent to suddenly learn that their daughter-in-law is a female billionaire on the Forbes list would not be surprise. It was fright. It's panic. It's an instinctive resistance. Lu Ruyan grasped the psychology of parents. Dad, it's not what you think. I don't want to hear it. Lin Jiangwo interrupted him rudely. I'm only giving you two choices. First, divorce that Shinjiqiu immediately. Secondly, you should never acknowledge me as your father. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Lin Fan stood there, holding his phone, his arm trembling slightly. My chest feels incredibly tight. He knew that saying anything more now would be useless. We must go back and explain this in person. Lin Fan drove to his parents' building. He rushed upstairs in 2 strides. As soon as the door opened, bursts of laughter came from inside. It was his mother, Wang Suifang's voice. Lin Fan's heart sank little by little. He pushed open the door. Then I saw his father, Lin Jiangwo, sitting on the sofa with a relaxed smile on his face. Lu Ruyan's mother, Wang Suifang, was holding her hand and chatting intimately. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly as she peeled an apple for Wang Suifang, her posture demure. The scene was as heartwarming as a painting. It's as if the domineering woman who never did housework in the past few years was just an illusion. Hearing the door open, all 3 of them turned to look. The laughter in the living room abruptly stopped. When Lu Ruyan saw Lin Fan, the smile on her face froze. Immediately, her eyes filled with tears, revealing a perfect blend of surprise, grievance, and guilt. The speed at which she switched her expressions was truly Oscar-worthy. She put down the fruit knife and apple, and suddenly stood up. Lin Fan, you're back. She walked quickly to Lin Fan, lowered her head, and nervously twisted the hem of her clothes with both hands. He looked like he had done something wrong and was waiting for judgment. Lin Fan, don't be angry. I know it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have been so willful, I shouldn't have spent money recklessly, and I definitely shouldn't have mentioned divorce to you. I regret it, I really regret it. Please give me another chance. I promise I will change in the future. I will do your laundry and cook for you, I will be a good wife and take good care of my parents. She looked up at Lin Fan with teary eyes, every word she spoke filled with genuine emotion. Lin Fan watched her performance quietly. But all that remained in his heart was a churning nausea, and he immediately rebuked. Lu Ruyan, stop with your act. You're not tired, but I'm tired for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa. You bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? Wang Suifang also hurriedly stood up, walked to Lin Fan's side, and grabbed his arm. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Ruyan knows she was wrong, she even came to apologize, what more do you want? Can't you, a grown man, have some class? Looking at his two deceived relatives, Lin Fan felt a surge of immense frustration. Upon seeing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, but her face showed even more grievance. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Suifang. "Mom, Dad, please don't talk about Lin Fan. It's all my fault. It's understandable that Lin Fan is angry with me, and it's also understandable that he would scold me. I'd even be willing to hit him if it calmed him down." Her words of retreating to advance made the elderly couple even more heartbroken. Wang Suifang took Lu Ruyan's hand in return and patted it. Look how sensible Ruyan is now." She turned and glared at Lin Fan, feeling disappointed in him. "Look at yourself again. They have absolutely no human touch. She's a girl, and she's already said all that, so why are you still keeping such a long face?" Lin Fan felt like he was suffocating. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason is useless. Arguing with brainwashed parents is pointless. He was too lazy to say anything more. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist. Lu Ruyan let out a soft ah, her body being pulled forward uncontrollably by him. "Xiao Fan! What are you doing? Let go of Ruyan!" Wang Suifang exclaimed. Lin Jiangluo also stood up abruptly and shouted angrily, "Lin Fan, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll break your legs." Lin Fan didn't turn his head back. He pulled Lu Ruyan along and headed straight for his old bedroom. Inside the room, Lin Fan shook off Lu Ruyan's hand and said coldly, "Speak. What exactly do you want?" Without her parents present, Lu Ruyan was too lazy to put on that pitiful act anymore. She rubbed her reddened wrist and pouted. The sorrow on her face vanished, replaced by a captivating charm. She slowly walked towards Lin Fan, her soft body almost touching him. "What do I want? I miss you, Lin Fan." She reached out her finger, wanting to touch Lin Fan's chest. "After all, we were husband and wife. Get out of my way." Lin Fan's eyes flashed with intense disgust as he ruthlessly pushed her away. Lu Ruyan was pushed and stumbled, hitting the corner of the desk. She gasped in pain. Her attempt to seduce him failed, and her face fell. "Lin Fan, don't you understand what's going on? My parents are on my side. They only recognize me as their daughter-in-law. They would never accept your so-called female president of the Shin Group." Chapter 88, exposing Lu Ruyan's true colors in public. Bite. System notification: in front of your parents, completely expose Lu Ruyan's true colors and shatter all her pretenses. Task reward: random cash bonus. At that moment, a system notification sound came. After the divorce, Lin Fan didn't say much negative things about Lu Ruyan in front of his parents. But Lu Ruyan clearly didn't need that kind of decorum. She went too far. Since that's the case, then don't blame yourself for tearing off the mask of civility. The system rewards are just icing on the cake. Today, Lin Fan must show his parents what kind of person their beloved good daughter-in-law really is. The last trace of hesitation in Lin Fan's eyes disappeared. He turned and opened the bedroom door. In the living room, Lin Jiangluo and Wang Suifang looked worried, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Upon seeing the two of them come out, the elderly couple immediately cast anxious glances their way. Lin Fan walked straight up to his parents and said, "Dad, Mom, do you want to know the truth? I'll tell you now how Lu Ruyan and I got divorced." A sense of foreboding arose in Lu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan slowly began to speak. "We are getting a divorce, not because of incompatibility." She orchestrated a complete scam. "What scam?" Wang Suifang asked in a trembling voice. Lin Fan turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, his eyes sharp as knives. "She told me that in order to buy a second home and circumvent the policy, we had to have a fake divorce. She said, once we get the house, we'll remarry." I believed her. So, I left with nothing. Our previous house was registered in her name. The car I drive is registered in her name. All our savings are in cards she controls. In the divorce agreement, I gave up everything." With each word Lin Fan spoke, Lu Ruyan's face paled a little more. Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangluo's expressions changed from tense to shocked, and then to incredulous. She said it was all temporary. But the day after the divorce was finalized, she kicked me out of the house. I didn't get the house, the car, or the savings. This is the divorce she described as unavoidable. When I confronted her, she actually said that her first love, Xiaoming, was coming back and told me never to contact her again. How could I possibly remarry a woman like that? Even if I remain a bachelor for the rest of my life, it's impossible. The living room was deathly silent. The elderly couple always thought that Lu Ruyan was just a little lazy, vain, and extravagant with money. They never imagined that Lu Ruyan's scheming was so vicious. This isn't living a normal life, this is a scam. Seeing the situation deteriorate rapidly, Lu Ruyan panicked completely. She knew that pretending to be pitiful was no longer effective. We must fight back. No. That's not it. Lu Ruyan rushed to Lin Fan and tried her best to defend herself. Lin Fan, how could you say that to me? I'm doing all this for your own good. I just want to push you to improve and make you feel a sense of urgency. Look at you before, complacent and unambitious every day, it worried me. Now that you can start your own company, isn't that thanks to me? She then turned to Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo, her face streaked with tears. Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. I admit I used the wrong method, but I really meant well for Lin Fan. I never really wanted those things. I can return the house, the car, and the savings to him. I can return everything to him right away. I only want Lin Fan, I only want this family. These words were spoken with sincerity and were extremely persuasive. A few minutes ago, Wang Suifang would have definitely believed it. But now, a seed of doubt has been planted in her heart. Lin Fan sneered, mercilessly exposing her last pretense. Give it back to me? That sounds nice. Why did you have to say you'd pay it back now, of all times, instead of earlier or later? Is it because you see that I now own a company and am no longer that penniless pauper? Is it because you're jealous that I'm with Ji Qiu and living a better life than you? Lu Ruyan, do you really think I can't see through your little scheme? He then delivered the fatal blow. Besides, you have an ambiguous relationship with that Zhao Ming, you're entangled with him. They drugged me at the class reunion and filmed me to frame me. Wasn't their goal to ruin my relationship with Ji Qiu? Lu Ruyan completely lost her composure, and she clung tightly to Wang Suifang's arm, pleading. Mom, don't believe him. He's completely infatuated with that Shin Ji Qiu. He is talking nonsense right now. Wang Suifang was so dizzy from being shaken around. On one side was her former daughter-in-law, weeping uncontrollably. On one side was the son, who spoke with absolute certainty. Her mind was in complete chaos, and she was utterly at a loss. I don't know who to believe. Lin Fan lost all patience at the disgusting scene before him. He stepped forward, grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist, and pulled hard. Enough! You are not welcome in my home. He dragged Lu Ruyan along and headed straight for the gate. Lin Fan! Let me go! Dad! Mom! Save me! Lu Ruyan struggled frantically and screamed. Lin Fan remained unmoved, his face as still as water. He opened the door and pushed her out without hesitation. Roll! The moment Lu Ruyan was pushed out the door, Lin Fan's phone suddenly emitted a loud notification sound. Alipay account received 8.88 million yuan. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang, who were in the living room, were stunned. Just as she was pushed out the door, Lu Ruyan, who was about to throw a tantrum, froze. 8,880,000? The elderly couple had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Compared to this figure, the meager assets that Lu Ruyan painstakingly swindled away are simply a joke. She regretted abandoning Lin Fan even more. Lin Fan remained expressionless. He bent down and picked up the gifts that Lu Ruyan had brought. He threw it straight out the door. Take your things with you. Don't bother my parents again. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Lin Fan! Open the door! You bastard! Explain yourself! Open the door! Lu Ruyan frantically pounded on the door, crying and cursing. It quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors. The sound of neighbors peeking and whispering could be heard in the hallway. Is this the Lin family's house? What's going on? Why are you arguing so loudly? Lu Ruyan? Didn't she divorce Lin Fan? Why is she still crying and making a scene at the door? I knew this woman was no good. She must be jealous that Lin Fan has found a young and beautiful wife now. I heard that Wang Suifang's new daughter-in-law gave her a necklace worth 180,000 yuan. This Lu Ruyan has never bought gifts for the old couple before, but now she's starting to pretend. Lu Ruyan felt her face burning when she heard the discussion. Inside the house, Lin Fan leaned against the door and let out a deep breath. He turned around and saw that his parents still looked distraught, clearly not yet recovered from the series of shocks they had just experienced. Dad, Mom. I'm sorry to have worried you. I know you have many doubts about Jiqiu. I only recently learned about her identity. She is indeed the president of the Shin Group, but she is in a difficult situation within the family, surrounded by enemies, and was even forced to abdicate. One of the reasons she married me was to escape the control of her family. He tried his best to explain in a way that his parents could understand. She never looked down on me because of my status, nor did she treat me badly. On the contrary, she has always helped me and supported my business. Lin Fan said a lot. He hoped his parents could understand Shin Jiqi's situation and accept this unusual daughter-in-law. However, Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang's worries did not diminish at all after listening. After a long silence, Lin Jiangmo slowly spoke. Son, no matter what, Jiqiu has a net worth of hundreds of billions. This is too unreliable. Wang Suifang nodded in agreement, echoing. Xiao Fan, we are just an ordinary family. These kinds of wealthy families are like a TV drama, the waters run too deep. Mom is afraid you'll suffer in the future. No matter how Lin Fan explained how good Shin Jiqiu was, or how much they loved each other. In the deeply ingrained belief of the elderly couple, the huge wealth gap was an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 89 Seeking Grandma's Intervention. After Wang Suifang had been trying to persuade him for a while, she suddenly stood up. He turned and went into the bedroom. A moment later, she came out carrying a jewelry box. She handed the box to Lin Fan. Xiao Fan. Give this back to Jiqiu. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the box. He recognized it was the gift Shin Jiqiu had given his mother when she visited last time. That diamond necklace worth 180,000. Mom, this is a gift from Jiqiu to you. Lin Fan frowned. This is too much of a sentiment. Wang Suifang shook her head, insisting on putting the box into his hands. We can't accept it. What do you mean by can't accept? Lin Fan asked. Now that he's worth hundreds of millions, his perspective is naturally different. I really don't think there's anything wrong with my mom wearing this necklace. Xiao Fan, don't be naive. Wang Suifang's eyes reddened. We are just ordinary people. We've never seen so much money in our lives, nor have we ever worn such expensive things. I can't sleep soundly with it on. I always feel like they sold our son. Lin Jiangmo sighed and spoke up as well. Son, your mother is right. Our family and the Shin family are from different worlds. You're not a good match, you'll suffer later. Dad Lin Fan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He didn't know how to persuade his parents. You must take this back. Wang Suifang's attitude was unusually firm. Otherwise, your father and I will always have this lingering resentment. Lin Fan looked at the box in his hand and felt its immense weight. He knew that arguing any further would only make his parents more anxious. Good. He nodded and put the box away. I will talk to Jiqiu. Seeing that he agreed, the elderly couple seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but the worry on their faces still lingered. Lin Fan did not linger any longer. He knew that he needed to give his parents some time, and he also needed to give himself some time. Stepping out of his home, Lin Fan drove directly to Hanhai Tianqi. He needs to discuss it with Shin Jiqiu. When I got home, the huge living room was empty. Shin Jiqiu hadn't finished get-off work yet. Lin Fan placed the necklace box on the cabinet in the entryway. He opened the refrigerator. It was stuffed with all sorts of fresh ingredients. Lin Fan decided to cook a sumptuous dinner. More than an hour later, 6 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Every dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, far exceeding the usual standards. Click. The sound of the door lock turning rang out. Shin Jiqiu is back. She was stunned when she saw the table full of delicious dishes. Immediately, a hint of surprise and warmth appeared in his eyes. She changed out of her high heels, put down her Hermes Birkin bag, and strode towards the kitchen. Lin Fan was serving the last bowl of soup. A pair of soft arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Her warm cheek gently pressed against his back. Honey, what's the special day today? You made so many delicious dishes. Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He turned around, before he could even speak. Shin Ji-chyo then tiptoed and planted a fragrant kiss on his lips. Confess honestly. Are you thinking of something new to do tonight? After spending this time together. Shin Ji-chyo has long since become more and more open, having gone from being shy at the beginning. She was willing to cooperate with Lin Fan and try various ways to make each other happy. In any case, it's the two of them who are comfortable. Lin Fan did not respond to her teasing as usual. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. What's wrong? Shin Ji-chyo immediately noticed that something was wrong with him and asked with concern. Lin Fan sighed and said, Today, Lu Ruyan went to see my parents. Shin Ji-chyo's eyes instantly turned cold. What trick is she planning this time? Lin Fan recounted everything that had happened that day in detail. My mom said that our family is too good for them. She said it was like selling a son. They felt that we were not a good match and told me to return the necklace to you. Lin Fan's voice was somewhat low. The living room fell silent. Shin Ji-chyo listened quietly. She didn't actually blame Lin Fan's parents. Any loving parents would have the same thought in this situation. Being a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family with a net worth of hundreds of billions sounds glamorous, but for ordinary families, it brings more fear and pressure. They were worried that Lin Fan would be wronged or looked down upon. This is normal. This precisely demonstrates that Lin Fan's parents are upright and kind, with sound values, and do not covet the Shin family's wealth and status. So what do we do now? Lin Fan asked. Shin Ji-chyo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. This is easy to handle. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Your parents' concerns stem from their uncertainty about the enormous Shin family. Then let the patriarch of the Shin family personally go and reassure them. Lin Fan didn't react immediately. Patriarch? My grandma. Shin Ji-chyo blinked. Lin Fan was startled. Let grandma go herself? That's too much trouble for her. Will she be willing? In his mind, Ouyang Dan was a legendary figure who sat in the center and made strategic plans. Lin Fan found it difficult to bring up the idea of having her personally visit and comfort her parents. Don't worry, Shin Ji-chyo said with a light laugh. My grandma's most precious person right now isn't me, her granddaughter. But it's you, her hand-picked precious grandson-in-law. She wants us to be well more than anyone else. Let's eat, the food is getting cold. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork on Lin Fan's plate. The meal was enjoyed in a relaxed atmosphere. After the meal, Shin Ji-chyo dialed Ouyang Dan's number in front of Lin Fan. The call was answered quickly. Shin Ji-chyo briefly expressed Lin Fan's parents' concerns. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Fan's heart also jumped. Immediately, Ouyang Dan decisively said, I thought it was something serious. It's only natural for the in-laws to have concerns. Here's what you'd like to do, tell Xiao Fan to inform his in-laws. I will personally visit them tomorrow morning. Okay, Grandma. Shin Ji-chyo hung up the phone and gave Lin Fan an okay sign. Done. The next day, early morning. The sun is shining brightly. Lin Fan called home early in the morning. Wang Suifang answered the phone. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Wang Suifang's voice was still somewhat listless. It seems I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, Mom, there's something I need to tell you and Dad. Grandma Ji-chyo, I would like to pay you a visit this morning. Ah? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. A good 10 seconds or so passed before Wang Suifang's terrified voice finally came through. Who? Who's coming? Ji-chyo's grandmother? Is it the former chairman of the Shin Group? Oh my god! Wang Suifang exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, a series of chaotic clattering sounds came from the phone, as if something had fallen to the ground. Immediately following was Lin Jiangluo's anxious voice. Hello? Hello? Son. What you just said is true. The old lady of the Shin family is coming to our house? Yes, Dad. When? What time will you arrive? It should be around 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. There's less than an hour left. Lin Jiangluo instantly flew into a rage. Why didn't you say so sooner, child? Hurry, hurry. Old woman, don't just stand there, quickly change your clothes and find me your best Zhongshan suit. And the floor. Mop the floor again. The sofa. Pat the sofa cushions dry. Where's the tea? How can we possibly present our meager tea? We need to go buy some. No. It's too late. Oh my God. What are we going to do? Listening to her parents' incoherent and panicked words on the phone, Lin Fan felt both amused and heartbroken. Chapter 90. My son is so outstanding? After hanging up the phone, Shen Jiqiu gently held Lin Fan's hand and comforted him. Don't worry. Grandma will handle it. Lin Fan nodded, still feeling somewhat uneasy. That was, after all, Ouyang Dan. A legendary figure who once dominated the business world, whose every move could shake the entire deep-sea city. She personally visited her parents to comfort them, who were as ordinary as could be. Lin Fan felt that this matter was too big. Let us go. Shen Jiqiu pulled him up. We'll go to the entrance of the community to pick up Grandma. 8:45 a.m. Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu stood at the entrance of the old residential area. The walls were mottled, the green belt looked a bit worn, and the sound of mahjong tiles rang out from the cardroom at the entrance. It was filled with the lively, everyday atmosphere of the city. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the side of the road. Its sleek lines and deep black color make it stand out from its surroundings. It immediately attracted the attention of all passers-by. The car door opened. An elderly woman dressed in a dark red tang suit, with her hair neatly combed, slowly walked out. It was Ouyang Dan. Although she is advanced in years, she is in good spirits and exudes a calm and composed aura that comes from long-standing positions of authority. Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu quickly went to meet them. Grandmother. Grandmother. The two spoke in unison. Ouyang Dan's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and a kind smile appeared in her eyes. Xiao Fan. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said apologetically. Grandma, I'm so sorry. It's such a small matter, why did you have to come all the way here in person? The words had barely left his mouth. Ouyang Dan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a faint angry expression. Xiao Fan. Grandma doesn't like hearing that. You've already called me Grandma, so we're family. There's no such thing as trouble or inconvenience among family members. From now on, you must not use such formal language again. Did you hear me? Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and quickly nodded. I heard you, Grandma. Seeing this, Shen Jiqiu immediately took Ouyang Dan's other arm and began to act coquettishly. Am I right? Grandma has long been biased towards you, Lin Fan. Even my own granddaughter has to step aside. Ouyang Dan laughed at her and gently tapped her forehead. You silly girl, you're getting jealous now? Let's go, don't keep our in-laws waiting. The three chatted and laughed as they walked side by side into the residential area. Ouyang Dan's gaze swept over the surrounding buildings without the slightest disdain. On the contrary, she commented on them with great interest. The environment here is nice and quiet. It's much more humane than our cold, impersonal manner. I'll visit more often when I have the chance. Soon, the three arrived at the apartment building where Lin Fan lived. Lin Fan took out the key and inserted it into the lock. Click. The door opened. The scene in the living room stunned both Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang were standing straight in the center of the living room. Both of them changed into their best clothes, which they kept hidden away. Their expressions were extremely serious. Their bodies stood like two javelins. His expression was extremely tense, like a soldier about to be inspected. Looking at the nervous couple in front of her, Ouyang Dan's smile grew even more amiable. She stepped inside first and broke the silence by speaking. Greetings, in-laws and mother-in-law. I am Jiqiu's grandmother, Ouyang Dan. Her voice was gentle and steady, carrying a reassuring power. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang trembled violently. The two bowed almost simultaneously. Greetings, madam. Hello? His voice trembled noticeably. Ouyang Dan quickly stepped forward and offered a helping hand. Oh, don't be so polite. I should have paid a visit long ago, but I've been too busy with mundane matters. It was my oversight, please forgive me. These words were spoken in a very humble manner, giving the Lin family ample face. But the more this happened, the more apprehensive Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang became. They waved their hands repeatedly, stammering, too nervous to utter a complete sentence. No. I don't deserve it. Yes, it is we who should pay you a visit. Your presence is such an honor to our home. Seeing this, Shinjichi quickly stepped forward and affectionately took Wang Suifan's arm. Mom, Dad, don't be nervous. My grandma doesn't eat people. And what's more, she's really fond of Lin Fan now, almost overshadowing me, her own granddaughter. These witty remarks made Wang Suifan's stiff body relax a little. Looking at the sweet smiling Shinjichi in front of her, and then at the kind and amiable Ouyang Dan, the fear in her heart subsided slightly. Quickly, please sit down. Lin Jiangwo finally realized what was happening and hurriedly invited them to sit down. The group sat down on the sofa. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly went to make tea, but because he was too nervous, he almost spilled boiling water on his hands. Wang Suifang sat there awkwardly, her hands on her knees, unsure of where to look. Ouyang Dan seemed oblivious to their predicament, continuing to chat casually. How are you both doing, in-laws? Which company did you work for before retirement? The topic was ordinary, and the tone was gentle. Gradually, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang became less nervous. The atmosphere in the living room finally eased up. After chatting for a while, Wang Suifang looked at Ouyang Dan across from her and then at her son. After much hesitation, she finally couldn't hold back and voiced the deepest grievance in her heart. Madam, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Ouyang Dan smiled and nodded. Please speak freely, my dear in-law. Wang Suifang gripped the hem of her clothes tightly and mustered her courage to say. Our Lin Fan is just an ordinary child. He has no great abilities, nor any great prospects. Ji Qiu is too outstanding. We feel that Lin Fan is not good enough for her. We're afraid that he'll become a burden to Ji Qiu in the future. These were her heartfelt words. This was also the reason why she and Lin Jiangwo couldn't sleep last night. However, after listening, Ouyang Dan gently shook her head. A hint of surprise even appeared on her face. Ordinary? My dear in-laws, my dear mother-in-law. You're wrong about that. In my opinion, Xiao Fan is anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Lin family were stunned on the spot. Ouyang Dan continued. I have asked the top art connoisseurs in China to look at Xiao Fan's paintings. Experts say that it is already at the level of a master. The brushstrokes and artistic conception are rare in the world. A single painting, if put at an auction house, can fetch an astronomical price that an ordinary person could not earn in a lifetime. What? Painting? Master level? Exorbitant price? Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang were completely dumbfounded. When did their son learn to paint? And at a master level? Before they could react, Ouyang Dan dropped an even bigger bombshell. And Lin Fan's piano skills. Even if I were to immediately go to Vienna's Golden Hall to give a solo concert, it would definitely be sold out. Those hands were born for the piano. Piano? Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang felt that their brains were no longer sufficient. They don't even have an electronic keyboard at home, so when did their son learn to play the piano? Ouyang Dan seemed oblivious to their stunned expressions and added one last sentence. Not to mention his calligraphy, which has its own unique style and is quite masterful. Such a child is both academically and athletically gifted, and is exceptionally talented. Tell me, how could a child like this not be good enough for my granddaughter? I think it's our Ji Qiu who's out of his league. These words struck Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang like a thunderclap. They were completely dumbfounded. The two looked at each other, both seeing the bewilderment and shock in each other's eyes. Calligraphy? Painting? Playing the piano? Are they talking about their son, Lin Fan? How could they not know that the son they had raised for over 20 years was so outstanding? The two even had a fleeting, absurd suspicion. This old lady from the Shin family. Was it a fabrication to deceive them in order to defend their son? Chapter 91 Let's Play Mahjong. Lin Fan noticed the shock and confusion in his parents' eyes. They were afraid that the elderly couple might say something inappropriate in their nervousness. He quickly explained in a soft voice. Dad, Mom. Those were things I casually learned in clubs when I was in college. It's just a hobby, nothing special. This explanation sounds reasonable. But Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang's doubts only deepened. Did you just learn it casually in the club? Can you learn to the level of a master? How could someone like Ouyang Dan personally praise it? Who would believe that if I told them that? The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both having the same thought in their minds. This old lady is probably deliberately trying to elevate her son. They were afraid that the elderly couple wouldn't agree to the marriage. But the more this happened, the more uncertain they felt. How big must the gap be for it to need to be bridged in this way? The atmosphere in the living room seemed to have become somewhat subtle again. Shin Ji-chyo was incredibly intelligent and immediately noticed the two elders' suspicions. She added with a smile, "Dad, Mom, Lin Fan knows more than just those things. His cooking is even better than that of chefs in 5-star hotels. I was completely won over by his cooking skills. Now, if I don't eat his cooking for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over." When cooking was mentioned, Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang's expressions finally changed. They knew about this. "My son's cooking is absolutely delicious. That flavor is something that restaurants outside can never replicate. But the problem is it because he can cook that the female CEO of the Shin Group, who has assets worth hundreds of billions, is determined to marry him? It still sounds like a fantasy." Wang Suifang opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Yang Dan spoke again at this moment. "Actually, Xiao Fan's excellence is just icing on the cake. The most important thing is that my Ji-chyo likes him. It's the kind of liking that comes from the bottom of my heart. I can't live without him. This is more important than anything else." She paused, a hint of weariness creeping into her voice. "As you all know, Ji-chyo has had a hard life. My parents died in an accident when I was very young. She has lived with me, this old woman, since she was a child. But at that time, I was completely focused on my career and was so busy that I didn't have much time to spend with her. In such a large manner, she was often the only one, cold and desolate. This child has lacked love since childhood and longs for a warm home. Now, she has found Lin Fan. Lin Fan is willing to take care of her, cherish her, and hold her dear in his heart. Seeing the two of them together, I'm truly relieved. I have entrusted my most precious granddaughter to someone I can trust. This gives me peace of mind as a grandmother more than any wealth or master's talent." These words, though simple and unadorned, resonated deeply with Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang. They are also parents. What is your greatest expectation for your children? It's not about becoming extremely wealthy or famous. Instead, they can find someone who understands them, someone with whom they share a deep connection, and live a peaceful and stable life together. It turns out that what these wealthy families value most is this sincerity. At this moment, the deepest knot in the hearts of the elderly couple quietly loosened. The way they looked at Shin Ji-chyo now held a deeper level of genuine affection. Ji-chyo is indeed a good child. He was a pitiful child. The living room was quiet for a moment. Suddenly, Shin Ji-chyo blinked, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. "Grandma, Dad, Mom. It's no fun just sitting and chatting. Let's play mahjong. I didn't get to have enough fun last time I came." This suggestion surprised both Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang. Playing mahjong? With someone like Yang Dan? They didn't even dare to think about it. Unexpectedly, Yang Dan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately became interested. "That's a good idea. Speaking of which, I also really enjoyed playing mahjong when I was young. Later, I got too busy with work and gradually gave it up. Today is perfect, let's review it again." Seeing this, Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang could no longer refuse. Lin Fan quickly set up the mahjong table and turned on the power. Splash! The crisp sound of shuffling the cards rang out. Yang Dan, Shin Ji-chyo, Lin Jiangmo, and Wang Suifang sat in a circle. Lin Fan became a full-time logistics staff member, serving tea and water and peeling fruit for everyone. The game officially began. Lin Jiangmo and Wang Suifang were initially a little reserved. They played their cards very carefully, afraid of offending anyone. But Yang Dan and Shin Ji-chyo were completely absorbed in the game. Especially Shin Ji-chyo. Her card skills were mediocre, and she relied entirely on Lin Fan as her strategist. "Play this card, the two of bamboo," Lin Fan whispered a reminder. Shin Ji-chyo made the call without hesitation. "Don't play that card, keep it, it'll be useful later." Shin Ji-chyo obediently changed to another one. Wang Suifang played a card that read "Get Rich." Shin Ji-chyo's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and pushed. Bump! She glanced at Lin Fan triumphantly, as if to say, "See, I'm amazing." Lin Fan smiled and gave her a thumbs up. After a few laps, the atmosphere became completely lively. "Oh dear, you won again. Mom, you're on an incredible winning streak today. Grandma, you played that card beautifully." Shin Ji-chyo praised Wang Suifang one moment and flattered Yang Dan the next, his words as sweet as honey. Another game. Shinjichio was ready to win, his face filled with tension and anticipation. She picked up a card, glanced at it, and her face immediately fell. She turned to Lin Fan and complained. "It's all your fault. You made me print that card. Otherwise, I'll just draw the ball myself right now." That coquettish look of hers completely obscured the dignity of a female CEO. She's clearly a little girl being affectionate with her boyfriend. Ouyang Dan watched from the sidelines, thoroughly amused. All right, don't bully Xiao Fan." Lin Fan just smiled helplessly, his eyes full of doting affection. Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo sat opposite each other, quietly watching this scene. Watching Shinjichio dance with joy when he won a hand, and pout and complain to his son when he lost. She watched as her son patiently handed her water and gently helped her analyze the card game. That kind of natural intimacy and tacit understanding cannot be faked. The image of Lu Ruyan involuntarily surfaced in Wang Suifang's mind. What was it like when Lu Ruyan was at home? She's always looking at her phone. When Lin Fan spoke to her, she always seemed unresponsive. When she occasionally speaks, it's either to complain about Lin Fan's lack of ambition at work or to complain that the house is too small and old. The atmosphere in the whole room was always oppressive and gloomy. Lin Fan was always careful and obsequious in front of her. Where else can I feel so relaxed and at ease, with smiles radiating from my eyes and brows? Without comparison, there is no harm. Wang Suifang's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. She glanced at her husband beside her. Lin Jiangwo's face also showed the same relief. They finally understood. At this moment, the concepts of social standing and economic status become irrelevant. The important thing is that their son really found the person who could make him laugh. This is better than anything else. Wang Suifang picked up a card, and without even looking at it, played it directly. Red center. Shinjichio's eyes widened instantly, and he shoved the cards in front of him away. I won. Ha ha ha. Mom, you're my lucky star. Chapter 92. Let Lu Ruyan go. Cheers echoed in the small living room. Looking at Shinjichi's excited smiling face, Wang Suifang couldn't help but smile as well. It was almost lunchtime. Lin Fan stood up and said, "You guys keep playing, I'll go cook." Upon hearing this, Wang Suifang immediately tried to stand up. "That won't do. You play with Jichio and the others, I'll go." She felt bad Shinjichio and Ouyang Dan were such distinguished guests. Shinjichi grabbed Wang Suifang's arm and shook it gently. "Mom, please don't. My luck is just starting to turn, so you can't leave. Play 2 more rounds with me, please." She drew out the last syllable of her voice, with a hint of coquetry. Ouyang Dan also spoke with a smile. "Mother-in-law, please sit down. Xiao Fan's cooking skills are absolutely superb. I just want to eat the dishes Xiao Fan makes." Lin Jiangwo chimed in from the side. "Yeah, let that kid go. He's very quick." Seeing this, Wang Suifang had no choice but to sit back down, a helpless yet indulgent smile on her face. Lin Fan smiled at the group and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. Immediately following was the sizzling sound of oil hitting a hot pan. An indescribable, overpowering aroma began to waft out from the crack in the kitchen door. That fragrance was intoxicating. The 3 ladies at the card table were all a beat slow to react. Shinjichio, in particular, was absent-mindedly playing cards while constantly sniffing towards the kitchen. More than half an hour later, Lin Fan carried the last dish out of the kitchen. "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Jichio, dinner's ready." Shinjichi was the first to put down his mahjong tiles and rush to the dining table. "Let's stop fighting. Let's call a truce for now." She picked up her chopsticks and eagerly put a piece of pork tenderloin into her mouth. My eyes lit up instantly. It's so delicious. Lin Fan, you're not human. You're possessed by a culinary genius. This exaggerated praise amused everyone at the table. Ouyang Dan also picked up her chopsticks and elegantly tasted a bite of fish. She pondered for a moment, a genuine look of surprise appearing in her eyes. The heat control and seasoning are truly masterful. Xiao Fan, with your skills, you could open a private restaurant and it would be packed with customers. Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo were all smiles upon receiving such high praise from Ouyang Dan. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. At the dinner table, Shinjichi and Ouyang Dan praised Lin Fan's cooking skills to the skies. Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo felt sweeter than if they had eaten honey. After the meal, Shinjichi enthusiastically led everyone back to the mahjong table. Come on, let's continue. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and began clearing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. After he finished his work, he resumed his role as a waiter serving tea and water. In the living room, the clatter of mahjong tiles and the laughter of the women mingled together, creating a warm and inviting scene. Time slips away quietly. Before we knew it, it was evening. Lin Fan went to the kitchen again and cooked a late-night snack, a pot of steaming hot handmade wontons. After finishing her late-night snack, Ouyang Dan raised her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. It's getting late, this old body of mine needs to go back and rest. She stood up, and everyone else quickly followed suit to see her off. The group escorted Ouyang Dan downstairs, where the driver had already brought the car. Just before getting on the bus, Ouyang Dan suddenly grabbed Wang Suifang's hand. Mother-in-law, let me, an old woman, say a few words from my heart. Wang Suifang quickly replied, please speak, madam. I can tell that you had some concerns before. But I can assure you that I genuinely like Lin Fan as my grandson-in-law. Don't think about anything, and don't pay attention to those clichés about marrying someone of equal social standing. Lin Fan is no ordinary child. He may look ordinary now, but that's just a hidden dragon in the abyss. His future is limitless. You can just relax and enjoy your good fortune. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Suifang were both stunned. Is my son really that outstanding? But they couldn't detect a trace of politeness in Ouyang Dan's tone. It was a heartfelt, absolute affirmation of Lin Fan. An indescribable sense of pride and excitement instantly filled the hearts of the elderly couple. Which parent doesn't want their child to be successful? The four of them remained standing there as Ouyang Dan's car slowly drove away. Lin Fan said, Dad, Mom, it's getting late, we should go back now. Wang Suifang snapped out of her daze, turned her gaze to Shinjichi, and looked at him with a look of apology. She found it difficult to say. Ji Chuo. It was Mom's fault before. We genuinely like you, child, but considering the difference in your social status compared to Lin Fan. She hadn't finished speaking. Shinjichi stepped forward and affectionately took her arm. Mom, please don't say that. I understand everything. If anyone is at fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have kept my identity a secret from you from the beginning, causing you and Dad to worry about us. Her tone was sincere, and there was no trace of resentment on her face. The last bit of lingering resentment in Wang Suifang's heart has completely vanished. She patted Shinjichi's hand in return. Good boy, such a good boy. Lin Jiangwo nodded heavily beside him, his eyes full of approval as he looked at Shinjichi. They accepted this daughter-in-law. The atmosphere was just right. Wang Suifang suddenly remembered something else, and her expression changed slightly. She looked at Lin Fan, her tone solemn. Son, there's something else I need to tell you. About Ruyan. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Suifang sighed. I know what she did was very hurtful. Logically speaking, we shouldn't interfere with her. But, she is also. Wang Suifang carefully considered her words. Mom means that since the matter is over, as long as she doesn't bother you again, let's just let it go. Don't push people to the brink, show mercy when you can. Lin Fan remained silent. He was unwilling to let it go like that. But it was his mother who spoke. In the eyes of the older generation, sending someone to jail is a huge deal, and they don't want their son to go too far. If you send Lu Ruyan to jail today, her family might fight you to the death tomorrow. Lin Fan and Ji Chuo are living such a happy life now, there's no need for them to fight to the death with the Lu family. After a long while, Lin Fan finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Good. He looked at Shinjichi, wanting to see her reaction. Shinjichi gave him a gentle smile. Listen to Mom. We should look forward to life and not always be held back by people and things from the past. Her generosity and insight made Wang Suifang and Lin Jiangwo like her even more. On the way back to Hanhai Tianxi, the car was completely silent. Lin Fan parked the car only after it entered the underground parking garage and turned to look at Shinjichi beside him. Wife. Thank you so much for today. Thank you for defending me so much and saying so many nice things. And thank you for what happened earlier regarding Lu Ruyan. He said thank you several times, as if only in this way could he express his inner emotions. Shinjichi simply listened quietly. The two got out of the car and walked side by side toward the elevator. Shin Ji-chyo suddenly stopped in front of the elevator. She turned around to face Lin Fan. The motion sensor lights in the apartment corridor cast shimmering starlight in her eyes. A seductive smile curved her lips. Husband. Is your gratitude just empty words? Lin Fan was taken aback. Shin Ji-chyo took a step forward, leaned close to his ear, and breathed softly into his ear. Talking isn't enough. We must prove it with actions. Let's see how you behave tonight. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Fan felt all the blood rush to his head. His Adam's apple bobbed. The next second, he suddenly bent down and lifted Shin Ji-chyo up in a perfect princess carry. Shin Ji-chyo let out a short gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. But a smug smile spread across his face. Lin Fan carried her and strode towards the door, opened it, and went inside. He turned around and opened the bathroom door. Chapter 93: Seducing Your Brother-in-Law. The next day, Lin Fan arrived at the company. He remembered his mother telling him to let Lu Ruyan off the hook. Lin Fan took out his phone, found the number in the blacklist, and dialed it using a landline. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Who is it? Lu Ruyan's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's voice was devoid of any warmth. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. Why did you call me? There was a clear sense of expectation in Lu Ruyan's voice. The letter of understanding has been drafted. Come to my company to pick it up today. Lin Fan said calmly. Lu Ruyan was clearly a little surprised. She didn't expect Lin Fan to let her off so easily. Lin Fan said coldly. This time, it's because of my parents. Ji-chyo agreed as well. If there is a next time, or if you dare to have any more ulterior motives to harass us, I promise you, you won't have such good luck again. Did you understand? Lu Ruyan's eyes immediately turned cold on the other end of the phone. She bit her lip. I understand. Lin Fan hung up the phone immediately. On the other side. After calming down, Lu Ruyan finally realized that she wouldn't go to jail. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. All that effort wasn't for nothing. Playing the victim in front of those two old geezers worked. That old woman, Wang Suifan, has such a soft heart. The laughter gradually subsided. The ecstasy on Lu Ruyan's face slowly faded, replaced by extreme resentment and jealousy. She remembered what Lin Fan had said. Shin Ji-chyo also agreed. Why is that woman allowed to stand beside Lin Fan and decide his fate as the mistress of the house? She also recalled the sound of Lin Fan's Alipay account receiving 8.88 million yuan when she left yesterday. That's 8,880,000. That man was like a gold mine she had personally thrown away. No. She was unwilling to give up just like that. She had to find a way to get back on Lin Fan's good side. However, Lin Fan's attitude was already so resolute. If I continue to entangle myself, I'm afraid I'll really end up in a miserable state, just as he said. What to do? After thinking it over, Lu Ruyan suddenly looked at her younger sister, Lu Huiyun, who was not far away. Lu Huiyun is young and beautiful with a hot figure, possessing an even greater youthful allure than her. A bold idea began to grow wildly in Lu Ruyan's mind. It's often said that men have a special feeling towards their sister-in-law. What if Huiyun were to approach Lin Fan? Lu Ruyan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This plan is a win-win situation. If Huiyun successfully hooks up with Lin Fan, then Lin Fan's money will still be the Lu family's money. Even if it doesn't work out, as long as Huiyun can get into Lin Fan's company and act as an informant, I can keep track of Lin Fan's movements at any time. Moreover, if this matter is handled well, I can also give Zhao Ming an explanation. Zhao Ming promised her that if she could accomplish this task, he would let her become the public relations manager of the Zhao Group. At that time, he will be a senior executive of the Zhao Group on one side, and he will also be able to control Lin Fan through his sister on the other. I can't even imagine what the future holds. Lu Ruyan became more and more excited as she thought about it, and immediately went to discuss it with her younger sister. After hearing her sister Lu Ruyan's plan, Lu Huiyun looked at her as if she were crazy. Sis, are you running a fever? You want me to seduce that good-for-nothing Lin Fan? Lu Huiyun's face was filled with disdain and resistance. Have you forgotten what kind of person he used to be? Even if I were to find a boyfriend, he would have to be a rich second-generation heir who drives a Ferrari. Even if Lin Fan starts a lousy company now, how successful can he be? Lu Ruyan lowered her voice and said urgently. Hui Yun, listen to me, Lin Fan is different now. He's not the same good-for-nothing he used to be. Do you know where his company is? Jinwan Plaza. Block A, room 2808. Do you know how big a deal he just signed a few days ago? Lu Ruyan held up 2 fingers. A $200 million order. That means Lin Fan is now worth over $100 million. Upon hearing this, the disdain and mockery on Lu Huiyun's face instantly froze. She looked at Lu Ruyan with disbelief. Sis, are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. Lu Ruyan said firmly. Think about it, can a man like that still be considered useless? He is a hidden dragon right now. If you don't make your move now, once he soars to the sky, the women who want to get close to him will line up from Jinwan Square all the way out of the city. Hui Yun, you're younger and prettier than me. If you're willing to take the initiative, what man won't cheat? If you can win him over, I'll even make him buy you a Ferrari. Lu Ruyan's words were incredibly tempting. Lu Huiyun's heart began to pound violently. The image of Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, in her mind began to gradually blur. Instead, a young upstart with billions in wealth and extravagant spending habits has emerged. Her breathing became rapid. If what my sister said is true, that was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So what if Lin Fan is my ex-brother-in-law? It doesn't matter who you sleep with. After a long while, Lu Huiyun bit her lip. Good. I'll give it a try. Afternoon. Jinwan Plaza, Block A. The Lu sisters walked into the 28th floor. Before coming, Lu Huiyun went home and changed into a designer bodycon dress and put on exquisite makeup that would attract men, exuding charm from head to toe. When Lu Huiyun saw the simple yet elegant reception desk of Jiufan Technology, her last bit of doubt disappeared. A company that can rent such a large office here is definitely not a shell company. Her sister didn't lie to her. An employee led them to Lin Fan's office. Lin Fan was sitting behind his desk, looking down at the documents. He looked up when he heard the door open. His gaze lingered on Lu Ruyan for a second before landing on Lu Huiyun beside her, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. It was clearly unclear why Lu Ruyan had brought her sister alone. Lu Huiyun flashed what she thought was her sweetest smile and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. Brother-in-law. That one word, brother-in-law, was uttered with 1,000 turns and 1,000 charms. However, Lin Fan's expression instantly darkened. Don't call me that anymore. Your sister and I are divorced. I am not your brother-in-law. Lu Huiyun's smile froze. She hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent. Lin Fan stopped looking at her and pushed a document in front of Lu Ruyan. This is a letter of understanding. Take a look at it, and sign it if there are no problems. Lu Ruyan dared not delay and quickly glanced through the document. After confirming that everything was correct, she immediately signed her name. Lin Fan, thank you. Lin Fan didn't say anything, but just made a pleased gesture, meaning very clearly that he should take the things and leave quickly. Lu Ruyan did not move. She rubbed her hands together, glancing somewhat awkwardly at her younger sister beside her. Lin Fan, there's something else I'd like to ask you. My sister Huiyun doesn't want to work at the 4S store anymore. Isn't your company just starting out and short-staffed? Could you let her work for you? Any position is fine. After saying that, she desperately tried to wink at Lu Huiyun. Lu Huiyun immediately understood. She stepped forward, walked to the desk, leaned forward slightly, and deliberately showed off her stunning figure. He said it in a coquettish tone. Yes, brother-in-law. Please help me. I can do anything, from serving tea and water to cleaning. I'd be content just to stay by your side and study. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he leaned back to avoid her touch. He looked at the 2 sisters in front of him, each with their own ulterior motives, and his face showed an undisguised disgust. He finally understood. These 2 people have no good intentions whatsoever. No. My temple is too small to accommodate your Lu family's great Buddha. His gaze was fixed on Lu Ruyan. Take your sister and leave here immediately. And one last time. I don't want to have anything to do with your family anymore. Roll. Chapter 94 Relentless Pursuit. The air froze instantly. Lu Huiyun's charming smile froze. Lu Ruyan's ingratiating expression froze. They never expected Lin Fan to be so ruthless. Lu Huiyun was the first to react. She was unwilling to accept it. I specially changed into my most expensive dress and put on my most beautiful makeup for today. How can we just slink away like this? She gritted her teeth and took another step forward. Her voice became increasingly sweet and coquettish. Brother-in-law, don't be angry. We really just want to find a job. If you don't think serving tea and water is good, I can do other things. Her words were full of implications. The disgust in Lin Fan's eyes intensified. He couldn't even be bothered to say another word to them. He picked up the internal phone on the table. I pressed the security department's shortcut key. Hello, is this the security department? I have 2 unrelated people in my office. Come over here right now and ask them to leave. A respectful response came immediately from the other end of the phone. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan hung up the phone and looked at them coldly. Less than a minute. The office door was pushed open. 2 tall security guards walked in. President Lin. Lin Fan raised his chin. Take them away. Yes. The security guard walked towards the Lu Ruyan sisters with a blank expression. Ladies, please. Lu Huiyun screamed. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Lin Fan, how dare you treat me like this? Lu Ruyan panicked and tried to plead for mercy. Lin Fan, let me explain. However, the security guards didn't give them a chance at all. They grabbed each of them by the arms and dragged them outside. The employees outside the office all peeked out, watching the scene with curiosity. Pointing and whispering, people were discussing it animatedly. Lu Huiyun felt countless gazes piercing her like needles. My face is burning with pain. She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. Let me go, you bunch of watchdogs. The sound didn't completely disappear until they were dragged into the elevator. Downstairs at Jinwan Plaza, Lu Huiyun was thrown to the ground by security guards like trash. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, and as soon as she got up, she yelled at Lu Ruyan. Sister, it's all your fault. What a terrible idea. Now look what happened, we've completely lost face. Lu Ruyan's expression was also very unpleasant. But she was more composed than her sister. She grabbed Lu Huiyun. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to laugh at us? Calm down. Lu Huiyun shook off her hand. How can I stay calm? That Lin Fan, he's a bastard, a piece of trash. Think you're something special just because you have a little money? I'm not going to serve you. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and lowered her voice. What's the point of you cursing him now? This matter was inherently difficult, I told you that before. What does one failure matter? Think more about the future. When we succeed, what kind of car do you want? A Ferrari or a Lamborghini? What kind of house do you want? A large apartment in the city center, or a detached villa in the suburbs? Then, the little grievances you suffered today will be nothing. No pain, no gain. Lu Ruyan's words seemed to have a magical power. Lu Huiyun's anger was gradually replaced by greed. Ferrari. Detached villa. These words swirled in her mind. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid. Yes. Compared to those things, what is this little humiliation today? As long as we can get Lin Fan. Her gaze hardened again. She clenched her fists. Sister, you're right. I won't give up like this. Lin Fan, I must take him down. In the office. Lin Fan was unaware that he had been targeted as prey by the Lu sisters. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Li Wei walked in. President Lin. This is the latest business report. Lin Fan took the document and began to read it. Li Wei continued his report. Recently, many companies have expressed their intention to cooperate with us. The company's business volume is growing rapidly. At this point, Li Wei changed the subject. But our technical department is still short-staffed. Chen Bin and the others have been working overtime until midnight every day lately, and they're almost at their breaking point. Lin Fan nodded. He had been aware of this problem for a long time. Tell the HR department to continue hiring. For those with excellent technical skills, salary and benefits are not an issue. Take this opportunity to expand the company's scale. Also, tell the brothers in the business department that I, Lin Fan, will not let everyone's hard work go to waste. Their bonuses will all be raised by 1 level. Lin Fan used to be a low-level employee. He knows that instead of just making empty promises, it would be better to give people some real rewards. Many employees don't dislike working overtime itself, but rather dislike working overtime without pay. Li Wei's expression brightened. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll take care of it right away. At the same time, the Zhao Group. The CEO's office. Technical Director Sun Xian stood respectfully in front of Zhao Ming. Mr. Zhao. The 2 people we arranged have successfully joined Shofan Technology. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming revealed a smug, cold smile. Well done. Sun Xian continued. One of them went into the business department, and the other went into the technology department. These are all core positions. I have already given the order to find dirt on Lin Fan as soon as possible. As long as we find the evidence, we can make Lin Fan's life a living hell. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Tell them that they will definitely get a share of the benefits once the job is done. Evening. Lin Fan finished get off work and went to the underground parking lot. He had just walked to his car and was about to open the door. A figure suddenly darted out from behind a nearby pillar. Brother-in-law. It is Lu Huiyun. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her face pleading. His eyes were red, as if he had just been crying. Brother-in-law, please. Please give me one chance. I really need this job. Lin Fan was completely numb. Is this woman like a stubborn, persistent plaster? I can't shake him off no matter what I do? He tried to pull his hand back, but Lu Huiyun held on tightly. Lin Fan frowned. He felt things weren't that simple. A normal person would never use such a persistent and harassing approach when looking for a job. And they were blocking people in the parking lot. There must be some other purpose behind this. Lin Fan did not try to break free again. Instead, he sighed, feigning helplessness. Okay, I give up. Let go first. I'll ask the HR department tomorrow to see what positions are suitable for you. He wanted to use words to calm the other party down first, so that he could make a quick escape. Lu Huiyun's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? Brother-in-law. You really agreed? Lin Fan nodded perfunctorily. Can I let go now? I'm going home. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Huiyun was overjoyed and quickly let go of his hand. Lin Fan quickly opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the car shot off instantly. Watching the taillights of the departing car disappear into the distance, Lu Huiyun smiled victoriously. Lin Fan, you will never escape my grasp. Han Hai Tianxi. Lin Fan returned home. Shin Jiqiu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She smiled gently when she saw him return. My husband is home. Lin Fan changed his shoes, walked over, and plopped down next to her. He recounted everything that had happened that day to Shin Jiqiu. From the Lu sisters causing trouble at the company to Lu Huiyun blocking him in the parking lot. Finally, he asked. Jiqiu, can you help me analyze this? What exactly is Lu Huiyun trying to do? Why is she so persistent in wanting to get into the company? Upon hearing this, Shin Jiqiu immediately chuckled. There was a hint of mockery in that smile. Why are you asking me something so obvious? Lin Fan was taken aback. Is it obvious? Shin Jiqiu stretched out her finger and tapped his forehead. You're such a blockhead. Lu Rian sees that she has no hope of seducing you. I just thought of her young and beautiful younger sister. What's this called? This is called a honey trap. She brought her sister into the company so she could find an opportunity to get close to you and seduce you. They're turning you back into their cash cow and ruining our marriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly understood. Immediately, a surge of anger welled up inside him. I never imagined they could be this shameless. Making your own sister do this kind of thing. Seeing his angry expression, Shin Jiqiu laughed even harder. What? Only now are you seeing their true colors? Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked at Shin Jiqiu solemnly. Jiqiu, don't worry. I will absolutely not let her succeed. No, please. Shin Jiqiu shook her head. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. He leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words. As Lin Fan listened, his eyes widened even more. Honey, you're so naughty, but I love it. Let's do it this way. Chapter 95. Are you kidding me? You want me to do cleaning? The next day, Lu Huiyun stood in front of the mirror. She spent 2 whole hours doing her makeup. Her makeup was exquisite, and she was charming and alluring. She was wearing a brand new Chanel dress. It perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. She was wearing 10 centimeters Jimmy Choo high heels. She looked at herself in the mirror and gave herself a triumphant smile. Lin Fan, you are a divorced man. How difficult could it be to handle? Yesterday you were just playing hard to get. Today, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of. She picked up a delicate insulated container. Inside was a bowl of porridge she had specially prepared for Lin Fan. Although it was just bought from outside and put inside. But as long as the sentiment is there, that's enough. Men, isn't that what they fall for? 7:40. Lu Huiyun appeared on time downstairs at Block A of Jinwan Plaza. She walked into the lobby with her head held high and chest out. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but take a second look at her. She enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. It was as if she were already the lady of the house. Xiaofan Technology is on the 28th floor. The elevator doors opened. The company's receptionist recognized her immediately. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lu Huiyun ignored her. She walked straight to an empty sofa and sat down. Her legs were crossed gracefully, quietly waiting for the prey to appear. Employees arrived at the company one after another. The sound of clocking in echoed throughout the room. Soon, people noticed Lu Huiyun. Hey, isn't that the woman from yesterday? Which one? The one who was dragged out by security guards. It seems so. Why is she here again? You're so shameless. Look at her outfit. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was here for a fashion show. The discussion was not loud. But every single word reached Lu Huiyun's ears. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. A bunch of blind fools. Just wait and see. When I become the boss lady here, the first thing I'll do is fire you all. She closed her eyes and began to fantasize. She imagined herself holding Lin Fan's hand, surveying the entire company. Everyone groveled before her. Whoever she wants to get out, has to get out. This feeling is wonderful. 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Fan appeared at the company entrance. Lu Huiyun immediately opened her eyes. Like a cheetah that has been waiting for a long time, it has finally spotted its prey. She quickly stood up and went to meet him in her high heels. Her face instantly lit up with an cloyingly sweet smile. Her voice was so sweet it could melt your heart. Brother-in-law, you're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. As she spoke, she held up the thermos in her hand as if presenting a treasure. I specially made you a loving breakfast, please try it. Lin Fan's expression remained completely unchanged. He glanced at Lu Huiyun. I glanced again at the thermos in her hand. Then he reached out and took it. Lu Huiyun was overjoyed. However, the next second, Lin Fan turned around, handed the thermos to the girl at the front desk, and said with a smile, Xiao Wang, haven't you had breakfast yet? Here, take this. The receptionist was stunned. He looked flattered and surprised. Oh, Mr. Lin, this is too much. Take it. Lin Fan said, leaving no room for argument. The receptionist had no choice but to accept it, blushing. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The smile on Lu Huiyun's face instantly froze. What the hell do you mean? I already said it was a breakfast made with love, and you just gave it to another woman? Are you not even going to put on an act? She felt that her feelings had been trampled on in public. A surge of humiliation and anger rushed to my head. But she forced herself to hold back. It cannot be triggered. Absolutely not. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. She took a deep breath and forced a smile again. Brother-in-law, you're such a good boss, you even know how to care about your employees. Lin Fan didn't respond to her. He walked straight to his office. Lu Huiyun quickly followed. Brother-in-law, what kind of work do I do today? You promised me yesterday, so you can't go back on your word. Lin Fan walked into the office and sat down at his desk. He picked up the internal phone. I dialed a number. Hello, is this Manager Han? Come to my office. After hanging up the phone, he stopped looking at Lu Huiyun. He turned on the computer without thinking. Lu Huiyun stood aside, her heart filled with joy. In the secret passage, Lin Fan specifically called over the HR manager. It seems they're going to give me a very important position. Manager? Director? He should at least be a department head. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of my future boss's wife status? The more she thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed. It's as if I can already see myself sitting in a spacious, bright, private office. He directed his subordinates to do their work. The salary is high and the work is easy. She would dress up beautifully every day and wait for Lin Fan to get off work. Even if they ultimately fail to win over Lin Fan. With such an impressive work resume, it's not a bad deal. Soon. A woman in her 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me. She is Han Shui, the head of the Human Resources Department. Lin Fan pointed at Lu Huiyun. Manager Han, this is Ms. Lu Huiyun. Arrange a suitable position for her. Lin Fan's use of the word suitable was quite meaningful. Manager Han pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Lu Huiyun from behind the lenses. She instantly understood what Lin Fan meant. His face remained expressionless. Okay, Mr. Lin. She turned to Lu Huiyun and gave her a professional smile. Miss Lu, please come with me. Lu Huiyun proudly raised her chin. I followed Manager Han outside. Han Shui led Lu Huiyun to a small meeting room. Please have Lu Huiyun sit down. Then he took out a folder and a pen. Ms. Lu, before you officially start working here, we need to get a basic understanding of your resume. Lu Huiyun felt a little disdainful. It's just a formality, why make it so formal? But she still nodded in agreement. Go ahead and ask. Manager Han opened the folder. What is your highest level of education? Lu Huiyun's expression stiffened slightly, and she said somewhat embarrassedly. Vocational high school. Okay. Manager Han wrote it down. May I ask what kind of work you've done before? Lu Huiyun became even more embarrassed when this was mentioned. She hadn't read many books. After graduation, she got a job as a salesperson at a 4S store because of her youth and pretty looks. It feels a bit embarrassing to present. If it were anywhere else, Lu Huiyun would definitely lie. But this is Lin Fan's company, so she dared not lie at all. I could only honestly tell her about her current work experience as a car salesperson at a 4S dealership. Supervisor Han didn't say anything and continued to write it down. Then they asked about office software, but Lu Huiyun knew nothing about it and became a little impatient with their questions. Ms. Lu, based on your overall qualifications, we have a position in our company that would be a good fit for you, Han Shui said. What position? Lu Huiyun asked expectantly. Cleaning, Han Shui said calmly. Ah. Lu Huiyun was immediately dumbfounded, thinking she had misheard. Say it again? Lu Huiyun's tone was somewhat cold. Cleaning. Han Shui repeated. Chapter 96, playing a double act, or you can do this cleaning job for now. The air froze instantly. Lu Huiyun immediately bristled. What did you say? You want me to do cleaning? Han Shui adjusted her glasses and looked at her calmly. Ms. Lu, based on your resume and ability assessment, the most suitable position for you in our company right now is cleaning. The job duties include cleaning and maintaining the entire office area on the 28th floor. The probationary period is 3 months, with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan. After becoming a regular employee, the salary will be 4,000 yuan, and social insurance and housing fund will be provided. Working hours are from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. If you have no objections, you can proceed with the onboarding process now. Han Shui's tone was completely businesslike. Lu Huiyun finally realized what was happening. She didn't mishear. This woman is humiliating her in public. A surge of blood rushed to the top of his head. Smack! Lu Huiyun slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What the hell do you mean? You want me to be a cleaner? Are you blind? She puffed out her proud chest, showing off her designer dress. I'm so young and beautiful, and you want me to clean toilets? Are you jealous of me? You think I'm younger and prettier than you, and that I can be the boss's wife in the future, so you're deliberately making things difficult for me? You old woman, how can you be so vicious? Han Shui's expression remained unchanged in the face of Lu Huiyun's hysteria. She remained seated, as calm as ice. Miss Lu, please watch your words. Xiaofan Technology is a technology company. We respect every employee, including the cleaning staff. But the company's core positions require real scientific and technological talent. She picked up the folder on the table and opened it. This is a position our company is currently recruiting for. Senior Java Development Engineer, master's degree required, 5 years or more of experience in large-scale projects. Front-end architects are required to be proficient in the underlying principles of Vue and React and be able to build frameworks independently. AI algorithm engineers are required to have research achievements in natural language processing or computer vision. Product managers are required to have experience in successfully building products from scratch and to be proficient in using Axure and Xmind. Every time Han Shui mentioned a position, she would look up at Lu Huiyun. Ms. Lu, which of these positions do you think you are qualified for? Lu Huiyun's face turned pale and then red. She had never even heard of these words before. Java, architecture, algorithms. To her, it was no different from a book written in heaven. She even types with one finger and can't even make an Excel spreadsheet. She can't do any of these jobs. Seeing Lu Huiyun speechless, Han Shui closed the folder. Since they are not qualified for professional positions, then only administrative support positions are left. But our company's administration, human resources, and finance departments are currently fully staffed. Therefore, only the cleaning position remains vacant. My arrangements are based entirely on the company's rules and regulations and your personal circumstances. There is no personal emotion involved. The logic is clear and the organization is well organized. Lu Huiyun was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. She knew that she couldn't possibly win an argument with this old woman when it came to professional matters. Enraged, she brought out her last remaining support. Don't give me that. It was my brother-in-law who asked you to arrange a job for me. Don't you understand what your brother-in-law means? He means that you should arrange a good job for me. I wasn't asked to come here to sweep the floor. Han Shui sneered inwardly. I understand Mr. Lin's meaning perfectly. That's why I assigned you this position, because I understand it so well. But she still maintained a professional smile on her face. Miss Lu, I think you may have misunderstood. President Lin just asked me to arrange a suitable position for you. And based on your situation, this is the most suitable option. I was acting impartially. You. Lu Huiyun was so angry that she trembled all over. She suddenly thought of something. Receptionist. I can work as a receptionist. The front desk doesn't require any technical skills, right? Han Shui shook her head. I'm sorry, our receptionist Xiao Wang has always performed excellently, and there is no reason to replace her. Lu Huiyun's sense of superiority returned. Then get rid of her and let me handle this. She's just an ordinary receptionist, how can she compare to me? Han Shui's eyes turned cold. No employee of the company will be dismissed without cause as long as they work diligently and do not make mistakes. This is our company's principle. Xiao Wang's workability and attitude are obvious to all. We cannot fire an excellent employee just because of you. She won't listen to either soft or hard approaches. He is completely unresponsive to reason. Lu Huiyun realized that she had no way to deal with this woman. Fine. You just wait. Lu Huiyun threw down a harsh remark, turned around, and stormed out of the reception room. She didn't believe in this superstition. What is a human resources manager anyway? She wanted to go directly to Lin Fan. The door to Lin Fan's office was kicked open. Lu Huiyun rushed in, her face streaked with tears. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. Lin Fan put down the documents in his hand and looked up, feigning surprise. Huiyun? What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the work that Supervisor Han assigned to you? Mentioning this made Lu Huiyun's tears flow even more fiercely. She began to pour out her grievances, embellishing the story. Brother-in-law, that old woman surnamed Han, she's gone too far. She actually wanted me to work as a cleaner. She just looks down on me and is deliberately humiliating me. They even said I can't do anything except sweep the floor. Brother-in-law, I'm your sister-in-law. The way she treats me is disrespectful to you. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This is outrageous. How does Han Shui do things? He picked up the internal phone and dialed the Human Resources Department directly. His tone was full of anger. Han Shui, come to my office right away. Seeing Lin Fan stand up for her, Lu Huiyun felt a surge of pride. Hey Han, let's see how arrogant you are this time. My brother-in-law will give you a good scolding later, then we'll see if you dare to give me that attitude again. Soon, Han Shui knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me. She saw Lu Huiyun there as well, but her eyes showed no surprise. Lin Fan pointed at Han Shui and, in front of Lu Huiyun, sternly reprimanded her. Manager Han, I asked you to assign Huiyun a suitable position. What's your plan? I heard you sent her to work as a cleaner? Lu Huiyun stood to the side, her mouth practically stretched to her ears in a wide grin. Yes, that's it. Scold her. Scold her hard. It would be best to fire her immediately. Han Shui, however, remained calm and placed the job posting on Lin Fan's desk. President Lin, please calm down. There's a reason I made this arrangement. These are all the job openings our company is currently hiring for. As you can see, the positions listed above all have strict requirements for education and professional skills. Indeed, no position is a suitable fit for Ms. Lu's situation. I had no choice but to assign her the only cleaning job that had no entry requirements. Lin Fan picked up the job posting and pretended to read it from beginning to end. He frowned, nodding and shaking his head from time to time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Why? He looked up at Lu Huiyun, his face showing a troubled expression. Huiyun, well, what Manager Han said seems to make sense. I've looked through it, and there really aren't any suitable positions for you here. Lu Huiyun's smile froze. Lin Fan then changed the subject and proposed a win-win solution. How about this? You'll have to make do for now and stay here as a cleaner. This position is relatively relaxed, so you can use your free time to learn more about office software and understand the company's business. After a while, once you're familiar with the environment and have learned something, I'll transfer you to another department. What do you think? Han Shui immediately chimed in to help. Mr. Lin's idea is excellent. Ms. Lu, our company has a well-established internal job transfer mechanism. As long as you are willing to study hard, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The two of them spoke in perfect harmony, making their words sound flawless. It was as if making Lu Huiyun work as a cleaner was a tremendous favor to her. Lu Huiyun was far from willing. Her ideal life was to be a manager, a director, dressed up beautifully every day, drinking coffee, and bossing others around. Now, should we make her put on a cleaning uniform, pick up a mop, and clean the toilet? Do you really want her to learn those troublesome computer software programs? Are you kidding me? I won't do it. Brother-in-law, I'm so young and beautiful, how could I work as a cleaner? If word gets out, where will I put my face? She reiterated her request. I want to work as a receptionist. Fire the current receptionist and let me take over. Lin Fan's expression instantly turned serious. He sat back down in his chair and spoke earnestly. Huiyun, this won't do. Although I am the boss of the company is not a place where I can make all the decisions. The company has its own rules and regulations. That receptionist, Xiao Wang, has always worked very hard and hasn't made any mistakes. If I fire her without any reason, what will the other employees think of me? They would think I'm a nepotistic and unprincipled boss. If this continues, morale will drop, and the team will become difficult to lead. Do you understand? Lin Fan put on an air of righteousness and concern for the company. His words were perfectly watertight. He managed to maintain his good boss persona. This completely blocked Lu Huiyun's path. Lu Huiyun stood there, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 97: The Young Cleaner. To go or not to go? Leaving means completely giving up Lin Fan, this golden opportunity. The dream of becoming a billionaire wife was shattered before it even began. Lu Huiyun was very unwilling. If I don't leave, am I really going to become a cleaner? Wearing cheap work clothes and carrying mops and buckets, they sweep the floor, wipe tables, and clean toilets in front of these so-called white-collar workers? Just imagining that scene made her feel suffocated. Dignity and vanity were like two hands, tearing her apart relentlessly. Lin Fan observed her changing expressions but did not urge her. He picked up his teacup and leisurely blew on the steam. Han Shui, standing to the side, remained expressionless, like a statue. A deathly silence fell over the office. For a long time, Lu Huiyun seemed to have made up her mind, and bit her lip. "Brother-in-law, can I go outside to make a phone call?" Lin Fan put down his teacup and gestured for him to leave. "Sure." Lu Huiyun turned around and quickly walked out of the office. We arrived at the end of the corridor. She dialed her sister Lu Ruyan's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "How's it going, Huiyun? What good job has Lin Fan arranged for you?" Lu Ruyan's urgent voice came through the receiver. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Lu Huiyun's eyes. "Sis, he wants me to work as a cleaner." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately following was Lu Ruyan's volcanic roar. "What? Cleaning? Has Lin Fan lost his mind? He's a billionaire boss with a huge company. Can't he just assign you a clerk or assistant? He wants you to be a cleaner? Who is he trying to humiliate? That ungrateful wretch. I shouldn't have married him in the first place. He slept with me for years. Now that he's all grown up, he treats us like this." Lu Huiyun listened while crying. Strangely enough, listening to her sister's angry outbursts, she gradually calmed down. She remembered the job posting that Han Shui had taken out in the office just now. She recalled Lin Fan's awkward, business-like demeanor. "Sis, please stop yelling. It doesn't seem like Lin Fan is entirely to blame." Lu Ruyan's cursing stopped abruptly. "What do you mean?" Lu Huiyun sniffed and recounted what had just happened. His HR manager brought up all the job openings in the company. "I don't understand any of those technical positions. All administrative positions are full, there are no vacancies. Lin Fan said he couldn't fire a long-time employee for my sake without a reason, otherwise the company would fall apart." If Lin Fan heard these words, he would probably laugh himself to death. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruyan fell silent. She keenly caught a key piece of information in her sister's words. Huiyun was defending Lin Fan. This shows that Huiyun's heart has begun to waver. There's hope. Lu Ruyan's tone instantly took a 180-degree turn. "Huiyun, listen to what your sister has to say. Perhaps this is Lin Fan testing you." Lu Huiyun was stunned. "Testing me?" "Yes." Lu Ruyan's tone was very certain. "Think about what you used to be like. You spent money extravagantly and worked only sporadically. Lin Fan is a completely different person now, he's a big boss. His future wife definitely can't be just a pretty face who only knows how to spend money. He asked you to work as a cleaner so he could see if you could endure hardship and if you were sincere. He wants to temper your temper." These words seemed to open a door to a new world for Lu Huiyun. Yes. That must be it. How could Lin Fan really make me clean toilets for the rest of my life? He's testing me. It can only be said that women have a very strong ability to fill in the blanks. Lu Ruyan sensed her sister's change and continued. "Think about it, if you just walk away now, wouldn't that just prove that you can't handle hardship and are a spoiled brat? Then how could Lin Fan possibly ever look at you again? But if you stay, it will be different. You endured the grievances and even did the cleaning work conscientiously. Lin Fan will definitely look at you in a new light. At that time, not only will you have a receptionist, but the entire company will be yours. You're the boss's wife." Hiss. That address of boss lady really resonated with Lu Huiyun. All the grievances vanished in an instant. Right. My sister is right. It's just a few months of cleaning work, right? I'll endure it. To become someone superior, to become the boss's wife of Qiufan Technology, what is this little bit of grievance? Lu Ruyan continued. Huiyun, you need to broaden your horizons. The grievances you suffer now are for greater glory in the future. Once you win over Lin Fan, everyone who looked down on you today will have to fawn over you. Lu Ruyan's voice was full of seduction. Lu Huiyun's breathing became rapid. She could almost see herself touring the entire company. She even started to comfort herself. There is no distinction between high and low status in work. Labor is the most glorious thing. It has to be said that women will do anything to climb the social ladder. Even if it's self-deception. Sister, I know what to do. Lu Huiyun hung up the phone and wiped away her tears. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming more determined than ever before. She turned and walked towards Lin Fan's office. Inside the office, Lin Fan and Han Shui both thought that the farce was over. Mr. Lin, it seems she has already left. Han Shui spoke up. Lin Fan nodded. As expected. How could someone as proud and arrogant as her possibly accept a cleaning job? Lin Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and prepared to continue processing the documents. Just then, the office door was pushed open again. Lu Huiyun walked in. The anger that had been on her face was gone. Lin Fan and Han Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Why is she back again? Lu Huiyun walked up to Lin Fan's desk and said calmly. Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. I'd like to start as a cleaner. The air froze again. Lin Fan and Han Shui were both dumbfounded. Are you willing to do cleaning work? She actually agreed? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and re-examined Lu Huiyun in front of him. This woman is much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. To achieve one's goals, one can abandon one's dignity. Such people are often highly purposeful and therefore more dangerous. He increasingly felt that the Lu sisters had ulterior motives. But the words had already been spoken. It's too late to back out now. Lin Fan snapped out of his daze, and a relieved smile returned to his face. Okay, Huiyun, I'm glad you think that way. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. He nodded to Han Shui. Manager Han, then I'll trouble you to take Huiyun to complete the onboarding procedures and get her work clothes and tools. Okay, Mr. Lin. Han Shui regained her professional expression and turned to Lu Huiyun. Miss Lu, please come with me. Lu Huiyun nodded obediently and followed Han Shui out. A moment later, a peculiar sight has appeared in Xiofan Technology's office area. Lu Huiyun changed into a blue cleaning uniform. The loose-fitting style couldn't hide her beautiful figure. This scene left all the programmers in the office area speechless. Holy crap, what's going on? Is this our company's new cleaning staff? So young? So beautiful? Are you kidding me? Which internet celebrity came here to experience life? I think I just saw her wearing all designer clothes, crying as she came out of Mr. Lin's office. Now, are you changing into your cleaning uniform? Whispers echoed throughout the office. Lu Huiyun could feel the mocking gazes. Her cheeks were burning. But she forced herself to straighten her back. Her sister Lu Ruyan's words kept echoing in her mind. Hold on. Everyone who looks down on you now will have to fawn over you in the future. She looked up, her gaze sweeping across the entire office area. It was as if they were surveying their own territory. Chapter 98, Level Up. Lin Fan was in his office. Through the gaps in the blinds, the light fell on that out-of-place figure. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Jiqi's number. Wife, you would never guess that Lu Huiyun actually stayed on to work as a cleaner. No way, this is allowed? I underestimated her. I thought this move would be enough to make her back down on her own, but it seems I miscalculated. After a pause, Shen Jiqiu added, Husband, be careful. A woman who can endure such humiliation for the sake of her goal is no simple woman. Her ambitions may be even greater than we think. For Lu Huiyun, a day's work was a hellish ordeal. The tables are never ending, and the floors are never ending. And then there's the bathroom, which always has a peculiar smell. As she put on rubber gloves and picked up a brush to scrub the yellow stains on the inside of the toilet bowl, a wave of nausea rushed to my throat. She almost threw up on the spot. When has she ever suffered such injustice? My fingernail broke. My hands were covered in dirt. The strong smell of disinfectant made her dizzy and lightheaded. Several times, she wanted to throw down what she was holding and just leave. But then her sister's words echoed in her ears. From now on, you'll be the boss's wife. She gritted her teeth and swallowed all the humiliation. This is a test. Yes, this must be my brother-in-law testing me. Once you pass the test, the future will be bright. She hypnotized herself over and over again. Finally, it was 5:30 p.m. Get off work time. Lu Huiyun was so tired that she couldn't straighten her back. She took off her work clothes and changed back into her own. I made a point of touching up my makeup in the restroom to make sure I didn't look too disheveled. She's made up her mind. You should pretend to bump into Lin Fan by chance, and then ask him if he wants to have dinner together. Or, he could take you home. We must always create opportunities for contact. Otherwise, wouldn't all the suffering of the day have been for nothing? One by one, the people in the office area left. The corridor became quiet. 6 o'clock. The door to Lin Fan's office remained tightly closed. A technician who was working overtime came over to get water and saw Lu Huiyun. Beautiful lady, are you waiting for Mr. Lin? Lu Huiyun forced a smile. Yes. The technician looked at her with a strange expression. President Lin left at 5:30. Ah? Lu Huiyun's smile froze instantly. They left at 5:30? She waited here like an idiot for half an hour? In other words, she worked hard and endured humiliation all day long. Lin Fan didn't see it at all? So what is the point of her being a cleaner? I'm home. Lu Huiyun slammed her bag onto the sofa. She started complaining to her sister. Sister! I was busy all day, and I wanted to say a few words to Lin Fan after get off work, but he had already left. What am I compared to others today? I'm just a fool, a mere cleaner. I don't want to work here anymore, I'm quitting tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was applying a face mask. Hearing her younger sister's tearful complaint, she immediately comforted her. Huiyun, don't worry, listen to what your sister has to say. This precisely demonstrates that the test has been escalated. Lu Huiyun choked up, unable to understand. What's the meaning? Lu Ruyan continued to deceive. Think about it, he deliberately left early to see your reaction. Let's see if you're just putting on a show for him. They are truly determined and are working diligently. If you resign tomorrow, wouldn't you be falling right into his trap? Then he will think that you are indeed a woman who cannot endure hardship, and that you are only doing this to get close to him. All your previous efforts have been wasted. Lu Huiyun's crying subsided. She felt that what her sister said made some sense. But, this is just too unbearable. Lu Ruyan said. It's the hardship that proves its value. You think being a rich wife is so easy? How can you do it without paying a price? Take the example of me sleeping with Xiao Ming. That guy always comes up with all sorts of perverted tricks, but I can only put up with it, can't I? It's not so easy for us women to transcend social classes. Hang in there, Huiyun. Once Lin Fan accepts you, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know him. Our future depends on you. Han Hai Tianxi. Lin Fan and Shen Jiqiu were snuggled on the sofa, eating fruit after dinner and watching a comedy variety show. Shen Jiqiu laughed so hard she leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, her body trembling with laughter. Lin Fan suddenly said, Do you think I should increase the intensity for Lu Huiyun? Let her give up sooner? Shen Jiqiu chuckled again. She leaned in and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. Honey, the company is yours, you can do whatever you want with it. Anyway, I definitely believe you. The next day, Lin Fan called Han Tao into his office and whispered a few words to him. As Han Tao listened, his expression shifted from serious to surprised, and finally to an barely suppressed smirk. He winked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you've become so naughty. Lin Fan remained expressionless. Go and do it. All right. Han Tao chuckled, turned around, and walked out. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch break, employees returned to their workstations one after another. Lu Huiyun also began her afternoon work. She had just mopped the hallway floor when a programmer walked by carrying a coffee. Sudden. A full cup of Americano was spilled all over the floor. I'm so sorry. My hand slipped, thank you for your help, Auntie. The programmer looked apologetic. Lu Huiyun felt like killing him. It doesn't mean we need to mop the floor again. She's such a beautiful woman, how could she be called Auntie? Damn straight men, I'll curse you with a voodoo doll to be single forever and impotent for life. Lu Huiyun took a deep breath and told herself to endure. She quietly took out her tools and wiped the floor again. Just as I finished what I was doing, I heard another sound from the other side. Thud. A female employee dropped her lipstick on the floor. Oh no, my lipstick, the female employee exclaimed, then looked at Lu Huiyun and called out, "Auntie, come quickly and clean the floor." Lu Huiyun was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth to powder. She felt that the other person did it on purpose. "What are you looking at? You're just a stinky cleaner, this is the kind of work you do. If you don't want to do it, then get out," the female employee said arrogantly. Lu Huiyun immediately became furious. The woman opposite me wasn't as pretty as me, nor did she have as good a figure. Why do you have the right to order me around? Does she also call herself auntie? She was clearly jealous of me. She had already forced herself to hold back when the man called her auntie. Now that another woman is calling her that, she can't take it anymore. "You dirted the floor yourself, so clean it up yourself," Lu Huiyun said angrily. The employee sneered and immediately questioned. "This is your job, and you're making me clean it? What's the point of the company paying you to do this?" Unable to argue, Lu Huiyun glared at him with bloodshot eyes. She threw down the broom. She turned and ran straight towards Lin Fan's office. "Brother-in-law, they're all bullying me," Lu Huiyun cried as she entered. Lin Fan forced a laugh. Those were things he had instructed Han Tao to do. It has to be said that women are more professional at making things difficult for people. Lu Huiyun couldn't take it so quickly. Cough. Lin Fan coughed twice, then said seriously, "Don't get agitated, tell me slowly, what exactly happened?" Chapter 99. Why don't you become a security guard? Lu Huiyun sobbed as she recounted what had happened. To embellish or exaggerate. In her words, she became a pitiful little thing who was isolated and bullied by the entire company. The programmer and the female employee were portrayed as despicable bullies. "Brother-in-law, you must stand up for me," she cried her heart out, her eyes filled with grievance. After hearing this, Lin Fan pretended to be very angry. He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed Han Tao's number. "Han Tao, come in here for a moment." A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. Han Tao walked in. "Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me?" Lin Fan pointed to Lu Huiyun, who was still wiping away tears. She said that the employees in the technical department and the administrative department deliberately made things difficult for her this afternoon. "Call the person over and ask them what's going on." Han Tao nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Lin." He turned and left. Not long after, Han Tao walked in with a male and a female employee. It was the programmer who spilled coffee and the female employee who lost her lipstick that afternoon. When the two saw that Lu Huiyun was also there, they both showed a hint of disdain on their faces. "President Lin," they called out respectfully. Lin Fan put on a stern expression and asked, "Tell me what happened this afternoon." The programmer spoke first. "Mr. Lin, I just accidentally dropped the coffee when I was serving it. I have already apologized. How can this be considered making things difficult?" The female colleague also spoke up, her tone even more assertive. "My lipstick came off accidentally. What's wrong with having her clean it up? She's a cleaner, isn't this her job? Do we have to clean the company floor ourselves if it's dirty? She has a problem with her work attitude, she throws tantrums, and then comes to you to complain." President Lin, this is a classic case of the guilty party accusing the innocent first. Both of their explanations were very simple. It was an accident. There was absolutely no bullying involved. Lu Huiyun was so angry that she trembled all over. "You're talking nonsense. You did this on purpose." Lin Fan ignored her agitation. He turned his gaze to Han Tao and asked, "Han Tao, what do you think?" Han Tao thought for a moment and said, "President Lin, I think the employee is right. Maintaining the cleanliness of the office area and dealing with sudden stains are the responsibilities of the cleaning staff. If we have to be picky about even this small job, then what's the point of hiring a cleaning service?" His words directly sided with the employees. Every word makes sense. Lu Huiyun's face turned deathly pale instantly. She didn't expect that even the department head would help the employee. She felt completely isolated. Tears welled up again. Lin Fan looked at the situation before him with a troubled expression. He waved to Han Tao. "Okay, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, Mr. Lin." Han Tao turned and left with two employees. The office door closed. Only Lin Fan and Lu Huiyun remained in the room. Lu Huiyun's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Brother-in-law. Even you think it's my fault? They're clearly conspiring to bully me. Lin Fan sighed, thinking to himself, it was all my arrangement, you silly woman, can't you even see that? He handed me a tissue. Don't cry. Lu Huiyun took the tissue, but cried even harder. Lin Fan did not try to persuade him. He sat quietly beside her, waiting for her to calm down a bit. A long time passed. Lu Huiyun's crying gradually subsided. Lin Fan then slowly spoke. I definitely believe you. Lu Huiyun suddenly raised her head, a glint of light flashing in her bloodshot eyes. Lin Fan's expression seemed very sincere. But, as you've seen, in the company, everything must be done according to the rules and based on evidence. They could say it was an accident, or that it was part of your job. As the boss, I can't punish them for such a small thing. Otherwise, the company will be in chaos. Lu Huiyun bit her lip and remained silent. She understood the reasoning, but she still felt wronged. Lin Fan looked at her, then changed the subject. However, I also noticed it. This position may really not be suitable for you. He paused, his gaze falling on her exquisitely made-up face. To be honest, you are so beautiful and have such a great presence. It's really unfair to put you in this cleaning job. What do your female colleagues think when they see you? Jealousy, exclusion. These things are inevitable. These words struck a chord with Lu Huiyun. She always felt that those people were just jealous of her beauty. Hearing Lin Fan say it now resonated with her even more. So it turns out my brother-in-law knew all this. Everyone saw it. The grievances in her heart instantly dissipated by more than half. Instead, there is a strong sense of anticipation. My brother-in-law said this job wasn't suitable for her. So, should we find her a different job? Receptionist? Clerk? Even an assistant? Lu Huiyun's heart began to race, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took in her expression. He pretended to ponder, as if he was seriously considering a way out for her. How about this? There are currently no vacancies within the company. Moreover, even if there were such a thing, given your situation, a sudden transfer would be more likely to cause controversy. The light in Lu Huiyun's eyes dimmed slightly. Lin Fan then continued. However, I do have an idea. I just don't know if you'd be willing. I do. Lu Huiyun blurted out without thinking. As long as she doesn't have to do cleaning, she'll do anything. Lin Fan gave a gratified smile. I'm very familiar with the property manager of this building. We can arrange for you to work at the property management company as a security guard. Security guard? The expectation on Lu Huiyun's face froze instantly. Security guard? How could it be a security guard? Isn't that just a doorman's job? She previously called the property security guards watchdogs, and now she wants to become a security guard herself? Seeing her surprised expression, Lin Fan immediately began his analysis. Huiyun, don't rush to refuse, let me finish. First, being a security guard means you're protected from the wind and rain. You just stand in the lobby of the building. It's an easy job, 100 times easier than scrubbing toilets or mopping floors. Secondly, with your figure, you look dashing in a uniform. Third, and most importantly, the reason you're being wronged today is because you're too pretty, and your female colleagues at the company are targeting you. But the property management is a separate system, and there's no conflict of interest with our company, so no one will target you. You can start over in a completely new, unbiased environment. Every word Lin Fan said seemed to be spoken from her perspective, as if he had thought it through carefully for her sake. This solved the problem of her being bullied. They then assigned her an easy job. That sounds too reasonable. In fact, Lin Fan just wanted to kick Lu Huiyun out of the company so that she wouldn't cling to him all the time. Lu Huiyun was somewhat swayed by what she was being said. She had one major concern in her heart. The purpose of coming here is to get closer to Lin Fan. At least by becoming a cleaner, I could still work in the same office and see Lin Fan every day. If I went to work as a security guard at the property management company, how could I possibly see my brother-in-law all day long? Then all the suffering she endured before would have been for nothing, wouldn't it? Lin Fan saw through Lu Huiyun's little scheme at a glance. He smiled and continued. Even if you become a security guard, you'll still be working in this building, won't you? I pass through the lobby every day on my way to and from work. We can still see each other every day, can't we? Lu Huiyun thought about it and realized it made sense. Lin Fan sees me every time he goes to and from get off work. I stood there smartly in my uniform. Isn't this a million times better than me wearing a cleaning uniform and holding a mop? He immediately said. Brother-in-law, you're so good to me. I'll do what you say, I'll become a security guard. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Okay, wait a moment. He picked up his phone and, in front of Lu Huiyun, dialed the property manager's number and gave him some instructions. Alright, go report to Manager Zhang now. Lin Fan said. Okay. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Huiyun was overjoyed and turned to leave. Oh, right, Lin Fan called out to her, you don't need to worry about the cleaning staff anymore. I'll have Han Shui help you with your resignation. Okay, brother-in-law. Lu Huiyun left the office with light steps. I watched her figure disappear through the doorway. A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He returned to his seat and picked up his phone. Dial Shen Jiqi's phone number. Honey, did you get that cleaning lady sorted out? Shen Jiqiu asked. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Nailed it. Starting tomorrow, she will be the security guard for this building. Chapter 100. What, you're here to be a watchdog too? Jinwan Plaza, Property Management Office. With a hint of excitement, Lu Huiyun pushed open the door. My brother-in-law said that being a security guard is a cool and dashing job. We can still see each other every day. Inside the office, two men in security guard uniforms were chatting with their legs crossed. Upon seeing Lu Huiyun enter, both of their eyes turned to her. One of the men with a crew cut looked her up and down. Hey beautiful, who are you looking for? Lu Huiyun gave what she thought was a sweet smile. I'm looking for Manager Zhang. My brother-in-law spoke to him and asked me to come and work as a security guard. She emphasized the words brother-in-law. The intention was to remind them that they were connected through connections, not ordinary people. However, the words had barely left his mouth. The two security guards opposite were taken aback at first. Then, he burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. Work as a security guard? Did I hear that right? Another tall, thin man laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointing at Lu Huiyun. You're going to be a security guard too? Lu Huiyun's smile froze. She sensed something was wrong. The two men's eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. She looked closely. My mind went blank. She recognized him. That day at Xiofan Technology, the two people opposite me dragged me and my sister out like dead dogs. The crew-cut security guard, having finished laughing, stood up and walked over to Lu Huiyun. He was a head taller than Lu Huiyun, and he exuded a sense of oppression. Beautiful lady, your memory isn't very good. Didn't they call us watchdogs just a few days ago? The tall, thin guy also joined in, and they sang along. Yes, it was so impressive back then. They kept calling us watchdogs, cursing us mercilessly. What's wrong? Have you figured it out today? Want to try being a dog too? Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. Lu Huiyun's face instantly turned bright red. She never expected to run into these two jinxes here. What I never expected was that a casual remark I made back then would become a slap in the face for me now. What nonsense are you talking about? She retorted with a fierce but weak tone. His voice sounded somewhat weak. The crew-cut security guard chuckled. Are we talking nonsense? That day, you two sisters were staying at General Manager Lin's company. Did we ask you to leave? Have you forgotten what happened when you were pointing your finger at us and yelling at us? The tall, thin man crossed his arms and glanced at her sideways. What goes around comes around. You've been reduced to working alongside us watchdogs too. From now on, we're all family. Please take good care of us. Lu Huiyun was so angry that she trembled all over. She really wanted to turn around and leave. I quit. What a terrible security guard. Why should I put up with this kind of treatment? But, if I leave, how am I going to explain it to my brother-in-law? Will my brother-in-law think that he is hopeless and can't be helped? It took a lot of effort to change his opinion of her and make him feel sorry for her. If we just give up like this, wouldn't all the grievances we suffered be wasted? In order to get closer to Lin Fan, and for the future life of a wealthy wife. Tolerate. We must endure it. After some self-comfort, Lu Huiyun took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. The two security guards watched her expression change, their mockery deepening. They were just waiting to see her lose her temper, and then walk away. Surprisingly, this woman managed to hold back. That's interesting. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, the door to the inner room opened. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt came out. He has a Mediterranean hairstyle and a beer belly. It was the property manager, Manager Zhang. What's all the noise about? What kind of behavior is this during work hours? Manager Zhang reprimanded him with a stern face. The two security guards immediately composed themselves and stood up straight. Manager Zhang's gaze fell on Lu Huiyun. You must be Lu Huiyun, whom General Manager Lin introduced? His tone was very calm. Lu Huiyun nodded quickly, as if she had seen a savior. Yes, Manager Zhang, that's me. Manager Zhang nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin has already told me. He turned to the two security guards. You two, go on patrol. Yes, Manager. The two dared not say a word, exchanged a glance, and walked out dejectedly. As he passed by Lu Huiyun, he let out a contemptuous snort. Lu Huiyun ignored them. She now places all her hopes on this Manager Zhang. Only the two of them remained in the office. Manager Zhang took out a brand new security guard uniform from the drawer. These are your clothes, go and change into them. The changing room is over there. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang. Lu Huiyun took the clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems my brother-in-law has a lot of influence. This Manager Zhang treated me quite well. Knowing that he was one of President Lin's men, he deliberately sent those two annoying guys away. This can be considered a form of care. Lu Huiyun walked into the changing room, and her mood improved again. She took off her own clothes and put on the security guard uniform. Dark blue short-sleeved shirt, black trousers. The material is a bit rough, but the cut is decent. She looked at herself in the mirror. It has to be admitted. My brother-in-law is right. I have a good figure and I'm pretty, so I look good in anything. Wearing this uniform makes me look infinitely more energetic than that drab janitor's uniform. The waist is the waist, and the legs are the legs. It highlighted all her physical advantages. Lu Huiyun twirled in front of the mirror. She even started to fantasize. When Lin Fan got off work, he saw himself standing smartly in the lobby wearing this uniform. Wouldn't that be a pleasant surprise? Do you ever feel like you're different from other women? Maybe. My brother-in-law likes this kind of uniform fetish, doesn't he? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, and she couldn't help but smile. After changing her clothes, Lu Huiyun went outside. Manager Zhang glanced at her. Let's go, I'll show you around and get familiar with your job. Okay, thank you for your help, Manager Zhang. Lu Huiyun followed Manager Zhang with light steps. She thought her job would be in the lobby on the first floor of the building. Standing guard while enjoying air conditioning. Occasionally, I can even greet the white-collar workers coming and going. Most importantly, Lin Fan passes by there every day on his way to and from get off work. However, Manager Zhang did not take her to the lobby. Instead, they walked directly out of Block A of Jinwan Plaza. We passed through a green belt. Keep walking, keep walking. We walked to the open-air parking lot behind the square. The afternoon sun scorched the earth like fire. The ground was radiating heat. Manager Zhang stopped in front of a small guard post. He pointed to the parking lot and said, "All right, from today onwards, this is your post." The expression on Lu Huiyun's face froze completely. An open-air parking lot? She was dumbfounded. Manager Zhang, I work here? Yes. Manager Zhang's answer was simple and straightforward. Your job is to maintain parking order here. Guide vehicles into their designated spaces and handle any emergencies. Lu Huiyun was about to cry. Here? Under such a blazing sun? By the end of the day, won't my fair skin be tanned to a dark brown? How can I seduce my brother-in-law if I get a tan? Besides, this is a parking lot. What if some acquaintance drives by and sees me directing traffic as a security guard here? Where does she put her face? She'd rather go back to cleaning toilets. At least you don't have to show your face when you're cleaning toilets. Manager Zhang. Lu Huiyun immediately put on a pitiful expression and gently shook Manager Zhang's arm. Her voice also became soft and sweet. Look, it's really inconvenient for a young woman like me to be exposed to the wind and sun here. Could you find me somewhere else? For example, in the lobby? I promise I will work hard. She used her usual charm and coquettish tactics, which were always effective against men. However, Manager Zhang, who was all smiles just a moment ago, suddenly turned pale the next second. He abruptly shook off Lu Huiyun's hand. His tone was stern, devoid of any warmth. Lu Huiyun. Do you think you own the property management company? Go wherever you want? President Lin arranged for you to come here to work, not to be picky and act like a spoiled princess. The positions in the lobby have been full for a long time, and now we are short-staffed here. Take it or leave it. I won't do it. I'm taking off my clothes and leaving right now. I'll just report to General Manager Lin that you can't handle hardship and quit on the first day. These words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling Lu Huiyun to the bone. She was completely stunned. This Manager Zhang. Why the sudden change of expression? Shouldn't he take better care of himself out of respect for his brother-in-law? How could it be so fierce?